Chapter 1 The First Encounter. From February 1st glints iron for you, what the refined colovi at first sight, akin to light arcana capable of numbing for a moment, yet intoxicating for a lifetime. Tang searching. Beneath the starry night, a dazzling luxuriat glimmer redundulating gazurizia, resembling a resplendentis landopopulens standingolonianth the vast expanse of water. Inside, reveler swearelostino whirlwind of dance, laughter and merriment echoing through the air. The H's interior boasted apel where a striking beautiful men and women frolicked, their movements tantalizing dancio allure. These ways a lavish sir hosted Betheshan soft huel thylite, a night of indulgence upon thawabs. In the karaoke area, a wealthy young man was belt in good canton as a rendition of boundless oceans, vast skies. A beautiful waitress knelt beside the table, uncorking a bottle of Romaine Conti with care, pouring several glasses of tea exquisite wine. It's all thanks to me brother Jinghung, you've been waiting gage to get me handsome this wine, exclaimed Wang Shirfan Amman in a floral shirt, as she embraced a beauty beside him. His eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of her wine. Where do you think kicked it? Ji Jinghan smiled elegantly a Luftman beside him, Tang searching, and explained it was adjuf from Jo Jeffera Verionito enjoy. With that, he lifted his glass first. Let's do asto jogu. Tang searching, up and hearing this, uncrossed dislundled sandraised this glass, joining Fatos twithelo, magnetic voice. Aslan gasaviri when I shave in gajut time, there is no need for such formality. His black shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, revealing go in toughest strong physique beneath the tailored fabric. Beneath his short black hair lay a facioshan simias a celestial being, with a hybrid no cedar net big old rimmed glasses, hyzes hidden behind the lens, held a depth that was both enigmatic and captivating, while his perfect lay sculpted Jolini exuded a narrow aristocracy. He embodied a refined restraint, yet arose an undeniable distance that'si them apart from worldly crowd, causing every ospering siciale tito hesitate, unsure o photo approach him. Wang Shirfan, everthi jovial spirit, teased, Jo Geis Quitebeist, it's da for a stajatagather, and no Jinghang organizes this gathering just suck against each other, not to mention he brought such wine. Tang shaking merrily smiled, lifting his gaze momentarily, and next time, Wang Shao musto staswell. Wang Shifang grinned widely, that sapramise. With the six of a rancher head, let shave me Jo Giesing play big show tan dilsing get for him. The atmosphere in the privateer mignate dansmarie, the music blaring, and spirit soaring. Tang Shiking had just rushed over from agrawelling 14-horse surgery, only attending because the invite kama from Jijinghong eckled who'd friend had mysterious lie vanished for over 2 years, otherwise, Harrele found time for such frivolous social gatherings. Listening to the conversations about luxury cars, designer watches, and beautiful women, Heffeltapra found sense of disinterest, his fatigue mounting, he longed to retreat to his room for rest. Rising, he announced, you will continue just. Apologies for the delay through a seminar incident at the show. A woman's voice suddenly interrupted him, turning. Heba held a striking figure a woman in a purple spaghetti strap gown, her makeup flawlessly applied, purply ways anatrius sly difficult color tower, butchim body dits mystery, sensuality, and grassito perfection. Her waist was slender, the dress cathita revia long, fair legs, and her face was mesmerizing, with alluring fix like a sand soft smile a thought struck like he dagger to the heart, captivating everagaziantherum. She was a breathtaking vision, impossible to ignore. Though she had entered behind a waitress, her presence eclipsed Adelos, drawing every to order. Tang Shiking instinctively adjusted his glasses, his movement exuding gainlig and sefat belied the keen glint of mischief in his narrowed eyes. Shanyan approached the group, her smile tinged with a hint of apologies as spoke, imlatialo metadrinkatos to Mijilf. She understood that, despite the frivolity of the gathering, each person present was a mionche could not afford to offend. Her invitation had likely been extended so lijuator striking appearance, yet in thigh soft easy affluent young men, beauty washered lie occurrence they had encountered far too macofit. Thus in the face of such overwhelming wealth she felt their beauty was beautiflating gasset, and she needed to navigate this waters with finesse, lest Chelosathichen to find a suitable patron. As Tang Shiking stood to speak, Theothers followed suit, offering their respect. The watchada Shinyandon and her Drenonka, Fenternet to Tang searching, asking, what were Wabuta say Jogu, where are you heading? Originally intending to say, you'll enjoy him going tourist, Tang Shiking's weeflay altirides words you will continue will just fetch another bottle of wine, it's a occasion for everyone to enjoy themselves. Wang Shifan Shamet Incherfuli wore a truly fortuna tonight. Tang Shiking turned to retrieve the wine. After downing her drink, Shenya noted the attention was still on Thimon referred to as Jogu. She felt a cold detachment, yet remained alert. After all, she was merely Yamadol with Butyevaniv Shoshonian screen. Among these privileged deities, she was likely in Asami register. Onof Kulthi young men joked, one drink isn't enough for Rakelti, I should be at least 3. Shenyan maintained her composure, smiling as he turned to speaker. Chenshao Wi-Fi SSO Thenthriitis. Shariched Ferrano their glass, but Jijing Hanj interrupted dauntless and to him drink sparingly and fiel fritosit. One Shifan added, exactly the beautiful Adito as need to drink how I'll pour wine for a beauty upon arrival? Others echoed, yes, please make yourself comfortable. With a gracious smile, Shenyan replied, thank you everyone. In the private room, many men and women filled the space, yet Hera where Tang Shiking had sich remained dembi as no womander approach, unaware of this, Shenyan made her way to the spot beside him. Just as she sped forward, she collided with Tang searching how was returning with the wine, her right heel inadvertently stepping on his polished shoe. Startled yet composed, she quickly moved back, murmuring, I'm sorry. Tang Shiking lowered discazito her, his voice as smooth and gentlemanly, no harm done. Asher released the hand he had instinctively placed on her waist to steady her head, I did's me in tointrud. His voice was depan melodious, a rare gentility that made Shenyan feel no hint of impropriety. Meeting his gaze, she read a slight smiley and replied, it's alright. Chapter 2 The Loneliness. That was settled onto the couch, Tang Shiking placing the wine in thitable, his gaze drifting to a spot where had just held her waist, a faint smile tigged at the corners of his lips, his eyes growing contemplative a hair waist that been exquisite lidlicate. Unaware, Shenyan continued to engage in lively conversation with the others. A waiter approached to open the wine Tang Shiking had just brought. One she fancies where Glueto Shenyan, his gazeteasing gashera marked, ever since this beauty arrived, I can hardly see any other woman. Shenyan, catching Giscament, quickly interjected with a bright smile, Wanshout your words are making me see us should all be praised together. Among them were a many pampira dung ladies, proud and haughty one chieftain's compliment kudi silly puther in their crosshairs. Seeing Shenyan flustered, Wan Sherfan, unable to bear the sight of a beautiful woman in distress, jovial lace up to lighten the mood exactly, every girl is beautiful in her own right, let's raise a glass to all the lovely lady a share. Tang Shiking joined in, lifting his glass more Asha set it down, hair clined leisurely against the Bykofti sofa, his gaze suddenly fixed in Shenyan, she conversed with a captivating charm, exuding the finesse of his socialite, yet their occasional smileless antidate an underlying insecurity. Tang Shiking observed her like a hunter studying esprit, contemplating how best to ensnare her. Shenyan's finny buzzed incessantly with new messages, which ignored Dante Lazarius of urgent calls prompted her to frown in annoyance, she retrieved her phony ansel and seated. Tang Shiking kotelimsio furlock screen a handsome email character from a anime a hand enthusiast? Shenyang seedeth the missed calls, Heraeus darkening with cold disdain, maintaining her composure, she insetted Tuthagrap in just stepping out to the restroom. With her Percy in hand, Sheik Satedo Ezer Tedek dialing back the missed calls, Thelinik Ted quickly, revealing gaffrantic voice in Theotharendio little brat, feeling bold no or ru, ignoring the messages and calls, I don't carry wary warajet back Heri immediately. Shenyan listened calmly, a cold smile gracing her lips, what's there to go back for, Tamaritha toldman, mother, have you ever considered Mayo your daughter? Hermothera retorted, if it didn't see you as me daughter, would he have you arrange at this match? The Jo family holds a significant status, countless women would give you anything to marry and, after a zinja, it's time for a outer payme will woman say of this feeding a should the eyes a themaman to marry. Ashermother's words echoed in her ears, Shenyan felt taprafan sorrow wash over her. Thichaloft hisa breezidus led her darkeras he spoke coldly if Geo family is so wonderful, would Dante omari him I ourself, I vegeven you ever a penny of our ned since I started working and diet your remain insatiable. Do you think if I'm didocidocarm thesia lights of iride? She gaston to the abyssal depths of the ocean, her heart is cold as the dark waters. I will never marry into a family, and thou will never see another sent from. With that, she hung up, even turning to her phone. Having never known her father, she felt she should be grateful to her mother for raising her, yet, Shenlangsen Hadelway street hair with disdain, projecting her own frustrations into her daughter. As Shenyang Waldron more beautiful, her mother's attitude shifted slightly, butitwas clear shabut hera samari kashkau, hoping to mold her into socialite among the powerful. Now, she wanted her to marry Aman old enough to her grandfather, simply revolting. Regaining her composure, Shenyan took a deep breath and pulled a Dutaman cigarette, placing it between her lips. She fumbled with her lighter, trying to ignite, but it failed to spark. Just as was about to give up Ashado fell over, and a flickering blue flame appeared before her. A deep, magnetic voice east, need a light? Tang Shiking held due to lit lighter, his gesture referring to light her cigarette. Shenyan froze a ferament, unsure if he had ever heard her earlier conversation. Sensing Arunia's, Tang Shiking spoke again. You notice Ideo your lighter wasn't working, guess I walk beat, so it hotted help. His words reassured her. The ruas gentleman le qualitito impetuous comforting, shine instinctive limitisques, her heart racing as he found him without his glasses, his deep sedes radiating warmth hand elegance that surpassed their previous encounter. Standing at 189 cm, Hito over Harris heeling against the railing, enveloped in his presence, there Aslaka over the faint blue glow of tea lighter, and she felt momentarily entranced by his striking feature. She's elegance intensified without his glasses. Feeling flustered, she quickly averted her gaze, softly murmuring, none. She returned the cigarettetto her purse and, lifting her head, greet him with a gracious thank you. With that, she gracefully stepped aside, distancing herself from Tang Shirching. Until she determined how to ally herself with, she couldn't afford to create an misunderstanding or ambiguous situations with these privileged young men. Failing to achieve her goals would mean losing her entire opportunity. Tang Shiking didn't extinguish the flame, instead held a cigarette for himself, leaning against the railing. Gash watched Shenyan disappear into the night. As you'll smile a curve of his lips, his expression complex and inscrutable as she led wisps of smoke, concealing the predatory instincts lurking beneath his calm demeanor. Her steps were light, her dress fluttering in the breeze, her figure enchanting and graceful, each step seemed to tread upon his heart. The design of her backless dress was irresistibly alluring. He hadn't overheard her finical initially. He had gone to restroom, only to learn from a waiter that she had come here, finding her in the act of lighting a cigarette. As Shenyan returned to the entrance of the privateeroom, she expected him to follow, much like the other men had before, yet he did not. It seemed he had merely stepped out for a smoke, coincidentally encountering her. Perhaps she had read too much into it. This man felt different from those she had encountered before. His words measured, his demeanor gentlemanly, devoid of usual frivolity. She had always been drawn to such refined, aristocratic men, but now love felt like a luxury she could not afford. Chapter 03, Pleased to meet you. As Tang Shirching re-entered the private room, Shenyan found herself being coaxed into drinking by Wang Shifan and another wealthy young man. After this drink, I truly cannot indulge any further, Shenyan said, her cheeks flushed with a hint of intoxication as she chuckled and gently declined. My tolerance pales in comparison to yours, having consumed all of Wang Xiao's liquor. If you refuse this cup, Shen, the beautiful lady would be deemed as lacking in grace. Chen Xiao chimed in, raising his glass and playfully urging her. Shenyan forced a smile, feeling the corners of her mouth twitch. Among their group, Chen Xiao had the most modest background yet was the most audacious in his frivolity. Yet if she truly intended to disregard him, she would have relished the thought of splashing the drink in his face. Just as she pondered a way to decline, a hand reached over from her side, directly taking the wine glass from Chen Xiao's grasp, accompanied by a calm voice, I shall drink on her behalf. Upon hearing that voice, Shenyan instinctively turned to find Tang Shirching standing closely behind her. His outstretched arm seemed to envelop her in a protective embrace, an inexplicable air of intimacy lingering in the atmosphere. Tang Shirching did not lower his gaze to meet hers, mindful of the burgeoning tension. Instead, his eyes remained cool and indifferent, fixated on the boisterous Chen Xiao, playfully obstructing the drink. Chen Xiao immediately withdrew his hand. Downing the drink himself, and with a forced smile, he remarked, How could I let you good drink my liquor? Hearing Chen Xiao's sycophantic tone, Shenyan felt a surge of curiosity towards the man behind her. She recognized that Chen Xiao was adept at currying favor. The last time he had been so obsequious was towards Ji Jinghang, who belonged to the upper echelon of the elite. Clearly, Chen Xiao's current demeanor was even more ingratiating than before. Leaving Shenyan to wonder about the identity of the man who would shield her from drink and offer her a cigarette on the deck, earning such respect. At that moment, it was the first time Shenyan scrutinized Tang Shirching. Her curiosity intensifying. Girls who dislike drinking should indulge in juice, Ji Jinghang, the instigator, announced. No one is allowed to persuade the ladies to drink. Shenyan, coming back to her senses, forced a calm smile at Tang Shirching. Expressing her gratitude, thank you for rescuing me, Tang Shirching finally met her gaze, his voice low and magnetic. It was nothing, his eyes remained tranquil, concealing any personal emotions. Wang Shifan, sensing the atmosphere, laughed heartily. Everyone, please sit down. Why are we standing while drinking? Shall we play some dodiju? Come on, who fears whom? Soon a few of them gathered around to play cards. As they returned to the sofa, Tang Shirching glanced at Shenyan. whose face bore the telltale signs of inebriation, and gentlemanly inquired, "Would you care for some juice? It might alleviate the effects of the alcohol this time." Shen did not refuse, with a charming smile. She replied, "Yes, could you kindly fetch it for me?" With no further refusal, Tang Shirqing's lips curved into a subtle smile, exuding elegance and grace as he replied, "It would be my pleasure." As he spoke, he leisurely unfastened his cufflinks, rolling his sleeves up to reveal his long, slender, and exquisitely fair hands, which he used to bring a glass of juice to her. As a hand enthusiast, Shen Yan was captivated by the beauty of his hand, perhaps the finest she had ever seen. However, her gaze was soon drawn to the luxury watch adorning his wrist. She recognized that timepiece, one of a kind, coveted by many affluent individuals, its acquisition a symbol of status within high society. She recalled how the news had reported that it had fallen into the hands of a mysterious figure after a fierce competition, a battle not merely of wealth but of prestige. Lost in thought, Shen Yan pondered the identity of the man before her. How could he command such respect among these dandy young men? The liquor he procured was also something that wealth alone could not guarantee. Was he not the ideal ally she had always envisioned? Wealthy, powerful, and handsome, even his hands were to her liking. When Shen Yan lifted her gaze to meet Tang Shirqing's, her demeanor was no longer distant but rather infused with allure and temptation. Unabashedly locking eyes with him, her lips parted gently. "Thank you for the juice." In the dimly lit private room, where the lights danced and flickered, Tang Shirqing met Shen Yan's flirtatious gaze for the first time that evening. She did not shy away, and he noticed how her attention had shifted from his hand to the watch on his wrist, her pupils momentarily widening. Was her allure stemming from his hand or that watch? Nevertheless, for him, the reason mattered little. Shen Yan raised the juice cup to her lips, deliberately leaving a pronounced imprint of her lips on the rim. "May I propose a toast to you?" she asked. Her radiant smile captivating as she lifted the juice glass toward Tang Shirqing. Tang Shirqing observed the vivid lip print on the cup, its shape exquisite, the color enhanced by the interplay of light and liquid. Appearing almost temptingly luscious, unconsciously he swallowed, his demeanor still composed as he lifted his own glass of wine, gently clinking it against hers, his voice low and magnetic. "Miss Shen, there is no need for such formality." The man raised his glass to his lips, drinking deeply, the motion of his throat becoming even more enchanting in the mesmerizing ambience. This only intensified Shen Yan's curiosity about the man before her. "Do you know me?" she inquired, placing her juice glass down and initiating conversation. "Of course," Tang Shirqing replied, toying with the elegant wine glass in his hand, lazily swirling it, his gaze fixed on Shen Yan. "A world-renowned model, voted as the most desired woman to marry globally. How could I not recognize you?" Shen Yan had been selected as a supermodel due to her stunning legs and captivating visage. Otherwise, her height of 169 centimeters would have led to her immediate disqualification. However, Tang Shirqing had never paid attention to such matters until he encountered her that evening and subsequently searched for related news. With graceful composure, Shen Yan accepted the compliment, smiling modestly. "It is merely an ephemeral title, a superficial jest." She paused, her smile radiant. "How should I address you?" Tang Shirqing introduced himself with a gentlemanly demeanor. "I am a doctor. Everyone affectionately calls me Zhouge." Shen Yan's breath hitched upon hearing his name, Tang Shirqing, Zhouge, the very scion of the influential Tang family. She had long heard tales of how the ninth master of the Tang family rarely attended gatherings or events. Remaining the most discreet among the elite, rumors spoke of his refined elegance, akin to that of a celestial being, and the man before her certainly exuded such grace. A tide of excitement surged within Shen Yan. Her demeanor poised yet inviting as she extended her hand, her voice melodious. "Zhouge, it is a pleasure to meet you." With her chin slightly raised, she resembled a hunter declaring her intent, her eyes sparkling with charm as she introduced herself. "I am Shen Yan." As in the smoke of fireworks, Tang Shirqing regarded her delicate hand and the striking smile that adorned her face, his heart stirred by an undercurrent of emotion. He smiled gently, promptly grasping her outstretched hand in response. "The pleasure is mine." The beauty of her hand was soft and supple, evoking a stirring in his heart. Chapter 04. This is my room. Subsequently, Tang Shirqing was beckoned by the young men to indulge in a few more drinks, while Wang Shifan attempted to engage him in a card game. "Apologies, do enjoy yourselves. I just completed a surgery and am feeling rather fatigued. I shall retire to my room for some rest." Tang Shirqing politely informed Wang Shifan, leisurely rolling down his sleeves and fastening his cufflinks as he prepared to depart. The wealthy young man, displaying understanding, replied, "Indeed, surgery can be exhausting. Zhouge, please take your leave and rest." Before leaving, Tang Shirqing leaned down to address Shen Yan, who was seated on the sofa. "If I am not present, do not feel compelled to drink. Should anyone pressure you, simply state that I have forbidden it. His words carried an unmistakable ambiguity, suggesting a man safeguarding a woman, a detail that could easily unsettle someone like Xinyan, who had grown accustomed to a cold and indifferent environment. His gentlemanly nature, devoid of frivolity, was enough to draw her into an unspoken whirlpool of emotions. Xinyan stared, momentarily stunned, as Tang Shiqing straightened and spoke to Ji Jinghang. Please have the server bring some snacks and honey water to my room. Understood, Ji Jinghang replied. Do hurry back to rest. Do you remember the room number? Tang Shiqing added, his tone slightly elevated. Room 8. Ji Jinghang frowned in annoyance. I am well aware of your room number. I personally arranged it. How could I forget? On the yacht, there were numerous suites, and room 8 was the most luxurious, specifically reserved for him as a childhood friend. Why was he reminding him of it now? Yet Tang Shiqing merely acknowledged with a nonchalant his gaze betraying no personal sentiments as he turned to exit the private room. Ji Jinghang muttered to himself, something seems off with him today. Xinyan watched as Tang Shiqing's figure faded from view. Her head bowed, her thoughts swirling tumultuously, appearing to those around her as if she were in a melancholic state. If you are feeling unwell, perhaps you should return to your room, Ji Jinghang suggested. Turning his attention to Xinyan, the purpose of inviting you here was to help you unwind. Don't feel obliged to maintain such a lowly demeanor. If there are drinks you do not wish to consume, simply decline. Hearing Ji Jinghang's voice, Xinyan snapped back to reality, lifting her gaze to meet his, her heart filled with gratitude as she replied, I haven't overindulged, so there is no need for concern. Ji Jinghang was a close friend of hers, yet they had only recently become acquainted, which made her somewhat reserved. Just as long as you haven't overdone it, Ji Jinghang reassured her, before joining the others who were engrossed in a game of dodiju. As Xinyan lowered her head once more, a heavy heart compelled her to bite her lip, her mind echoing with the words Tang Shiqing had whispered in her ear before departing. As well as the room number he had intentionally raised his voice to announce. An instinctive feeling told her that Tang Shiqing meant to convey something specifically to her, though it could very well be her own fanciful thinking. Could this man be worth her gamble? Amidst her restless hesitation, she retrieved her long-silenced phone, pressed the power button, and, unsurprisingly, was met with a barrage of suffocating new messages, all from her mother. It was truly laughable. Treating her like a mere commodity, hastily eager to sell her off. You ungrateful girl, have you lost your mind? You think that just because you've gone off the grid, I wouldn't be able to find you? If I were to stir up some trouble in the media, your future would be in shambles, your reputation tarnished. Just consider the substantial penalties from all those advertising contracts waiting for you. You'd best think this through. Reading the messages, Xinyan's grip on her phone tightened, her knuckles turning pale, as a cold smile crept into her heart. Her agency was already suppressing her because she refused to succumb to the unspoken rules. The patron was prepared to abandon her. She vividly recalled the patron's disdainful words. What are you so proud of? What do you have that is worthy of such superiority? Apart from your looks, what else do you possess? Those who elevate you to such heights can just as easily bring you crashing down when they choose to acknowledge you. You are a supermodel under the spotlight. Otherwise, you are merely an upscale escort. The vulgarity and humiliation embedded in those words would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime, with wolves ahead and tigers behind if her life was destined to be preyed upon. She would prefer to choose her own hunter. After sending a reassuring message to her assistant, she powered her phone off again, downing 2 glasses of liquor before departing the private room, bidding farewell to the others. Her inner turmoil unresolved, she made her way back to the deck, standing in the sea breeze, tilting her head slightly to let the crisp wind awaken her senses. The sea breeze tousled her hair. Her skirt fluttered, and under the starlight, her slightly tilted face exuded a captivating allure, a scene so beautiful it felt surreal, yet only Xinyan knew the chaos that resided within her at that moment. After all, losing this bet could be more disastrous than facing wolves and tigers. However, the 2 glasses of liquor she had consumed did not awaken her, rather, they left her feeling more tipsy and slightly adrift. Room 8. Clutching her room card, Xinyan staggered slightly as she searched for the room. Upon arrival, she stared at the room number for a moment, hesitating, then pretended to be inebriated as she swiped her room card. Deliberately making a loud commotion, she twisted the doorknob, which, of course, did not yield. Pretending to be intoxicated, she knocked on the door, mumbling, "Why won't it open?" She continued tapping on the door, softly complaining about its stubbornness. Resembling a charmingly tipsy beauty, yet, with the door refusing to budge, she told herself that if the occupant did not answer within 3 seconds, she would give up. She persisted in her futile attempts to create noise at the door. Leaning against it, and just as she was about to concede, the door suddenly swung open, causing Xinyan, leaning against it, to stumble forward with a startled gasp. Tang Shiqing, clad in a deep gray bathrobe, caught her just in time, shutting the door behind him fresh from the shower, his bathrobe loosely tied at the waist, droplets of water still clung to his hair and glistened on his collarbone and exposed chest. Presenting an enticing yet restrained aura. As he spoke, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "Miss Shin, is there something you need?" His hand around her waist tightened gradually, his voice lowered. "Why the urgency in knocking?" Gazing up at the alluring man before her, Shinyen unconsciously swallowed hard, nearly losing her composure. Striving to maintain her act, she let her eyes drift in a dazed manner, brushing against the hand he had wrapped around her waist. Her slightly tipsy voice murmuring, "What are you doing here? My room card won't open the door." The intoxicating scent of alcohol lingered in her words, her beautiful eyes appearing hazy and alluring, yet she insisted. "Remove your hand." Tang Shiqing observed her state with a slight smirk, his deep-set eyes glimmering as he gradually released his hold around her waist, saying slowly, "This is my room." Shinyan feigned shock. Blinking her enchanting eyes, and after a brief pause, she playfully patted her cheeks, pretending to regain her composure, glancing at the room number on the wall, then down at her room card. She bit her lip in embarrassment. Her voice still laced with a hint of drunkenness. "I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll leave now." Seeing her attempt to turn away, Tang Shiqing nonchalantly placed his hand on the doorknob, skillfully preventing her from leaving, and instead quietly asked, "Did you drink again after I left?" Chapter 05, Benefits, Self-inflicted. Out of the corner of her eye, Shinyen caught sight of the man's hand deliberately resting on the doorknob, blocking her exit. She coyly lifted her heavy eyelids, nodding in affirmation. Her demeanor, in contrast to her usual stunning beauty, appeared somewhat endearing. Teetering slightly in her high heels, Tang Shiqing steadied her by placing a hand on her shoulder, allowing her to regain her balance as he looked into her eyes and said, "Didn't I tell you not to drink before leaving?" Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm on her shoulder, she did not shy away but tilted her head back, gazing at him with sultry eyes, her voice dripping with charm. "I'm just a nobody, I can't always refuse others' drinks." She let her long curled eyelashes fall, casting a shadow over her eyes as she continued, "And I wouldn't want to add to your troubles, lest someone misinterprets things." As she spoke, Shinyan suddenly swayed on her feet, nearly losing her balance. In an instant, Tang Shiqing was genuinely concerned she might fall. Stepping forward to wrap his arm around her shoulders, Shinyan leaned against his chest, hearing his low voice murmur, "Be careful." He looked down at the inebriated woman nestled against him, his brow slightly furrowed. "Since I've told you, you shouldn't fear trouble or misunderstandings." His words and tone made Shinyan's ears tingle, evoking a sense of unreality within her, leaving her momentarily dazed as she gazed up at him, bewildered by the intensity of his concern. Despite it being their first meeting, Tang Shiqing noticed Shinyan staring blankly at him, a hint of an amused smile gracing his lips. "You're drunk, there is honey water over there, drink some and get some rest." He guided her to the sofa and sat her down, then turned to fetch the honey water. Upon returning, he bent down and offered it to her. "Drink up." Shinyan did not immediately reach for the cup. Instead, she stared at the man before her, blinking her dreamy eyes as if searching for something, then blurted out, "Do you put drugs in the water?" Tang Shiqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, then chuckled, not responding but instead taking a sip himself, setting the cup down on the coffee table beside her without displaying any emotion. "I'll leave it here. If you want a drink, help yourself. If you're afraid, then don't." He began to walk away, but suddenly a delicate leg stretched out in front of him, blocking his path. It was Shinyan, lounging on the sofa, deliberately extending her leg to impede him. With a languid allure, she reclined against the sofa, while Tang Shiqing stood above her, gazing down at her exquisite face, her enchanting fox-like eyes glimmering as she tentatively spoke. "I'm feeling dizzy. Can you feed me?" Tang Shiqing was taken aback, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes as he slowly leaned down, placing his hands on either side of the sofa's backrest, effectively trapping her between his arms. His low voice resonated. Benefits. In this charged atmosphere, his breath was tantalizingly close, causing Shinyan's heart to race uncontrollably. Her curled eyelashes fluttering softly, the intoxicated gaze she bore was utterly beguiling as she gazed intently at the man above her, her lips slightly parted. Benefits. Self-inflicted. Tang Shiqing's breath hitched at her words, and as her lips parted slightly, his throat involuntarily convulsed. She was like a bewitching fairy, so exquisitely beautiful and alluring that it was nearly impossible to resist. His voice dropped an octave as he echoed her words. Self-inflicted? Shinyan was aware he sought confirmation, yet she understood the choice she had made in entering this room, fully prepared for whatever consequences might arise. An impulsive urge to gamble everything, she neither denied nor elaborated but instead gazed provocatively at Tang Shiqing. her eyes sparkling with a mesmerizing radiance as she bit her lip, a sight so lethal to a man already struggling to maintain his composure. Tang Shihqing sensed her deliberate enticement yet found himself helplessly ensnared. Leaning closer, he descended towards her luscious red lips. Self-inflicted benefits, Although Shen Yan had mentally prepared herself, she tightened her fists in nervous anticipation as Tang Shihqing's lips descended upon hers, her enchanting eyes blinking rapidly. Betraying her inner turmoil, Tang Shihqing noticed her anxiety and, pressing against her lips, asked in a low murmur, "Are you afraid?" Gathering her courage, Shen Yan grasped the collar of his bathrobe. "As long as you take responsibility." "I am not afraid." Tang Shihqing's eyes narrowed slightly as she kissed him once more. Her lips were soft and delectable, just as he had imagined, imbued with the lingering fragrance of wine. It was hard to discern whether it was the intoxication of the drink or her allure that ensnared him, leaving his heart a little dizzy and craving even more. In the spacious suite, the only sounds that remained were the sultry whispers exchanged between their lips. The woman reclined on the sofa, tilting her head back, while the once gentlemanly man leaned over, bending low, kissing her with unrefined fervor. Shen Yan's heart raced uncontrollably as she stammered, "Will you, take responsibility?" After a prolonged silence, the answer she yearned for eluded her, replaced only by his increasingly passionate and greedy kisses, which even led him to grip the nape of her neck. He resembled a cat eager only for pleasure without a thought for accountability. "You are intoxicated." Tang Shihqing suppressed the urge to tear her dress and ended the kiss, gently brushing the disheveled lipstick from the corner of her mouth with his fingertip. Shen Yan's lips tingled from the kiss, and she longed to discern the emotions of this man, who had just stepped out of the realm of ambiguity, yet his expression betrayed no personal sentiment, as though the kiss had no bearing on him at all. "This fish is quite difficult to catch," she thought, smiling alluringly as she languidly continued, and then, he did not respond to her query about responsibility, merely stating, "You are intoxicated," and then, Tang Shihqing smiled in return. "Ask your questions when you are sober." He wished to possess her. The notion had taken root the moment he laid eyes on her. However, he preferred her to be lucid and responsive, for it would make her memories of the encounter more profound. As for her current drunken state, he had no interest in it. Shen Yan perceived the implication in his words that their evening would conclude here. She admitted that such an ending brought a sense of relief, yet she could not shake the feeling of loss. She looked at Tang Shihqing and spoke. He naturally replied, "I'll get you some honey watered." It was as if he were saying, "The benefits are yours to claim." He turned and sat beside her again, offering the glass of honey water to her lips. "Open your mouth." Shen Yan did not refuse again, taking a couple of sips before gazing at Tang Shihqing with lingering eyes. "This is still unfair. The benefits you seek outweigh the service," and she tilted her head, her delicate fingers lightly tapping her own lips, her eyes sparkling. "My first kiss." Chapter 06. Such absurd downfall. Tang Shihqing looked at Shen Yan, her current enchanting demeanor tinged with a touch of innocence, and felt for the first time that he was utterly vulgar, ensnared in her beauty. Yet he had succumbed, again and again, especially after kissing her. Both his body and mind had been captured by her. He abhorred the sense of losing control yet craved entanglement with her. "Your first kiss? That seems a bit unfair." Tang Shihqing maintained a calm facade, deliberately concealing his emotions as he spoke. "What does Miss Shen desire as compensation?" Shen Yan mused that for two unfamiliar individuals to forge a connection, it typically revolved around money or feelings. Discussing feelings now felt insincere, so she opted for straightforwardness. "I noticed the watch on your wrist in the private room. I've never seen one like it. It's quite intriguing." Tang Shihqing was taken aback by her candor but showed no resistance, simply responding, "That watch cannot be given to you." Shen Yan pouted slightly. "Oh." Then she raised her gaze to him. "What about if Mr. Tang gifts me something else?" At first encounter, discussing feelings felt too phony. Moreover, a young man of privilege would not lack for women feigning sincerity to climb into his bed. They had seen it all and would grow weary of it. If this man truly desired her body, let him believe she was materialistic. After all, he had no shortage of wealth. If a person could obtain what they wanted with something they possessed in abundance, it would significantly alleviate their concerns, allowing them to look forward to future meetings with ease. Indeed, Tang Shihqing chuckled and agreed. "Very well, I will gift you another watch. You may choose the style and brand." Shen Yan smiled, pressing her advantage. "Then you must accompany me to the counter to try it on to select the one that suits me best." Tang Shihqing readily consented. "Of course. How about tomorrow?" Shen Yan inquired. "Are you free tomorrow?" Tang Shihqing replied, "I am free." "Then it's settled." Shen Yan said, rising from the sofa. "I apologize for the interruption today. I shall return to my own room now." "Are you certain you want to leave now?" Tang Shihqing, arms crossed and legs crossed, observed her with a calculated demeanor, seemingly offering a kind reminder. everyone else is gradually returning to their rooms after indulging in good wine. This party was specifically organized by the G family. If I'm not mistaken, there are likely many paparazzi monitoring this yacht. Ji Jinghang had not appeared for quite some time, and the gossip media had spun numerous speculations about him. Though the trending topics would soon fade, they could not quell the public's curiosity, and now that Ji Jinghang had made a grand entrance with such an extravagant yacht party, it was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Ji family to dispel all rumors online. After Tang Shiqing spoke, he noticed Xin Yan's expression shift, and he deliberately added, "If Miss Xin does not wish to be photographed and land on the gossip headlines, it would be wise to endure a night of discomfort here." Xin Yan's eyes flickered, contemplating whether she could admit to wanting to be photographed. If the media caught her entering the residence of the ninth young master of the Tang family and lingering for an extended period. Her lipstick askew, it would deter the Gao family from pressuring her into marriage. However, she also understood that affluent families generally despised scandalous news linked to the entertainment industry. Patience was essential, one must fish slowly. What to do then? Xin Yan feigned a flustered demeanor. "When I entered just now, could I have already been photographed? Will it cause you trouble?" Her face expressed genuine remorse. "Not at all, I can handle it." Tang Shiqing said, intentionally adding, "Just if you go out looking like this, I might not be able to manage it." As he spoke, he stood up, suggesting, "I'll sleep on the sofa, there are pajamas in the bathroom." "Help yourself." Xin Yan watched him genuinely walk towards the larger sofa, a distance from the bed, and bit her lip, thinking to herself, "Who said they wanted me to handle it? I want to trend on the news with you." Yet, Tang Shiqing was the first man who did not take advantage of her intoxicated state. Previous men would revel in getting her drunk and tossing her onto the bed. Xin Yan shook her head suddenly. Dispelling the fantasy, reminding herself to abandon any unrealistic thoughts, after washing up, she nestled into bed. Xin Yan had a peculiar quirk. She was afraid of the dark, a psychological issue stemming from being left alone in a room by her uncaring mother during her childhood. Thus she always slept with the lights on, oblivious to her plight. Tang Shiqing noticed she lay down for quite some time with the light still on, assuming she was restless due to sharing a room with a stranger. So he let it be. Xin Yan had intended to remain awake, yet after consuming 2 glasses of wine, she succumbed to drowsiness, drifting into a light slumber. Meanwhile, Tang Shiqing found it impossible to sleep. Gazing at the woman lying with her back to him on the bed, lost in myriad thoughts, he rose and stepped onto the balcony, the glass door shut behind him. A man who typically had no smoking habit lit a cigarette. Taking drag after drag, exhaling rings of smoke to conceal the turmoil within him, his deep gaze pierced through the haze and glass, resting on the woman sprawled on the bed, her waist covered by a silk sheet. Her fair and long legs partially exposed, the memory of kissing her flooded back. His gaze deepened with unspoken undercurrents, and after inhaling a few more puffs, he chuckled lightly to himself, self-deprecatingly murmuring, "This is truly absurd. Tang Shiqing, have you truly fallen so easily?" That night, Tang Shiqing lost track of how many cigarettes he smoked. The next day, when Xin Yan awoke, the room was devoid of Tang Shiqing's presence, and he had left no trace of himself. As if everything had merely been a figment of her drunken imagination, had he vanished just like that? Xin Yan felt somewhat at a loss as she surveyed the empty suite, not even a means of contacting him left behind. How could she orchestrate their next encounter? Frustration washed over her as she slapped her forehead. She should have refrained from drinking. Had she remained sober, he would not have slipped away so easily. Indeed, alcohol had muddled her affairs. Hastily, she rose from the bed and, after freshening up, an unexpected knock at the door caught her attention. At that moment, she inexplicably hoped it was Tang Shiqing. She hurried to open the door, only to be met with disappointment. It was a maid, holding a delicate and exquisite box with both hands, respectfully stating, "Hello, Miss Xin, this is a delivery from Mr. Tang." He said, "Choose as you wish, and that he has taken care of everything, allowing you to come and go freely." "Thank you," Xin Yan replied with a polite smile as she accepted the box. After closing the door, she stared at the box in confusion. She walked over to the sofa, opened it, and discovered it contained a set of limited edition luxury watches. Indeed, it was an extravagant gesture, yet she felt no thrill, grumbling, "What a cad, is this how you dismiss me, after all that performance last night?" She was not interested in a watch. Her true intention was to be seen with him in the mall. She could not simply accept this. Xin Yan hurriedly closed the box and opened the door again. Fortunate that the maid had not wandered far, calling out to her and returning the box intact. "Tell Mr. Tang that I was drunk last night and cannot recall anything I said. I appreciate his gift, but it is not to my liking." Chapter 07. Suffocating kinship. She could not accept his compensation like this. She needed him to feel that he still owed her something, having bid farewell to the box. Shen briefly tidied herself up. Instead of leaving immediately, she lingered on the sofa with a sense of anticipation, unlocking her phone to peruse the news. As expected, the yacht had indeed made headlines. Trending under hashtags such as extravagant nights of the elite Ji Jinghang. The level of opulence is simply shocking. Shen pursed her lips in disdain. It was a missed opportunity for her to ride the wave of publicity alongside Tang Shurqing, as not a single entry related to him had surfaced. Undoubtedly something he had orchestrated. After all, the other wealthy young men had been mentioned to varying degrees. For a fleeting moment, Shen pondered whether she had chosen the wrong ally, finding his mysteriousness rather unsettling. As she scrolled through the trending comments, a WeChat message from her close friend Ji Shuyi pinged in. Mayen, did you have fun last night? Did anyone bully you? If someone did, just tell my brother. Shen replied, yes. Ji Shuyi immediately initiated a long-distance call, and upon answering, she inquired with urgency, who had the audacity to bully you? Give me a name. Hearing her friend's voice instantly lifted Shenyan's spirits. And she chuckled, just kidding, no one bullied me. Oh, by the way, she cleared her throat and asked earnestly, do you happen to know Tang Shurqing? Ji Gij? Ji Shuyi blurted out, her brow slightly furrowing. I met him a few times when I was a child, but we rarely crossed paths as we grew older. He is grandfather Tang's favorite grandson. I remember him as very refined and cultured. Quite humble and low-key now. He is a renowned neurosurgeon, quite popular in the medical community. As Ji Shuyi spoke, a wave of curiosity washed over her, and she lowered her voice conspiratorially. Hey, why the sudden interest in him? Did he bully you last night? Shenyan's gaze darkened. He truly was the rumored ninth young master of the Tang family, undeniably the best ally she could have. Some events had transpired last night, and she planned to discuss them in detail once she returned home. Shenyan inquired further. Have you heard if Tang Shurqing has a fiancée or anything? You wealthy families are so fond of arranged marriages. Not that I know of, Ji Shuyi replied candidly, but there are plenty of girls who adore him. My cousin Ji Shuya is quite infatuated with him, Shen interjected directly. A crush doesn't count. Whoever wins him over gets him. Having previously confided in Ji Shuyi about her desire to find a powerful ally, she mentioned Tang Shurqing, prompting Ji Shuyi to hastily suggest, instead of pursuing Tang Shurqing, why not go for my brother? He's super handsome and fits your preferences perfectly. A handsome man like him would make a great brother-in-law, she admitted. She, as a girl, particularly liked handsome men. Shen chuckled helplessly. No way. No way, not my friend's brother. Ji Jinghang is great, and his family background is impeccable, but her intentions are not pure. She cannot pursue her friend's brother. After chatting a while longer, Shen hung up the phone. Yet Tang Shurqing still had not made another appearance. She exchanged pleasantries with Ji Jinghang before departing the yacht. With a couple of days off work, she returned to her apartment, slipped off her high heels, and lay down on her bed. She opened her assistant's WeChat and sent a message. Lingling, please help me put the apartment up for sale and find a suitable place for rent. Thank you, Hua. Shen knew she could no longer stay in this apartment. Once the message was sent, Lingling's call came through immediately. Upon answering, Shen heard Lingling's anxious voice. Yan Jie, your mother came to the company this morning. Thankfully, I managed to stop her before she could cause a scene, but she was yelling that you were missing and demanding the company compensate her for you. It was utterly ridiculous. You didn't get into any trouble last night, did you? Lingling was fiercely loyal and understood Shenyan's predicament. Having intercepted Shen Lanqin at the company, nothing happened. Don't worry about me, Shen responded, unfazed by her mother's visit to the company. Merely stating, I appreciate you handling my mother's situation. She knew Shen Lanqin wouldn't truly cause a ruckus at the company. After all, it would be detrimental to her as well. Shen Lanqin wouldn't want to lose her cash cow. Why are you being so polite? Lingling said, her tone assertive. Without you, I wouldn't be living the good life, but don't worry too much. I can handle myself. I even threatened Shen Lanqin, saying that the higher-ups were suppressing you and might even terminate your contract. If she causes a scene now, it would give the company a reason to act, and she would have to share the burden of any penalties with you. She looked so scared when I said that. Listening to Lingling, Shen felt a surge of frustration. How could she rid herself of this mother? It felt like a tumor in her life. Noticing Shenyan's silence, Lingling quickly shifted the topic. You should rest well over the next couple of days. There's a new product showcase for Xing Sheng Jewelry in 2 days, and you're the main model. Don't dwell on those troubling matters. Are you at home? I'm nearby with some ingredients for hot pot. Shen replied, I'm at home. Come on over. Her mind wandered to the fact that Xing Sheng Jewelry was a venture of the Tang family. Would Tang Shurqing be paying attention to the showcase? She asked Lingling, is there a newcomer at the showcase in 2 days? Xia Jimeng right? Lingling confirmed, I inquired about it. She is someone the Tang family specifically requested, possibly a relative just playing around. Yan Jia, don't take it to heart, Shen Yan gazed thoughtfully at the ceiling. Alright, I understand, Ling Ling added. When you get a chance, please let me in. I bought a lot of things and can't input the password with my hands full. Okay, after hanging up, Shen Yan searched for Tang Shirqing online, but all she could find were medical-related articles. Just as she was scrolling, a knock at the door interrupted her. So soon, Shen Yan assumed it was Ling Ling and hurriedly slipped on her slippers to answer. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Shen Lanqin standing there, her nerves tightening as she instinctively attempted to shut the door. You little brat, still trying to shut me out? Shen Lanqin quickly wedged her foot in the doorframe to prevent it from closing, her expression filled with malice. Let me in, I have things to discuss with you. Don't make me cause a scene in the hallway. Shen Yan, trembling with rage, retorted, Is there such a vicious mother? Do you need me to die for you to stop? Before she could finish, a powerful shove suddenly burst the door open, knocking Shen Yan to the ground with a painful cry. At the same time, the door slammed shut. Wincing in pain, Shen Yan stood up to see a burly man standing behind Shen Lanqin. You're trespassing. This is illegal, Shen Yan fumed, glaring at her biological mother. Feeling suffocated by the twisted bond of family. Chapter 08, A Reunion Illegal. What law is being broken? Is it not perfectly normal for a mother to visit her daughter, Shen Lanqin, with a heart of stone? Retorted, I came here carrying things and greeted people along the way who would trespass so openly. Who would believe it? Let me advise you, it's best you comply and come with me to the Gao family. Any resistance on your part will be futile. Why bother? Shen Yan scoffed internally, not wanting to engage. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a stun gun hidden on the shoe rack. I don't want to marry into that family. You just want money, don't you? Shen Yan feigned anguish, subtly inching toward the shoe rack while lamenting. Haven't I given you enough money? However, Shen Lanqin and the burly man were prepared. Their vigilance heightened. As Shen Yan shifted her stance, the man lunged to grab her, but she swiftly dodged. When he attempted to seize her again, Shen Yan struggled to fend him off, aiming to retrieve the stun gun for defense. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was too vast. Her self-defense training was effective against petty thugs but utterly inadequate against a professional. The man refrained from hitting her directly, instead yanking her hair and pulling her back forcefully. Subduing her, the sharp pain in her scalp made Shen Yan cry out once more, colliding against the burly man who held her arms captive. At that moment, she heard her mother command, knock her out and take her away. Those words struck Shen Yan like a blow, overshadowing even the pain in her scalp. How could her own mother be so cruel? She struggled, but suddenly a heavy blow landed on the back of her neck. And she lost consciousness completely. Who are you? In a critical moment, the door burst open, revealing Ling Ling holding groceries and staring in shock as she raised her phone to capture the scene, forcing herself to appear calm. She declared, I've got it all on camera and have already called the police. Upon seeing Shen Lanqin, her disbelief was palpable. Shen Lanqin, are you even human? That's your own daughter. How could you treat her like this? The police will be here soon. None of you will escape. Seeing Ling Ling filming them and calling the police, Shen Lanqin felt a twinge of fear. After all, her daughter had not yet wed into the Gao family, and any trouble could have repercussions. She shot a glance at the burly man, who then snatched Ling Ling's phone and smashed it on the ground, destroying the evidence, and they fled in haste. Shen Lanqin, may you be struck by lightning. Ling Ling cursed furiously at the retreating figure of Shen Lanqin. In a frantic rush, she hurried over to assist Shen Yan, who had collapsed against the shoe cabinet, her temple grazed and unconscious. With an urgent tone, she called out, Sister Yan, please wake up. After several calls went unanswered, she hastily picked up her phone to dial 120. Only to find that the device was shattered and entirely unresponsive. In truth, she had not been filming at all. She was attempting to reach Shen Yan to unlock the door. After several unsuccessful attempts, sensing something amiss, she set down her belongings and entered the doorcode herself. The moment she opened the door, the sight before her rendered her unable to switch to the camera function. So she feigned taking a video of their misdeeds. Ultimately, Ling Ling found Shen Yan's phone and called for an ambulance. At the hospital, in the consultation room, a young nurse exited with palpable excitement. And after some distance, she animatedly remarked to another nurse, I saw him, my goodness, Dr. Tang is so handsome, with his white coat and golden-rimmed glasses, his voice is as soothing as jade, it's simply extraordinary. The image of Dr. Tang Shirqing slowly raising his head, adjusting his glasses with his fingertip, and inquiring, are there any other questions, was etched in her mind. Overcome with enthusiasm, she shook her head vigorously. None. If I have more questions, I'll come back to consult Dr. Tang. At that moment, The nurse felt as though the refined, abstinent male deity from her novels had come to life, nearly causing her to swoon in the consultation room. Fang Junxian could not contain his laughter and turned to tease the engrossed Tang Shiqing, who was absorbed in his phone. If you keep lingering here, the patients might just come to consult you more than the actual doctor. He chuckled and added, Dr. Tang, perhaps you should consider a position in the cosmetic department. The effect would undoubtedly be remarkable. Noticing Tang Shiqing's lack of reaction, Fang Junxian stood up, driven by curiosity to see what held his friend's attention so completely. What is so captivating? Yet, in that instant, Tang Shiqing locked his phone, concealing the fact that he had been viewing Xinyan's photos on Weibo, feeling that none of the images captured even a fraction of her beauty. Fang Junxian, left hanging, was met with Tang Shiqing's calm inquiry, "What is your perspective on love at first sight?" With a slight raise of his brow, Fang Junxian retorted, "There is no such thing as love at first sight. It is merely lust at first glance." After a pause, he added dismissively, "It is a shallow and vulgar affair." Tang Shiqing lowered his gaze, the corners of his mouth barely lifting in a cryptic smile. Devoid of humor, somewhat pensive, shallow and vulgar, perhaps, but love is inherently kitsch. Yet, despite having encountered many beautiful women, it was only she who stirred his heart. He had thought that leaving the yacht and distancing himself from her would lead to forgetfulness. Even today, when he was not on duty, he had deliberately come to the hospital, attempting to distract himself with work. However, her visage grew increasingly vivid in his mind. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted the moment. "Come in," Fang Junxian called. A person burst through the door, breathlessly announcing, "Dr. Fang, there's an emergency patient. You need to take a look." She arrived in a comatose state. Upon seeing Tang Shiqing behind him, the newcomer politely greeted, "Dark Tang is here too." Fang Junxian quickly rose, saying to Tang Shiqing, "I'll go attend to it." "Yes, I'll join you," Tang Shiqing replied, rising swiftly to follow. "What is the situation with the patient?" Fang Junxian inquired as they walked briskly. The newcomer detailed the patient's condition, concluding, "It seems she is from the entertainment industry." Her assistant requested confidentiality. "Her name is Xinyan." Hearing Xinyan's name, Tang Shiqing, who had been unbuttoning his lab coat, abruptly halted, his expression darkening. In an instant, he rebuttoned his coat and quickened his pace to catch up with Fang Junxian. "Wait, weren't you leaving?" Fang Junxian asked, puzzled by Tang Shiqing's sudden change of heart. With an air of nonchalance, Tang Shiqing replied, "Since it's an emergency, we should both go and see. Saving a life is paramount. Perhaps we can assist." In the patient's room, medical personnel were preparing to conduct an electrocardiogram on Xinyan. Upon entering, Tang Shiqing's heart tightened at the sight of Xinyan, injured and lying on the bed. He swiftly approached and interrupted the nurse who was instructing Xinyan's assistant, "Lift her clothing slightly." "Wait," he interjected, "you should step outside. This is no longer your concern." He then turned to Fang Junxian, "You too, please leave." Fang Junxian was taken aback. "Me? But this is my patient. You're not on duty today." The nurse was equally startled, about to argue that such procedures did not require Dr. Tang's direct involvement, but before she could speak, Tang Shiqing bypassed her, washing his hands and urging, "Step outside, don't delay the treatment." Fang Junxian glanced between Tang Shiqing and Xinyan, then heard Tang Shiqing's voice again, "She is my friend. I will take full responsibility for any consequences." Fang Junxian offered a knowing smile. "If anything goes wrong, it's on you." Before exiting the room, Ling Ling recognized Tang Shiqing the moment he entered, identifying him as the renowned figure in the medical field, exceptionally skilled at a young age. She felt fortunate that he was personally attending to Xinyan. Considering the sensitivity of the situation, protecting patient privacy was a fundamental professional ethic, and she trusted Tang Shiqing to ensure that confidentiality remained intact. As Tang Shiqing connected the ECG leads to Xinyan's wrists and ankles, his lips pressed together briefly, his gaze falling upon her chest, he spoke with gentlemanly elegance, "Please lift her clothing slightly." Ling Ling, familiar with the procedure, promptly took hold of Xinyan's ham and lifted it. As Tang Shiqing observed, he noticed the delicate curve of Xinyan's waist, pale and firm, adorned with a blue and purple koi tattoo that seemed to beckon with an air of mystery and allure. Caught off guard, Tang Shiqing felt an involuntary tightening in his throat, but swiftly regained his composure, adopting a clinical demeanor. The undergarment should also be lifted a bit. The garment, longer than necessary, was nearly obscuring her ribs and required adjustment. Ling Ling acted without hesitation, but her hand trembled, revealing more than intended. Tang Shiqing, watching intently, felt a rush of urgency. "No need to lift it so high." Ling Ling, flustered, thought to herself, "What do I do now?" After completing the ECG, she quickly adjusted Xinyan's clothing, treated her temple injury, and proceeded with a CT scan and other necessary examinations. "Are you her assistant?" Tang Shiqing inquired while waiting for the report. his brow furrowing with concern as he gazed at the unconscious Shen-Yan.Do. You know how she was injured? Ling Ling hesitated, unwilling to divulge her mother's situation before Shen Yan regained consciousness. Instead, she replied, when I arrived at her home, a stranger broke in, pulled her hair, and knocked her unconscious, intending to take her away, providing the reason for her injury would facilitate a timely treatment plan. A stranger broke in? Tang Shiqing's breath caught, a wave of unease washing over him. What kind of neighborhood has such poor security? I can't say more, Ling Ling quickly added, now it's all up to you. Dr. Tang, when the examination report arrived, Tang Shiqing personally retrieved it and felt a sense of relief upon seeing that all results were normal, gazing through the glass of the ward at the woman lying inside. He realized that his emotions were inexplicably intertwined with her, having only met her twice. Was she the victim of a kidnapping? What had she encountered? The tall figure in the white coat and golden-rimmed glasses lingered at the doorway of the ward, watching for a while before retreating to his office, closing the door behind him, and dialing Ji Jinghang's number. Once connected, the man's voice was low and grave. Who was drinking with Shen Yan after I left the private room last night? The memory of his loss of control in her presence lingered, and he had resolved to avoid entangling himself in her affairs, yet, upon seeing her again today, his emotions were reignited. Ji Jinghang paused for a moment. Recalling accurately, no one drank with her, you shielded her from alcohol. Who would be so rude as to drink with her once you left? In fact, she poured herself a couple of drinks before leaving. She poured herself drinks. Tang Shiqing's brows knitted in disbelief as he stood by the sunlit window, pondering. The sunlight stretched his silhouette, and he adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses thoughtfully, a sly glimmer in his eyes. She got herself intoxicated and ended up in his room. After the call ended, he recalled the morning when the server had informed him, Miss Shen declined your gift, claiming she was drunk and remembered nothing. The gift did not suit her taste. Tang Shiqing's lips pressed into a contemplative line. How could one who intoxicated themselves forget everything? Was it a deliberate attempt to make him feel indebted to her? A kind heart with hidden motives. By 3 p.m, Shen Yan slowly regained consciousness. Sister Yan, Ling Ling exclaimed, her worries dissipating as she hurried to press the doctor's call button, seeing Shen Yan attempt to sit up. She rushed over to assist her, her voice laced with concern. You're finally awake. I was so worried. No worries, I'm quite resilient. Upon regaining consciousness in the hospital ward, Shen Yan reflected on the moments preceding her fainting spell and anxiously inquired, were you the one who brought me to the hospital? Indeed, Ling Ling replied candidly. When I arrived, I found you unconscious after being struck. I falsely claimed to have called the police, which frightened Shen Lanqin into fleeing. That woman is truly malevolent. It is beyond comprehension how someone could be so deranged. Hearing this, Shen Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her heart swelling with gratitude as she gazed at Ling Ling. I can't thank you enough for arriving in time, otherwise I might have found myself languishing in that old man's bed at the Gao residence. Suddenly a series of knocks echoed through the room. Ling Ling sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Dr. Tang is here, I'll go answer the door. Dr. Tang, Shen Yan's expression shifted to one of shocked uncertainty. Could it truly be him? She found herself eagerly peering towards the entrance. The door to the ward, allowing sunlight to flood in, swung open, and a figure emerged, tall and imposing in a white coat. As her gaze ascended to meet his face, he had already reached her bedside. His voice smooth and rich, are you experiencing any discomfort? Upon recognizing the man before her, Shen Yan held her breath, astonished that it was indeed Tang Shiqing, clad in his formal white coat, with a stethoscope draped around his neck and gold-rimmed glasses that seemed to create a barrier of restraint. He exuded an elegant demeanor that starkly contrasted with the intimacy of their encounter the previous night. Yan, speak up, Ling Ling urged, noticing Shen Yan's stunned silence, tell the doctor if you feel unwell. We mustn't be careless, I'm not unwell. Shen Yan quickly averted her gaze, deliberately feigning fragility as she lowered her eyelashes, murmuring, I'm just quite fatigued and would like to rest a bit longer. There is no need for Dr. Tang to examine me further. Without waiting for a response, she turned back to her bed, even rolling onto her side to present her back to him. She aimed to draw his attention once more by employing a strategy of withdrawal, hoping that if he felt a twinge of guilt over their previous encounter, her current aloofness might amplify that sentiment. It was a gamble, given that they had only met once before. Tang Shiqing, observing her demeanor, felt a weight settle in his heart. Was she upset with him for leaving abruptly and without explanation? After all, he had kissed her the night before. It was only natural that she might be angry. Moreover, having been a victim of an attempted robbery earlier that morning, her mood was likely quite low. After reviewing all her medical reports and finding no significant issues, he accepted her reluctance to speak. saying, "Miss Shen, please rest well. If you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to call for me." As Shenyan listened to the sound of his footsteps retreating, she cautiously sat up, casting a wary glance at the door. Ling Ling, bewildered, observed her renewed posture and asked, "What just happened? Aren't you two friends?" "Friends?" Shenyan echoed, momentarily taken aback. "Who said we were friends?" "Dr. Tang himself did," Ling Ling replied sheepishly, furrowing her brow. "He said you were friends. He conducted all your examinations himself, without involving any of the nurses. He seemed quite anxious when he heard you had been knocked unconscious. All the examinations were done by him." Shenyan expressed her surprise. "A renowned surgeon like him personally performing minor checks on me." Suddenly realizing something, she hastily inquired, "What examinations did he conduct? Was there an electrocardiogram?" "Yes," Ling Ling blinked and whispered, "I accidentally lifted your clothes too much. And then Dr. Tang helped pull them back down." Shenyan's expression shifted. So once again, she had fallen victim to his advances, and he had consistently been the one to take advantage of her. After pondering for a moment, she instructed Ling Ling on a few matters, concluding, "I'm fine now. I merely fainted after pulling my hair. There are no injuries. You needn't stay in the hospital. Please return to my apartment to retrieve the surveillance footage and then report to the police." Ling Ling promptly nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll do that right away. Make sure to back up the footage." Of course, Ling Ling turned and exited the hospital room, heading first to Tang Shiqing's consultation room. After knocking and entering, she relayed Shenyan's instructions. "Dr. Tang, our Yen Yen said her scalp hurts and that she feels tightness in her chest." Before Ling Ling could finish, Tang Shiqing immediately rose from his chair. "All right, I'll go check on her." "Wait," Ling Ling urgently interjected, "our Yen Yen wants to change doctors." "She doesn't want you, however." Tang Shiqing simply brushed past her, stating coolly, "I am currently the only doctor available. There is no alternative, but Dr. Fong is still here. He has finished his shift." Ling Ling stood speechless. Tang Shiqing re-entered Shenyan's hospital room, pushing the door open to find her sitting on the bed. Her arms wrapped around her knees, her long, lustrous black hair cascading loosely. Her head rested on her knees, presenting a posture of unease and helplessness. Perhaps sensing the opening door and footsteps, she tilted her head to glance over. Her fragile gaze colliding with Tang Shiqing's, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to embrace her. "Why are you here again?" Shenyan murmured, sounding slightly despondent. "Didn't I say I wanted to change doctors? Why do you wish to change?" Tang Shiqing approached her bedside leisurely, his tone steady. "Do you find my medical skills lacking?" Shenyan straightened up and met his gaze directly, declaring, "Last night you kissed me. And then you left without a word this morning. It's clear you want to sever ties with me." "I'm merely being considerate and know to avoid you, allowing myself to maintain some dignity." Chapter 10. Tempting him. Tang Shiqing listened attentively, his expression calm and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his personal feelings. Unsure how to respond, he eventually said, "Lie down, let us check your health first." Sitting on the bed, Shenyan tilted her porcelain face upwards to regard the man standing above her, pouting slightly as she shook her head. "I want to change doctors." Her demeanor resembled that of a petulant young girl, a stark contrast to the aloof and icy beauty she had presented upon their first encounter. "Women are truly unpredictable," Tang Shiqing remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. "Stop being difficult." The two words hung in the air, causing both to momentarily freeze, the atmosphere becoming inexplicably charged. They exchanged a startled glance, and the room fell into an unusual silence. In this profound stillness, Tang Shiqing unhurriedly placed his stethoscope in his ears, then bent down to support Shenyan's shoulders, helping her lie back down. "Your health is paramount." Relaxed, his tone softened, and his gaze finally revealed a hint of warmth, contrasting sharply with the emotionless facade he had worn just moments before. Seeing him display some emotions, Shenyan ceased her resistance and complied, lying down while watching him attentively as he positioned the stethoscope against her heart, his expression serious as he listened intently. Then repositioned it to check for any abnormalities. Despite everything appearing normal, why did her chest feel tight? Just as Tang Shiqing prepared to conduct a more thorough examination, Shenyan suddenly spoke up. "You don't take advantage of me." Hearing this, Tang Shiqing, still bent over to listen, lifted his gaze to meet Shenyan's, where he detected a glimmer of intentionality in her eyes. His expression shifted to one of deeper meaning, and after a few seconds, he withdrew the stethoscope, standing upright with a barely perceptible smile, his gaze lingering on her. "Are you worried I might take advantage of you now? Yet last night, when you intoxicated yourself and sent me to my room, you showed no such concern." Shenyan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, winky face. Did he discover that she had drunk 2 glasses of wine herself? Instantly her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yes, it was she who had become inebriated. Since the truth was out, she decided to be candid, saying, "That's because." She hesitated, biting her lip. then glanced at Tang Shirqing before quickly averting her gaze, lowering her voice to a near whisper. No one has ever told me that if I don't want to drink, I don't have to, and no one has ever shielded me from alcohol. They only think of ways to force me to drink. You are quite special. I lost my composure for a moment. As she spoke, she raised her eyes to meet Tang Shirqing's, her expression delicate and cautious, evoking a deep sense of tenderness and concern within him. I'm sorry, last night I acted recklessly and did something I shouldn't have. Disturbing you, it won't happen again. I truly apologize. Having spoken, she once more lowered her gaze, seemingly avoiding his eyes, her expression a mix of vulnerability and anxiety that tugged at Tang Shirqing's heart. He found himself entranced by her demeanor, unable to discern whether her words were genuine or a deliberate attempt to elicit his sympathy, yet one thing was certain, she had undeniably affected his emotions. There is no need to apologize, that was not an intrusion, Tang Shirqing replied, his gaze fixed on her. I am the one who took advantage and then left without a word. I am truly sorry. And I apologize to you. As he spoke, he reached out to help Shenyan sit up, his fingers gently brushing against her neck as he asked, does this still hurt? His cool fingertips on her skin sent a shiver down her spine. It is no longer painful. A good. Tang Shirqing allowed her to recline once more, pausing for a moment before saying, rest well. Once you are discharged, I promise to accompany you to select that watch. I will fulfill my promise this time. Shenyan felt a jolt of surprise. She was somewhat taken aback by Tang Shirqing's proactive gesture of compensation. Sensing that her earlier behavior had touched him, however, she found herself reconsidering her stance. Thank you. Shenyan, observing Tang Shirqing's calm, curved smile, she chuckled softly. However, I no longer desire it. Yesterday, she had contemplated presenting herself as materialistic to alleviate his concerns, yet he still departed without a word. Thus, this tactic proved ineffective. Then how do you intend to compensate? Tang Shirqing deliberately highlighted, your first kiss. Shenyan's beautiful eyes shimmered as she gazed at him, her red lips slightly parted, bent a little, under the enchanting spell of her gaze. Tang Shirqing found himself inexplicably complying, slightly bending down. He then witnessed Shenyan sit up, her hands propping against the hospital bed as she tilted her face upward, slowly articulating, I confess that I intentionally sought you out last night. But I had no desire for any watches or gifts. I simply found you delightful. Now that you are offering me compensation, how about allowing me to steal a kiss? We can call it even. Shall we? Stunned into silence, Tang Shirqing found this woman utterly unpredictable. It was as though he could never anticipate her next words or actions. Noticing his silence, Shenyan bit her lip cautiously, then continued. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. With that, she leaned in closer. Tang Shirqing's lips pressed together lightly, and he felt her stunningly beautiful face magnifying before him, just as her red lips were about to meet his. They halted unexpectedly. In that moment, he felt his heart race uncontrollably, especially as he beheld the alluring glimmer in her eyes and the gentle flutter of her curled lashes, which brushed against his heart like a soft caress. Rendering him breathless. As their breaths intertwined, Shenyan shifted slightly, leading Tang Shirqing to believe she was about to kiss him. However, she suddenly tilted her head, her soft rosy lips landing delicately on his Adam's apple. Caught off guard, his spine stiffened, as her voice lingered in his ears. Mr. Tang, we are even now. Her lips swiftly brushed against him, seemingly designed to leave him yearning, her voice sweetly melodic. At that moment, he longed to grasp her chin and return the kiss upon her enticing lips, even forgetting how he had restrained himself from re-entering the hospital room, only to be questioned by nurses throughout the night. Meanwhile, Shenyan watched as Tang Shirqing seemingly fled in disarray, feeling a tinge of satisfaction. It appeared he had been somewhat tempted. Indeed, kissing the Adam's apple could ensnare a man more effectively than a mere kiss. Beneath the starlit sky of the imperial capital, the streets were ablaze with vibrant neon lights, showcasing a scene of opulent prosperity. A sleek Maybach was parked at the roadside, where Tang Shirqing, having shed his white coat for casual attire, sat in the driver's seat. With the window partially rolled down, one could see his right hand casually resting on the steering wheel, his white shirt impeccably crisp, and gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a myriad of complex hues under the neon glow. Tilting his chin slightly, he gazed out of the window, the neon lights casting an ethereal glow upon his profile, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. His mind was consumed with the memory of Shenyan's soft whisper, Mr. Tang, we are even now. That subtle sensation left him utterly captivated, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the steering wheel. After a moment, Tang Shirqing closed the window and sent a message to Ji Jinghang, where are you? He surmised that Ji Jinghang had been embroiled in various social events, frequently appearing in the media over the past few days. Ji Jinghang replied, at the bar, care to join? Rarely frequenting bars. Tang Shirqing unhesitatingly responded with 2 words, location. Surprised by the message, Ji Jinghang teased, "After more than 2 years, Brother Jiu has started visiting bars?" He then sent over the location upon receiving the coordinates. Tang Shiqing drove over, eager to discern whether his feelings for Xinyan were merely superficial. Chapter 11. An inescapable fate. Liuguang Bar, the most luxurious and extravagant bar in the imperial capital. Following Ji Jinghang's directions to the private booth, Tang Shiqing entered. The man's refined appearance felt somewhat out of place amidst the bar's indulgent and lustful ambience, as the cacophony of seductive music filled the air. Various beautiful women were drawn to him, attempting to initiate conversation. Tang Shiqing chose not to ignore them outright. He lingered briefly, engaging in small talk, yet he found no interest in the array of beauties surrounding him. Politely declining, he stated, "Apologies, my friend is waiting for me," and swiftly departed from the throng of admirers to locate Ji Jinghang's exclusive booth, where numerous guests mingled, men and women intermingled with ease. Ji Jinghang greeted him with a smile. "Have you descended from the heavens to experience the pleasures of the mortal realm?" He had to admit that Tang Shiqing exuded an otherworldly aura, as if he belonged to a different species altogether. Many socialites had secretly dubbed him a celestial being. What a ridiculous notion. Tang Shiqing sat down, casting a scrutinizing glance at Ji Jinghang, his eyes glimmering behind his glasses. Do refrain from such remarks. They may lead one to misconstrue your orientation. It was indeed absurd for a man to refer to another man as celestial. "Brother Jiu, it's good to see you," Wang Shifan exclaimed, raising his glass in salute. "Care for a drink?" Tang Shiqing glanced at the reveler, who was surrounded by beautiful companions, and raised his own glass, jesting, "Good to see you, this round is on me." Wait. Wang Shifan was taken aback, hastily retracting his arm from around the woman, holding his glass with both hands as he playfully protested, "That cannot do, I shall toast to you, Brother Jiu." The two clinked glasses and drank heartily. Noticing Wang Shifan's courteous demeanor, an observant girl felt inspired. Seeing the elegant man, she subtly adjusted her short skirt to appear less provocative. Approaching Tang Shiqing with a poised smile, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, may we get acquainted?" Her voice was sweet and playful, her smile revealing charming dimples. Understanding Tang Shiqing's preferences, Ji Jinghang was quick to intervene before the girl could encroach further. But to his astonishment, he heard Tang Shiqing respond, "Hello," as he raised his glass again, introducing himself simply as Tang Jiu. He then clinked glasses with the girl, taking a sip at the girl, sensing an opportunity, intentionally left a deep lip imprint on her glass before placing it beside Tang Shiqing's, aligning the mark to face him with a flirtatious smile. Although the girl was undeniably beautiful, and her gesture mirrored Xinyan's, it was Xinyan's kiss that stirred his deepest longings, while the girl's actions only elicited a visceral aversion within him. Unaware of his disinterest, the girl sweetly attempted to sit beside him, but Tang Shiqing subtly pulled Ji Jinghang closer, successfully thwarting her intentions. Caught off guard by being dragged down, Ji Jinghang was momentarily bewildered. He had little tolerance for alcohol and possessed no desire for flirtation, attending merely to ensure his presence was noted by the media. He had intended to enjoy the spectacle below, only to find himself unexpectedly seated. Amidst his confusion, he heard Tang Shiqing say, "Have a drink, you drank too much before arriving." Ji Jinghang sought to deflect, "How about we share some juice instead?" He anticipated Tang Shiqing would forego drinking altogether. Yet he was surprised to hear, "Fine, you may have juice." In the next moment, Tang Shiqing downed another drink. The thwarted girl returned to her previous spot, fully aware that Tang Shiqing had deliberately avoided her. As the drinks flowed, observant Wang Shifan noted that Tang Shiqing was consuming one drink after another, particularly since the girl had clearly attempted to entice him. Was he perhaps in a foul mood? "Brother Jiu, do you wish to indulge?" Wang Shifan seized the opportunity, suggesting, "The beauties here are exquisite. Shall we invite a few more to join us?" Upon hearing Wang Shifan's suggestion, Tang Shiqing's lack of immediate rejection prompted him to call a waitress and relay his instructions. A few minutes later, a line of stunning women graced their booth. Tang Shiqing lazily lifted his gaze, revealing no emotion as he scanned the newcomers. Wang Shifan, discerning the disinterest in his expression, promptly sought to replace them. After several rounds of new arrivals, Tang Shiqing realized he had yet to encounter anyone who could evoke the same stirring emotions he felt when he first met Xinyan. She was the singular exception. In fact, the more women he saw, the clearer Xinyan's visage became in his mind. He took a sip of his drink, feeling slightly tipsy, yet in that moment, he recognized that his feelings for Xinyan transcended mere physical attraction. They were inescapable. "Apologies, I must attend to an urgent matter," Tang Shiqing announced, setting down his glass and rising with a gentlemanly disposition. "Enjoy yourselves." Unable to drive after drinking, he called for a designated driver. Inexplicably returning to the hospital, Shen Yan occupied a VIP private room. Tang Shiqing stood before the door of the hospital room, gazing through the glass to see Shen Yan sitting alone on a chair by the window. Seemingly entranced by the night sky, her cascading black hair fell lazily around her shoulders, her slippers resting on the floor as her feet were propped up on the chair, with her arms wrapped around her legs. She appeared slender and delicate, a silhouette that exuded a profound sense of loneliness amidst the darkness, which was further accentuated by the smoke that began to swirl around her. Tang Shiqing furrowed his brow slightly. Gently twisting the doorknob, which was not locked, and stepped inside. Approaching her from behind, he soon discerned the flickering glow of a cigarette. She was smoking. Shen Yan, startled as her cigarette was suddenly snatched away, looked up to find Tang Shiqing standing before her, the menthol cigarette resting between his fingers. His low, resonant voice broke the stillness of the night. "Smoking in here, the hospital prohibits it." Shen Yan stared blankly at the man before her. Noting the scent of alcohol emanating from him, he must have indulged quite a bit that evening. "I can't sleep, I just took a puff," she replied softly, her gaze lingering on Tang Shiqing. "Really, if you don't believe me, you can smell. There is no smoke, and the room is clear." Tang Shiqing lowered his gaze to the girl who was tilting her face up towards him, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he said, "All right, let me smell." With that, he raised his hand and gently cupped Shen Yan's chin, leaning down to kiss her. Chapter 12, Not for you to kiss. Seated on the chair, Shen Yan found herself caught in Tang Shiqing's tender grasp as he kissed her. She tilted her face upward, the intoxicating scent of alcohol mingling with the warmth of his lips, which were surprisingly gentle. Yet the suddenness of his kiss left her heart momentarily startled. The door to this special hospital room could indeed be locked, and Shen Yan had intentionally left it unlocked, wagering that he would come. However, this kiss was beyond her wildest imaginings, and she did not resist. Rather, when he deepened the kiss, she responded in a clumsy manner that suggested a reluctance that only heightened the allure of the moment. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the man as he leaned over her, enveloping the girl in darkness with a halo of light, as if a celestial being had descended upon the night. His kiss grew more fervent, and Shen Yan's breath became increasingly erratic, her soft whimpers escaping uncontrollably. Yet Tang Shiqing seemed genuinely intoxicated. Amidst her growing gasps, the hand that had lifted her chin suddenly fell away, and he leaned closer, pressing her against the arms of the chair, kissing her with even greater intensity. Shen Yan, overwhelmed, finally pushed against him, her ears flushed and her eyes misty as she bit her reddened lips, murmuring, "I let you smell it, but I didn't let you kiss." Tang Shiqing, hearing her words, feigned innocence. "Then let me smell it now." "No." Shen Yan hastily turned her head away, refusing him. You're drunk." After a brief pause, she looked up at him, her desire lingering in the air, and cautiously asked, "Do you think of me as one of those girls you like? Look carefully, I am Shen Yan, not someone else." Maintaining his position with arms resting on the chair's armrests, Tang Shiqing gazed at the girl whose lashes glistened with unshed tears, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he spoke softly. "I know you are Shen Yan, the smoke of fireworks, and I do not mistake you for anyone else." He couldn't help but lean down once more, stealing a kiss from her luscious, reddened lips, his voice low and languid as he murmured, "I just want to kiss you, Shen Yan." In that moment, warmth surged through Shen Yan's heart, sweet and intoxicating. Everything seemed to unfold according to her desires, even surpassing her expectations. She intentionally tilted her face upward, as if by accident brushing her nose against his chin, extending 2 fingers towards him, her nervousness palpable as she said, "We have only met twice. And so what? Love at first sight and affection upon the second meeting is not absurd at all." Yet, observing her slight awkwardness, Tang Shiqing straightened his posture, gentlemanly retreating a half step to create distance. "If this makes you uncomfortable, I will be mindful of your boundaries." The dim light from the balcony illuminated him, blending with the moonlight, and in that moment, Tang Shiqing appeared as elegant and unapproachable as a celestial being. Shen Yan felt a ripple in her heart but quickly averted her gaze, lowering her lashes to avoid looking at him. At this stage of desire, she did not wish to show her feelings first. She could have taken the opportunity to ask, "What is your relationship with me?" to force him to acknowledge a status, yet it seemed premature, for some men revel in the benefits of ambiguity without wishing to take responsibility. Rather than risk causing discomfort to the man before her with such a question, it was better to remain entangled in this ambiguity, as haste would only spoil the tenderness of the moment. "You're drunk. I won't talk to you anymore." Shen Yan slipped on her slippers, standing up with her head bowed, bashfully murmuring, "I need to rest." Suddenly, her legs went numb, and she stumbled. Tang Shiqing's expression tightened as he swiftly reached out to support her. His voice laced with concern. What's wrong? Shenyan, embarrassed, glanced at him and admitted, my legs they've gone numb. Upon hearing this, Tang Shirqing bent down, his arms slipping beneath her legs as he lifted her effortlessly. Placing her onto the hospital bed, looking at her face contorted from discomfort, he hesitated before offering, would you like me to massage your legs? It can help alleviate the numbness. Shenyan, flustered, quickly pulled her legs under the covers. No, it'll be fine soon. Seeing her embarrassment, Tang Shirqing refrained from pressing further, simply saying, then rest well. Good night. As he turned to leave, his sleeve was unexpectedly tugged. Startled, he looked back to see Shenyan's pale hand clutching at the hem of his sleeve. Her gaze earnest as she asked, can I add you on WeChat? Fearing he might decline, she hastily added, I'll be discharged tomorrow, and when work gets busy, I might not be able to come to the hospital. You're a doctor, when I can't make it, can I consult you on WeChat? Of course, Tang Shirqing chuckled softly, pulling out his phone, give me your number, and I'll search for you on WeChat. Thus, they exchanged both phone numbers and WeChat accounts. After Tang Shirqing departed, Shenyan found herself wide awake, her heart heavy with anxiety, feeling as though the world around her had turned dark and suffocating. The impending threat from her mother, Shen Lanqin, seeking to abduct her, loomed over her. Ling Ling, following her instructions, had reported the matter to the police with the surveillance footage, but she had yet to receive any follow-up. In fact, she feared that the situation might be swept under the rug. She had previously hired a private investigator to look into Shen Lanqin, discovering that she had been involved with a man from the Chen family, through whom she had connected with the Gao family, likely plotting to send Shenyan away for quite some time. In this dark world, those already ensnared in thorns and mire found it increasingly difficult to even walk on their knees. And it was all at the hands of her own mother. Even her dreams were mired in filth, leaving her unable to act freely. She dreamt of her younger self being locked inside the house, trembling in fear during a stormy night filled with thunder, curled up under the covers. Her ears were filled with the ominous sounds of terror, and when her mother returned from playing mahjong in the early hours, having lost money, she would unleash her fury upon Shenyan, leaving her too afraid to even see her. As the first rays of dawn broke through, Ling Ling entered with breakfast and noticed Shenyan's red-rimmed eyes. Worry etched across her features. Why are your eyes so red? Did you not sleep well last night? I offered to stay with you, but you refused. It's all right, I'll manage, Shenyan replied lightly, concealing the tears she had shed in silence after waking from her nightmare. Once the doctor arrives, I'll take care of the discharge procedures. I'll go out and catch up on some sleep, Ling Ling reminded her, otherwise you won't be in shape for the show the day after tomorrow. Ling Ling, possessing a charming and endearing demeanor, brought a sense of relief to Shenyan's troubled heart. She playfully fed Ling Ling a peeled soft-boiled egg, smiling, thank you for your efforts, bustling around so early. Ling Ling gratefully accepted the egg, her face alight with joy. Oh, don't be too moved. Suddenly, Ling Ling inquired, have the police come looking for you? Shenyan shook her head. No, don't fret, Ling Ling reassured her. When I went yesterday, it was already late, and they have their own working hours. They should come looking for you today. Let us wait and see. Okay, Shenyan replied absently, let us wait and see. Chapter 13. Abrupt. Don't be too anxious, Ling Ling continued to comfort Shenyan, who seemed lost in thought. We still have the surveillance footage. If the police response is unsatisfactory, we can find ways to apply pressure through public opinion. Public opinion? Shenyan scoffed softly, her spirit deflated. Do you think public opinion will necessarily side with me? Even with that footage, there are no guarantees. After all, being a woman is difficult, and being a woman in the entertainment industry is even harder. Shenyan took a sip of soy milk and sighed softly, saying, I can already envision the uproar that will ensue when the surveillance footage is released. There will undoubtedly be countless netizens proclaiming, so this is the glamorous Shenyan we see on screen. Yet behind the scenes, she is utterly corrupting the moral compass. Surely she must have done something to break her mother's heart. Otherwise, what mother would treat her daughter in such a manner? Ha! A desolate smile flickered in Shenyan's eyes as she continued. People always relish the opportunity to stand on their moral high ground and criticize others, especially when someone they deem glamorous faces adverse publicity. It seems to bring them a peculiar joy to witness the mighty fall from grace. They are all too eager to believe I must have committed some travesty to provoke such treatment from my own mother, rather than accepting that she is unequivocally the victim in this familial discord. They prefer to see the exalted figures of their world tarnished, as if that somehow brings balance to their own lives. Moreover, if she stirs up even the slightest negative news, it would provide the company with grounds to sever ties with her. Even if the truth eventually emerges, her career would already be in tatters. After speaking, Shenyan smiled lightly at Ling Ling, teasing, I'm not claiming to be on a pedestal, nor do I see myself as a deity. It is merely a metaphor. Ling Ling listened intently, her expression turning serious as she sensed the weight of Xinyan's oppression. It must be difficult to maintain a cheerful disposition with such a mother. Who says our yin yan isn't on a pedestal? Ling Ling, trying to lighten the mood, chimed in, with looks like yours, you're slaying the entertainment industry, you are undoubtedly in the limelight. As she spoke, Ling Ling stepped forward, embracing Xinyan's arm in a comforting gesture. Alright, let us not dwell on that now. Once you're discharged, don't return to your apartment. Come stay at mine for a couple of days until you find a suitable place. Xinyan sighed, forcing a smile. I suppose I am the least successful model out there. Just as she finished speaking, a knock echoed through the room, thinking it was the doctor coming for a checkup. Ling Ling hurried to the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Tang Shirqing, clad in his work attire. I'm fine now, no need for further examinations, Xinyan said to Tang Shirqing, who had entered the room. We're here to arrange your discharge, Tang Shirqing replied, bypassing Ling Ling and approaching Xinyan, pulling a set of keys from his pocket and handing them to her. I heard you were hospitalized due to a home invasion. You shouldn't return to your residence just yet. I happen to have an empty apartment you can stay in temporarily. Xinyan was genuinely taken aback by his gesture, stepping back hastily, hands clasped behind her back as she fervently refused. I can't accept this. It's inappropriate. In that moment, she wasn't pretending, nor was it an act of manipulation. She truly felt it was unsuitable to accept. However, Tang Shirqing seemed unfazed by her discomfort, urging her in a low, commanding tone, take it. His voice was deep and resonant, as if his offer was an unquestionable right. Mr. Tang, this puts me in a difficult position, Xinyan said, still refusing. I have a place to stay. I want to return to the apartment where the incident happened. Thank you for your concern. Sensing her clear reluctance, Tang Shirqing's gaze darkened. Realizing he had indeed overstepped, he gracefully retracted the keys, saying, I apologize. I misjudged the situation. After all, the intention behind giving a gift is to bring comfort, not to create discomfort. He added, remember to report the robbery. You can contact me anytime if you need assistance. Alright, Xinyan finally acquiesced. Thank you. Ling Ling, observing the peculiar atmosphere between the two, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, once Tang Shirqing exited the room, what is going on here? Did something happen while I was gone that led to a housing offer? Who expedited this process? Xinyan smiled teasingly, furrowing her brow. Let us focus on the discharge first. We can discuss it later. Alright then, Ling Ling said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Do tell me all the details. Ling Ling rented an apartment in the capital and often offered Xinyan a place to stay when she was busy with work. Each month, Xinyan would discreetly provide Ling Ling with additional funds under the guise of housing assistance. Ling Ling was aware of Xinyan's intentions but initially hesitated to accept, fearing it might offend her. Thus, the two girls silently supported one another. Is Dr. Tang actually the ninth scion of the influential Tang family? Ling Ling exclaimed, standing up in shock as she processed Xinyan's account. Will he be attending the jewelry show the day after tomorrow? Ling Ling asked excitedly. If he shows up, standing beside you, who would dare to undermine you? Even our company's boss would be cordial. He probably won't attend. Xinyan mused thoughtfully. He seems quite averse to being in the media spotlight for sensational gossip. But it appears he genuinely cares about you, Ling Ling remarked, recalling the way Tang Shirqing looked at Xinyan. It doesn't seem like mere infatuation with beauty. Ling Ling then plopped back onto the sofa, hesitantly asking Xinyan, if we report the robbery and the outcome isn't satisfactory, can we ask Mr. Tang for help? Having him involved would at least ensure it doesn't go unresolved. Xinyan's gaze darkened slightly. She was reluctant to disclose the existence of her terrifying mother to him. She sensed that Tang Shirqing harbored some affection for her and didn't want that fragile bond to be shattered by Xinlanxin. Xinyan replied gloomily, I don't want to discuss it with him for now. I fear he might think less of me. Regardless, there are backups of the surveillance footage. I will send it to Xinlanxin. Xinyan declared, no matter the outcome of the police report, she must be made aware that I have the video. As she is currently the mistress of the Chen family, she will surely fear the repercussions of negative news being leaked. Lest she be discarded like a pawn. At the very least, it will keep her in check for a while. I will personally visit the police station this afternoon, Ling Ling loyally affirmed, no matter how you choose to handle it. I will support you. Xinyan gazed at the girl who had stood by her side since her debut, feeling a rare warmth in her otherwise dim life. As night fell, at the Tang family estate, a grand villa steeped in Eastern architectural elegance, Tang Goen, a sprightly elder with graying temples, was engaged in a game of chess with his grandson. With calm determination, Tang Goen captured a piece with his knight and leisurely instructed Tang Shirqing, clear your schedule for the day after tomorrow. There's a new jewelry showcase, and you should attend in person. Tang Shirqing, with an air of elegance, captured his grandfather's look and replied, "Is it appropriate for a doctor to attend a jewelry show? There is nothing inappropriate about it. After all, the granddaughter of an old comrade, Xia Jimun, is the model for the showcase and specifically requested to meet you." Chapter 14. It's time to find a girlfriend. She wants to see me? Tang Shirqing responded casually, "Is she ill and in need of surgery?" "Hey, you little rascal." Tang Gowen straightened up, admonishing sharply, "How can you speak like that?" Tang Shirqing, bemused, glanced at his grandfather, unable to see the issue in his response. "We hardly interact. If she specifically requests to meet a doctor, it's natural to wonder if she is unwell. Precisely because you seldom meet, you should make an effort to socialize." Tang Gowen sighed. Imparting wisdom, "You're not a child anymore. It's time to find a girlfriend." Tang Shirqing's gaze softened, his mind drifting to the image of Xinyan, her lips reddened from his kiss, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A girlfriend? He had already found one. Maintaining a composed facade, he replied to his grandfather, "Understood, Grandpa, and don't forget to keep that date clear for the day after tomorrow," Tang Gowen added, seemingly anticipating his grandson's attempts to decline. No excuses. His words rendered any objections Tang Shirqing had prepared to voice silent, prompting him to agree. "Sure, please remember to send me the location in time." Tang Gowen nodded in satisfaction after finishing the chess match with his grandfather. Tang Shirqing retreated to his room upstairs. Unbeknownst to him, his hand had instinctively opened Xinyan's WeChat. Glancing at the time, 9:20 p.m., wondering if she had gone to bed, he opened the chat window. Hesitating for a moment before succumbing to the urge to message her, "Are you asleep?" The moment he sent it, he was surprised to receive an immediate reply from Xinyan, "Not yet." Tang Shirqing, smiling at her prompt response, settled onto the sofa and sent another message, "Have you reported the robbery? Is it resolved?" Sitting at her computer, Xinyan paused momentarily as she read Tang Shirqing's message. Earlier that afternoon, she had visited the police station only to be told that the officer handling her case was out on duty, clearly dismissing her. By the time the officer returned for the day, no one had addressed her concerns. Shen Lanxin had also refrained from contacting her, likely out of fear of further complications. Shaking off her thoughts, she replied to Tang Shirqing, "I reported it. The process isn't that swift." She followed up with another message, "You don't need to worry, I'm safe now." Tang Shirqing read her message and responded, "It's not easy for a girl to deal with such matters. I can accompany you to the police station tomorrow." Xinyan quickly replied, No, I can handle it alone. Thank you for your kindness." Seeing her refusal, Tang Shirqing sighed heavily, feeling as though this girl, who clearly wished to draw closer, was also filled with caution. Like a bird desperately seeking a place to rest, upon finding a perch it becomes hesitant and vigilant, fearing that she might cross her boundaries. Tang Shirqing dared not be too forward, merely responding, "As long as you can handle it, get to bed early tonight." Immediately, Xinyan typed "good night" but deleted the message just a second before sending. Instead, she pressed down on the voice message button and softly uttered, "Good night." Her melodious voice resonated beautifully in the night, far more evocative than mere text. For Tang Shirqing, that single voice message was an unexpected delight, prompting him to replay it numerous times. Once he exited WeChat, he dialed a phone number. When the call connected, a calm and icy male voice greeted him. "What is your command, ninth young master? I need you to investigate someone." Tang Shirqing paused, a flicker of anxiety washing over him. If Xinyan were to discover that he had looked into her, her cautious nature might lead her to misunderstand his intentions. "Forget it," he amended, "just go about your business." On the other side of the night, Xinyan locked her phone screen and continued to organize the records of every transaction she had made to Shen Lanxin over the years. She also compiled the surveillance footage of the break-in that involved Shen Lanxin. Waiting for a ripe opportunity to sever all ties with her, however, she knew that she could not afford to get entangled in any scandal, for the hefty penalty fees would suffocate her. For now, her only course of action was to ensure that Shen Lanxin could no longer find her, to stop being exploited, and to use the video as leverage. Once everything was sorted, Xinyan sent a copy of the surveillance footage to Shen Lanxin via an anonymous account, accompanied by a warning: "It would be wise to keep a low profile from now on, otherwise, this video may end up online, shattering your dreams of grandeur. Those who destroy morals are bound to be condemned." As soon as she hit send, Shen Lanxin's urgent inquiry came through. "Who are you?" Xinyan ignored it, shutting down her computer. She glanced at the time and calculated the time difference with Ji Shudi abroad before making a call. Once connected, Ji Shuyi's sweet voice greeted her. Meiyan, are you still awake? Not yet, Shenyan replied. After a brief chat, she finally broached the subject. Shuyi, I need a favor. What is it? Ji Shuyi replied without hesitation. Just tell me what you need. There's no need to be polite, Shenyan continued. About that vacant house you mentioned, I'm interested in renting it. Is that possible? Ji Shuyi had always advised her against living in that apartment due to security concerns. But with no suitable alternatives and unable to return to the apartment, she felt it was inappropriate to stay with Ling Ling any longer. It's perfectly fine, Ji Shuyi said nonchalantly. Just move in. I'll have my brother take you there tomorrow. So you can settle in comfortably. That won't do, Shenyan predicted her response, adopting a serious expression. It needs to be a rental, otherwise I won't feel comfortable. Ji Shuyi, feeling somewhat awkward, conceded, alright then, just give me a bit of rental money. Shenyan smiled. Sure, whatever you think is fair. She had checked online and would be paying Ji Shuyi the standard rental fee of 10,000. The next afternoon, Ji Jinghang accompanied Shenyan to find a moving company to help pack her belongings and relocate to Ji Shuyi's house. Shenyan packed her valuable and personal items into a suitcase to take with her, leaving the rest to the moving company. Give me the suitcase, Ji Jinghang said, reaching out for the luggage. You just hold the umbrella. No, I can manage, Shenyan politely declined, feeling embarrassed. You've already helped me so much today. It's nothing, Ji Jinghang insisted, taking the suitcase with a smile. Shuyi has repeatedly instructed me to take good care of you and help you move. Otherwise, if she finds out I let you carry things, she'll surely scold me. Shenyan couldn't help but laugh, feeling grateful. Then I must thank you, Jinghang, and I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Sure, Ji Jinghang replied casually. In the warm September sun, Ji Jinghang held the suitcase in one hand and a stylish bag in the other, while Shenyan, wearing a mask, held an umbrella. As the sun shone brightly, she instinctively tilted the umbrella slightly towards Ji Jinghang. After all, he was a distinguished young master helping her with the labor. Under the golden sunlight, the scene of a beautiful woman and a handsome man was almost picturesque, resembling a couple in love. Upon reaching the car, Ji Jinghang placed the suitcase and bag in the back seat and opened the passenger door for Shenyan. Let us get you settled in, he said while fastening his seatbelt. Make sure to check if anything is missing so we can get it sorted. Shenyan nodded while fastening her own seatbelt. Alright, I can take care of any missing items myself. Upon arriving at Xingqian Bay, they had to use facial recognition to enter the community, ensuring top-notch security. Even with Ji Jinghang present, the security guard still stopped them. After Ji Jinghang explained the situation, Shenyan cooperated with the guard to input her information. The entrance of the community was adorned with a floating starry scene, as if the heavens had been captured within the grounds, with mist and flowing water creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The expansive community housed only 6 families. Nestled in a villa district. Ji Shuyi's house was in the middle of building 3. Once inside, Shenyan opened all the windows for ventilation. The house was clean and tidy, likely maintained by someone even if she hadn't stayed there. While waiting for the moving company to deliver her things, Ji Jinghang checked the water and electricity to ensure everything was in order for living, and by the time they finished organizing, it was already evening. Thank you for all your help today, Shenyan said with a hint of guilt. Do you have time tonight? Let me treat you to dinner. Just a moment, I need to send a video to my sister. Ji Jinghang said with a grin as he pulled out his phone. I need her to know everything was arranged as she instructed. Otherwise, she'll likely chase me for answers. Shenyan watched him, admiring how he spoke affectionately about his sister, feeling a pang of envy at the seemingly perfect lives others led, while hers felt shattered. Seizing the moment while Ji Jinghang recorded the video, she sent a message to Ji Shuyi. The house is all set up, thank you for the lovely place, and I appreciate your brother's help. Ji Shuyi replied with a playful sticker and a message. You're being too polite. Shenyan responded with a cute cat sticker. Alright, I've sent it, Ji Jinghang announced, glancing at the time and noticing it was almost 6 o'clock. It's dinner time. Let's go, and then I'll head back. If you need help later, just reach out, Shenyan quickly protested. No, I must treat you to this meal. It wouldn't be right to trouble you for the entire day and then ask you to pay for dinner. Fine, Ji Jinghang relented. Then it's settled, Shenyan inquired. Do you have any dietary restrictions? None, I'm good with anything, he replied. Half an hour later, they found themselves in an elegant, understated Western restaurant with a lovely ambience. After placing their orders, soft violin music began to play in the background. As the delectable dishes arrived and they chatted over dinner, Shenyan received a notification on her phone. Upon opening it, she discovered that Ling Ling had sent her a message about their names trending online, highlighting how the moment they entered the restaurant, they had already made headlines. Supermodel Shenyan and Ji family young master Ji Jinghang moving out of the apartment and into the love nest together. With evidence to support the claims, the accompanying photos depicted Ji Jinghang carrying Shenyan's luggage outside her apartment. Shen holding an umbrella for him, Ji Jinghang opening the car door for her, and both of them entering the restaurant together after leaving the villa. Cough, Shen gasped, choking on her food as she looked up at Ji Jinghang. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Jinghang, I think I've gotten us into trouble. What happened? Ji Jinghang, momentarily unaware of the situation, set down his cutlery and turned to her, only to see Shen holding her phone up. Looking mortified. We're trending online, she said. These reporters are ridiculous, they can spin so many stories from just moving houses. Ji Jinghang's expression shifted as he realized the implications. Oh no, I forgot there have been paparazzi lurking around for the past few days. He quickly pulled out his phone, typing messages in a frenzy. Don't worry, I'll have the trending topic removed immediately. Will this affect your work? I'm fine as long as I don't cause you any trouble. Shen replied hastily, I don't want to be a burden. Although Ji Jinghang had been trending recently, there had been no romantic rumors, suggesting the Ji family had been managing the narrative. Shen felt uneasy, wondering if Tang Shiqing had seen the trending topic and might misunderstand her intentions. Fortunately, Ji Jinghang acted swiftly, and the trending topic was soon retracted, leaving only bewildered onlookers who had been eagerly following the story. There are likely many paparazzi outside right now, Ji Jinghang said, putting his phone away. Let us stay here for a while. I've arranged for someone to handle the reporters, once it's safe. You can leave first. Alright, Shen nodded in compliance, silently hoping that Tang Shiqing had not seen the brief trending topic during his surgery. As fate would have it, Tang Shiqing found himself not only witnessing but also unable to control the heaviness that weighed on his mind as he drove from the hospital to the restaurant. Just as he was about to alight and seek her out, he pondered the identity with which to approach her. The sudden appearance might render her uncomfortable. Having just emerged from surgery, he opened his phone to check for any updates on her Weibo, only to be met with trending topics that caused his heart to constrict painfully, as if a 1,000-pound stone had suddenly been placed upon it. Had she rejected his offer of a home only to accept that of Ji Jinghang? The sleek black Maybach idled across the street from the restaurant, its window partially lowered as he leaned his head out to gaze at the entrance. His arm rested casually on the window frame, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, its flickering ember reflecting the deepening shadows in his gaze. He had only taken a single drag from the cigarette before allowing it to burn down. Oblivious to the figure of Shen as she exited the restaurant, after waiting for nearly half an hour, Tang Shiqing, fidgeting with impatience, opened the door to step out, only to catch sight of a girl in a mask. Glancing around as she emerged from the restaurant, she wore a simple, fitted short-sleeved knit top paired with straight black pants, her slender waist and long legs accentuated by her fair complexion, which shone luminously under the lights, rendering her unassuming attire striking amidst the crowd. In that moment, the tension on Tang Shiqing's brow eased slightly, and he took out his phone to call her. As Shen stepped out, she was startled by the incoming call from Tang Shiqing, her lashes fluttering nervously as she hurriedly answered. His voice, deep and devoid of warmth, resonated. I'm right across from you. His tone was heavy as he instructed. Come over. Surprised by his presence, Shen looked up and indeed saw him standing amidst the bustling crowd and flowing traffic, a tall figure clad in a black shirt, poised by the car door, his right hand holding the phone to his ear. The distance rendered it impossible for her to decipher his expression. Yet it inexplicably sent a wave of anxiety through her, akin to a hapless sinner caught in the act. Nevertheless, lost in thought, her feet moved almost instinctively towards him. What a coincidence, Shen blurted out, her words tumbling forth in a flustered manner. What are you doing here? Regretting her impulsive utterance, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Tang Shiqing opened the car door, his tone impassive. Get into Chapter 16, focus. Only hook him once seated in the car. Shen instinctively glanced outside, still haunted by the trending topic. Tang Shiqing, noticing her unease, leaned over to fasten her seatbelt, reassuring her, there are no reporters. Startled, Shen turned her head abruptly. Hot. As Tang Shiqing focused on fastening her seatbelt, her nose inadvertently brushed against his cheek, sending a fleeting shiver through her. The unexpected intimacy caused her to catch her breath, and she found herself entranced by the intensity of his gaze as he lifted his eyes to meet hers. Their faces inches apart, their breaths intertwining, under the weight of his profound and affectionate stare, Shen swallowed nervously, and in the stillness of the car, the sound of the seatbelt clicking echoed. No reporters. No need to be so tense, Tang Shiqing remarked, his gaze lingering on her face before he let out a barely perceptible sigh, settling back into the driver's seat. You won't be photographed. The distance between them felt palpable, and Shen exhaled a sigh of relief, inquiring, did you see the trending topic? Tang Shiqing glanced at her, noting how her tension dissipated as they created space. As if she were wary of his earlier proximity, had her demeanor shifted because of Ji Jinghang? His voice dropped, a low rumble. Yes, I saw it. Regaining her composure, Xinyan turned to observe Tang Shiqing as he drove. Suddenly wondering aloud, did you arrange for someone to handle the reporters, afraid they'd catch us together? Tang Shiqing's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded her, responding without hesitation, not afraid, just concerned about adding to your troubles. Xinyan's eyes widened, a glimmer of surprise flitting across her features, sensing a protective undertone in his words, reminiscent of their first encounter when he shielded her from drinks, suggesting she need not partake if she didn't wish to. Clenching her fists, she asked, "How long did you wait by the restaurant?" Tang Shiqing maintained an air of elegance and nonchalance as he replied, "A little over an hour, I suppose." Caught off guard, Xinyan felt a jolt in her heart and hastily explained. "You know my apartment situation, it's no longer livable, so I moved. Ji Jinghang came to help at his sister's request and spent the afternoon with me. I thought it would be nice to treat him to a meal as a thank you." Oh, just then, the car came to a sudden halt at the roadside, and Tang Shiqing's deep voice cut through the air. "So Ji Jinghang's place is more acceptable to you than mine?" He turned to her. His gaze piercing, brow slightly furrowed. "Is that so, Miss Shen?" "No, he's my friend Ji Shidi's." Xinyan rushed to clarify. "I rented it myself." Who knew the trending topic would twist the narrative? Tang Shiqing unbuckled his seatbelt, turning to face her with an inquisitive look. "Then what role does Ji Jinghang play in this?" Xinyan blinked at him, flustered. "He is just a luxurious laborer." Internally, she lamented, "Sorry, Jinghang." At that moment, she remained blissfully unaware of how deeply she had begun to care about Tang Shiqing's feelings. Tang Shiqing countered, "A luxurious laborer, is that all?" "Yes, that's all." Xinyan nodded, studying Tang Shiqing's expression for a few moments before tentatively asking, "Are you jealous?" She had expected him to deny it or respond in a roundabout way. Yet to her astonishment, he replied straightforwardly, "Yes, I am jealous." Xinyan was taken aback once more. His unabashed honesty left her flustered, as if she could no longer maintain her composure and plan her next move to entice him. In just a few short days, she had experienced multiple moments of being ensnared by him. Noticing her momentary daze, Tang Shiqing was captivated by her alluring gaze, her lashes fluttering softly, stirring something within him. As his eyes fell to her lips, in an impulsive moment, he leaned in, almost capturing her lips with his, but paused to gauge her reaction. That if she resisted, he would withdraw. However, at that moment, Xinyan, caught off guard by his impending kiss, bit her lip and lowered her chin, appearing to shy away, yet her demeanor was more one of bashful surprise than rejection. Tang Shiqing, emboldened by her lack of avoidance, leaned in closer, and seeing her trembling lashes gripping the seatbelt without any intention of retreat, he surrendered to the moment and kissed her, their lips entwined. His kiss was gentle yet fervent, as if he sought to draw her into his embrace, a tender and heated allure that left Xinyan torn between her intentions to seduce him and the deepening feelings she harbored within. This man seemed to relish kissing her, and it felt as though there was more than mere instinct at play. As Tang Shiqing sensed her yielding, he suddenly wrapped his arm around her neck, deepening the kiss, prompting Xinyan to feel as though he were consuming her. With a slight furrow of her brow, she softly protested, but ultimately, he trailed kisses along her cheek before whispering in a low, husky tone, "Xinyan, focus, will you? Just hook me." The anxiety he felt after seeing the trending topic made him acutely aware that he had irrevocably invested himself in her, leaving no room for retreat. Xinyan, breathless from the kiss, softly questioned, "Focus on what?" "Nothing," Tang Shiqing replied softly, gradually releasing his hold on her neck to create some distance. As he looked down at her, preparing to speak again, he was distracted by the sheen of her lips, glistening and inviting. In a teasing tone, he remarked, "Next time we kiss, try to focus, Xinyan." Tang Shiqing chuckled lightly before resuming his drive, asking, "Do you have any plans after this, or shall I take you home?" "No plans, just take me back," Xinyan replied. "Thank you for the trouble." Tang Shiqing navigated the car into the flow of traffic, responding, "With me, there's no need for such formality," stealing a glance at him. Xinyan's expression was a mix of complexity as she softly acknowledged, "Oh." After that, silence settled between them, an eerie quiet enveloping the car. Xinyan lowered her head, while Tang Shiqing discreetly observed her through the rearview mirror. Understanding that her connection with Ji Jinghang was not significant, he deemed that confessing his feelings at this juncture would come across as overly eager, given their limited encounters. Meanwhile, Xinyan, lost in thought, wished to inquire about their current relationship but hesitated, fearing an unwanted answer might shatter the delicate tension they had built. Their dynamic had been both peculiar and nuanced. Upon reaching the entrance of Xingqian Bay community, Xinyan was surprised to see Tang Shiqing lower the window to gain entry. "You have a place here too?" she asked, astonished. "Yes," Tang Shiqing replied, glancing at her. "I hope that next time you need anything, You'll come to me first. Shen stared at him, bewildered. His words were always warm, wrapping around her heart in a way she had never experienced, igniting a sense of being cherished, just as she was about to seize the moment to ask what identity she should adopt when approaching him. Her phone rang, and upon checking, she saw it was Ji Jinghang calling. As she answered the phone, Shen proactively informed Tang Shiqing, "It's a call from Ji Jinghang. He probably wants to check if I've reached home." Please don't misunderstand. After finishing her sentence, she pressed the answer button. The moment the call connected, Ji Jinghang's voice resonated through. Shen, I sincerely apologize, but there has been a power issue at Xingqian Bay. You might have to find somewhere else to stay for the night. A professional will handle it first thing in the morning. Shen felt a hint of annoyance, yet she didn't want to trouble the Ji siblings any further. She quickly replied, "Alright, I understand, I'll stay at a friend's place for the night. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience." Chapter 17. Such a fool. After Shen hung up, Tang Shiqing leisurely adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. A mischievous glint lurking behind the lenses, his phone vibrated, and he glanced down at a message from Ji Jinghang. "Bro, the rest is up to you." This was sent 5 minutes earlier, taking advantage of Shenyan's distraction with her phone. Tang Shiqing had messaged Ji Jinghang directly, asking rather bluntly, "Do you like Shenyan?" Ji Jinghang responded instantly, "Not at all. Today's trending topic was purely a misunderstanding. I can tell you like her. I was just about to mention it. Shenyan has nowhere to stay, so she turned to my sister for help. I'm just assisting with the move." Tang Shiqing replied, "Got it," and then sent another message, "Come up with a reason to tell her that your place isn't available tonight." Ji Jinghang replied, "Why do I feel like this guy has turned into a lapdog? He wasn't like this before." At this moment, having achieved his objective, Tang Shiqing, with a gentlemanly demeanor, turned to Shenyan and inquired, "What's the matter?" "I can't stay at the house tonight," Shenyan said, lowering her gaze to open Ling Ling's WeChat, continuing, "I need to find another place to stay." Her tone was calm and devoid of any concealment. As if there was nothing amiss, however, Tang Shiqing, inadvertently catching a glimpse of her tapping on a friend's WeChat, suspected she was preparing to seek refuge with a friend he was right there and just moments ago had expressed, "I hope you'll come to me first if you need anything." His brows furrowed slightly. Did she not intend to reel him in? Such a splendid opportunity, and yet she seemed so unfocused. What a fool! Noticing Shenyan was about to send a message, Tang Shiqing sighed lightly, deliberately interrupting, "So, Miss Shen, who are you planning to contact for a place to stay tonight while seated in my car?" Just as Shenyan was about to click send, her hand froze mid-motion. She turned to face the man speaking, whose tone was subtly suggestive, prompting her to wonder if he was hinting at something. Boldly she feigned a sense of helplessness mixed with a hint of testing the waters. "Mr. Tang, would your home be convenient to accommodate a homeless person tonight?" She hastily added, "I'll be fine on the sofa." Hearing this, Tang Shiqing's expression softened with satisfaction, and he chuckled lightly. "Well, that's not too foolish, Shenyan." Tang Shiqing offered no further explanation, simply stating, "There's a bed for you." As the car came to a halt, he reached over to unbuckle her seatbelt and suddenly turned to her with a smile, saying, "Miss Shen, you should be more attentive, otherwise, you might miss out on the sweetness." Her lack of focus in capturing attention was exasperating. And he felt compelled to remind her, "Shenyan?" Taken aback by his unexpected remark, Shenyan was momentarily stunned, her mind swirling with questions. After exiting the car, she walked alongside Tang Shiqing, who was on the phone. Instructing, "Send some women's clothing and essentials to Xingqian Bay." "Understood, ninth young master," came the reply. Shenyan slowed her pace, falling behind Tang Shiqing, scrutinizing the man before her. His silhouette exuded a sense of security. With a stature that surpassed any male model she had encountered, dressed in black shirt and trousers, stepping gracefully along the cobblestone path, life often seemed unfair, as some individuals arrived in the world seemingly perfect. If such a man were to love her, it would surely be a blissful experience, wouldn't it? "What am I thinking?" Noticing Shenyan lagging behind, Tang Shiqing turned to her, lowering himself slightly to catch her gaze. "Don't worry, I won't touch you tonight." He assumed she was anxious about that, yet Shenyan was startled. Had he not mentioned it, she wouldn't have even considered it. Deep down, she felt a sense of unease. How had she become so unguarded? She intended to make him fall for her, not to lose herself before knowing his feelings. Shenyan quickly rallied her thoughts and replied, "You need to keep your word." Tang Shiqing's residence was adjacent to Ji Shuyi's. The decor was far from the whimsical, dreamy aesthetics of Ji Shuyi's home. Instead, it exuded a minimalist gray tone. "Put these slippers on," Tang Shiqing said, presenting a new pair of men's slippers while crouching down to place them before her. Standing up, he continued, "Someone will bring over some clothes for girls shortly. Thank you so much." Shen Yan smiled, feeling grateful. Tang Shiqing raised his chin and closed the door behind them, leaning against it in a posture that enclosed Shen Yan between himself and the door. He looked down at her, speaking slowly. "Miss Shen, if you continue to be this polite, I might just lose my courtesy." Shen Yan looked up in surprise, meeting his gaze, which was deep and filled with unspoken emotions, making her nervous enough to bite her lip and lower her eyes, pushing him away playfully while glaring at him. How annoying! Inexplicably, she sensed he might attempt to kiss her again. Tang Shiqing, momentarily taken aback by her playful shove, was captivated by her enchanting allure. Shen Yan possessed a striking beauty, complemented by her beguiling fox-like eyes. Even the simplest expressions exuded a captivating charm. As he entered the kitchen to pour himself a glass of warm water, he gulped it down to calm his racing thoughts. Just then, someone knocked at the door. It was the delivery of clothing and essentials. Tang Shiqing opened the door and handed the items to Shen Yan. "Here are the clothes and toiletries." He gestured towards the bathroom. "It's over there. You'll sleep in the master bedroom, and I'll take the guest room. Go take a shower. I'll make a call. If you need anything, just call me." "Alright, thank you," Shen Yan replied sincerely as she took the bags. Tang Shiqing, already dialing on his phone, said, "Go shower." Entering the bathroom, Shen Yan discovered not only nightwear but also casual clothes for going out. Clearly anticipating her need for attire tomorrow, there were also numerous toiletries. This man truly had a knack for making one feel enchanted. Given the unfamiliar surroundings, Shen Yan washed up much faster than usual. Exiting the bathroom, she spotted Tang Shiqing on the balcony, casually on the phone, leaning against the railing with an air of relaxed elegance, with his left hand casually tucked into his trouser pocket. He appeared to be discussing some medical matters. Perhaps sensing her presence, he lifted his gaze to meet hers, saying to the person on the other end, "Apologies, please hold on." He then covered the receiver and approached her, indicating, "The master bedroom is over there. The bedding has been changed and is clean. Go rest, and call me if you need anything." Shen Yan looked up at him. "Alright, I won't disturb your call. Apologies, household matters are still unresolved. I'll resume normal updates tomorrow." Chapter 18. To be trustworthy. Upon entering the bedroom, Shen Yan noticed a message from Ling Ling that had arrived a few minutes earlier. "I'm so furious. Those people at the company are such sycophants. When you and Ji Jinghang were trending, so many who rarely contacted me suddenly reached out, sweet-talking about wanting to hang out and have dinner. Even our agency director called, all sweet and gentle, but as soon as the trend faded and Ji Jinghang issued a clarification, they reverted to their snarky ways. What a bunch of fools." Shen Yan read the message, a faint smile curling her lips. "Isn't this the nature of the industry, a flurry of support when the spotlight shines, yet none to be found in times of need?" She replied, "Don't stoop to their level. Otherwise, you'll be angry every day." After all, her target wasn't Ji Jinghang. Instead, she was grateful for the trend that led her to be in Tang Shiqing's home. Ling Ling quickly responded, "Exactly, ignore the fools. Or you'll truly drive yourself mad. Get to bed early. Tomorrow's workload is heavy." "Okay, I'm about to sleep now." Placing her phone down, Shen Yan pulled back the covers and lay down. Surveying her surroundings, his bedroom felt rather sparse. Just a bed, a large desk by the floor-to-ceiling window, and a sofa. It seemed almost empty. On the bedside table lay a few books, mostly related to medicine. Shen Yan picked one up casually, flipping through the pages when a photograph slipped out. She hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, only to find it was Tang Shiqing's ID photo. The image captured him as a refined gentleman, exuding elegance. Lost in thought, she contemplated whether she should step out to entice him a little, to deepen their connection. Yet, in the next moment, she abandoned that thought. It was her first visit to his home, and she should maintain a sense of decorum. Nervousness and trepidation, she couldn't let him perceive her as overly eager or frivolous. Shen Yan carefully placed the photo back in the book and returned it to its spot before settling into bed to sleep. Tang Shiqing ended the call and made his way to the study. After attending to his tasks and taking a shower, he instinctively glanced towards the master bedroom as he prepared to retire to the guest room for the night. Noticing a sliver of light seeping from beneath the door, raising his gaze to the clock on the wall, he realized it was already 10 o'clock. Was the light still on while one was supposed to sleep? Surely she must not be unaware of where the switch is. How could one find rest under such circumstances? He approached and gently rapped on the master bedroom door, deciding not to disturb her if there was no response. Moments later, the door opened, revealing Shen Yan, who leaned lazily against the doorframe, a hint of drowsiness in her demeanor as she regarded the man clad in a black bathrobe at the threshold. Blinking in confusion, she inquired, "What's the matter?" The words Tang Shirqing had intended to say evaporated the instant Shen Yan opened the door, her appearance rendering him speechless. Her lazily cascading hair framed a countenance that exuded a captivating allure. Her unadorned face enhancing her innocent charm, the scent of her shower gel wafted through the air, and he couldn't help but admire her lovely lips, yearning to kiss them, noticing his silence. Shen Yan squinted slightly, her eyes narrowing as she recognized the familiar glimmer within them. Suddenly, she flashed him a bewitching smile. "Mr. Tang, you knock on my door yet remain silent." She stepped closer, her enticing fox-like eyes locked onto his. Her voice intentionally laced with a tender lilt. "What's this all about?" Rising onto her toes, she drew near to his lips, her gaze drifting from his eyes to his mouth, teasingly murmuring, "With that look in your eyes, you wouldn't be wanting to kiss me again, would you?" Tang Shirqing, unable to withstand her seduction, felt a tumult of emotions surge within him in mere seconds. Watching the girl's radiant smile, he continued, "Then may I steal a kiss, as a token of gratitude for Mr. Tang's hospitality tonight?" With that, Shen Yan grasped the fabric of his waist, rising on her toes to plant a fleeting kiss on his lips. Playfully allowing her tongue to graze his lip, only to retreat swiftly, leaving him yearning for more. Such tantalizing allure shattered Tang Shirqing's restraint, and in the next instant, he seized her shoulders, pressing her against the doorframe as he leaned down to return the kiss. Seeking to quell the unrest within him, however, his lips met the soft palm of Shen Yan instead. She pouted, glaring at him. "You promised not to touch me tonight." Tang Shirqing, disappointed, looked down at her. His breath low. "Then why did Miss Shen kiss me?" Shen Yan raised her hand to lightly cover his mouth, smiling. "I never said I wouldn't touch you." Tang Shirqing raised an eyebrow in surprise at her words, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Since you didn't say so, could Miss Shen indulge in a little more? Not touching, just kissing?" Shen Yan released her hand from his mouth, adopting a serious tone. "I'm going to sleep now. I have work tomorrow." With that, she attempted to duck beneath his arm and escape into the bedroom, but just as she was about to flee, Tang Shirqing pulled her back, pressing her against the doorframe once more. Intent on kissing her, but Shen Yan quickly recoiled, protesting, "A man must keep his promises, one cannot simply kiss at will. It diminishes the inherent desire for conquest within a man and reduces his interest in her." Today, she would not allow him to kiss her. Observing her displeasure, Tang Shirqing let out a resigned sigh, gentlemanly releasing her, and chuckled, "Very well, I won't touch you tonight." Shen Yan's eyes widened. "Just tonight?" Tang Shirqing replied earnestly, "Is there a problem?" Shen Yan, sensing the underlying flirtation, chose not to refute him, instead feigning ignorance as she scolded playfully, "You bad man." She then slipped into her room, attempting to close the door, prompting Tang Shirqing to remember the purpose of his knocking. Hastily raising his hand to stop the door, "The light switch is by the bedside, there's one here as well." He gestured towards the switch, adding, "The remote by the bedside can also control it." "All right." Shen Yan nodded, hastily shutting the door. She leaned against it, exhaling a sigh of relief to calm her racing heart. Cradling her face in her hands, her cheeks flushed. Having just tempted Tang Shirqing, it had sent her heart racing. She feared she might lose her own composure before he did. The following day, as Shen Yan arrived at the office, she noticed people whispering and pointing, snippets of conversation predominantly revolving around the trending topic of her and Ji Jinghang from the previous day. "Ignore those sour grapes," Ling Ling chimed in, shooting a glare at the gossipers to comfort Shen Yan. Shen Yan smiled unfazed. "It's fine. Not everyone can influence my mood." Ling Ling chuckled. "That's the spirit." Suddenly an unwelcome voice pierced the air, causing Ling Ling to frown as she looked up to see Su Yao approaching with her assistant. Su Yao, who had joined the company at the same time as Shen Yan, had always harbored envy towards her success. Towering at 175 centimeters in her stilettos, she approached Shen Yan with an air of disdain, mocking, "Didn't Sister Yan just cozy up to the heir of the Ji family? I thought moving into your love nest would mean you wouldn't show up at the office today." Her words dripped with insinuation as she laughed meaningfully. The assistant chimed in, fanning the flames, "Sister, you might not know, but right after the Ji family trended, they quickly retracted it, and the rarely active Ji family heir even took the unusual step of posting a clarification. If one didn't know better, they might think there was something scandalous about Sister Yan that the Ji heir discovered and disapproved of." Ling Ling, irritated by the duo, retorted without hesitation, "Did you have your breakfast in the bathroom this morning? Your mouth smells foul." Shen Yan, sensing Ling Ling's defense, stood protectively in front of her, offering a languid smile to Su Yao as she casually remarked, "Oh, what would you do without me?" The supporting character, with a dismissive raise of her brow, she brushed past Ling Ling. Su Yao, incensed by Shen Yan's nonchalant demeanor, wished for an outburst from her, which would at least disrupt her own mood rather than feeling like a punch that landed softly on cotton. Xinyan, just wait, one day, I'll make you pay to eye in the makeup room. The makeup artist, a young girl who admired Xinyan, diligently worked on her look, always striving to ensure Xinyan outshone everyone else. Sister Yan, you're simply stunning, you can pull off any style, the makeup artist exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xinyan smiled graciously. It's all thanks to your excellent skills, the makeup artist beamed. Her spirits lifted. The jewelry show was themed around Western royal elegance, with Xinyan as the queen of the runway. Once her makeup was complete, and as she admired her reflection, Tang Shiqing's face involuntarily surfaced in her mind. He had already left for the day, and she hadn't seen him. She longed to talk to him but struggled to find a suitable reason. After a moment's contemplation, Xinyan took several stunning selfies. Then opened WeChat and selected 9 gorgeous photos to post, setting the visibility to only Tang Shiqing can see. She hoped to see if she could catch his attention. Once posted, a wave of nervousness washed over her, and she quickly exited WeChat, unwilling to watch and risk disappointment. However, unable to contain her curiosity after a few minutes, she reopened the app, only to be greeted by a striking red notification indicating a new interaction. Her heart raced as she clicked on it, discovering he not only liked her post but had also commented with 2 simple words, "Very beautiful." The timing of his comment was only a minute after her post. With a soft smile, she clicked on Tang Shiqing's profile and sent a message, "What are you doing? Are you busy now?" After sending, she noticed that his profile picture had been changed to one showcasing a cluster of colorful fireworks against a dark night sky, mysterious and beautiful. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Not busy, Tang Shiqing replied shortly thereafter. Xinyan, thinking he was at the hospital, teased, "It's good that you're not busy, it means fewer patients today." Tang Shiqing responded, "I'm off today." "Not at the hospital." "Off today." Xinyan's interest peaked and she quickly texted, "Then will Mr. Tang have time to come see the show? There are many beauties." This time, Tang Shiqing didn't reply immediately as he had with the previous messages. A minute passed before he responded, "Apologies, my grandfather assigned me a task this morning. He had arranged it 2 days prior and specifically instructed me not to postpone it." It was the longest message he had sent. Seemingly trying to explain so she wouldn't feel upset, Xinyan felt a fleeting sense of disappointment at the rejection but remained understanding. "No worries, you attend to your matters, don't let the old man down. I was just asking." Tang Shiqing sighed deeply as he read her reply, his gaze heavy with regret. If it weren't for the prior commitment to his grandfather, he would undoubtedly have gone to see her. He quickly typed back, "I'll definitely come see you next time." He followed up with, "To see you." "To see you." As Xinyan read those 3 words, her heart inexplicably raced. Ripples of excitement disturbing her calm demeanor. This reminded her of last night's trending topic. When she had asked him if he was jealous, the man had been quite candid, responding with 3 words, "Yes." Jealous. He appeared to be even more forthright than her, the one who had meticulously cast the bait. Reflecting on the events that transpired since their first encounter, it seemed that he always took the initiative more than she did at every meeting. Xinyan found herself once again ensnared in confusion by this man. She was acutely aware that her initial approach towards him was not driven by pure intentions. Did that mean his candor was also underpinned by ulterior motives? She observed his power and influence, while he seemingly appreciated her commendable figure and attractive appearance. In that moment, she struggled to discern his true intentions. Meanwhile, Tang Shiqing, having received no response for some time, sent another message, "Are you available to take a call? I would like to call you." The new message jolted Xinyan back to reality, and she replied honestly, "I'm currently getting styled. I'll call you when it's convenient, let us not chat for now." Tang Shiqing responded, "All right." Locking her phone, Xinyan stared vacantly in one direction, lost in her thoughts. Once all the models had completed their makeup, a brief rehearsal ensued, followed by a steady stream of arrivals. In the backstage area, models were touching up their makeup and adjusting their outfits when suddenly one girl pointed at another's clothing and exclaimed, "You! Let us swap outfits, I adore your ensemble." The girl being addressed, taken aback, stammered, "Miss Xia, it's rather inappropriate to change outfits now. We've just rehearsed, and the makeup and hair were all styled to match our attire." Xia Jiming, unabashed and domineering, retorted, "When I say we swap, we swap. Do you know who I am?" But the girl, fully aware of Xia Jiming's status as the chosen one of the Tang family, nervously replied, "I'm fine with changing. I can wear that outfit, but everyone has rehearsed together. If we change suddenly, could it jeopardize the entire show?" "What do you mean by that?" Xia Jiming angrily accused. "Are you implying that I would drag you down?" No, Miss Xia, you've misunderstood. that is not what I meant. Observing the girl's trepidation, Shen couldn't help but intervene, recalling her own early days in the industry. Miss Xia, it may indeed be a bit hasty to change outfits now. If you being so beautiful were to switch outfits in a rush, it could jeopardize your stunning appearance. Wouldn't that be a shame? And who are you? Xia Jiming scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Shen. My beauty would not be diminished by any outfit. At that moment, Su Yao, witnessing Shen's rebuttal, was elated, quickly chiming in with Xia Jiming. Exactly, how could Miss Xia's innate beauty be affected by a mere piece of clothing? For her, outfits are merely embellishments. Su Yao then approached Xia Jiming, flattering her. This is Shen. She thinks her looks make her superior to everyone else and indulges in beauty bullying. Chapter 20, Sourness. The ever-conceited Xia Jiming listened to Su Yao's words. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Shen, she could not deny that this woman was exceptionally beautiful, even to the point of being glaringly so, evoking a sense of unwarranted disdain. Shen possessed a beguiling and striking beauty, one that could be perceived as aggressive and inciting jealousy among women. Even Xia Jiming, who considered herself beautiful and the center of attention, felt a pang of jealousy, deriding. Shen never heard of her. Her gaze, sharp and unkind, assessed Shen, who stood slightly shorter than many supermodels, and she pointedly remarked, your height certainly doesn't conform to supermodel standards. Surely, you didn't resort to some underhanded means to be selected? Though I must admit, your figure is indeed the type men enjoy playing with. Xia Jiming chuckled derisively, and Su Yao joined in the laughter, basking in the satisfaction of Shen's verbal assault. However, Shen merely smiled unfazed, and replied lightly, I'm sorry to disappoint Miss Xia. I was selected through a fair voting process. As for men's preferences, I'm afraid I lack the extensive experience you possess. Xia Jiming was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Shen's remark about her extensive experience was a veiled jab at her penchant for mingling with men. Enraged, she pointed at Shen and shouted, if you have the guts. Don't be so indirect. Say it plainly. Suddenly, a voice from a middle-aged woman interrupted the escalating dispute. Director Ying strode over in her high heels, exuding an air of authority, urging, we need to be in top form. It is almost showtime. Su Yao, glancing at the approaching Ying, turned to Xia Jiming and eagerly ingratiated herself. Director Ying, you've arrived just in time. Shen has been disrespectful to Miss Xia. Xia Jiming, flushed with indignation, stepped up to Ying, declaring, I want to change outfits. This Shen has been throwing veiled insults at me. I have never endured such humiliation. Aware of Xia Jiming's status, Ying quickly adopted a conciliatory tone, saying, what outfit does Miss Xia wish to change into? As for Shen, Ying glanced at Shen, who bore a look of dejection, and adeptly defended her. She is the lead model today. She must be under immense pressure and may have misspoken. Please don't take it to heart, Miss Xia. Ying then reached out to take Xia Jiming's hand, attempting to create a sense of camaraderie and divert the topic. Now, which outfit would you like to change into? We need to hurry. The show is about to begin. There were two lead agents in the company, one primary and one secondary. Ying was the primary and had a fondness for Shen. Having nurtured her career, Shen was regarded as competent and manageable in Ying's eyes, so she often shielded her. Ying understood that Xia Jiming would not relent without a wardrobe change, and it was better to accommodate her than to let the situation escalate. Speed was essential in resolving such unexpected incidents. Even a second of delay could adversely impact the entire show. After finishing, Ying called out to Shen, get ready. We're about to start. Shen understood that Ying was aiding her and was disinclined to remain in Xia Jiming's presence any longer. She responded promptly, alright, I'm on my way. As Shen departed with several girls, she overheard Xia Jiming sulkingly murmur, wait until my ninth brother arrives. I'll ensure he never collaborates with a model like you again. Ninth brother, the Tang family, was she referring to Tang Shiqing? Shen, having walked a distance, suddenly paused, unable to control her impulse to glance back at Xia Jiming. In that fleeting moment, she heard Xia Jiming exclaim with surprise and excitement, ninth brother? Oh my, what a coincidence, just as I mentioned him, he appears. Xia Jiming, spotting Tang Shiqing approaching through the glass door, found him even more handsome than in photos and more elegant than in video calls. Radiating a mature allure, she rushed towards him, disregarding the crowd, her gown lifted in her haste. Curious, Shen followed Xia Jiming's gaze and beheld Tang Shiqing striding toward them. In that instant, she felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. So his claim of being too busy to attend her show was merely because he was preoccupied with other women. Outside the glass doors, Tang Shiqing approached with long strides, his expression solemn as he spoke to his assistant. Ali, why didn't you give me the model list sooner? He had just learned that Shen was one of the models in this show. Ali, looking pitiful, replied, ninth young master, I was about to inform you. But you requested not to have the models introduced, just the product details. Had it not been for the deputy director of this agency mentioning the models earlier, he might still have missed the opportunity to speak. Ninth brother, Xia Jiming exclaimed, her voice bright as she ran up, eager to cozy up to Tang Shiqing. Hearing her, he instinctively tucked the hand she intended to embrace into his suit pocket, avoiding any intimate contact. And firmly stated, "I'm not fond of having others too close." He then turned to approach Xinyan, looking politely at Xia Jiming as he said, "Apologies, my friend is over there, I must go now." However, at that moment Ying noticed Xinyan standing still and urged, "Xinyan, what are you doing? We're about to start, hurry up." Xinyan snapped back to attention, turning to Ying and responding, "All right, Director Ying, I'm going now." With that, she promptly turned and entered the runway passage. When Tang Shiqing turned back to approach after speaking with Xia Jiming, he could only catch a glimpse of Xinyan's retreating figure as she disappeared into the right passageway. Without having the chance to exchange a single word. At the jewelry show venue, the audience was filled with esteemed guests from around the globe, and Tang Shiqing was among them. Xia Jiming, distracted by Tang Shiqing's sudden appearance, lost interest in changing outfits, her focus entirely on him. She was scheduled to appear in the latter half of the show, so she simply draped a long shawl over her shoulders and sat down beside Tang Shiqing to watch the runway. As Xinyan made her entrance, her gaze immediately fell upon Tang Shiqing amidst the crowd. Today, he donned a silver-gray shirt, immaculate and tidy, his gold-rimmed glasses adding a touch of refined restraint. His elegantly crossed legs drew attention, and it was uncertain whether it was his brilliance or her thoughts of him that made him so captivating. In the grandeur of the event, she could always catch sight of him with each turn, their eyes meeting as if he had been watching her all along. However, beside him stood Xia Jiming, a girl who was engrossed in conversation with him, her eyes sparkling with infatuation, rendering the scene somewhat jarring. Xinyan's attire elegantly showcased her enviably beautiful legs, a long train trailing behind her, noble, graceful, and stunningly beautiful. She radiated an aura that captivated photographers, the sound of camera shutters clicking incessantly. Everyone was immersed in the excitement of shimmering jewels and beauty. Yet Tang Shiqing wore a contemplative frown. "Brother Zhou, have you heard anything I've said?" Xia Jiming pouted, looking at Tang Shiqing, who had barely exchanged a few words with her. He turned his head slightly, replying indifferently, "Miss Xia is also a model in this show. It may not be appropriate for you to sit here." Xia Jiming replied sulkily, "All right, then Brother Zhou, take your time. I shall excuse myself." The jewelry show lasted over an hour. After it concluded, Tang Shiqing immediately sought out Xinyan backstage, only to be informed by the staff that Miss Xin has an outdoor shoot next and has already left with her team. In the van, the makeup artist was removing Xinyan's makeup, and after cleansing her face and applying an emergency mask, she continued with the makeup. "You worked hard today, Yan Jia," the makeup artist smiled, saying, "It's going to be a long day. I hope the afternoon shoot goes smoothly so that you can return early to rest. Enduring some hardship is better than being idle," Xinyan replied, sipping milk through a straw, laughing at herself. "In our line of work, being idle could lead to serious trouble," the makeup artist, with a face full of confidence, said. "Yan Jia, you won't be, you are a natural on stage." Xinyan smiled knowingly at her words. Just then, Xinyan's phone rang. The makeup artist, sensing the moment, asked, "Will you answer?" Xinyan glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Tang Shiqing. "I'll take this," she said, opening the call to hear Tang Shiqing's slightly subdued voice. "Where are you?" "In the car," Xinyan replied honestly, heading to the next shoot. "I have quite a bit of work today." Tang Shiqing fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "May I come over?" Xinyan hesitated for a moment, quickly responding, "I'm working. Your presence would disrupt the shoot and prolong everyone's work time." Tang Shiqing, upon hearing this, let out a barely perceptible sigh. "What time will you finish?" "Today, with so much work, it might be quite late," Xinyan replied. "Then once you finish, please call me back. I won't disturb your work any longer." Tang Shiqing said. Xinyan felt a tremor in her heart at his tone. All right, unsure of what she was testing, she asked, "If it's very late, will you still wait for my call?" Without hesitation, Tang Shiqing replied, "I will wait, no matter how late." Xinyan pressed her lips together, and after hanging up, her thoughts grew heavy. Was he with Xia Jiming while still concerned about her? Taking a deep breath, she chose to escape the thought of him. After all, she merely wished for him to be her support, didn't she? As long as he still cared for her, their connection was sufficient. The afternoon shoot continued until the sun had set. Upon returning to the company, Xinyan could hear someone asking Xia Jiming from afar, Meng, was that the 9th young master of the Tang family we saw this morning? He truly is as refined and distinguished as the rumors suggest. So elegant and handsome, Xia Jiming gleefully replied, "Yes, I've called him Brother Zhou since childhood. We're practically childhood sweethearts. Our families have been close for generations." Tang grandfather treats me very well. If I hadn't suggested brother Joe come to accompany me. He wouldn't have attended this event. Have you ever seen him at any fashion show or in the media? Someone chimed in. Indeed, I have not. Xia Jiming beamed with pride. Yes, because brother Joe dislikes such occasions. His main profession is that of a doctor, and he has no interest in the entertainment industry. He only made an exception because of me. Oh, how enviable, someone exclaimed, but you two are quite a match. Both from affluent families. Xia Jiming's delight only intensified upon seeing Shenyan approaching, and she deliberately raised her voice, saying, as for whether we are a match, it's hard for me to say as a girl. But brother Joe does treat me very well. As she spoke, she tugged at the necklace around her neck. This necklace is a one-of-a-kind pink diamond he gifted me. Xia Jiming could tell that Tang Shiqing held Shenyan in special regard. Especially when he sought her out after the jewelry show, she felt a pang of resentment. Why should the man she had admired since childhood be taken by someone like her? Shenyan was utterly unworthy. As Shenyan walked past, she caught a glimpse of Xia Jiming's necklace, which was truly beautiful, and her heart ached with envy. At that moment, Xia Jiming's phone rang. Upon seeing it was the driver. She eagerly answered, performing her role with glee. Brother Joe, wait for me a moment, I'll be there shortly. Yes, after dinner, we'll go watch a movie. She deliberately waved goodbye to the others, saying I must be off now. See you all later. Before leaving the company, appearing as if she were in a sweet rush to meet him, once inside her workspace, Shenyan tiredly sank onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her phone in hand, contemplating calling Tang Shiqing only to abandon the idea each time. Just then, she received a call from Ying Jia, promptly answering to hear her say, Shenyan, there's a dinner gathering tonight. Prepare yourself, a car will be coming to pick you up. Shenyan squinted, directly replying Ying Jia, can I skip it? I'm feeling a bit unwell. At the high-level dinner, Suya would also be present. Ying Jia replied, consider it carefully. Your current work has already been gradually diminishing. If Suya takes any more from you, you will find yourself in a precarious position. Shenyan, feeling defeated, tucked her loose hair behind her ears and took a deep breath. Saying, alright, I understand, I'll get ready and head over. In a tone of someone who had been through it, Ying Jia added, just don't let yourself get drunk, that way, there will be no danger. We must rely on the company to survive. Chapter 21, The Dinner Gathering. Yes, I understand, Shenyan replied, her expression unreadable. Hearing the dejection in Shenyan's voice, Ying Jia added, Su Yao is more carefree. Complying with all the company's arrangements, of the higher-ups are increasingly favoring her. To the capital, your beauty is not irreplaceable. With sufficient packaging and promotion, the next you could appear at any moment. Unlike Xia Jiming, who has a solid family background to rely on, we can only strive harder. As Ying Jia spoke, she suddenly sighed, fearing to add to Shenyan's stress. She quickly shifted her tone to a lighter one, saying, I don't mean to discourage you, it's just how the circle operates. Sometimes, you must compromise, or you risk being eliminated. Listening to Ying Jia's heartfelt advice, Shenyan smiled reassuringly. It's nothing, Ying Jia, it's just a meal. I can handle it. She knew all too well the power of capital in this industry, and lacking a background or family legacy, she was left with nothing but her appearance, forced to grit her teeth and climb through the thorns until all her contracts expired. Shenyan applied a light makeup, clad in a wine-red knee-length slip dress that was simple yet elegant, enhancing her allure significantly. The dress had been sent by Tang Shiqing as sleepwear the previous night. Upon exiting the company, she noticed a black Bentley parked at the entrance. The driver, standing by the open door, respectfully called out, Miss Shen, please get in. Or arriving at the destination, she stepped out to see the grand sign of Liuguang shining before her. Liuguang was a luxurious establishment that combined dining and entertainment. As Shenyan entered, someone promptly guided her to a private room. Upon entering, someone jovially teased, look, our beautiful star has arrived. Shenyan instantly smiled, bending slightly in an apologetic manner. I'm sorry for being late and keeping everyone waiting. No worries, a slightly balding, greasy older man said, his eyes roving over Shenyan. Just drink a few more glasses later. Maintaining her politeness, Shenyan managed to smile at the man. Ying Jia seized the moment to introduce, this is Mr. Li, who is currently preparing a fashion drama that will require many models. Ying Jia subtly raised her eyebrows at Shenyan, signaling that tonight would be an opportunity to connect further. Receiving Ying Jia's hint, Shenyan concealed her lack of enthusiasm, yet maintained a smile as she addressed Mr. Li. Mr. Li, I will certainly drink with you later. Alright, let us sit down first, another man interjected, pointing to an empty seat beside Gao, the president of Shenyan's agency, Wu Yan. Shenyan followed the direction pointed out by Wu Yan and soon laid her eyes upon the man referred to as Mr. Gao, the very individual that Xin Lanxin had arranged for her to marry. A sudden heaviness settled in her heart as she comprehended that everyone at this gathering harbored ulterior motives, and she was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Despite her awareness of the lurking dangers, she found herself unable to simply turn and walk away. After a brief silence, Shenyan, who had maintained a smile throughout, promptly replied, "Very well, thank you, Mr. Wu." As soon as Shenyan took her seat, Mr. Gao's gaze lecherously traversed her face, slowly descending to linger upon her slender waist, ultimately resting on the exposed segment of her fair, alluring calf. With a smirk, he remarked, "It is an honor to have the beautiful Shenyan seated beside me." He raised his glass and continued with a grin, "Come, let me toast to the beauty." Shenyan forced a smile in response, saying, "Oh, Mr. Gao, you flatter me. It is I who should toast to you." She lifted her glass slightly lower than Mr. Gao's, and with a charming smile, added, "Please feel free." Then she slowly drained her glass, and as she set it down, a gentle female voice chimed in, "Sister Yan, what a remarkable tolerance for alcohol you have." Turning towards the voice, Shenyan was surprised to discover that it belonged to Su Yao, who appeared warm and amiable. In such a setting, who wasn't donning a mask of pretense. Shenyan reciprocated with a disingenuous smile and raised her glass once more, saying, "We are all colleagues in the same company. Isn't mutual assistance expected?" At that moment, she noticed that Su Yao was seated very close to the vice president, who had his arm casually draped around her waist. No wondering Jia had warned her not to let Su Yao steal her job. It seemed she had secured a position of favor, yet, what right did she have to mock others? She too was fishing for a benefactor, albeit without success. Thus FAR.no1 was particularly virtuous in this game. Taking another sip of her drink, Shenyan found her thoughts drifting uncontrollably to Tang Shiqing. Was he dining with someone, or had he already gone to the movies? She was momentarily unsure whether it was the bitterness of the alcohol or the ache in her heart that troubled her. After a few rounds of drinks, Shenyan felt slightly tipsy when suddenly a hand rested on her thigh. Mr. Gao spoke, "Miss Shen, why not try this drink?" As he spoke, his hand meaningfully patted her leg. Shenyan fought to maintain her composure, swiftly standing to evade his unwelcome touch, her smile remaining gentle yet firm. "I apologize, Mr. Gao. I must visit the restroom, please excuse me." Without waiting for his consent, she rose and turned to leave for the washroom, only to find Mr. Gao following closely behind. In her high heels, Shenyan, having sat for a while, stumbled slightly as she walked, her slight intoxication exacerbating the situation. "Miss Shen, can you still walk?" Mr. Gao approached, extending his hand as if to encircle her waist. A lewd expression on his face, Shenyan instinctively sidestepped his grasp, discreetly pinching her thigh to stay alert. "No need. I'm just a bit unsteady after standing so suddenly," she replied, her forced smile beginning to falter. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Gao." Wary of the old man as continued pursuit, Shenyan, with a smile that barely masked her discomfort, quipped, "Are you planning to accompany me to the restroom, Mr. Gao? That would be rather embarrassing for me as a woman." With a playful tone, she added, "Do you fear I might run away?" Mr. Gao, sensing her discomfort, retreated slightly, saying, "Then be careful. I'll wait for you in the private room." Shenyan, with a bright smile, replied, "All right." Once Mr. Gao had turned back to the private room, she continued her way towards the restroom, completely unaware of the figure lurking around the corner. Xiajimeng, having unintentionally recorded the scene with Shenyan and Mr. Gao on her phone, felt a surge of malicious delight. How fortuitous, she thought. I never expected to witness such a moment while stepping out to take a call. I must send this to Jioge so he can see your dissolute side. Without hesitation, she opened Tang Shiqing's WeChat and selected a segment of the video that captured Shenyan's unsteady exit, with Mr. Gao closely trailing behind, his hand reaching for her waist. The ambiguity of the video only fueled speculation about what might transpire next. Chapter 22. Going to find her. After sending the video, Xiajimeng quickly followed up with several messages. "Jioge, I met Shenyan while out to dinner with friends. What a coincidence. She seems quite intoxicated, grappling with a man. Their actions appear rather intimate." Just as she was typing a third message, a few words suddenly appeared on her screen. "Tang Shiqing, which restaurant?" In his study, Tang Shiqing, observing the video of Shenyan stumbling, felt his gaze darken as he swiftly stood and exited the room. He immediately called Ali, urging, "Come and drive." "Understood, Jiushao." Seeing Tang Shiqing's response, Xiajimeng couldn't suppress her glee, believing he was angry and intended to confront the situation. After all, what man could tolerate his woman drinking with others and engaging in intimate actions, with a sense of schadenfreude? She quickly sent another message, "Liuguang Restaurant." Seated in the car, Tang Shiqing replied expressionlessly, "Thank you." Xiajimeng continued, "Jioge, why are you being so polite? We've known each other for so many years." "I didn't intend to send you anything about Shenyan. I just happened to see it and thought you should know. Just look at this woman. That man could be her grandfather. And yet they appear so close. Doesn't that disgust you?" She could have easily refused such a drinking gathering, yet she willingly chooses to accompany these men. I stayed here all day, and many said her private life is quite chaotic. She even invited me, but I felt this gathering was too wild and declined. While she went. No wonder she, despite her height, can be a main model. Perhaps it's all through such means. The entertainment industry is indeed chaotic. It's not suitable for me, and I'll avoid it in the future. Tang Shiqing, reading her malicious speculations and slanderous remarks about Shenyan, furrowed his brow and replied bluntly, Miss Xia. The person you are disparaging word by word is someone I, Tang Shiqing, admire. Upon receiving his message, Xia Jiming was taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of jealousy and resentment. She had not anticipated such a direct declaration from him. Openly expressing his affection for another woman, what made Shenyan superior to her? Xia Jiming, unwilling to accept this, she retaliated with, Zhou, what do you see in her? Do you even know what kind of person she is? Women like her are adept at seducing men. Don't let her enchant you. What decent girl would drink with so many older men? She is unworthy of you. As soon as she hit send, a red exclamation mark and verification message appeared on her screen. Tang Shiqing had blocked her. Xia Jiming stood frozen, staring blankly for several seconds before regaining her composure, stomping her feet in frustration. In the restroom, after a second bout of purging, Shenyan leaned over the sink, expelling the alcohol from her stomach to avoid its numbing effects. At this moment, she supported herself with one hand against the sink. Retching several times, her exquisitely beautiful face had turned somewhat pale, her eyes reddened and glistening with tears. After rinsing her mouth with water, she propped herself up, gazing at her disheveled reflection in the mirror. She fell into a long silence before letting out a self-deprecating laugh, feeling the weight of existence pressing down on her. Gradually, she turned, leaning against the sink, her softly curled long hair cascading lazily over her shoulders as she lowered her head. Searching for something on her person, she remained oblivious to the figure observing her from the doorway. Tang Shiqing. When he arrived, Tang Shiqing witnessed Shenyan bent over the sink, her disheveled state evoking a deep sense of compassion. Especially when she turned, revealing a haggard and pale visage, her eyes bloodshot from retching. Yet, despite her suffering, she had not sent him a single message. His gaze turned cold, his brow furrowing as he methodically retrieved a cigarette from his pack and approached her. Standing before her as he softly spoke, looking for this, hearing his voice, Shenyan looked up in astonishment, finding the man who had occupied her thoughts standing before her, as if conjured from a dream. Her lips parted in surprise. Tang Shiqing gently placed the cigarette against her lips and produced a lighter, igniting it with a soft click. The blue flame flickered to life as he indulgently lit the cigarette for her. The smoke swirling slowly between them, Shenyan was momentarily dazed, her focus fixed on the man before her, ignoring the cigarette now burning at her lips. Tang Shiqing met her gaze, his expression inscrutable as he asked, "What's wrong? Have you forgotten me, or are you too drunk to recognize me?" Only then did Shenyan snap back to reality, blinking rapidly as she removed the cigarette from her lips. Softly uttering, Tang Shiqing smiled gently, his voice low and soothing, "So you still remember me? It seems you're not too far gone." As he spoke, he plucked the cigarette from her fingers and took a puff himself. Holding the smoke in before leaning down to kiss her, the cloud of smoke enveloped them both, merging their breaths. Cough cough. Shenyan tilted her head back, choking on the smoke, her pale face flushing red as she staggered and fell against Tang Shiqing's chest. Seeking support, after a moment, he released her, gazing down at the woman leaning against him, her brows knitted and her eyes hazy from the coughing. "Do you want more?" As he finished speaking, he raised his hand. Cigarette in hand, taking a drag before leaning down once more, enveloped in smoke, to kiss her. Shenyan watched as he approached, smoke curling from his lips, and could not help but feel a twinge of vulnerability. Pouting in distress, "Even you are bullying me." Her eyes were already rimmed with red, and the recent choking had left them misty. A few strands of hair fell haphazardly across her forehead, presenting a disheveled and fragmented appearance. Tang Shiqing, struck by the sight of her pouting and looking aggrieved, felt a pang in his heart. Pressing his thin lips together, he lowered his gaze for a few seconds before speaking in a low, somber tone, "I have been waiting for your call. Why didn't you reach out to me?" She had mentioned being at work, so he refrained from intruding, fearing he might miss her call. In fact, during a sudden emergency surgery at the hospital that afternoon, he had entrusted his phone to someone else, instructing them, if there's a call marked fireworks, please take it for me and inform her that I am in surgery. Yet, after 3 hours, when the procedure concluded and she had not called, he found himself waiting as night fell, only to see a WeChat message from Xia Jiyue. Under his unwavering gaze, Shenyan was abruptly pulled back from her bittersweet thoughts by his words. Immediately steadying herself and pushing him away from her chest, she observed the involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. "What would I call you for? You have an engagement." "How could I be so tactless as to disturb you?" Tang Shirqing, bewildered, retorted urgently. "Who do I have an engagement with?" In a hurry to ensure she didn't topple over, he reached out to steady her arm, only to be abruptly pushed away by Shenyan, whose emotions flared. "Don't touch me." As soon as she uttered those words, Shenyan instantly realized her overreaction. After all, they had no real relationship. Why was she even angry? It felt as though she had no right or identity to be upset, leaving her feeling utterly nonsensical. In a moment of confusion and irritation, she swept her hair back from her forehead. Glancing at Tang Shirqing as he offered an apology, "I'm sorry, I've had a bit too much to drink and lost control of my emotions." Chapter 23, Protect her. "There's no need to apologize," Tang Shirqing said gravely, observing the despondent and forlorn expression on Shenyan's face. Her gaze seemed increasingly unfocused and distant, prompting him to sigh softly, half embracing her shoulder to draw her into his warmth. "But you truly are intoxicated. Let us go. I'll take you home." She shouldn't linger in this state, however. Shenyan gazed at him with a somewhat unfocused look. "I can't leave just yet. Several executives are still here. If I leave now, it might affect my future work. Oh, not worry. We can leave, and it won't affect your job," Tang Shirqing gently reassured her. He led Shenyan out of the restroom. Inquiring which private room, leaning against him, she felt an unprecedented sense of security and replied, "In the Meteor Pavilion." As they exited the restroom, Ollie, waiting at the door, promptly approached, whispering into Tang Shirqing's ear. The man in the video was named Gao Ming, a native. He settled in the country at a young age and is the chairman of Huiyao Entertainment. Tang Shirqing responded with a calm acknowledgement. "I see." Inside the private room, Gao was growing impatient, urging Ying Jia, shouting, "Why don't you check on Shenyan? She has been gone for quite a while." Ying Jia surmised that Shenyan was likely stalling intentionally and diplomatically remarked, "Girls often have their troubles. She might be touching up her makeup." "Gao, please wait a little longer. It will be more pleasant for everyone to see her looking beautiful. If she doesn't return soon, I'll go and check on her." As she spoke, she lifted her glass, attempting to shift the conversation. "Come, Gao, let me toast you." Just then, Su Yao, eager to stir the pot, feigned innocence, saying, "Sister Yan, wouldn't be deliberately stalling in the restroom? Would she? It's quite inconsiderate." Knowing Gao was waiting for her, should I go and nudge her along? Su Yao had noticed Shenyan had indulged a bit too much, but she relished witnessing Shenyan's disheveled state. Moreover, she could discern that Gao had ulterior motives towards Shenyan, and by fanning the flames, she might even reap some benefits from Gao, effectively killing two birds with one stone. Eagerly, Gao Ming responded, "Sure, then it would be a great help if Miss Su could go and encourage her." Su Yao, relishing in the misfortune, rose to her feet, ready to depart. However, at that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and just as Su Yao stood, she witnessed someone rise respectfully, calling out, "Jiu Shao, Zhou Gu." Shenyan walked into the private room, seemingly snapping back to reality as if by instinct, standing steadily while forcing a smile. Striving to appear less disheveled and ingratiate herself with everyone, this subtle gesture caused Tang Shirqing's gaze to darken slightly. Her attempts to please felt alarmingly familiar. At the same time, the moment everyone laid eyes on Tang Shirqing, their expressions shifted to shock and confusion, especially upon seeing him holding Shenyan's hand. The men who had previously poured drinks for Shenyan suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Su Yao, too, was incredulous, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Zhou Shao, please, have a seat." Some even stood to offer Tang Shirqing their places. He cast a brief glance over the gathered crowd, his tone calm yet laced with an innate aristocratic gentility. "Thank you, but I want tea. Sit. Shenyan is drunk. I'm here to take her home." He leaned down slightly, gently asking Shenyan, "Where is your bag? Let's go." His demeanor was tender and considerate, stirring a bittersweet mix of envy and admiration within Su Yao. The man by Shenyan's side was young and handsome, exuding elegance, while the man she was with was older and portly. Once again, Su Yao felt life was unfair. Why should all the good fortune fall to Shenyan? Meanwhile, Shenyan, comforted by Tang Shirqing's presence, quietly informed him. Next to Gao. Upon hearing this, Tang Shirqing's gaze fell upon Gao Ming. Recalling the lewd intentions he had shown toward Shenyan in the video, his lips curled downward, concealing a hint of coldness as he approached to retrieve Shenyan's bag. Gao Ming, being the oldest in the room, failed to recognize Tang Shirqing and felt a sense of displeasure akin to having his prey snatched away as he saw them approaching. Just as Tang Shirqing bent down to grab Shenyan's bag from a chair, Gao Ming suddenly reached out to block him. "Who are you? You can't just take Shenyan away." Tang Shirqing deftly sidestepped Gao Ming's obstructive hand, seizing Shenyan's bag and fixing Gao with a displeased glare. "Mr. Gao, you don't recognize me? Then allow me to introduce myself for the first time. he paused, lifting his chin with a hint of disdain. I'm Tang Shirqing, the descendant of heroes who fought against the Japanese. The thing I despise most is the Japanese. The Tang family had a long lineage of military service. His great-grandfather was a marshal, and his grandfather a commander. Since childhood, his grandfather had ensured they watched documentaries about the Nanjing massacre, instilling in him a deep-seated and unwavering hatred for the Japanese, believing that as a descendant, he could never forgive those who inflicted inhumane suffering upon his ancestors, regardless of how the world had evolved. Gao Ming, feeling his pride wounded, was about to retort when one of the men nearby swiftly restrained him, signaling him to maintain composure for the moment. Just then, Wu Yan chimed in, politely addressing Tang Shirqing. How is your grandfather's health, Zhou Shao? Do convey my regards to your grandfather and father. Understanding the underlying tension, Gao Ming quickly swallowed his anger. Both my grandfather and father are in good health. Tang Shirqing replied, his demeanor calm as he regarded Wu Yan, responding with gentlemanly decorum. I will certainly convey Mr. Gao's regards. As he spoke, Tang Shirqing handed Xinyan's bag to Ali, poured himself a glass of wine, and raised it to the gathering, slowly stating, I would like to toast everyone on behalf of Xinyan. We apologize, but we must take our leave. Instantly someone chimed in, Zhou Shao is too courteous. Miss Xin has indeed had quite a bit to drink, and we should apologize for losing track. Tang Shirqing smiled, his words laced with a hint of sharpness. Just remember to exercise moderation next time. His remark left everyone momentarily speechless, as they understood that his presence was an unmistakable show of support for Xinyan. Alright, you all continue to enjoy yourselves. We are leaving, Tang Shirqing declared, leading Xinyan away. Just as they took a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back, looking at Gao Ming with unyielding resolve. Mr. Gao, you must not lay a finger on Xinyan. Remember to keep your distance from her in the future. Do not let the disgraceful habits of your homeland tarnish our Chinese girls. Such a blunt warning left everyone astounded into silence. It was not until Tang Shirqing had taken Xinyan away that Su Yao finally snapped back to reality, collapsing into her chair in disbelief, unwilling to accept what she had just witnessed. Only Ying Jia managed a gentle smile, genuinely happy for Xinyan. Wu Yan, the company's president, frowned deeply and immediately questioned Ying Jia. When did Xinyan get involved with the Tang family? Why didn't you mention such a significant matter? Ying Jia, feeling wronged, replied, Wu, I truly had no idea. Sighing, Wu Yan quickly changed his tone. From now on, take better care of Xinyan at work. Be more accommodating. Understood, Ying Jia acknowledged. Meanwhile, Su Yao seethed with anger, feeling as if she could crush her glass in frustration. Chapter 24. Wasn't the protection obvious enough? Xinyan felt somewhat unsteady as Tang Shirqing led her out of the private room. Noticing her staggering steps, he bent down and swept her off her feet, carrying her out. Xinyan, who had remained silent, was compliant in his embrace, her mind clouded as she gazed at the man before her. Each moment replayed in her mind, every word he uttered echoing incessantly, stirring a tempest within her heart, threatening to engulf her in a sea of emotions. Tang Shirqing, were you protecting me just now, once seated in the car? Xinyan blinked her misty eyes, a slight intoxication rendering her gaze dreamy. Tang Shirqing glanced down, observing the expectation, desire, and faint inebriation in her eyes. He sighed, stating plainly, isn't my protection obvious enough? As Xinyan let her guard down, her thoughts began to drift, the alcohol tinting her cheeks a rosy hue. Upon hearing his words she smiled softly, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, sparkling as if they contained crushed starlight. Tang Shirqing, moved by the sight, couldn't help but gently pinch her flushed cheek, his voice low and tinged with concern. Are you foolish? Can't you see those people were deliberately trying to get you drunk? No. I'm not foolish. Xinyan replied, her brow furrowing slightly at the pinch, her words coming out haltingly. I can guess what they were planning. Tang Shirqing frowned. Then why did you not refuse? I wanted to refuse, she murmured, her once bright eyes dimming. Shrouded in sorrow, her gaze dropping as she pressed her lips together and spoke softly, but I can't always refuse, it would disrupt my work arrangements. Her words turned into a disjointed mumble, as if she were speaking to herself. Without work, I have no money, and without money, my mother is unhappy. She loves money, and I want her to like me. She lifted her gaze to Tang Shirqing, her face etched with helplessness, whispering, but she just doesn't like me. I've given her so much money, yet she still doesn't care for me. I haven't done anything wrong. Under the influence of alcohol, Xinyan's spirits plummeted. Her voice choked with despair, barely audible. Making money is exhausting, living is exhausting. With those words, she leaned against Tang Shirqing's shoulder and slowly closed her eyes, yearning for slumber, seeing her succumb to sleep. Tang Shirqing swiftly wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. Her sorrowful voice tugged at his heartstrings, as if something within him were being violently torn, causing him pain. He spoke softly, then why not call me? You know I've been waiting for your call. Xinyan's voice was heavy with melancholy. I didn't want you to see me in such a pitiful state. Trying to curry favor, besides, you were out with Xia Jiming. Out with whom? Tang Shiqing raised an eyebrow in disbelief, lifting her chin to meet his gaze, asking again, what did you hear or see that led you to this misunderstanding? Mentioning Xia Jiming stirred an inexplicable bitterness in Xinyan's heart. Staring into Tang Shiqing's eyes, she murmured, Xia Jiming, I overheard her talking to you about going out to eat and then to watch a movie. Tang Shiqing frowned in frustration. I'll have someone fetch Xia Jiming right now so you can confront me about when I ever asked her out. Before he could finish, Xinyan's head drooped again. The haze of intoxication interrupting his words. I feel so dizzy and sleepy. With that, she closed her eyes and drifted off. This was the first time Xinyan chose to sleep amidst her semi-conscious state. Usually clinging to her last shred of rationality, this time, she felt no need to maintain her alertness or keep her guard up. A few minutes later, all Tang Shiqing could hear was Xinyan's gentle, even breaths as she rested against his chest. Truly asleep, let her sleep soundly. We can talk when she wakes up, he instructed Ali, the driver. Drive slowly, steadily, so she can rest well. Tang Shiqing gazed down at the girl peacefully slumbering, his thoughts growing increasingly profound and dark. It was no wonder he felt an undercurrent of insecurity in her cheerful demeanor, which stemmed from her upbringing, yet he could not fathom why such a beautiful girl would be so despised by her own mother. Curiosity gnawed him about the environment in which she had been raised. After much contemplation, he sent a message to Ji Jinghang. How long have you known your sister and Xinyan? Has she ever mentioned Xinyan to you? Having finally found a moment of respite after several days of trending online, Ji Jinghang lay sprawled on the sofa and promptly replied, my sister met her at a baseball game. Xinyan was working part-time as a cheerleader. My sister, being a beauty enthusiast, got her contact information because she found Xinyan attractive. At that time, Xinyan hadn't debuted yet. Tang Shiqing read the message and inquired further, has she ever discussed her family? Ji Jinghang replied, not much. I've only heard that Xinyan seems to have an absent father and a mother who exploits her. It sounds quite pitiful. If you want to know more, you should investigate yourself instead of asking me indirectly. Ji Jinghang then added two words, overly dramatic. Tang Shiqing could only sigh in response. Starry As the car pulled into the neighborhood and came to a stop. Xinyan remained asleep. Tang Shiqing picked her up and carried her to his home. Where am I? Upon entering, Xinyan stirred slightly, squinting her eyes to survey her surroundings. Tang Shiqing set her down on the sofa, stating simply, my home. He then crouched down to remove her high-heeled sandals, which were black strappy stilettos. In her hazy state of half-consciousness, Xinyan saw the man awkwardly unfastening the straps and lifting her foot to remove her shoes. Alarmed, she instinctively pulled her foot back. I can do it myself. Her inherent insecurity prevented her from easily allowing someone else to assist her, especially with something as personal as removing her shoes. However, Tang Shiqing, upon seeing her retreat, grasped her ankle firmly and gently admonished, be good, don't move. Chapter 25. From now on, protect me. Startled by his gentle reprimand, Xinyan trembled slightly, sitting still as she gazed at Tang Shiqing, who tenderly removed her stilettos and replaced them with comfortable slippers. This was the first time someone outside of work had changed her shoes, causing her heart to race. Once he finished, Tang Shiqing glanced up to find Xinyan, with her dreamy, flushed face and tipsy demeanor, gazing at him like a docile child. His lips curled into a subtle smile as he said, stay here for a moment, I'll get you something to help sober you up. Just as he spoke, Xinyan suddenly lunged from the sofa towards him, startling him into reaching out to catch her. However, they both tumbled onto the carpet, with her landing atop him, prompting a frown of confusion. What are you doing? Xinyan lay on him, biting her lip as she gazed down at Tang Shiqing, deep in thought. Tang Shiqing, why are you so nice to me? Before he could respond, she continued as if in a trance. Is it because you think I'm somewhat attractive, just like other men who merely want to sleep with me? As she lay on his chest, her delicate hand wandered to his lips, teasingly grazing his lower lip. Suddenly feeling melancholic, she puffed her cheeks and lamented, you men are all the same, none of you have good intentions, you're all scoundrels. Tang Shiqing, taken aback by the unexpected insult, sighed in resignation, although he recognized her inebriation. He remained patient. I'm not doing this because I want to sleep with you. Xinyan pouted, seemingly incredulous. You don't want to sleep with me? Tang Shiqing hesitated, unable to deny his desires. I do. Xinyan's pout deepened, a look of utter grievance crossing her face. So it's true. You're all alike, so wicked. As she spoke, she cupped Tang Shiqing's face with both hands, her hazy eyes blinking. Tang Shiqing, how about this? I'll let you sleep with me. And you promise to protect me like you did today, okay? With that, she leaned in, planting a kiss on his lips. Tang Shirqing was momentarily taken aback that he had no intention of taking advantage of her intoxicated state. But the moment her lips brushed against his, he felt his resolve crumble. Her lips were soft, the scent of alcohol mingling between them as they clumsily explored each other, igniting a fire within him. Unable to contain himself, he gripped the back of her neck, pulling her in for a more passionate kiss. Shen instinctively let out a soft sound, her eyes fluttering open to meet his gaze. Filled with desire, he was kissing her with his eyes wide open, their gazes locking, causing her heart to race. Flushed, she hastily closed her eyes again. Tang Shirqing, amused by her shy demeanor, deepened the kiss, eliciting soft whimpers from Shen, who even boldly reached to unbutton his shirt. As her fingers fumbled with the third button, Tang Shirqing's breath quickened, and he hurriedly grasped her hand to halt her movements. His voice was low and restrained. Don't it. As she wrapped her arms around her waist and helped her sit up, he glanced down at his loosely undone shirt, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, the flames of anxiety threatening to engulf him. What's the matter? The rejected Shen uneasily pouted. Is the way I'm undressed unsatisfactory to you? If so, tell me how you would prefer it, and I shall comply. Tang Shirqing, upon hearing her words, suddenly furrowed his brow. There is no need to speak to me in such a subservient tone. You need not seek to please anyone. At this moment, Shen, her mind in a haze, looked at him with a mix of confusion and caution. Tentatively asking, do you not want me? Tang Shirqing bent one leg, cradled her with one arm, and used the other to push against the ground for leverage, effortlessly lifting her as he stood and made his way to the master bedroom. Responding to his heart's desire with a simple, I do, startled by being lifted, Shen clung to Tang Shirqing's neck, her eyes wide with concern as she inquired, so you want to sleep but refuse to comply with my wishes? To protect me in the future, hence you are preventing me? Tang Shirqing met her gaze, aware that she was intoxicated and might forget everything upon awakening, yet he still replied earnestly, I wish to sleep. And I will always protect you, but you are currently inebriated. This is not the same as the feigned drunkenness from our first meeting. I fear you may regret it upon awakening. He laid her gently on the bed and suddenly chuckled softly, whispering in her ear, you may sleep when the alcohol wears off. It is far better to sleep while sober. Shen, in a daze, gazed at him silently, merely blinking in response. Tang Shirqing pulled the blanket over her, saying, be good and sleep. I haven't bathed yet, Shen suddenly exclaimed, attempting to sit up. Tang Shirqing reached out to stop her, saying, it is unwise to bathe in your current state. Shen pouted, if I don't bathe, I will smell. Tang Shirqing replied, you will not. I will. Shen insisted, if I smell, others will dislike me. Tang Shirqing frowned again, are you so concerned about the opinions of others? His words rendered Shen silent, her eyes reflecting a flicker of sorrow as she pressed her lips together without a sound. Observing her silence and discomfort, Tang Shirqing gently caressed her face, soothing her as one would a child. Why do you care so much about others' perceptions? It only burdens you. You must believe you are unique and the best in this world. Anyone who loses you suffers a loss, and there is no need for you to reflect on what you may have done wrong. You do not need to please anyone, he continued, his tone gradually softening. Do you understand? As Shen listened to his words, she felt as though she had suddenly become much clearer, yet also more entranced. For his tenderness and care made her feel as if she were conjuring illusions in her mind. In this dreamlike state, she whispered earnestly to him, you are truly wonderful. Tang Shirqing smiled and replied, all right, go to sleep. He turned to leave the room, casually switching off the light as he reached the door. The instant the room was cloaked in darkness, Shen panicked and called out, don't turn off the light. Tang Shirqing quickly turned the light back on, looking back at her with confusion. Can you sleep with the light on? Shen, her heart racing, clutched the blanket tightly. Turn off the light, I'm afraid. I can't sleep in the dark. Tang Shirqing's heart sank as he recalled that during their previous nights together, she had always preferred the light to be on. He hesitated before asking, how long have you been sleeping with the light on? Shen, still dazed, responded, for a very long time. I can't remember when it started, but it seems I began at a very young age. Chapter 26. Fearless. Upon hearing this, Tang Shirqing's expression grew serious as he returned to her bedside, opening his mouth to ask, have you ever seen a? But the sensitivity of his profession made him stop short of inquiring if she had seen a doctor. Such a habit could be psychologically unhealthy. He refrained from voicing his concern, fearing it would only lead her to overthink and increase her mental burden. Shen noticed his sudden silence and softly countered, I said there's no need to be afraid. Tang Shirqing said, sitting at her bedside, I am here with you. Shen felt a wave of astonishment wash over her, her heart fluttering as she struggled to discern whether this was reality or an illusion. Tang Shirqing remained silent, allowing the room to fall into tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, the intoxicated Xinyan gradually succumbed to slumber, curling up as her subconscious remained on high alert, reflecting an acute lack of security. How could a 20-year-old girl, in the prime of her youth, be so suppressed? Tang Shirqing's thoughts grew heavy as he pulled out his phone and sent a message to a contact labeled "Moing. Investigate model Xinyan. Report back with all findings as soon as possible." Moing replied, "Understood, I will report back to young Master Jiao promptly." After putting away his phone, Tang Shirqing lingered for a while before heading to the bathroom for a shower. He left the bedroom door ajar, as if afraid to miss any call for help. After showering, he returned to the master bedroom, intending to keep watch over her from the sofa, but upon seeing Xinyan curled up and even covering her head, his feet, almost by instinct, moved towards the bed. He lifted the blanket and lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her tightly. Perhaps due to a nightmare, beads of sweat appeared on Xinyan's forehead. Her hands clenched into fists. "Do not be afraid," Tang Shirqing whispered softly, cradling her in his arms as he gently patted her back. "There is nothing to fear." He patiently pried open her tightly clenched hands, applying gentle pressure to the acupressure point in her palm, calming her tense and fearful emotions. In her dream, Xinyan was besieged by a group of people, their malicious toasts causing her to feel nauseous. Suddenly, the nightmare shattered, and she felt herself falling into a warm and reassuring embrace, dispelling all shadows. As Tang Shirqing continued to soothe her, he noticed her nuzzling closer into his arms, blissfully returning to sleep. Observing this tender scene, Tang Shirqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if you were luring me in or if I am the one ensnaring you." He gently brushed his fingers against her flushed cheeks, laughing quietly. "Poor little thing." That night, Xinyan slept soundly and peacefully. The following noon, Xinyan slowly awakened, her head still heavy. She pressed her fingers against her temples, sitting up as she gradually opened her eyes. Upon recognizing her surroundings, a wave of realization washed over her. How did I end up back at Tang Shirqing's place? Xinyan's breath caught in her throat, and she instinctively pulled back the blanket to inspect herself. She was still wearing the same dress from yesterday, untouched, and felt no discomfort. It seemed nothing untoward had occurred. Then she strained to recall whether she had done anything that might have been unacceptable to Tang Shirqing the previous night. But her memories were fragmented, like shards of glass. Suddenly, a jolt of recognition struck her. She vaguely remembered him taking off her shoes, and she had kissed him, even asking him to protect her in the future. After that, everything became a blur. What if she had embarrassed herself? Feeling shame and anxiety, Xinyan grasped the blanket, attempting to hide herself. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Miss Shen, are you awake?" The unfamiliar voice made Xinyan freeze, looking towards the door. Was there someone else here? The prospect made her even more embarrassed. Another knock followed, accompanied by a call. "Yan." It was Ling Ling's voice. And Xinyan felt a wave of relief as she opened the door. Ling Ling stood there with a mischievous grin, her expression brimming with curiosity. Xinyan, puzzled, furrowed her brow. Next to Ling Ling stood a stranger, an unfamiliar auntie. Xinyan, a bit bewildered, greeted her. "Hello, auntie, may I ask who you are?" "You can call me Aunt Fong," the woman replied, smiling warmly. "Young Master Jiao was concerned that you would awaken to find no one to care for you, so he specifically asked me to look after you. I've prepared some hangover soup to help you feel better." Xinyan, unaccustomed to being waited on, hurriedly declined with politeness. "Thank you, Aunt Fong, but you need not trouble yourself. I will wash up soon and come to drink it myself." Aunt Fong, noticing Xinyan's discomfort, didn't press the issue further. Instead, she cheerfully changed the subject. "Very well, lunch is also ready, just call for me if you need anything." "Okay, Aunt Fong." After she left, Xinyan pulled Ling Ling into the room. As soon as she closed the door, Ling Ling leaned in with an excited grin. "Sister Yan, did you and Mr. Tang, do that last night?" Xinyan's face flushed crimson as she lightly swatted at the gossiping Ling Ling. "No, what are you thinking?" "Oh," Ling Ling pouted in disappointment, her enthusiasm dampened. "Then how did he find my contact information so early this morning to ask me to come check on you?" "I thought you were too tired to get up after last night." Xinyan's heart raced. She bit her lip, unsure of what had transpired last night. Hesitantly, she admitted, "I drank too much last night, and I'm not sure if I did anything outrageous." She sighed regretfully as she made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Ling Ling followed closely, surprised. "You've never gotten so drunk before. What happened last night? Surely you didn't end up drinking alone with Mr. Tang?" After Ling Ling finished speaking, Xinyan suddenly paused, her hand holding the toothbrush motionless, her gaze deep and contemplative. "Yes, in the past. She would never allow herself to become so intoxicated that she lost consciousness. What had happened last night? She recalled the scene in the private room where he protected her, carrying her out as if From the moment he lifted her, she had begun to relax, no longer struggling to maintain her clarity. It seemed he had granted her the courage to indulge in her inebriation. Yen, Ling, noticing Shen lost in thought while staring at the toothbrush, waved her hand before her eyes in an attempt to rouse her. "What are you thinking? You can daydream even while looking at a toothbrush." "Oh, nothing." Shen masked her inner turmoil. "I was just thinking about the shoot in the afternoon. I need to freshen up, eat something, and head over quickly." Ling, watching Shen brushing her teeth, cheerfully informed her, "You can take your time. Jie called this morning and mentioned it's fine if you arrive a bit later. She wants you to rest well first, so there is no rush." Jie called you. Shen, her mouth foamy with toothpaste, looked at Ling in surprise. "Yes, she was the one who reached out," Ling replied, her excitement palpable. "She even said if you wanted to rest, you could postpone the shoot until tomorrow." Shen fell silent for a couple of seconds before breaking into a gentle smile. Though her eyes reflected indifference, she remembered what had transpired in the private room. Her recollections began to fade only after he had lifted her. Indeed, having gained the support of Tang Shirqing, this golden figure had allowed her to glimpse a sliver of light within the unfathomable darkness. To combat power and capital with power and capital in this world, fairness and justice are truly seldom encountered. At least, she had never experienced it. After freshening up and having a meal, she bid farewell to Aunt Fong and departed from Xingqian Bay towards the company. In the car, Shen opened her phone to find several screenshots sent by Tang Shirqing. One was a record of all his calls from yesterday, and the other a screenshot of his WeChat blacklist. He attached a note: "I did not call Xia Jimeng, nor did I arrange to meet her. My presence at the fashion show yesterday was due to my grandfather's instructions. I had no prior knowledge you would be there. Xia Jimeng has already been blacklisted." It was straightforward and direct. He was explaining yesterday's events to her. She realized that for some time now, he had been speaking with such clarity and simplicity, as if fearing that any roundabout phrasing would leave her confused or uncertain. This brought to mind the previous night in the private room, where he had held her hand throughout his conversations with others. Later, when she inquired if he was protecting her, he had replied candidly, "Isn't my protection obvious enough?" It seemed that aside from the lack of a defined relationship, every encounter with him enveloped her in warmth she had never known before. Had she then achieved her goal of drawing closer to him? Shen, glancing at the WeChat messages, felt a twinge of guilt as she bit her lip, fearing he might uncover her ulterior motives for approaching him. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "I just saw your message. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you yesterday." After sending that, she edited another message: "Did I cause you any trouble while drunk last night?" However, before she could send it, her phone rang with a call from Tang Shirqing. Nervously clearing her throat, she answered, hearing his low, magnetic voice resonate through the phone. "When did you wake up? Have you eaten?" Shen, inexplicably anxious, tightened her grip on the phone. "I just woke up not long ago. I've eaten and am on my way to the shoot for promotional photos." She hesitated before asking, somewhat awkwardly, "Did I disturb you while I was drunk last night?" "No," Tang Shirqing reassured her, "you were very well behaved. You just fell asleep." Hearing that she hadn't caused any trouble, Shen instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she continued, "You blacklisted Xia Jimeng. Will your grandfather scold you at home? And what about the elders from the Xia family?" She recalled that people at the company had mentioned Xia Jimeng was a specific model for the Tang family, and that the two families had long-standing ties. Would this act of blacklisting lead to reprimands from his grandfather and strain their relationship? In the consultation room, dressed in a white coat, Tang Shirqing nonchalantly clicked his pen, yet spoke earnestly to her. "This is not something I should concern myself with, nor is it a matter for you to worry about. This should be something Xia Jimeng considers. She must take responsibility for her slanderous and deceitful behavior, not us. The consequences are hers to ponder, and we, who have done no wrong, need not be troubled." As Shen listened to his patient and gentle words, she recalled that he had seemingly expressed similar sentiments the previous night. Though the specifics eluded her, she realized this was the first time someone had taught her how to confront problems, to face the complexities of human relationships without first compromising herself. It felt as though a beacon of light had appeared in her previously solitary life, guiding her forward. This sensation was truly delightful. A smile graced Shenyan's lips as the midday sun streamed through the car window, casting its glow upon her exquisitely beautiful face. Turning her head to gaze out the window, she suddenly called out to him, "Tang Shirqing, I'll only have about 3 hours of work today. Once the shoot concludes, I would like to come find you. Is that convenient?" "Convenient," Tang Shirqing replied, noticing the lightness in her tone and the laughter in her voice. He smiled in response. "I'll be waiting for you." "Great," Shen said. "I'll bring you something delicious." "Okay." After hanging up, Shen tilted her head to look out the window, In the passenger seat, Lingling noticed the smile on Shenyan's face, her entire demeanor relaxed and languid. At the hospital, Tang Shiqing seized the opportunity during his break to check the private emails for information regarding Shenyan sent by Mo Ing. Shenyan had no substantial background, making the investigation quite straightforward. As he read the first line, Shenyan, birth name Shenyan, he furrowed his brow. How could someone name their child with a name that meant dislike? As he continued to scroll, he came across a record detailing an incident when Shenyan was 7 years old, where firefighters had to break down the door to rescue her from a house fire. It had been a stormy night, and Shenyan was home alone. Shen Lanxin, fearing she might wander off, had locked her in. That evening, a short circuit ignited a blaze, and it was the neighbors who heard her desperate cries and smelled the smoke who reported it to the fire department. Saving her life. At the age of 7, she had faced a fire, alone in the dark. Tang Shiqing's heart ached as he imagined the fear and despair she must have felt during that night. Had that been the moment she began to dread the darkness? He continued to peruse the documents, his frown deepening as he discovered that during her early career, she had signed numerous back-to-back contracts. He calculated that during those 2 years, she had only managed to sleep 3 to 4 hours a day. The final page contained information from Mo Ing's inquiry into the breaking and entering case. However, the report indicated that no one has taken action since the report was filed. The findings revealed that the culprits were, shockingly, Shenyan's biological mother and a man who had intended to force Shenyan into marrying an elderly man named Gao. After absorbing all this information, Tang Shiqing found himself engulfed in a profound and unsettling calm. No wonder her character harbored an ingrained sense of insecurity and a need to please, after all. This was the treatment she received from her own family. Suddenly, the room fell into a heavy silence. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of a knock shattered the stillness, causing Tang Shiqing's pen to snap in his hand as he carelessly tossed it into the trash. Calling towards the door, "Come in." Upon hearing the voice, Fang Junxian entered, holding 2 cups of coffee. He walked directly to Tang Shiqing's side, handing him one of the cups. "Shall we go out for lunch together?" Tang Shiqing took the coffee and placed it on the table, replying casually, "No, I have something to attend to shortly." "You go ahead." Fang Junxian took a sip of his coffee and asked, "What's the matter?" Tang Shiqing exited the email and replied nonchalantly, "Personal matters." "All right then." Fang Junxian disposed of his empty cup in the trash and, upon lowering his head, noticed the broken pen in the bin. A moment of surprise coursed through him. And when he looked up again, he saw Tang Shiqing's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile, his brows furrowed as if lost in thought. This was the first time he had witnessed such a sight of Tang Shiqing. Giving off a chilling aura. In his memory, Tang Shiqing had always exuded an air of elegance and nobility, making this demeanor all the more rare. Recognizing that Tang Shiqing was unwilling to elaborate further, Fang Junxian decided not to linger. He stood up and said, "Call me if you need anything." Before leaving, Chapter 27, Lavender awaits love. After Fang Junxian's departure, Tang Shiqing sent a few more messages to Mo Ing before heading out to the psychiatric department. Today, Shenyan was scheduled for an indoor shoot, themed around VW's new season of wedding dresses. Once they arrived, Shenyan and Lingling made their way to the photography floor as usual. Upon exiting the elevator, someone approached them to greet. "Good afternoon, Yan Jie." Even the deputy director, who had been favoring Su Yao recently, came over with a smile. "Yan, you're here. The shoot won't begin for a while longer. Why not rest at home a bit longer?" Such a friendly demeanor left Shenyan momentarily stunned, especially since just yesterday at the jewelry show, this deputy director had practically been attempting to replace her with Su Yao, instructing her on how to overshadow Shenyan with her height. The sudden shift in behavior from one night to the next was almost impressive, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Shenyan greeted, "Hello, director." As she made her way to the photography studio, every passerby, from the high-level executives to the cleaning staff, greeted her with polite enthusiasm. Upon entering the shoot location, the person in charge approached her with a beaming smile, saying, "Yan, you may select your stylist and makeup artist first." Shenyan paused momentarily. The overwhelming sense of adoration from so many people instantly transported her back to her debut, when her rise to fame was swift, and the respect she received was a testament to her talent. However, she now understood that this reverence was solely due to Tang Shiqing. With a graceful smile, Shenyan acknowledged everyone and chose the makeup artist and stylist who had always accompanied her. Su Yao, observing the sycophantic smiles directed at Shenyan, felt an intense mix of bitterness and jealousy, wishing she could eliminate Shenyan with a mere glance. After the makeup was completed and before donning the wedding gown, Shenyan excused herself to the restroom, mindful to avoid any inconvenience later. Upon exiting, she fortuitously encountered Su Yao at the sink. Shenyan chose to ignore her presence, but Su Yao, with a mocking tone, Sneered. Oh, it seems that after spending a night with someone, you truly believe you've transformed into a phoenix. Have you forgotten your true station? Don't mistake being a temporary companion for being the main consort. The Tang family is not one we can aspire to, merely a fleeting dalliance. Shen recognized Su Yao's sarcasm but chose not to engage in a futile argument. Instead, she calmly washed her hands and turned to leave the restroom. Su Yao was infuriated by Shen aloof demeanor, as if nothing could provoke her, making Su Yao feel as though her efforts were futile. In a fit of frustration, she obstructed Shen's path, exclaiming, "What are you so proud of? What do you have to be arrogant about? Do you really think that Tang is sincere with you? You should know your worth. Men like him just want to play." Suddenly Shen interrupted Su Yao's tirade with a light chuckle, lazily lifting her gaze to meet Su Yao's, and nonchalantly remarked, "Are you upset with me? What will you do about it? Perhaps you should call the police? Otherwise, I will only continue to thrive, which will surely irritate you even more." Su Yao glared at Shen with venomous intent, cursing, "We'll see about that. I'll be watching you fall into the mire." Shen found her reaction amusing and smirked. If curses had any power, she would wish for Shen Lanxin to never cross paths with her again, considering herself an orphan, with an air of indifference. She replied to Su Yao, "Then let us see how this unfolds." The centerpiece of this photoshoot was a luxurious, featherlight wedding gown, featuring a fitted bodice adorned with long sleeves of lace embroidery and an exquisite train embellished with countless rhinestones and delicate feathers. Exuding a romantic and ethereal elegance, paired with Shen's noble and classic updo, the moment she emerged from the changing room, everyone present was left speechless by her stunning beauty. "Yan, you look breathtaking!" exclaimed the excited young makeup artist. Shen smiled in response, "With your artistry, how could I not?" The young artist was utterly captivated by Shen's enchanting smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As a model, Shen displayed remarkable professionalism, and with the staff eager to please, the first set of photographs was swiftly and successfully captured, concluding perfectly. At this juncture, the stage manager announced, "Everyone take a break. We will resume shooting in 20 minutes. Just as the words left his lips, someone rushed over to Shen ingratiatingly inquiring, "Yan, are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you a cup of coffee?" "No, thank you," Shen politely declined with a smile. During shoots, she typically avoided consuming food or water to minimize the need for restroom breaks. As Su Yao, seated in a makeup chair, watched Shen with a mix of resentment and disbelief, pondering, "Just wait until that Tang grows tired of her. Let us see how she rebels then." Perhaps Su Yao's gaze was too blatant, prompting Shen to glance over, locking eyes with Su Yao, igniting an inexplicable tension between them. At that moment, a staff member exclaimed, "Everyone, we have a treat. Someone has brought afternoon tea and snacks for everyone." Instantly, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. "Who is it? Who is our benefactor? I'm so grateful." As they conversed, a stranger entered, holding a lavish bouquet of lavender and lilies. Dressed in a sharp suit, he approached Shen and, bowing slightly, presented the flowers with a clear voice. "Miss Shen, these flowers are a gift from our 9th young master, Tang Shiqing, wishing you a successful day at work. He is awaiting you." Shen stood momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with surprise as she hurriedly accepted the grand bouquet, which symbolized romance and the promise of love. The gesture of Tang Shiqing publicly gifting her such flowers, coupled with his statement of waiting for her, filled her with warmth. At that instant, the young makeup artist, unable to contain herself, chimed in, "Oh my goodness, how romantic. The lilies wish you good luck at work, while the lavender signifies he is waiting for you. How sweet." The man delivering the flowers smiled at her enthusiasm and addressed the crowd. "Our 9th young master appreciates everyone's care for Miss Shen and has prepared afternoon tea and snacks for all. Wishing everyone a pleasant workday." After delivering his message, the flower bearer respectfully nodded to Shen and exited. Clutching the bouquet, Shen felt as if her heart were coated in honey. She understood that the previous night's protective gesture from Tang Shiqing would surely lead some to believe he was merely toying with her like any wealthy heir, and many, like Su Yao, would eagerly await her downfall. Yet, this bouquet served to dispel rumors and bolster her standing. This man, whether near or far, was her unwavering protector. So could she allow herself to indulge in a deeper affection for him, beyond merely seeking a benefactor? "Yan, those flowers are exquisite," the stylist remarked cheerfully, suggesting, "I just had a brilliant idea. We could use a few blossoms for your next look if that's alright." Before Shen could respond, the makeup artist, lost in her daydreams of a romantic drama, interjected, "It's not just the flowers that are beautiful, it's the 9th young master's romantic gesture." Shen, feeling elated, smiled and replied, "Yes, we can incorporate them into the styling." She then playfully winked at the stylist, adding, "Only you would think of that." Amidst the harmonious atmosphere, several staff members enjoying their snacks chimed in unison, "Thank you, Yan. We're all benefiting from your good fortune, thanks to you." We now have food and drink, Xinyan smiled. As long as you're enjoying yourselves, that's all that matters. Suddenly, in the midst of this camaraderie, Su Yao's exasperated voice cut through. Do you even know how to style hair? If not, to find someone who can. Miss Su, I'm so sorry, Su Yao's stylist stammered, quickly apologizing. I will be more careful. Hearing the commotion, Xinyan glanced over but quickly averted her gaze, adopting an air of indifference. Our Yen Yen is the best. She never scolds us, one stylist whispered to Xinyan. The makeup artist added slyly, she is just envious of you, Yen Yen. She is taking it out on the stylist, who has it tough. Xinyan discreetly signaled for them to cease their chatter, and they promptly zipped their lips. As the break concluded, they resumed shooting the second half of the session. The first half had focused on solo shots, while the latter would feature her alongside a male model for couple portraits. The stylist indeed incorporated the lavender and lilies into the look, adorning her hair with one of each. Of the wedding gown was strapless, with layers of fluffy tulle, and her hair cascaded in soft curls, with a lavender and lily accent on the right side, rendering her a flower fairy, vibrant and enchanting, while the male model sported a classic black suit. After the shoot, Xinyan requested a few base images from the photographer and sent them to Tang Shiqing. This time, instead of posting them in a private circle, she directly messaged him on WeChat, adding a playful note. I finished work, do I look good? The makeup artist, observing Xinyan engrossed in her phone, teased, Are you messaging Mr. Tang? Xinyan swiftly turned her phone away, feigning innocence. No, the makeup artist smiled knowingly but said nothing more, allowing her imagination to run wild. In the hospital, as Tang Shiqing attended to patients, he noticed his phone light up, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw Xinyan's message. He quickly typed back, Hold on. After finishing with his patient, he picked up his phone to see Xinyan had replied with a simple OK. He then noticed she had sent several photos, inquiring about their quality. A smile crept across his face as he began to scroll through the images. Starting with her solo shots, she looked stunning in the wedding gown, evoking dreams and fantasies. However, when he stumbled upon the pictures with the male model, his smile faltered, and he promptly typed back 3 words, not good looking, having changed back into her own clothes after the makeup was removed. Xinyan was leaving the company when she received his message. Stopping in her tracks, she stared at the 3 words, pouting in disbelief, and replied, What is not good looking? Tang Shiqing replied instantly, The male model is not good looking. Xinyan, furrowing her brows in frustration, it took her a moment to comprehend the situation. She then flashed a smile and continued walking outside, replying, Is the male model not good looking? He is currently the hottest mixed-race model from China and Thailand, a top influencer in the fashion industry. Tang Shiqing, oh, not good-looking. Observing Tang Shiqing's consecutive messages, Xinyan sensed a hint of jealousy, which made her eyes sparkle with amusement, a genuine smile that emanated warmth, akin to a gentle breeze in spring. Intentionally she retorted, That's because you lack taste. Seated gracefully in her white lab coat with her legs elegantly crossed, Tang Shiqing glanced at the new messages that popped up, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he leisurely adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, replying with a mischievous glimmer in his eyes, My taste is reserved for appreciating you, but... Xinyan found this remark oddly ambiguous, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Momentarily at a loss for words, she placed her phone down, opting for a brief escape. It was not until she stepped out of the company and settled into her car that she sent another message, What do you want to eat? She had promised to bring him something delicious. Tang Shiqing replied immediately, Anything will do. Xinyan glanced at the time, 4:30 p.m. that he was likely finishing work soon. After pondering for a few seconds, she drove directly to the hospital. Tang Shiqing had just stepped out to attend to a patient and, upon returning to the consultation room, glanced at the time. He casually placed a few documents on the table and, while engrossed in completing a report, heard a knock on the door. Without looking up, he automatically responded, Come in. As Xinyan gently pushed the door open, she was greeted by the sight of Tang Shiqing, deeply focused on his work. This was the first time she had seen him in such earnestness. Dressed in his pristine white coat, he exuded an air of elegance even while writing. His long, slender fingers held the pen beautifully, his skin a cool porcelain, radiating an innate sophistication. The collar and cuffs of his coat were impeccably clean, and as he lowered his head, his chin slightly retracted. The gold-rimmed glasses obscured his gaze, enveloping him in an aura of refined restraint. Noticing her silence, Tang Shiqing took the initiative to ask, What seems to be the problem? However, upon raising his head, he was met with Xinyan's radiant smile. Instantly he set down his pen, closed the patient's file, and with a playful grin inquired, Miss Shin, what seems to be troubling you? Come here, let me take a look. Xinyan, smiling, responded, My chest feels tight, can Dr. Tang treat it? Chapter 29, examination. Tang Shirqing raised an intrigued eyebrow. Of course, I can treat it. He extended his hand, adopting a serious tone. Come closer. Let me see what's going on. Shen, undeterred, approached and sat on the chair beside him, flashing a flirtatious smile. Then Dr. Tang, please examine me thoroughly. As she drew near, a faint scent enveloped him. Refreshing and delightful, her smile was alluring, and their close proximity made his throat tighten with desire. Unable to resist, he gently grasped her chin, lifting it slightly and teasingly said, Very well, let me examine you closely. His gaze slowly traced from her face down to her heart, and he spoke languidly, Please, Miss Shen, remove your clothing for a more thorough examination. In an instant, Shen Yan was taken aback, shooting him a reproachful glare. Scoundrel! She swatted away his hand that held her chin and frowned. Is this how Dr. Tang examines his patients? Tang Shirqing, observing her flustered retreat, smiled helplessly. Did you not ask me to examine you closely? Miss Shen, Shen Yan, pouting in defeat, murmured, I suddenly feel fine. There's no need for you to examine me. Changing the subject, she asked, Are you about to finish work? Tang Shirqing glanced at his watch. In half an hour. As he spoke, he noticed Shen Yan's empty hands and sighed playfully. Did you not say you would bring me something to eat? It seems you do not take me seriously at all. Shen Yan, with her lively fox-like eyes, suddenly stood up and glanced towards the door. Spotting a small room nearby, she turned to Tang Shirqing and said, I brought it for you. Come here. She reached out to pull him up. And although Tang Shirqing frowned in confusion, he acquiesced and followed her. Shen Yan led him into the small room, pushing him against the wall, and Tang Shirqing looked down at her, puzzled. What did you bring to eat? Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Yan unexpectedly stood on her toes and planted a kiss on his lips, interrupting him. Her beautiful face beamed with joy. How was it? Tasty, wasn't it? Tang Shirqing was momentarily taken aback, the warmth of her kiss lingering on his lips. Then he chuckled. Such a lack of sincerity, how am I to savor it? He reached out to wrap his arms around her waist, intending to return the kiss, but Shen Yan leaned back, evading him. Watching her retreat, Tang Shirqing furrowed his brow and asked earnestly, What's wrong? Is it the scent of disinfectant? Do you not like it? Shen Yan quickly clarified, No, I don't dislike it at all. She leaned forward, wrapping her arms around his waist. There's only a comforting scent. Tilting her head to gaze at him, she asked with a serious tone, Why did you send me flowers today? And why did you so publicly deliver so many afternoon teas and snacks to everyone? Tang Shirqing simply looked at her and asked, Did you like the flowers? Shen Yan replied, I like them, thank you. As long as you like them. Tang Shirqing smiled gently. I was afraid you might forget I was waiting for you, just like last time, so I sent the bouquet to remind you not to forget me. He refrained from revealing that he worried the events of last night might lead her to be the subject of gossip at work, merely a fleeting fling for him, he thought, should he not appear today. Those gossips would certainly speculate maliciously, and some might even resort to hurtful words. He wanted to intervene, knowing from her background that she was a person who deeply craved overt acknowledgement due to her inner insecurities. Thus, he willingly nurtured these small sentiments, helping her build confidence. Listening to his words, Shen Yan pouted slightly and teased, You hold grudges, don't you? Tang Shirqing accepted her accusation with a smile. Yes, I do. Suddenly leaning in closer to her lips, he whispered, I want to kiss you. His straightforward yet gentle voice sent Shen Yan's heart racing, and after a few moments of contemplation, she rose on her toes and kissed him. This time, she had no ulterior motives or plans. It was simply an impulse to intertwine in an intimate manner. In that moment when she initiated the kiss, Tang Shirqing wrapped his arms around her neck and returned the embrace. In the small room, the man donned in his immaculate white coat held the girl in a sleek black dress, their passionate kiss creating a striking visual contrast. The setting of the workroom added an exhilarating thrill, as they both felt the risk of being discovered. When they finally emerged from the small room, Shen Yan's lipstick was smudged, her lips glistening and flushed. Embarrassed, she hurriedly pulled out a mask to cover her face, fearing someone might walk in and misinterpret the scene. I'll wait for you in the car, Shen Yan suggested as she began to leave. Seeing her about to depart, Tang Shirqing interjected, You cannot leave yet. I need to take you for a checkup. Shen Yan looked bewildered. What kind of checkup? Tang Shirqing replied seriously, The alcohol you consumed last night had some issues. For safety's sake, let us do a blood test and some scans to ease your mind. Shen Yan, still confused, protested, But I feel fine. There's probably nothing wrong. It would be too late to find out if something were wrong. Tang Shirqing reassured her. Don't worry, I'll be with you. Feeling a sense of unease creeping in, Shen Yan reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll go register now. No need to register. Tang Shirqing smiled. Dr. Tang will give you a special pass. I'll take you directly there. Having seen the messages from Moing regarding Xinyan and her evident fear of darkness, he suspected she might be struggling with mental health issues that could lead to depression. However, he could not state this directly, so he chose this method instead. After all, if she registered, she might see the report and, given the nature of her work, it was imperative that there be no medical records for others to discover. He knew that not registering would suffice to know the results. Unaware of his thoughts, Xinyan simply said with a smile, "Thank you, Dr. Tang. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." As Tang Shiqing tidied up the patient files on his desk, he quietly sent a message to the psychologist and then looked up at Xinyan. "All right, it would be my pleasure." A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. The psychologist, having removed her name tag, entered and said, "Dr. Tang, may I borrow your computer? The forms from last time were on it." Tang Shiqing stood up. "Sure, go ahead, I need to make my rounds anyway." Seeing this, Xinyan quickly interjected, "I don't think it's appropriate for me to stay here. I'll wait outside." "Oh, don't worry." The psychologist chuckled. "It's not like I'm trying to chase you away. I am just copying a form. There is no patient privacy at stake. You can stay right where you are." Tang Shiqing comforted her, saying, "It's all right, there is no need to feel anxious, just sit here for a while. I'll be back shortly to take you for your blood test." He bent down to hand her a lollipop, adding, "I'll return in no time." Xinyan gazed at the lollipop in her hand, as if he were soothing a child. With a resigned smile, she replied, "All right, you go ahead and take care of your business." Chapter 30, Acting Cute. As Tang Shiqing approached the door of the consultation room, he glanced back at Dr. Liu, the psychologist. Their eyes met, and with a knowing nod, Tang Shiqing signaled him. Dr. returned a reassuring look. The blood test was a physiological examination, checking parameters such as the complete blood count, biochemical series, thyroid hormones, etc. On a psychological level, Tang Shiqing aimed to engage in indirect conversation to avoid placing too much pressure on her through direct inquiries, pretending to search for something on his computer. Dr. looked kindly at the masked Xinyan and casually asked, "You're that famous supermodel, Xinyan, aren't you?" Recognizing herself, Xinyan nervously adjusted her mask, attempting to deny it, but Dr. chuckled lightly. "Your eyes are stunning and quite unique. The mask can't hide them, but don't worry, I won't say anything inappropriate." Realizing she could not conceal her identity any longer, Xinyan greeted him openly. "Hello, I am Xinyan." Hello, Dr. Liu continued, glancing at the computer while steering the conversation. "When did Dr. Tang sneak in a beauty without introducing her? You must make him kneel on a washboard when you get home tonight." Xinyan was startled by his comment, quickly explaining, "No, you misunderstand. We are not in that kind of relationship." She was unaware of Tang Shiqing's views on defining their relationship and preferred not to cause trouble before he made his intentions clear in front of his colleagues. Dr. teased with a smile, "Oh, it seems Dr. Tang hasn't won her over yet." He then intentionally shared anecdotes about Tang Shiqing to draw Xinyan into conversation, helping her relax, while subtly introducing psychological testing questions to observe her reactions and demeanor. Half an hour later, having completed his rounds, Tang Shiqing returned to the consultation room. Upon seeing him, Dr. Liu stood up and jokingly remarked, "You're finally back. You've delayed my clock-out time." He then turned politely to Xinyan, saying, "Miss Shen, I hope to see you again sometime." Xinyan stood up politely in response, "I hope we meet again." Tang Shiqing placed the medical report into a folder and naturally took Xinyan's hand, glancing down at her and playfully asking, "As I left, did he bully you?" He wished to evoke a sense of being cared for within her. The moment he held her hand, Xinyan's heart raced. It felt so natural for him to take her hand. As she stared at their intertwined fingers, she heard the deep, melodious voice of the man asking if she had been mistreated. In that instant, her heart fluttered, and she looked up to meet Tang Shiqing's gentle gaze, which was warm and sincere, making her feel as though she had fallen into a soft, sweet cloud of cotton candy, enveloped in an unprecedented sweetness. Suppressing the urge to let her eyes mist over, she smiled brightly, saying, "No, he just mentioned you might be a bit scheming, always bullying them." Tang Shiqing chuckled helplessly, "You're secretly tarnishing my reputation." He looked at her as if explaining, "I'm a good person, not at all scheming. Don't listen to his nonsense." Xinyan couldn't help but laugh at his words, feeling an inexplicable sensation akin to a guilty conscience. "Really, not scheming," Tang Shiqing replied with utmost seriousness. "Of course, time is on our side. Miss Shen can take her time to investigate." As they spoke, they had already exited the consultation room. Patients and staff in the corridor cast curious glances at the sight of Tang Shiqing holding a girl's hand. After all, as a genius in the medical field with an extraordinary family background and looks, he was the center of attention in the hospital. However, apart from patients, no one had ever seen a girl by his side. Let alone holding hands, especially the younger nurses felt their dreams shatter, whispering, "Oh no, has Dr. Tang started dating my idol? They're holding hands, isn't that obvious? So envious, but that girl looks so familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere. Her eyes are stunning, so captivating. Indeed, no man can escape the charm of a beautiful woman." Hearing the fragmented murmurs around her, Shen instinctively lowered her head, wanting to withdraw her hand from Tang Shiqing's grasp. Fearing the implications of their public display in the hospital, however, upon noticing her small gesture, Tang Shiqing tightened his hold, preventing her from pulling away, and leaned down, frowning slightly. "What's wrong?" Shen intended to say something, but seeing that he appeared unfazed by the situation, she accepted the curious stares and tilted her chin slightly to meet his gaze. "Nothing, just that your palm is sweaty. It feels uncomfortable." Tang Shiqing, puzzled, thought, "Where is my palm sweaty?" Glancing at Shen slightly raised chin, he suddenly understood, raising an eyebrow and teasingly saying, "Then perhaps we shouldn't hold hands. I could just wrap my arms around you instead." Shen, taken aback, hurriedly responded, "No, let us hold hands." Although she desired to create many moments that might lead others to misinterpret their relationship, she felt it was better to maintain a normal demeanor in the hospital. Tang Shiqing observed Shen's bashful demeanor as she lowered her head, and he couldn't help but smile subtly. Wasn't she the one trying to draw him in? Why was she becoming increasingly shy? Focus. As they entered the elevator, Shen suddenly recalled something and looked up to ask, "Will the test involve a finger prick or a blood draw?" Blood draws could be quite painful, and she felt a bit resistant. Tang Shiqing, noticing her slight tension, reassured her, "Just a small amount will be drawn. A finger prick isn't comprehensive." He gently coaxed, "It won't hurt, don't be anxious." His deep, soothing voice was meant to alleviate her nerves. A tone her own mother had never used. Every action and word from this man felt utterly captivating to her. She resembled a delicate flower blooming in barren soil, yearning for the gentle caress of sunlight. And this man, Tang Shiqing, seemed to bring with him a cascade of warmth, illuminating her world and enveloping her in comfort. Shen's heart was once again stirred by this man. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Tang Shiqing, and an audacious sense of flirtation bubbled within her as she playfully pouted and called out, "Tang Shiqing." He responded, Shen reached out to tug at his white coat, looking up at him with eager eyes, her red lips parting slightly. "If the blood draw hurts, can I hug you?" Tang Shiqing, witnessing Shen's first display of affection towards him, especially her hand tugging at his coat, felt a delightful stirring in his heart. His voice, warm and laced with laughter, replied, "Of course." Those simple words made Shen's eyes light up with joy. Moments later, she slowly lowered her gaze, a warmth blossoming within her. It turned out that when one was frightened or anxious, a little bit of charm could elicit a comforting response. It felt wonderful to be protected during moments of uncertainty. Chapter 31, Family Member. As they approached the blood draw window, the nurse noticed Tang Shiqing first and greeted him. "Dear Tang, you're still here." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, and the young nurse's eyes widened in shock before she couldn't contain her excitement and said, "Bringing a family member for a blood draw?" Tang Shiqing did not deny it, maintaining an elegant demeanor. "Yes, just coming to get some blood work done. Thank you for your efforts." As Shen sat down on the bench at the window, she heard him not refute the term family member, and she slowly lowered her head to mask the intense joy welling up inside her as she prepared to extend her arm for the blood draw. The nurse, not daring to gossip further, smiled and said, "Dr. Tang is truly considerate." She then retrieved the blood collection needle, unwrapped it, and wiped the blood draw site with an alcohol swab. Shen calmly observed the nurse's actions. After all, living alone for many years had taught her not to be overly dramatic. Blood draws could be faced with composure. Her earlier flirtation had merely been a test of his reaction, a way to satisfy a deep-seated longing within her. However, when the nurse brought the needle closer to her arm, Tang Shiqing unexpectedly wrapped his arm around her neck, pulling her into his embrace. Whispering, "Don't look, it'll be over soon." Standing while she sat, Shen found her head resting against his waist, held securely by his large hand, shielding her view. Perhaps he truly believed she was frightened after her earlier display of cuteness, and she felt a pang of guilt, yet his embrace offered an undeniable sense of security. Their posture was filled with a sweet intimacy, especially as he stood tall and refined, while she, even in a mask, could not conceal her exceptional aura, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Register my name. The test results can be handed directly to me," Tang Shiqing instructed. "I'll take personal responsibility for any issues." The young nurse felt a bit conflicted, as this was against protocol, yet considering that the entire hospital's high-tech medical equipment had been donated by Tang Shiqing, and with the Tang family being major stakeholders in the hospital, she capitulated to the influence of wealth. Certainly, Dr. Tang. Upon concluding the examination, Tang Shixing returned to the consultation room, shedding his white coat in favor of his casual attire before departing the hospital with Shenyan. What would you like for dinner tonight? He inquired, igniting the engine of his sleek black Maybach as he turned to face her, still caught in the flutter of emotions stirred by Tang Shixing. Shenyan snapped back to reality upon hearing his voice and hastily responded. It's my turn to ask you. You promised to treat me to a meal. What do you wish to eat? Tang Shixing replied nonchalantly, I'm fine with anything. Then let us go to that Chinese restaurant by Xingchen Bay. Shenyan suggested pragmatically. That restaurant is cautious about reporters taking photos. At her words, Tang Shixing paused momentarily, his hand momentarily stilling on the steering wheel as he turned to her with a slight furrow in his brow. Are you truly afraid of being photographed while dining with me? He asked. No, Shenyan quickly clarified, I just thought you might not enjoy the tabloid attention. After all, there have been numerous articles about you and Ji Jinghang hanging out. Yet you remain conspicuously absent from the gossip columns, and even at yesterday's fashion show, although you were present, your name didn't appear in any media coverage. I assumed you preferred to stay out of such frivolous reports. I do not relish being featured in such gossip, Tang Shixing said, locking his gaze onto hers, but that was in the past. Now if it's with you, I wouldn't mind any news coverage. Shenyan met his gaze, instinctively clenching her fists. She wasn't naive. She understood the implications of his words. She yearned to seize this moment to inquire about their relationship, hoping for a definitive answer. Yet found herself lacking the courage to voice it, opting instead to smile, unwilling to disrupt their current dynamic. Once they reached the restaurant and ordered their meals, as the dishes arrived and they prepared to eat, Tang Shixing received a call from Dr. Lu. I need to take this call. Please start without me, he instructed Shenyan. Stepping into a private restroom, he answered the call, hearing Dr. Lu's voice on the other end. Is this a good time to talk? He asked, anticipating the conversation's direction. Tang Shixing replied affirmatively, yes, it is. Lu continued, as you instructed. I spoke with Shenyan, and indeed, her psychological state is not optimistic, showing signs of mild depression likely stemming from a severe phobia of darkness. This phobia can be quite debilitating, often going unnoticed during the day but manifesting at night or when alone, leading to feelings of insecurity and self-doubt. We'll need to wait for the blood test results tomorrow to assess further. If it's purely psychological and hasn't reached a pathological level, it can be treated without medication. Generally, such issues relate to childhood experiences, so you might want to gently inquire about her past. My questioning may trigger her defensiveness. Tang Shixing listened intently, his expression growing increasingly solemn and cold, his voice devoid of warmth. Thank you, I understand, he said, adding, if a third party learns of this, it will undoubtedly be due to you. Lu. Dr. Lu, recognizing the implication, chuckled wryly. Don't worry. I want to speak a word of best of luck with everything. After hanging up, Tang Shixing returned to the table to find Shenyan waiting patiently, untouched chopsticks in hand. Didn't I tell you to start eating? He asked as he took his seat. How could I eat first when I invited you? She replied, reflecting on Lu's words. Tang Shixing stated directly. There is no need for such formality with me. If you're hungry, eat. If you're thirsty, drink. Don't be so particular, or else. He chuckled lightly, leaning forward to place the chopsticks in her hand. Continuing, otherwise, I would feel distressed if you were to suffer. Shenyan froze momentarily at his words. If you suffer, I would feel distressed, nearly causing her to break down. She quickly interrupted. All right, let us eat. Throughout the meal, Shenyan felt restless, several times glancing up to catch a glimpse of Tang Shixing, only to find him already looking at her, as if he had been observing her all along, causing her heart to race with an unexplainable anxiety. Once they were in the car heading back, her heart raced so much that she felt it might leap from her chest. Upon arriving, she stumbled slightly in her high heels, exclaiming in surprise. Ah, what is wrong? Tang Shixing quickly reached out to steady her. Shenyan sheepishly replied, I twisted my ankle. In an instant, Tang Shixing bent down and effortlessly scooped her up, carrying her toward his villa. I want to go back to my own place, she protested, realizing he was heading in the direction of his home. I don't know where you live, he replied earnestly. I'm taking you to my place. Shenyan stared at him, her eyes wide in disbelief. Tang Shixing, you're doing this on purpose. He glanced down at her, unrepentant. Yes, I am. Author's note. Tomorrow, the relationship is bound to be confirmed. Chapter 33, Testing the Waters. Shenyan. How can someone state their intentions so unapologetically? Yet, it was precisely his candor that stirred the calm waters of her heart once more. Throughout the journey, she discreetly watched the man, seeking to discern his true feelings for her. Once they reached his home, Tang Shixing gently placed her on the sofa, murmuring, sit here for a moment, I'll get some ice for you. Shenyan, not wanting to trouble him, accepted with a thoughtful smile. Alright, Tang Shirqing returned with an ice pack wrapped in a towel, placing it on the adjacent coffee table before squatting down in front of her, looking up with a gentle expression. Which ankle did you twist? His voice was soft, eyes seemingly glimmering with a hint of tenderness. Shen Yan, captivated by his gaze, found herself unable to refuse his care and pointed to her right foot, her tone light and cheerful. It is this one. At her words, Tang Shirqing lifted her right foot, carefully removing her high heel and gently pressing on her ankle. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Does this hurt?" as Shen Yan watched him. Memories of his patient care from the previous night flooded her mind, and she smiled softly, shaking her head. "Not really." Tang Shirqing pressed on another spot, inquiring, "How about here?" "No pain," she replied, though in truth, it was merely a slight twist. She was accustomed to wearing heels and knew it would subside shortly, yet this man named Tang Shirqing was diligently examining her, repeatedly asking where it hurt. Shen Yan felt a wave of emotions well up within her. Her lips twitching slightly as she fought to contain her emotions. When Tang Shirqing pressed on her ankle, she instinctively recoiled, her brows knitting together. "Does it hurt?" he asked quickly. Shen Yan, clenching her fists, nodded slightly. "A little." Tang Shirqing examined her foot closely. It showed no signs of redness or swelling. "It's nothing serious, just apply some cold compress, and it should ease up." He then removed her other heel and took the ice pack. Sitting beside her and resting her legs on his lap, applying the cold compress to her ankle, Shen Yan remained silent, contemplatively watching his every move. His demeanor was so gentle and graceful, eroding the barriers she had built around her heart. Her gaze finally settled on his eyes, and seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she playfully took his glasses from his face and perched them on her own nose, tilting her head with a teasing smile. "Do I look good?" Tang Shirqing raised his eyes to her, a hint of indulgent amusement dancing in his gaze. "You look lovely." Shen Yan, with her alluring fox-like eyes, gazed at him enticingly, her smile radiant. Her foot resting on his thigh playfully nudged against him. Tang Shirqing's expression tightened, his voice dropping an octave as he warned, "Don't be mischievous." However, Shen Yan only leaned into the playful banter. Deliberately rubbing her foot against his abdomen, Tang Shirqing, caught off guard, grasped her ankle. Yet the next moment, Shen Yan suddenly lunged toward him, causing him to quickly release her ankle and catch her waist to prevent her from tumbling off the sofa. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Are you intent on causing trouble again?" Ignoring his words, Shen Yan pressed him back onto the sofa, leaning down to plant a kiss on his chin, her nose brushing against his. Her gaze sultry and inviting, her hands began to tug at his shirt hem, pulling it from his waistband. The action left Tang Shirqing momentarily stunned, swallowing hard as he felt her soft lips against his. "Don T," he managed to warn, but before he could finish, Shen Yan pressed her lips to his, her fingers exploring his waist, and the moment her fingertips brushed against his skin, Tang Shirqing's body went rigid. His core tightening, as her hand traced up along his muscular abdomen, the tongue lingered upon his lips, and all rationality was swiftly devoured by her kisses. It was only when Shen Yan raised her hand to unfasten one button after another of his shirt, even daring to press her hand against the hidden clasp of his belt, that Tang Shirqing abruptly regained his senses. He placed his hands firmly on her shoulders, attempting to push her away. His voice heavy and stern as he exclaimed, "Shen Yan, hush!" Shen Yan silenced him by placing her hand over his lips, preventing any words from escaping. In the fleeting moment of Tang Shirqing's bewildered distraction, she leaned in once more to kiss him, with kisses that grew more fervent, more entwined, more seductively enticing. Tang Shirqing found himself utterly incapable of resisting her allure, and once again he was drawn into her embrace. Kissing her deeply, his hands cradling the back of her neck, she wore a sleeveless dress, the zipper trailing down her spine. In a moment of unrestrained desire, he pulled down the zipper at her back and tugged at her shoulder straps, causing the dress to fall loosely, revealing delicate white lace beneath. His large hand rested upon the skin of her back, prompting Shen Yan to nervously bite down on his shoulder, her voice trembling as she whispered in his ear, "Tang Shirqing, you have been waiting for this moment. Haven to you, your kindness, your patience, your thoughtfulness. Was it all to bring us to this point?" She leaned against him, seemingly lost in her own thoughts, murmuring softly, "Was it all just for this moment, just for this?" Her voice quivered, evoking a pang in Tang Shirqing's heart, and in a flurry, he adjusted her shoulder strap and apologized, "I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable." He placed his hands gentlemanly at his sides, refraining from touching her, only to realize her sudden shift in demeanor. Perhaps she was testing him, so he spoke, "Shen Yan, I admit that from the first moment I laid eyes on you, I wished to be with you in this manner, but my kindness towards you was not merely a means to this end." Shen Yan lifted her head from the crook of his neck, gazing intently into his eyes as she asked, "Then what was it for?" Tang Shirqing met her probing gaze without flinching, aware of her insecurities, and responded plainly, "Because I like you." Shen Yan, however, merely smiled faintly. Like, Mr. Tang, are you implying that you fell in love at first sight? Chapter 34. What kind of liking? Tang Shurqing continued to gaze at her, his eyes resolute and gentle. Is it not permissible to fall in love at first sight? He furrowed his brow slightly in response. Must one wait until familiarity breeds affection to discuss feelings? I believe that such feelings are not pure, they are merely calculated decisions based on convenience. I do not seek someone merely suitable, I desire someone I genuinely like, for true affection and the purest of admiration are always felt at first glance. As Shen Yan absorbed his sincere and gentle words, her lips trembled as she inquired, then what kind of liking do you possess? After a brief pause, she finally asked the question that had lingered in her heart, what do we define our relationship as now? Tang Shurqing looked at her and slowly replied, it's the kind of liking that wishes to marry you. If you are willing, we can have a quick wedding. If you are not prepared, then Miss Shen, do you think I am worthy enough to be your boyfriend first? Each word resonated within Shen Yan like thunder, echoing in her mind and leaving her in a state of profound contemplation. Her thoughts were filled with the warmth and support he had provided in recent days. She felt akin to a rootless blade of grass, aimlessly drifting until he discovered her, nurturing her with care to the point of overwhelming her senses. A man of his stature, a figure of immense admiration, was asking her if he was worthy to be her boyfriend. He spoke of wanting to marry her. This man instilled in her an unprecedented belief, making her feel deserving of all that is beautiful. Shen Yan could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears as she questioned him, if I have led you on to this extent and suddenly tell you that I do not wish to continue, would you be angry? No, Tang Shurqing replied without a moment's hesitation, I will wait for you to be ready, no matter how long it takes. His tenderness was overwhelming, his sincerity disarming, causing Shen Yan to lower her head in a mix of emotion and guilt. He was so earnest and fervent. While she had entered this with ulterior motives, unable to meet his eyes, she nestled against his chest, murmuring softly, Tang Shurqing, I'm not good for you, I'm quite peculiar. And being with me can be exhausting. Sometimes I find myself vexing even to meet. I'm so sorry for treating you this way today. As she spoke, Tang Shurqing could distinctly feel warmth and wetness on his chest. The girl resting against him was quietly shedding tears. Instinctively, he raised his hand to gently stroke her soft hair, reassuring her, our Yan Yan is not peculiar. I genuinely enjoy being with you, you can do anything with me. And there is no need to apologize. Tang Shurqing recognized that her feelings stemmed from her own lack of confidence, constantly doubting herself, feeling strange, anxious, and occasionally restless. He smiled gently, attempting to comfort her, weren't you quite brave at the beginning? Why have you grown increasingly insecure? Shen Yan opened her mouth but hesitated to voice her true feelings. Initially, her bravery stemmed from treating her closeness to him as a task she had to accomplish, akin to striving for success in life. However, as time passed, she realized her feelings had transformed along with her emotional state. Tang Shurqing seemed to grasp the unspoken words lingering in her heart and patiently guided her. Have you ever watched videos of yourself on the runway? I have, Shen Yan replied softly. What do you think of yourself in those professional settings? He continued. Shen Yan, unsure of his intent, responded honestly, I am very dedicated. I strive to complete every task with perfection, so I believe I present well in my work. She felt most confident while standing on the runway, as if that space was her realm, where she radiated brilliance. Tang Shurqing, continuing his encouragement, said, you are even more radiant than you are on the runway. He added, Shen Yan, you are wonderful, our Yan Yan is the best. Shen Yan felt her heart swell with emotion at his words, which were unlike anything she had ever heard. No one had ever taken the time to patiently guide her like this, to tell her that she was indeed remarkable. The way he called her Yan Yan, so endearing and affectionate, melted her heart. She fell silent, her emotions swirling within her as she savored the essence of him. Suddenly, the room was enveloped in silence, their breaths the only sound in the stillness. On the sofa, the man lay partially disrobed, while the girl rested her head upon his chest. The scene was charged with an intimate allure. Noticing her silence, Tang Shurqing allowed her to remain nestled against him, sensing that she was immersed in her own thoughts, and he willingly accompanied her in this moment. After a while, Tang Shurqing realized she had drifted off to sleep against him. He carefully lifted her, carrying her back to the master bedroom, gently laying her down on the bed. As he tucked her in, he noticed the remnants of tears at the corners of her eyes and instinctively reached to brush them away with tender fingers. His gaze soft as he murmured, do not think of yourself as strange, you are merely unwell, and I will heal you. He kept watch for a while, ensuring she slept soundly before stepping out of the room to take a cold shower. In the dead of night, Shen Yan was suddenly roused by the sound of rain outside. Slowly, she opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, momentarily forgetting when she had fallen asleep. Instinctively, she glanced around the room, Finding it empty without Tang Shirqing's presence, leaving her feeling inexplicably hollow, she descended from the bed and approached the window, peering into the rain-soaked night. The downpour was heavy, yet the room was well soundproofed. Rendering the rain sound faint, however, her senses were heightened at night, making her easily startled by the slightest rustle. After pulling the curtains closed, she turned back to her bed, attempting to fall asleep again. But despite lying beneath the covers, rest eluded her. She knew she would likely face another bout of insomnia. Sitting up, she hugged her knees, resting her head on them, her mind laden with thoughts. Previously, her thoughts at this hour were often filled with disquieting childhood memories. But this time, her mind was occupied solely by Tang Shiqing. At this moment, he should be sleeping soundly. Xinyan lingered in contemplation for a while before reaching for her phone to check the time. She spotted her bag on the bedside table, retrieving it and pulling out her phone. Just as she was about to check the time, her gaze fell upon a pack of cigarettes tucked away inside her bag, an unopened box. Suddenly, she realized that since meeting him, her cravings for cigarettes had diminished significantly. In moments of solitude, her thoughts would often spiral, leading her to seek solace in smoking to alleviate her mental strain. Then, her eyes landed on the lollipop Tang Shirqing had given her at the hospital. She picked it up and smiled to herself, muttering, "Do you think I'm a child?" grasping the lollipop in her palm. She felt an urge to find him. Would it be too much of a disturbance at this hour? Her heart wrestled with indecision, but in that moment of hesitation, her actions triumphed over her thoughts. As Xinyan stepped out of the master bedroom, she noticed that the lights in the living room and other rooms were still on. She furrowed her brow slightly, wondering if he had forgotten to turn them off. Not dwelling on it, she continued towards the guest room. Standing before the door, she nervously clenched her palms and, after a few seconds, raised her hand to knock, concerned he might be sleeping soundly and not hear her. She knocked lightly. Moments later, the door swung open from within. "What's the matter?" Tang Shirqing, clad in a deep blue silk nightgown, looked at Xinyan standing at the door, his brow furrowed with concern. Xinyan pressed her lips together as she glanced at Tang Shirqing, her eyes blinking in a daze. Without uttering a word, she took a step closer, nestling into his embrace, her hands instinctively wrapping around his waist. This singular gesture spoke volumes to Tang Shirqing, conveying her surrender to him. The man smiled softly, effortlessly lifting her into his arms and shutting the door behind them, making his way towards the bed. Xinyan, like a well-behaved child, clung to his neck, resting her head on his shoulder in silence until they were cocooned in the warmth of the blankets. Only then did she murmur, "Why do you let me sleep alone?" A boyfriend would hold his girlfriend while sleeping together. Chapter 35. A lack of decorum. Tang Shirqing's hand, which had been tucking the blanket around Xinyan, suddenly paused, his gaze flickering with surprise as he looked at the girl nestled in his arm. A smile gracing his lips. "Boyfriend." Xinyan tilted her head to meet his gaze, responding, "Is there a problem?" Without a word, Tang Shirqing adjusted the blanket to cover her chin, his tone gentle. "From now on, I'll hold you while you sleep." Xinyan felt her ears flush, a sweet warmth blossoming in her heart as she smiled at him, then slowly lowered her head. Falling silent, she rested her head on his arm, pressing close to his chest, feeling utterly at ease with his presence. Yet, Tang Shirqing found his drowsiness dissipating. Her breath, a gentle caress against his neck, was intoxicating, and the warmth of her hand resting on his waist stirred an undeniable temptation. As she sensed his breathing deepen, her heart raced, the tautness of his abdomen palpable even through his sleepwear. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she bit her lip, attempting to divert his thoughts. "The lights outside are still on. Did you forget?" Tang Shirqing had no intention of hiding the truth. "No, I left them on intentionally." He understood her nature was not suited for concealment. She deserved to know that someone had been keeping her in their heart, that she was not a mere weed without roots, intentionally left on. Xinyan inquired, curiosity piqued. "Why?" Tang Shirqing shifted, now lying on his side, pulling her closer as he whispered, "Because you said you are afraid of the dark. And I worry you might be scared if you need to get up at night and hesitate to call me." Upon hearing this, Xinyan's breath hitched, realizing it was all for her. She couldn't help but look up at him. "When did I say that?" "Last night, when you were drunk," Tang Shirqing replied, his gaze steady on her. "You said you were afraid of the dark and couldn't sleep with the lights off." Xinyan studied him, her long lashes fluttering. If his kindness were merely self-serving, why would he remember her drunken words and begin to accommodate her flaws? He could have easily pretended not to hear, knowing she would likely forget what happened once sober. Tang Shirqing, noticing her dazed expression, chuckled lightly. "Why are you looking at me like that?" In that moment, Xinyan's heart unraveled, and she smiled at him, her hand sneaking up to caress his lips, gently tracing the contours. His mouth was undeniably beautiful, perfectly proportioned, resembling a wave, yet the corners bore a hint of coldness. "Handsome and elegant." Tang Shirqing, has anyone ever told you that your lips look incredibly kissable? Tang Shirqing, fearing his restraint might shatter, swiftly grasped her mischievous hand, his voice turning slightly cold. Behave and go to sleep. As her hand was pulled down, it landed on the button of his sleepwear. Intentionally, she began to unfasten it, her demeanor alluring and seductive. At that moment, as Tang Shirqing struggled to maintain his composure, she teasingly brushed her lips against his throat. Tang Shirqing felt as if he might explode. His jaw clenched tightly as he ground out, "Do you still want to sleep?" Shenyan pressed her nose against his chin, her cheeks puffed slightly. "I don't believe you can sleep, just look at yourself." Tang Shirqing inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the fire raging within him, yet the flames only grew fiercer, threatening to engulf him. In a flurry, he threw off the covers and got out of bed, his voice hoarse and disheveled. "I am going to take a shower, you should sleep first." Yan, watching the flustered man retreat, Shenyan noted how he had shed his daytime composure, seemingly willing to set aside all pride for her. Even in this moment, choosing to alleviate himself, Tang Shirqing stumbled into the bathroom, intending to shut the door when suddenly a lithe form darted in his moment of surprise. Shenyan, who had followed him without his notice, stood before him, tiptoeing to wrap her arms around his neck and kissed him. Her lips were soft, sending an electric thrill through Tang Shirqing, making his breath grow heavy. Seeing him tense and unmoving, only breathing heavily, she lifted her lashes, teasing him. "Tang Shirqing, kiss me. You know you love kissing me." Tang Shirqing, now barely holding on to control, gripped her slender waist, swallowing hard as his voice turned gravelly with desire. "Shenyan, do you have any idea what will happen if I kiss you now?" The girl nodded. "I know." Tang Shirqing pressed. "Are you sure?" Shenyan nodded again. "Absolutely, I'm not a child." His defenses crumbled further, yet he insisted on confirming. "Last chance, are you certain?" Shenyan, however, did not respond this time but instead leaned in again, affirming her desires through action, tightening her embrace around his neck. Tang Shirqing's hand, resting on her waist, began to roam restlessly, and finally, overwhelmed by her kiss, he surrendered completely, returning the fervent kiss with passion. He moved, trapping her against the glass door, his hands cradling her face as they kissed with fervor. Shenyan felt her lips tingle, the sound of Tang Shirqing's low, hoarse voice ringing in her ears. "You won't have a chance to regret this." With a swift motion, the zipper on her back came undone, and her dress fell to the floor. Tang Shirqing could feel her nervousness as she trembled slightly, his voice soothing yet husky, peppered with soft kisses. Shenyan felt enveloped by his scent, her entire being succumbing to his warmth. Under the shower, Tang Shirqing lifted her, and Shenyan's fingers tangled in his hair as he kissed her with reckless abandon. Unable to contain herself, she bit down on his shoulder, her breath hitching. Fearing he might hurt her, Tang Shirqing promptly carried her back to the bedroom. On the expansive bed, the sight of his strong back intertwined with her delicate legs was intoxicating. As time passed, Shenyan's consciousness began to blur. In a haze of passion, Tang Shirqing noticed the tattoo on her waist and asked, "Does the tattoo on your waist hold any special meaning?" The girl hesitated. "When I was young, there was a fire at home, and I bumped into a table corner while escaping, leaving an ugly scar. I got a small koi tattoo to cover it. The elders say koi bring good fortune." She suddenly smiled. "It's been a month since I got the tattoo, and it's such a coincidence that I met you. It seems I really have received good luck." Meeting him was undoubtedly the best fortune of her life. Tang Shirqing, recalling the details of that fire, felt a wave of compassion wash over him. He leaned down to kiss her tattoo gently, his voice soft and heartfelt. "Little koi, thank you for bringing her to me. You have captivated me at first glance, and now I have a soul tethered to you." Tang Shirqing, mindful of her innocence, withdrew just in time. Before falling asleep, Shenyan felt a pang of fear that upon waking, he would be gone, that he might change after possessing her. As drowsiness enveloped her, she instinctively nestled closer, murmuring, "Tang Shirqing, hold me tight." Tang Shirqing wrapped her securely in his embrace, replying softly, "All right, I want to let go." Shenyan promised herself that if she woke up to find him absent, she would treat it all as a dream. Once awakened, she would return to her former self, burying her heart and distancing herself from anyone else. Chapter 36, Afraid You'll Cry. After Shenyan fell asleep, Tang Shirqing urgently messaged Fang Junxian, "I need you to cover for me tomorrow." Taking a leave, he gazed at the girl in his arms. Furrowing his brow slightly moments later, he rose from the bed, stepped onto the balcony, and lit a cigarette, leaning lazily against the railing, watching the girl sleeping on the large bed through the glass door. His eyes narrowed as he took puff after puff, exhaling circles of smoke to mask a flicker of unease in his heart, his gaze fixed intently on her. He murmured softly, "I hope you don't regret it when you wake up." In the morning, when Tang Shirqing awoke, Shenyan was still deeply asleep. He didn't immediately get up but held her close, dozing off for a while longer, until his phone rang. He hurriedly silenced the alarm. Careful not to disturb her, glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was his mother. He quietly slipped out of bed and into the study to answer the call. Agio, there's an auction in Beijing next Friday. Please help your mom bid on a blue diamond brooch, Su Wanning said with a smile. I can't make it back, so it's up to you to run this errand. Tang Shiqing pinched the bridge of his nose. Mom, you really have a penchant for blue diamonds. Su Wanning huffed. Just tell me if you're going or not. Alright, I'll go bid for you, Tang Shiqing replied, his enthusiasm waning before he quickly added. When are you and Dad planning to return home? Su Wanning responded. We're expecting to be back by the end of next month, Tang Shiqing continued. Try to come back earlier. Why? Su Wanning asked playfully. Are you planning to introduce me to your future daughter-in-law? Tang Shiqing chuckled. You guessed right. Upon hearing this, Su Wantong's interest was instantly piqued, her eyes sparkling with delight as she eagerly inquired, Are you in a relationship? Have you found a girlfriend? Oh, which foolish girl have you deceived? How long have you known each other? Tang Shiqing, with an air of pride, replied straightforwardly, We've known each other for exactly 1 week. Su Wantong's smile faded instantly. Are you joking with me? Only 1 week? You mustn't play with a girl's feelings. What of 1 week? Time is not the essence, Tang Shiqing retorted directly to his mother. This made Su Wanning reminisce a bit. After all, your father proposed to me a month after we met. Will you be proposing next month? If so, your father and I should prepare in advance. A proposal must be grand, Tang Shiqing helplessly responded. As it stands, 1 month is still too soon. Yan Yan still has some emotional wounds to heal. Oh, Su Wanning immediately expressed her disdain. Then you are not as good as your father, Tang Shiqing sighed. You are right, Mom. Alright, I will take a picture of the brooch, and you all remember to return early. Su Wanning laughed joyfully. I look forward to meeting my daughter-in-law. Please don't bully her. Understood, Tang Shiqing replied. After hanging up, Su Wanning hurriedly shared the news with her husband. Our son has a girlfriend. I'm so curious about what the girl looks like. What kind of gifts should we prepare, regardless of her appearance? As long as our son likes her, that's all that matters, Tang's father replied directly. Indeed, Su Wanning agreed, as long as our son is happy. As noon approached, Tang Shiqing received a call from Ali. Ali respectfully reported. Young Master Jiao, the police station called to say that Miss Shen's phone is unreachable and they cannot assist her with the case. They asked me to contact you. Tang Shiqing glanced at Xin Yan, still asleep on the bed, and replied calmly, When it is convenient for her to answer the phone, let her inform you, and then have the police call her. Understood, young Master Jiao. After ending the call, Tang Shiqing went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. It was only around noon that Xin Yan leisurely woke up. As she turned over, a sharp intake of breath revealed her discomfort. Her waist was sore. The memories of last night flooded her mind, causing her face to flush and her heart to race. Absently she clutched the corner of the blanket, slowly opening her eyes to the empty room. Instantly her shyness vanished, replaced by an inexplicable sense of loneliness. She nervously scanned her surroundings, looking for his figure, but the room was utterly vacant. Biting her lip, she wondered, had he left? Unwilling to accept this, she pushed herself up, still feeling a bit uncomfortable, and stepped out of bed, calling out aimlessly, Tang Shiqing. Hearing her voice, Tang Shiqing promptly responded. In the kitchen, Xin Yan hurried toward the kitchen, catching sight of Tang Shiqing emerging with a spatula in hand. In that moment, the clouds of her melancholy dissipated, and her anxious heart found a sense of reassurance. He hadn't left, he was still here, personally cooking. Xin Yan stood frozen for several seconds, then broke into a run, leaping into his embrace and wrapping her arms around his waist, looking up at him with a smile. You're cooking? Yes, I'm making you a meal, Tang Shiqing replied, cautious not to let any grease from his hands touch her. With a playful smile, he asked, You seem quite agile. Did I perhaps indulge you too well last night? Where were you gentle? Xin Yan pouted in playful accusation. You were quite excessive. Tang Shiqing chuckled, yet you still managed to leap from the bed and rush over. Xin Yan glanced at him, lips pursed, eyes lowering, and thought, I thought you had left, so I wanted to see if you were still here. Tang Shiqing observed her lowered gaze and gently said, I didn't leave. I was worried you might wake up and not see me, leading you to overthink and cry. Xin Yan was taken aback for a moment, looking up at him in surprise. How could he know the worries that lingered in her heart? Not only did he know, but he also took action to spare her from such thoughts. Feeling both shy and flustered, she mumbled, Who would cry? Tang Shiqing chose not to confront her little secret, instead smiling knowingly. Wait here for a moment, I'll wash my hands and remove my apron. Xin Yan obediently released her grip around him. Okay, Tang Shiqing turned back to the kitchen, turning off the stove, taking off his apron, and washing his hands. When he returned, he bent down and lifted the girl still waiting by the bed, carrying her toward the bedroom while gently asking, Does it still hurt? Xinyan scrunched her little face. Guess, clearly aware of her own excessive behavior. Tang Shiqing found her expression amusing, smiling as he set her down on the edge of the bed. Leaning over to support himself with his hands beside her, gazing into her eyes. Do you regret it? Chapter 37. No regrets. Xinyan found herself enclosed between his arms and the bed. Looking up at the man above her, he possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes, a high-nose bridge, and beautifully shaped lips. Even his jawline exuded a sense of nobility. She stared intently at him for a long while, as if trying to imprint his image deeply into her heart. After a moment, Xinyan reached up to wrap her arms around his neck, leaning in to kiss him softly, whispering in his ear. I don't regret it. She affectionately nuzzled against his cheek, her voice tinged with shyness as she continued. Last night was wonderful. Hearing this, Tang Shiqing chuckled lightly, feeling reassured as he pressed a gentle kiss on her cheek. As long as you don't regret it. Xinyan felt her cheek tingle from his kiss, turning slightly away as their lips brushed together. In that fleeting moment of intimacy, their eyes met. And amidst the lingering gaze, her eyelashes fluttered. Tang Shiqing's eyes sparkled with a hint of desire, and as Xinyan's lips parted slightly, he found himself unable to resist, leaning down to kiss her soft pink lips. He cradled the back of her head with one hand while his thumb caressed her earlobe, supporting himself on the bed with the other. Xinyan leaned back, her body arching as he gently pursued her lips, kissing her with tenderness that ignited a burning passion within her. Unable to withstand the sensations, she fell back onto the bed, and his teasing voice reached her ears. Shall we do it again? Xinyan, her eyes widened in surprise as she pushed his shoulder away, blushing with indignation. It hurt a lot the first time. Can't you let me rest? Tang Shiqing playfully kissed her earlobe, pretending to be serious. Alright then, let us take a break for half the day and discuss it tonight. Xinyan shot him a glare, exasperatedly pinching his waist. Beast. Tang Shiqing allowed her to vent her frustrations, chuckling as he asked, Are you hungry? Xinyan puffed out her cheeks. I am. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around his neck again. Will you carry me to wash up? To avoid appearing overly needy, she added, You're the one who exhausted me like this. You must take responsibility. Tang Shiqing, catching the fleeting hint of her vulnerability, replied as he lifted her, You don't need to add that last part. Darling, you can rightfully expect me to carry you. As he carried her toward the bathroom, Xinyan's heart fluttered at the endearment. No one had ever called her darling before, and his voice was so gentle. He had won her heart and remained as tender and patient as ever, if not more so. It felt as though a warm sun had burst forth in her heart, filling it with sweetness. Upon reaching the bathroom, when Tang Shiqing set her down, he noticed the smile hidden in the corners of her eyes. He softly inquired, What are you thinking about? Now standing on her own, Xinyan caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. She was wearing a silk camisole nightgown, and her fair skin bore several evident love bites from last night. Each mark was enough to make her cheeks flush. With a flirtatious glare, she pointed at herself. I was wondering how long it will take for these to fade. Tang Shiqing glanced at his handiwork, chuckling as he reassured her, They'll be gone by tomorrow. Besides, such private places are not visible to others. Are they? Xinyan glanced down, indeed reassured that they were quite concealed, with the most sensitive spots just a bit lower. She lowered her lashes, looking at him with a mix of annoyance and playfulness. Next time, I want to leave some marks on you too. Tang Shiqing's eyes sparkled at her words, grinning. If that is the case, then I can hardly wait. Just you wait. Xinyan, with a mock-exasperated expression, pushed him toward the door. Go wait outside. Tang Shiqing somewhat helplessly allowed her to guide him out, turning back to ask, Will you be alright on your own? I will. Then I'll check if the soup is ready. Call me if you need anything. With that, he returned to the kitchen. Xinyan began brushing her teeth, but as she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror, memories of last night flooded back, accompanied by the lingering sound of his low, husky breaths as he held her close, causing her to softly moan. No, I mustn't think about it. Xinyan quickly shook off the thoughts, splashed her face with cold water to cool her flushed cheeks, and hurriedly finished washing up before changing into a comfortable long-sleeved pajama. At the dining table, Tang Shiqing had arranged the dishes. You can cook too, Xinyan exclaimed sincerely, marveling at the sight, as he seemed like the type of wealthy young master who never lifted a finger, let alone cooked. Tang Shiqing set the tableware before her, saying with a casual air, Just a little bit. He then handed her a bowl of soup, urging, Give it a taste. It's good, thank you, Xinyan replied with a smile, taking the soup spoon and sipping a few mouthfuls before her curiosity piqued. By the way, did you take a day off today? Yes, I took a day off, Tang Shiqing replied nonchalantly before inquiring, How does it taste? Delicious, Xinyan responded with a grin, then asked, Did you take leave to keep me company? Yes, Tang Shirching said with a tone of duty, as he served her some dishes, lifting his gaze to her with tenderness as he added, I stayed home with you all day. As Xinyan listened, she recalled how upon waking, he mentioned he stayed because he was worried she might overthink and see or why. It turned out he specifically took leave for her, and it seemed he could always perceive her inner turmoil. She probed curiously, do doctors have to study psychology? Not at all, Tang Shirching replied, surprised, there are specialized departments for that. I am a surgeon. Xinyan furrowed her brow. So is it that all my psychological states are particularly evident in front of you? Tang Shirching looked at her and chuckled lightly. I actually hope you can express your thoughts freely without any psychological burden in front of me. Xinyan was even more perplexed. She set down her chopsticks and looked earnestly at Tang Shirching. Then why does it seem like you can always discern my thoughts? I fear you might possess mind-reading abilities. After hesitating for a few seconds, she confessed, like today, I was genuinely afraid that when I woke up, you would be gone, but you seemed to know what I was worrying about and took leave to accompany me. It turned out he had considered these feelings. I don't have mind-reading abilities, Tang Shirching said, looking at her. I just worry you might feel wronged. I tend to think more about what you might be feeling. Taking a day off had little impact, but he understood that if she had awakened today without seeing him, it would have added to her burdens. Even if he eventually comforted her, it could leave a lingering knot in her heart. After all, his Yanyan lacked a sense of security. The phrase worried you might feel wronged lingered in Xinyan's heart for a long time. This man was excessively kind. It was a revelation to feel cared for in such a way. Xinyan turned her gaze away from him, picking up her chopsticks and focusing on her meal. Fearing that if she looked at him again, she might cry, Tang Shirching noticed her hidden emotions and refrained from interrupting her self-soothing, slowly adding more dishes to her plate, although it was a gloomy day after a night of rain. Xinyan felt as if she were basking in unprecedented sunshine. Throughout the afternoon, Tang Shirching accompanied Xinyan in her leisure, a rare day when he had no work to attend to. Entirely devoted to her. As night fell again, Xinyan leaned against Tang Shirching on the sofa, both engrossed in a reality show. Xinyan held a jade porcelain fruit plate, feeding him a grape before taking one for herself. Relishing the moment, she was so absorbed in the television that she remained oblivious to Tang Shirching's gaze, which was fixed on her rather than the screen. Seeing her laugh so joyfully, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, he couldn't help but smile in response. Tang Shirching realized that Xinyan was quite easy to please. As long as he treated her well, she would let down all her defenses. He felt fortunate to have met her at this moment. Had he arrived any later, she might have encountered another who treated her kindly, leaving him with no chance. A girl like her, once she opened her heart, would do so for a lifetime. If she were to be abandoned midway, she would likely lose faith in love, preferring to live her life alone rather than embark on another romantic journey. Fortunately, he had met her in time. Tang Shirching, unable to resist, raised his hand to caress her face gently. Xinyan frowned at his gesture, looking up at him and saying, could you stop touching me like I'm a pet? Tang Shirching chuckled at her words. What pet? A little wildcat? Xinyan shot him a glare. You re the little wildcat. Just as Tang Shirching was about to tease her again, his phone rang unexpectedly, a video call. Picking up the phone, he saw it was his mother calling, lowering his head. He said to Xinyan, it's a video call from my mom, let me take this. Upon hearing it was his mother, Xinyan immediately tensed up. Then you should take it over there, don't let her see me. Tang Shirching observed her nervousness and playfully pinched her cheek before moving to a nearby chair to answer the call. Once the video connected, Su Wanang asked, Ajio, are you busy right now? Not busy, Tang Shirching replied. Mom, is there something you need? Su Wanang hesitated slightly before saying, it's nothing much. I just thought about what you mentioned this morning about having a girlfriend. I've been thinking all day and decided that I should prepare a little gift for her. Can you tell me what she usually likes? I want to get ready, especially since some limited edition items need to be reserved in advance. It can't be haphazard. Listening to his mother's words, Tang Shirching's gaze shifted to Xinyan. Upon hearing his mother mention a gift, he paused and pressed the speakerphone button, pretending he hadn't heard clearly. Mom, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Su Wanang frowned slightly, then her gentle voice echoed in the room. I said, what does your girlfriend like? Your father and I want to prepare a gift for her. We can't neglect her on the first meeting. We don't want to make her feel wronged. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted Su Wantong's words. A porcelain item had shattered on the floor. The room fell eerily silent. Xinyan, startled by what Su Wanang had just said, had dropped the jade porcelain fruit plate in a panic. She looked at Tang Shirching like a child caught in a mistake and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, realizing her voice could be heard on the video. She quickly covered her mouth and bent down to clean up the broken plate. Don't move, be careful not to cut your hand, Tang Shirching said, rushing over to gently pull her aside. It's okay, don't be nervous. I'll clean it up. He quickly tossed the phone onto the sofa and began to clear away the shattered porcelain. Shenyan glanced at the still-connected video call. Remaining silent, feeling awkward, embarrassed, and guilty, standing there at a loss, finally Su Wantong's cautious voice came through the phone. Gio, what happened on your end? What broke? Is anyone hurt? It sounds like the SA girl's voice. After tidying up the floor, Tang Shiqing picked up the phone again. Noticing Shenyan still frozen in place, he silently patted her head to reassure her while replying to his mother, the fruit plate broke. No one is hurt, you don't need to worry, Mom. Su Wantong continued to inquire, and who is that girl? Is she your girlfriend? Can I meet her? Instinctively, Tang Shiqing glanced at Shenyan. Originally, he had put the call on speaker to let Shenyan know he had informed his parents about their relationship, that he was serious, and to assure her that his parents were open-minded, so she needn't worry about any opposition. As for whether she wanted to meet his parents now, that was entirely up to her. He never anticipated that it would frighten her. When he saw Shenyan instinctively retreating at his glance, her face displaying clear reluctance, he had no choice but to say to his mother, "No, Mom, you heard wrong, you certainly didn't hear wrong." Su Wantong replied directly, "You've never been close to any girl since childhood, besides, you were so nervous comforting her just now that she is not your girlfriend. Why would you be so anxious?" Shenyan felt increasingly awkward, as if intentionally avoiding her elders, which seemed rather rude. Tang Shiqing, noticing her discomfort, reached for her hand to offer reassurance, just as he was about to say something else to his mother. He heard herself reflecting aloud, "But it might be a bit abrupt for the girl to meet right away. Let us wait until I return to the country, and you can formally introduce her to your father and me." Listening to Su Wantong's warm and considerate words, Shenyan felt even more guilty. Since they would eventually meet anyway, it would be better to do so sooner, allowing her to understand his family's perspective on her. After all, the disparity in their backgrounds was significant, and she wanted to know if they would mind her profession. With that thought, she quickly tidied her hair and clothing, summoning her courage to smile brightly at the camera. "Auntie, it's not abrupt at all." She confidently moved closer to the camera, politely stating, "Hello, Auntie, I'm really sorry for accidentally breaking the fruit plate earlier. I hope it doesn't give you the impression that I'm clumsy and ungracious on our first meeting." Tang Shiqing was taken aback by Shenyan's unexpected and bold approach to the camera, momentarily stunned before a wave of joy washed over him. He quickly interjected, "It wasn't her fault. She was startled by me and accidentally bumped into it. It's all my fault." Chapter 39. Acknowledgement. However, as Su Wantong's gaze was captivated by Shenyan's flawless and exquisite visage the moment she entered the frame. She was utterly oblivious to her son's words. She was completely entranced by the girl's stunning beauty, her delicate features marred by no imperfections. The girl wore a charming smile that exuded both modesty and grace, and her eyes sparkled with a vivacity that seemed to speak volumes, bringing immense joy to Su Wantong, who could hardly contain her delight. "Oh my dear, how wonderful it is to meet you. I am a Jew's mother. He has told us about his exceptionally wonderful girlfriend, and both uncle and I are very much looking forward to meeting you." Su Wantong spoke with a warmth and kindness that enveloped the room, each word resonating with comfort and reassurance, as though one were basking in the gentle embrace of spring sunshine. Shenyan felt a surge of warmth and gratitude, as though a long-desired tenderness had been awakened within her heart. This alleviated much of the anxiety she felt about whether his parents would accept her. Lost in her reverie, she heard Su Yi continue with an even more affable tone, "If the fruit platter broke, then so be it. It is of no consequence, as long as you do not hurt yourself. It is not a case of clumsiness. The blame lies entirely with a Jew." Shenyan, caught off guard, exclaimed. Su Wantong quickly elaborated, "It is his fault for not carpeting the entire house. Had he done so beforehand, the platter would not have fallen, and you would not have been startled. In this matter, he bears full responsibility." Shenyan widened her eyes in astonishment, never expecting Su Yi to express such sentiments. Her reasoning resembled that of a spoiled yet gentle woman, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a middle-aged matron. And instead, there was a playful charm about her. Unable to resist, Shenyan glanced at the innocent Tang Shiqing and let out a soft laugh. Tang Shiqing, feeling helpless as his mother shifted all the blame onto him, pinched the bridge of his nose in resignation. Yet, seeing Shenyan smile, he could only sigh lazily. "Well, it is all my fault. I shall have someone come tomorrow to carpet the entire house." Su Wantong, oblivious to her son's words, was entirely focused on Shenyan, increasingly convinced that her son had struck gold. Yet, as she continued to gaze, she found Shenyan oddly familiar and could not help but inquire, "Oh, have we met somewhere before? You seem so familiar. May I know your name?" Su Wantong's tone was gentle and amiable, leaving no trace of discomfort one might typically feel when addressing an elder. However, upon asking for her name, it seemed she had recognized her. Xinyan's heart skipped a beat, and instinctively she glanced at the man beside her. Tang Shiqing sensed her unease and immediately took her hand in reassurance. Urging her to feel more confident, encouraged, Xinyan introduced herself politely. "Auntie, my name is Xinyan, and I am a model." After speaking, Xinyan bit her lip, as if awaiting judgment, her palms clenched tightly. Tang Shiqing was about to speak when Su Wanang suddenly interrupted with excitement. "I remember now. I have seen many of your shows. Your professionalism is outstanding, and you have always been the most beautiful on stage. You are the most voluptuous model. I mean, not to say you are overweight. It is just that other models are often too thin." "You are just right," she laughed. "Auntie likes you, and Iju is fortunate." Xinyan, though slender, possessed an alluring and curvaceous figure, having been selected as a supermodel not solely for her height but for her captivating face and legs. Her beauty was striking and exquisite, leaving both her compatriots and those abroad utterly enchanted. Listening attentively to Su Wantong's words, Xinyan felt her initial apprehension transform into excitement and joy, almost disbelief. Until the video call concluded, she remained in a daze, her mind still echoing with Su I's parting words. "If a Jew ever bullies you or makes you feel wronged, tell Auntie, and I shall have your uncle teach him a lesson." She felt neither disdain for her background nor any sense of pressure or distance from a wealthy family. There was only Su I's warmth, kindness, and affection towards her. This was her first encounter with the realization that a family atmosphere could be so inviting. Evoking a deep longing within her moments after ending the call, Tang Shiqing received a text message from his mother. "Why does that young girl seem so nervous? I read her profile. It appears her upbringing was not particularly favorable. If you like her, please do not adopt an air of superiority or use your family background to intimidate her." Tang Shiqing glanced at the message and then at Xinyan. Replying, "I intend to marry her. I would never let her suffer. Her nervousness stems from fearing you might not like her." Su Wanang, "Nonsense, I like her. That girl is truly endearing, and her voice is delightful." "Alright, no more replies. Go keep your daughter-in-law company." Tang Shiqing, reading his mother's consecutive messages, pondered for a moment, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Indeed, her voice was enchanting. Finally, after leisurely responding with a simple, he set down his phone to find Xinyan, like an obedient child, hugging a pillow and gazing down, lost in thought yet radiantly happy. Tang Shiqing reached out, affectionately brushing his fingers against her cheek. Then gently running his hand through her hair, tenderly pushing aside the strands that had fallen forward, his voice soft. "My mom truly adores you, not simply because I am her son, but because you are worthy of love." Xinyan, upon hearing his voice, Xinyan snapped back to reality, her gaze meeting Tang Shiqing's warm, almost indulgent eyes. His fingers played gently with her hair, his actions intimate and tender, his words, seemingly meant to reassure her of Su I's fondness. Subtly instilled confidence in her, affirming her worthiness. He was indeed a gentle and refined gentleman, so delicately charming that it was hard to resist. Xinyan shifted to sit on Tang Shiqing's lap, her hands naturally resting on his shoulders, her smile radiant and vivacious. "Auntie is truly wonderful. You are so lucky. Your mother loves you dearly." This maternal love was something she had always yearned for but could never attain. Tang Shiqing instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, his other hand still playing with her long hair, chuckling softly. "My mom will eventually become your mother too, and you, Xinyan, will be even happier." His voice possessed a certain charm, gentle yet resonant, instilling a strong sense of trust. At that moment, merely hearing him speak made her feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. Xinyan gazed at the man before her, longing to kiss him, and she indeed acted on that impulse. Just as she leaned down to kiss him, her phone rang at the most inopportune moment, causing her to turn away hastily to answer it. Yet, before she could fully turn, Tang Shiqing lifted his hand to cradle the back of her head, kissing her deeply, reclaiming the kiss that had been interrupted. Xinyan protested playfully, tapping his shoulder. Her voice muffled, "I have to answer the phone." Tang Shiqing, however, deepened the kiss, ignoring her feeble protests until she could no longer articulate her words, leaving only the cheerful sound of her ringing phone in the background. In a frenzy, Xinyan pushed against him, fearing she might miss the call, only to find that this man seemed to be timing his kisses perfectly, releasing her just as the ringtone began to fade, allowing her to answer the call. Chapter 40. The Gentleman and the Dark-Sided. Was Ling Ling calling? As Xinyan answered, she asked, "Ling Ling, what's up?" out of respect for her privacy. Tang Shiqing stood and gently kissed her cheek, whispering, "I'll go prepare a cup of milk for you." Xinyan silently nodded in response. On the other end, Ling Ling curiously inquired, "What were you busy with just now?" "I was almost ready to hang up." Xinyan hurriedly concealed her previous distraction. "Oh, nothing much." "Alright then, let us get to the main topic," Ling Ling said excitedly. "Did you see the trending news? the Gao family is under investigation. And Huiyao Entertainment has been shut down due to tax issues and allegations of exploiting minors for illicit transactions. Xinyan was taken aback. So sudden, Ling Ling replied enthusiastically, you bet, it was completely unexpected. I was so thrilled when I saw the news that my phone nearly slipped from my hands. Now, how will that old man Gao bully you? Xinyan still found it hard to believe. Let me check online. Sure thing. Wishing you sweet dreams tonight. After hanging up, Xinyan quickly opened Weibo's trending topics and indeed found the related posts. Huiyao Entertainment suspected of exploiting minors for illegal transactions under investigation. Huiyao Chairman Gao Ming under routine investigation for tax evasion and bribery. Huiyao Entertainment get out of China. Seeing these trending topics, Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle with schadenfreude, relieved that someone's dirty deeds had finally been exposed. However, she also realized that Huiyao Entertainment was a powerful company with extensive reach, and the Gao family was wealthier than most. How could they suddenly collapse overnight? Just as she pondered this, she noticed Tang Shiqing approaching with a cup of warm milk, and it suddenly clicked. Handing the milk to Xinyan, Tang Shiqing remarked, drinking this will help you sleep. Those with a fear of darkness often also suffer from insomnia. Let me show you something. Xinyan placed the milk on the coffee table and pulled Tang Shiqing down onto the sofa. Handing him her phone with the trending news page displayed, hesitantly asking, did you have a hand in this? Tang Shiqing glanced at the trending topics on his phone, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation as he remarked, isn't this merely a consequence of their own actions? It has nothing to do with me. If they hadn't engaged in such behavior, he wouldn't have been able to seize the opportunity to take them down so swiftly. Ultimately, they are merely reaping the fruits of their own misdeeds. However, Xinyan, unconvinced, pursed her lips. Could it be mere coincidence? He saw her being forced to drink, and within days, everything related to the Gao family was under investigation? Noticing her skeptical expression, Tang Shiqing felt no desire to conceal anything from her, so he added, they shouldn't bully you. After all, she was a girl he cherished too much to mistreat. Yet, his expression remained as calm as still water, betraying not a hint of emotion, as if he were entirely uninvolved in the matter. Xinyan blinked in astonishment, sensing that beneath this gentleman's gentle exterior lay a hint of darkness and cunning. Such individuals are the most terrifying. Their outward elegance diminishes others' vigilance, allowing them to strike before one has a chance to retaliate. Suddenly feeling a chill run down her spine, she urgently called out to him. Tang Shiqing, yes, he responded. Is there a possibility that one day I might provoke your anger and you would stab me in the back, leaving me to cry without tears? Tang Shiqing looked at her serious expression, finding it inexplicably endearing, and couldn't help but chuckle as he teased her. I wouldn't stab you in the back, but I might poke you in other places, which could indeed leave my precious in tears without a drop left. Xinyan, momentarily taken aback by the implication of his words, swiftly kicked him in a fit of embarrassment and indignation, protesting, you make it sound as if you're so formidable. She immediately turned away, picking up a glass of milk to drink, wishing to change the subject. However, just as she took a sip, she heard his leisurely voice, tinged with amusement. How about we give it a try tonight? See if we can make our yin-yin cry until there are no tears left. Pft. Cough, cough. Xinyan, shocked, spluttered milk everywhere. Tang Shiqing, taken aback, quickly stood up, offering her a few tissues to wipe her mouth, while also taking the milk cup from her hand, concernedly asking, did you choke? All right, I won't tease you anymore. He hurriedly poured her a glass of water to soothe her throat, then bent down to grab more tissues to clean the milk stains from the coffee table. Originally wanting to voice her grievance, Xinyan, upon seeing the chaos she had caused on the table, instinctively shifted from embarrassment to guilt, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. As she spoke, she bent down to help Tang Shiqing clean the table. But he, noticing her frown, straightened up, placing his hands on her shoulders to bring her gaze level with his as he said, no need to apologize. Spilling milk is nothing to apologize for, and breaking the fruit plate is also nothing to apologize for. Yen, you have nothing to apologize for. It. Upon hearing this, Xinyan felt a warmth spread from her ears to her heart, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She couldn't quite understand her emotions. It was just an instinctive reaction to feel guilty for having done wrong. After all, in her childhood, it was often her fault if her mother's mood soured, and a timely apology would allow her to avoid trouble. Yet the man before her made her feel as though she didn't have to live so cautiously. Observing Tang Shiqing's furrowed brow, she realized he likely didn't want to see her like this. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she retorted, it's all your fault, just listen to what you said. Upon hearing her words, Tang Shiqing relaxed his frown, coaxing her, blame me, and I promise not to tease you in the future. Shen Yan shot him a playful glare, her demeanor a mix of feigned anger and charm. You beast, alright, I admit it, I am a beast. I need to head back, Shen Yan said, glancing at the time. Tang Shiqing quickly replied, where are you going? To my own place, of course. I can't just stay here indefinitely. Why not? Tang Shiqing coaxed earnestly. After all, the house from the Ji family is also a rental. So living here could be considered renting from me. We can share the apartment, you in the master bedroom and me in the secondary room, preserving your privacy. When you need me, I can attend to you. What do you think? Shen Yan couldn't help but smile at his earnest proposition. Dr. Tang, with what you just said, it seems I am quite fortunate. She tilted her chin, teasingly echoing his last statement. When I need you, you'll attend to me. How can you say that so shamelessly? I meant cooking for you, Tang Shiqing said with a hint of mischief in his smile. Shen Yan, not believing his words, felt a pang of reluctance to part ways. At least for today, she longed to stay with him, to spend this perfect 24 hours together. Feeling a sense of security, she ultimately relented, saying, but I need to go back to get some things for tomorrow. Seeing her willingness to compromise, Tang Shiqing promptly suggested, then let me take you to grab your things and we can come right back. He took her hand, leading her outside, exuding a sense of urgency. Before stepping out, he glanced at the thin dress she was wearing and casually grabbed a jacket to drape over his arm. Let us walk over. There's no need for you to drive. Think of it as a leisurely stroll. Alright, Shen Yan allowed him to lead her out, stepping onto the cobblestone path. The night, having just experienced rain, carried a coolness. Walking behind Tang Shiqing, she secretly admired their intertwined hands. He wore a white shirt, and under the dim light, their shadows stretched out, creating a romantic atmosphere. His hand looked so beautiful, warm in her grasp. Involuntarily leaning against his arm, she smiled affectionately and remarked, your hands are really lovely. Tang Shiqing turned his head to look at her, his gaze falling on their joined hands as he chuckled. Do you find them beautiful? They were made for you? Shen Yan, taken aback by his sly glimmer, wondered if he was aware of her hand fetish. Suddenly recalling something, she couldn't help but counter. So when we first met at the party, you rolled up your sleeves on purpose so I could see your hands? And you mentioned that room number intentionally too. You truly are a man with 1,000 schemes. Tang Shiqing, looking down at the girl with an expression of playful accusation, did not deny it. Smiling as he confessed, yes, from our very first meeting, I was racking my brain to capture your attention. He leaned closer, lowering his voice with a teasing tone. I never expected that the tipsy little girl would waltz right into my room that night, Shen Yan. That's a bit embarrassing. Cough. Shen Yan strategically cleared her throat to change the subject. I need to remind you of something. You must not tell my mother that we, have done that. I don't want her to misunderstand and think I'm frivolous. Shen Yan so foolish. How could I possibly tell anyone? Tang Shiqing, understanding her concerns, reassured her, and you mustn't let your mind wander. Besides, my parents fell in love much faster than we did. A month after meeting, my dad proposed, and they married 99 days later. On their first anniversary, I was born, which meant they spent every birthday of mine celebrating their anniversary. Shen Yan, both surprised and amused, replied, so, you haven't really celebrated your birthday much? Perhaps your parents are truly in love, and you were merely an accident. Tang Shiqing chuckled, yes, my parents are very affectionate. So, the duration of knowing someone has no bearing on the depth of feelings. Shen Yan recognized that he was subtly alluding to their own relationship, perhaps to put her at ease. Looking at him, she smiled and remarked, your parents certainly moved quickly. It's quite romantic, falling in love at first sight and then walking hand in hand for a lifetime. Quickly, Tang Shiqing seemed to disagree, saying, I believe it could be even quicker. He envisioned having both the wedding and the marriage certificate finalized within a month. Shen Yan felt an inexplicable sense that he was hinting at a proposal. But the thought was fleeting and quickly dismissed. She couldn't allow herself to be swept away by a single statement, so she hurriedly stepped ahead, wishing to hide her fluttering heart from him. Tang Shiqing observed as she walked a few paces ahead, their hands still intertwined. Her long, lazy hair cascaded down her back, and her flowing dress accentuated her slender waist, making her all the more enchanting beneath the streetlights. Each movement drawing him in with an insatiable longing. Suddenly, a monotonous ringtone interrupted the moment. Tang Shiqing withdrew his gaze and answered his phone. It was Dr. Lu, the psychologist. Yan, I need to take this call. Okay. Shen Yan released his hand, glancing back to give him a reassuring nod, signaling him to take the call, before leisurely continuing forward. Tang Shiqing, instinctively slowing his pace to create distance, wanted to shield Shen Yan from any overheard conversation. Reassured by the safety of the villa community. Dr. Lu's voice came through. Young Master Jiao, the blood test results you requested are in. Currently, everything appears normal. It hasn't reached a pathological level, however. She is experiencing psychological issues stemming from long-term unresolved trauma. If it continues to be ignored, it could potentially develop into a pathological condition. Under the gentle and courteous tone of Tang Shirqing, he conveyed, "Please leave all the relevant reports with you. I shall come by tomorrow to collect them." Dr. Lu replied, "Very well, do not hesitate to contact me if anything arises." As the call concluded, Tang Shirqing exhaled a sigh of relief, thankful that the situation had not escalated to a pathological level, but rather remained psychological in nature. He would gradually help her heal. Tucking his phone back into his pocket, he lifted his gaze to behold Xinyan joyfully twirling and dancing beneath the blooming censer flower streetlight not far away. She tilted her head back, watching the flower bud unfurl slowly, her childlike innocence shining through as she giggled delightedly. Her skirt swayed lightly, and her hair danced in the breeze, her radiant smile illuminating her face. She appeared like a celestial fairy, immersed in the bluish-purple glow of the flower lamp, eagerly moving towards the next censer light as it blossomed fully. Perhaps she was not adept at dancing, so she merely spun around a couple of times, gazing up at the flower light with the joy of a child discovering a new toy, completely unaware that Tang Shirqing had approached her from behind. It was only when he gently took her hand and raised it above her head that Xinyan, startled, looked up to find the man standing before her, and in the shared smile between them, Tang Shirqing led her in a graceful twirl, their hands entwined in a dance. The entire scene was enchanting, with the tall, elegant man exuding an air of gentlemanly grace, his arm casually draped over a suit jacket while he delicately held the girl's hand, guiding her in circles beneath his arm. Her skirt brushed against his tailored trousers, her hair grazing his cheek as the warm yellow light enveloped them, creating a dreamlike ambience. After a couple of spins, Xinyan gleefully leapt into Tang Shirqing's embrace, overwhelmed by a rush of sweetness and happiness, adorably requesting, "Can I have a hug?" Seeing her in such a playful mood melted Tang Shirqing's heart, his eyes twinkling with indulgent affection as he replied, "Of course." He promptly bent down to lift her up with one arm, and Xinyan, her eyes sparkling with sweetness, nestled against his shoulder, unable to resist whispering in his ear, "I had such a wonderful time today. It's the happiest day of my life." As Tang Shirqing had been on the phone behind her, she had strolled ahead, her mind replaying the delightful moments spent together throughout the day. And as she contemplated, she found herself smiling unconsciously upon discovering the censer flower lights. She had played without a care, relishing the most relaxed and comforting day she had ever experienced, absent of any oppressive feelings, unbothered by his mother's disdain, and the man beside her, merely walking along a small path, made her heart race with excitement. This feeling was intoxicating, and she wished the day could linger on a little longer. Noticing her joy, Tang Shirqing gently remarked, "As long as you are happy, my dear." Xinyan, content, leaned against his shoulder and casually inquired, "By the way, you mentioned a birthday earlier. When is yours?" "New Year's Day." Tang Shirqing replied, his voice low and melodic. It was the date his parents had chosen for their wedding, unexpectedly becoming his birthday. Xinyan mischievously brushed her lips against his neck, saying, "Then if your parents are busy and can't celebrate with you, I shall keep you company." "Very well, you can celebrate with me, and I shall cherish you for a lifetime." Yet, Tang Shirqing felt a tickle on his neck from her playful gesture, and in a moment of playful reprisal, he pinched her thigh lightly, prompting Xinyan to jump in surprise with a soft exclamation, "Tang Shirqing, you have quite the vengeful spirit." Tang Shirqing looked at her slightly pouting face and chuckled softly, "Perhaps just a bit, especially in this regard. So Xinyan, you should be prepared next time you cause a commotion." Xinyan, facing this gentle yet subtly threatening man, found herself at a loss for words, ultimately offering a perfunctory chuckle. Upon arriving at Ji Shuyi's residence, Xinyan headed to the bedroom to retrieve 2 large bags of takeout. "All right, I just came for these." Tang Shirqing directly took the bags from her, glancing inside to discover they contained dolls and a tablet, prompting his curiosity. "What are you planning to do with these?" "I have a little friend I'm meeting tomorrow, so I brought these for her." Xinyan replied, casually adding a box of candies from the table into the bags. "All right, we can head back now." Tang Shirqing, intrigued by Xinyan's preparations, assumed they were for a child model he had met through work, and without further contemplation, he took her hand and led her outside. As they passed a table, he accidentally brushed against a delicate pink glass vase, and it teetered dangerously close to falling, quick as a flash. He caught it, discovering it was filled with folded origami cranes. His curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Did you fold these?" Xinyan's demeanor shifted, a flicker of cold indifference crossing her eyes. She took the pink vase from him and placed it carelessly back on the table, saying, "Yes, I used to fold them as a child." It seemed to carry a weight of unspoken memories. Tang Shirqing, sensing her sudden change in mood, could infer that the vase of paper cranes held significant meaning for her, and he wished she might open up and share her thoughts. As they stepped out into the night, a chilly breeze swept through, prompting Tang Shirqing to drape his coat over her shoulders. "The night winds can be quite brisk at this time of year," he remarked. Shen turned to glance at the coat he had placed upon her, realizing at that moment why he had brought it along but had not worn it himself. He had intended it for her. Feeling a warm comfort envelop her, she looked up at him with a gentle smile. "Thank you." Tang Shirqing took her hand once more, and they walked in a serene silence. After a while, still waiting for her to share her concerns, he finally broke the silence. "Back in school, many of my classmates also folded paper cranes, claiming they could grant wishes." Shen Yan, lost in thought, replied softly, "Wishes? That's just a deception. Fairy tales are all false." Tang Shirqing, feeling her mood shift, wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her gently into his embrace, and gazed down at her, asking, "How did it deceive you, my dear? Please tell me." His warm voice enveloped her like a comforting embrace. And as she met his gentle gaze, she realized he had noticed her emotional shift regarding the cranes, patiently waiting for her to speak. How had she not perceived his silent encouragement? Finally, Shen Yan relayed, "As a child, I heard that if you folded 1,000 paper cranes, you could make a wish. So I folded 1,000 and made longevity noodles on my birthday, wishing for my mother to celebrate with me." Her voice faltered as her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "I told her not to buy me a cake or gifts, I just wanted her company, but that wish never came true. I thought perhaps 1,000 wasn't enough. So I folded 2,000. When I presented the large jar of cranes to my mother, she impatiently smashed it to the ground. The jar shattered, and the cranes scattered everywhere. She pointed at me and said, 'There is no such thing as wish-granting cranes. It is all a lie. Fairy tales are fake. Everything is fake.'" Shen Yan remembered that day vividly. She had cried for a long time, picking up the cranes one by one. She was 10 years old then. Tang Shirqing, witnessing her sorrowful expression, regretted bringing up such painful memories. His heart ached as he quickly reassured her, "I'm sorry. I should not have made you recall such heart-wrenching moments. It's all right." Shen Yan sniffed, lifting her head with a forced smile. "That was long ago. I've grown up now. I don't need her to celebrate my birthday. I can buy my own cake, my own gifts. And I can do just fine on my own," she added with a playful tease. "We're both children who can't celebrate our birthdays. Perhaps we're more suited to each other. Your inability to celebrate stems from a happy family, while mine is quite the opposite." Tang Shirqing could see through her forced smile to the pain within, and he sighed, gently stroking her hair. His voice low. "Silly girl, you truly tug at my heartstrings." Shen Yan merely smiled and shook her head at him, appearing as if she had genuinely found solace. Chapter 42, "Do not fear, I am here." Tang Shirqing looked deeply into her eyes, speaking earnestly, "All the grievances you have endured, my dear Yan, I shall make amends for them all." Shen Yan gazed up at him, feeling that his gentle words enveloped her in warmth and security. She instinctively took his hand, smiling softly. "All right." Beneath the night sky, the slender figure of the girl, draped in the man's oversized suitcoat, walked hand in hand with him from the shadowy path towards the bright streetlights, as if he were guiding her out of darkness into the radiant light. That night, Tang Shirqing deliberately chose to sleep in the guest room. Lying on the bed, Shen Yan clutched the blanket tightly beneath her nose, revealing only a pair of lively and beautiful eyes that sparkled with mirth, a rare display of innocence, almost reminiscent of youthful exuberance. She pondered whether they might have a future together, yet, glancing at the illuminated lamp, her smile faltered. Surely a normal person would find it difficult to sleep with the lights on. If they were to be together in the future, her habit might become a source of exhaustion and frustration for him. Shen Yan bit her lip, first switching on the small bedside lamp, then rising to turn off the bedroom light. The room was suddenly engulfed in darkness, and in that moment, she felt an almost uncontrollable tightening in her chest. Her fists clenched as she hurried back to bed, burrowing under the covers. After taking a few deep breaths, she extinguished the bedside lamp, plunging the room into complete blackness. Instantly, she pulled the blanket over her head, closing her eyes and attempting to lull herself into slumber. In the living room, Tang Shirqing, unable to sleep, was flipping through books in hopes of concocting a completely harmless and sleep-inducing aroma. Occasionally, he glanced towards the master bedroom door, and when he no longer saw any light seeping through the crack beneath it, a weight settled in his heart. Had she turned off the light, or was it broken? He quickly closed the book and stood up, making his way towards the master bedroom. Just as he reached the door, the light within flickered back to life. Tang Shirqing paused, releasing a sigh of relief, and returned to the sofa to continue reading. Inside the room, Shen Yan, drenched in sweat from sheer fear and anxiety, sat despondently at the head of the bed, hugging her knees. Her eyelashes fluttered nervously, and her breathing was still a bit erratic, her expression one of vulnerability and helplessness. She found herself unable to overcome the oppressive darkness. Just a few fleeting minutes felt as though they were suffocating her, as if a heavy, dark stone weighed upon her heart. Yet she knew she had to conquer this fear. She had previously faced it alone, and soon it might be two of them. Taking several deep breaths to calm herself, she descended from the bed and turned off all the lights. Striving to confront her fears, outside, upon seeing the room's light extinguish once more, Tang Shirqing furrowed his brow in hesitation, setting aside his book to fix his gaze upon the door. 6 minutes later, he heard footsteps, followed by the master bedroom light illuminating again. A few moments later, the light went out once more, only to be turned on again shortly after. Tang Shirqing's brow knitted tightly as he could no longer remain seated. He stood up and approached the master bedroom. This situation could not possibly be due to a faulty light. She was getting out of bed intermittently to turn the lights on and off. Was this foolish girl attempting to overcome her psychological shadow? Standing at the door, he gently knocked, and it swung open almost immediately. Upon entry, he was met with the sight of a girl with somewhat disheveled hair, beads of sweat on her forehead, and eyes still reflecting lingering fear, a sight that tugged painfully at his heart. Indeed, she was forcing herself to confront her psychological struggles. In their silent gaze, Xinyan, momentarily dazed and unable to speak, was taken aback when Tang Shirqing suddenly lifted her chin and leaned down to kiss her. Xinyan blinked in confusion, but his kiss was so tender, so exquisitely gentle, that it seemed to weave a spell that gradually dispelled the fear and unease within her. As he pressed a kiss to her forehead, Xinyan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shy. "What's wrong with you?" Tang Shirqing refrained from directly addressing her distress, fearing it would only exacerbate her anxiety. Instead, he feigned ignorance, saying, "I couldn't sleep and wanted to come over to hold you while you sleep. Is that all right?" Though phrased as a question, he had already bent down to scoop her up. Striding purposefully towards the bed, Xinyan was momentarily bewildered by his sudden actions, murmuring, "I haven't agreed to this." Tang Shirqing softly reassured her, "Just holding you, nothing else." Once he placed her on the bed, Xinyan fell silent, contemplating him, subtly granting her consent. For reasons unknown, the discomfort of being alone in the dark dissipated significantly upon seeing this man. Tang Shirqing lay beside her, adjusting the blanket before retrieving the remote to switch off the main light, leaving only the soft glow of the bedside lamp. In that instant, as the room darkened, Xinyan instinctively tightened her grip on his chest, while his gentle, low voice whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Tang Shirqing held her close, enveloping her in an embrace that radiated an infinite sense of safety. He could accommodate all her quirks, yet sleeping with the lights on for extended periods could harm her health. This was one indulgence he could not allow. He would accompany her in gradually overcoming this fear. Nestled in his arms, Xinyan felt as though, despite the encroaching darkness, the world around her was slowly being illuminated. The bedside lamp remained lit throughout the night, and in the obscurity, Xinyan found an extraordinary sense of peace that lasted until dawn. The following morning, Xinyan and Tang Shirqing headed to the hospital together. Upon arrival, they learned that the little friend Xinyan had mentioned was a young girl receiving treatment at the hospital's annex. "Sister Yan, you're here," exclaimed Fong Fong, who was seated on the hospital bed, her face lighting up with joy. "I missed you so much." "I missed you too, Fong Fong," Xinyan replied, walking over with a smile. She removed her mask and hat, presenting a gift to Fong Fong. "Look, I brought you a present, including the tablet you wanted." With a gentle smile, she handed the tablet to Fong Fong, playfully adopting a stern demeanor. "You can only play for a little while each day. If it interferes with your studies or treatment, I'll have to take it back. Don't worry, Sister Yan, I won't play too much. I'll just draw," Fong Fong said, her eyes sparkling with sincerity as she accepted the tablet. "Thank you, sister. When I grow up and can earn money, I'll repay you double." Xinyan smiled warmly, saying, "You don't need to repay me, all I want is for you to live well and take care of your health." Fong Fong's eyes gleamed with innocence and clarity as she smiled widely. Suddenly recalling something, she turned and retrieved a small box from beneath her pillow, presenting it to Xinyan. "Sister, I've folded many origami cranes these days. I heard that they can grant wishes." "Is that true?" Tang Shirqing, standing at the door and not entering, felt his heart sink at the mention of the origami cranes, fearing that it might remind Xinyan of her own painful memories. In a hurry, he stepped into the room to stand beside her, yet before he could reach her, he heard Xinyan laugh softly as she patted Fong Fong's head, sincerely responding, "Yes, origami cranes can grant wishes. And yours are beautifully made." Tang Shirqing's gaze momentarily froze. He hadn't expected her to smile and protect another's dreams of fairy tales, even while harboring her own shadows regarding the cranes. He watched her, warm and gentle, as she asked the little girl, "So Fong Fong, what wish do you have?" "You can tell your sister. My wish is for the world to protect girls more," Fong Fong replied earnestly. Xinyan's heart jolted for a moment, but she maintained her smile as she assured Fong Fong, "Yes, your wish will surely come true. So, you must listen to the doctor so that you can see the world become a better place soon." Fong Fong looked at Shenyan with hopeful eyes, asking Sister Yan, will I be able to live well in the future? Is the world really beautiful? Shenyan's gaze flickered, but she smiled sincerely as she replied. Of course, the world is a beautiful place, and you can live well too. She recalled the words Tang Shiqing had once shared with her and conveyed them to Fong Fong, saying Fong Fong hasn't done anything wrong. The fault lies with others. So we needn't worry about the consequences. It is the wrongdoers who will face society's condemnation. Tang Shiqing, listening from the side, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Shenyan. This foolish girl, despite being enveloped in darkness herself, continued to illuminate the lives of others, sharing the beauty of the world and offering hope, even when her own heart was riddled with wounds. How could she be so utterly captivating? He lamented not having encountered her sooner. At that moment, Fong Fong, noticing Tang Shiqing's entranced gaze upon Shenyan, anxiously tugged at Shenyan's arm. Sister Yan, why does that person keep staring at you? His eyes are all fixed on you. Upon hearing this, Shenyan turned and met Tang Shiqing's gaze, which had just returned to reality. With a wry smile, he said, Miss Shen, aren't you going to introduce me to your little friend? Shenyan regarded the man who seemed eager to establish his identity and, with a smile in her eyes, reached for Tang Shiqing's hand, drawing him closer as she introduced Fong Fong. Let me introduce you. This big brother is Tang Shiqing, my boyfriend. Just as she finished her sentence, her phone rang unexpectedly. Excuse me, I need to take this call, she said hurriedly, stepping out of the room. Fong Fong turned to Tang Shiqing and asked, Big brother, do you really like Sister Yan? Tang Shiqing replied with gentlemanly certainty, Of course, I really like your sister Yan. Watching Shenyan step out, Fong Fong whispered to Tang Shiqing, Then you should lean down. I have something to tell you in secret. Alright, Tang Shiqing said, stepping forward and bending down to listen attentively. Fong Fong leaned closer and whispered in his ear, Then you must make Sister Yan happy. She isn't happy right now. Tang Shiqing furrowed his brow and quickly asked, What is making her unhappy? Uncertain of the source of her discontent, Fong Fong candidly expressed, However, I can tell that she is unhappy. Yet today, she seems to be much more cheerful. With a face that radiated childlike innocence and sincerity, Fong Fong continued, speaking to Tang Shiqing, Sister Yan is the kindest person. I hope she can be happy every day. When I was unwell, she consistently comforted me, often visiting and bringing me delicious treats and enjoyable things. I am aware she is a major celebrity, yet whenever she comes to see me, she never takes photographs or brings an assistant. Each visit, she appears without any adornment, unlike others who insist on snapping photos to share online. Sister Yan never does that. She is also very understanding. Many people ask me what I lack and offer to give me things. When I expressed a desire for a tablet, they all promptly dismissed it, claiming that children shouldn't play with computers as it hinders their studies. Only Sister Yan patiently inquired why I wanted a computer. Rather than outright rejecting my request, her heart is even more beautiful than her appearance. I truly wish for her to be happy every day. Upon hearing the girl's words, Tang Shiqing felt a softening in his heart. Realizing that his yin-yang was indeed extraordinary, akin to fireworks that sacrifice themselves to leave behind a dazzling display for the world to behold. He looked at Fong Fong and promised, I will ensure she is happy every day. Fong Fong's wishes will come true. Fong Fong immediately beamed with the purest smile and exclaimed, Big brother, you are truly handsome, just like Sister Yan. Tang Shiqing smiled in return. Thank you. As she reached the doorway, Shenyan answered a call, only to hear a formal voice on the other end. Hello, is this Miss Shenyan? We are from the Changnan police station. We have received your report. Would you be available to come to the station today? Shenyan was momentarily taken aback. Was it regarding the case of Shen Lanxin? She had reported it several days ago with no updates, and now they were proactively contacting her. Noticing Shenyan's silence, the caller politely reiterated, Miss Shen, are you listening? If it is inconvenient, I can call you back later. The overly courteous tone caught Shenyan off guard, yet she replied politely, It is convenient. I will head over shortly. Very well, Miss Shen, please take care on your way. After hanging up, Shenyan couldn't help but glance at Tang Shiqing, who was bent over listening to Fong Fong whispering. Could it be that he had made arrangements with the police station? Just like with the Gao family incident, it seemed that what was nearly insurmountable for her was effortlessly resolved by him. This powerful ally was indeed as formidable as she had imagined. Yet she suddenly felt the vast chasm between them. Did he know about her unaddressed report? Had he investigated her background and considered her past to be dismal? Perhaps sensing her gaze, Tang Shiqing straightened up and met her eyes. And upon their gaze locking, Shenyan offered him a gentle smile. After chatting with Fong Fong for a while longer, Shenyan bid farewell and left. Once outside the ward, she curiously inquired, What did Fong Fong whisper to you just now? Tang Shiqing looked down at her and replied, She said you are the most wonderful girl she has ever met, and told me to treat you well and not to bully you. Xinyan chuckled softly. She always loves to praise me. Alas, she is quite unfortunate, being a left-behind child living with her elderly grandparents. At just 12 years old, she has tragically been victimized by a man in his 50s from the neighborhood. Xinyan's voice trailed off as she looked up at Tang Shiqing with anger. Sometimes, men can be truly disgusting, abusing their power to commit acts more beastly than animals. I sincerely hope the law will one day introduce a provision for physical castration to punish those brutes. This was the first time Tang Shiqing witnessed Xinyan genuinely furious. He paused for a moment before hastily soothing her. Calm down, don't let those beasts upset you. They will face their own reckoning. He added softly, not all men are like that. At least I am not. Xinyan sighed heavily. Just thinking about it makes me tremble with anger. I won't discuss it further. I need to go to the police station now. Noticing that Tang Shiqing did not express shock at her intention to go to the police station, she realized it was indeed his arrangement. He was incredibly powerful, leaving her unsure whether to feel grateful or anxious. She looked at him and said, I'll be on my way now. You must be on duty soon, right? Tang Shiqing glanced at his watch and replied, there is still some time left. I'll escort you downstairs and arrange for someone to take you there. No need, I can manage on my own, Xinyan insisted. I'm just going to give a statement. I'm not comfortable with you going alone, Tang Shiqing declared, firmly taking her hand and leading her into the elevator that descended directly to the underground parking lot. He also texted Ali to hurry over while extending his hand toward Xinyan, saying, hand me your phone. Xinyan looked at him in confusion, yet immediately handed over her phone. What do you need my phone for? Tang Shiqing accepted her phone, glanced at the password, and instructed, unlock it. Xinyan, slightly taken aback, slowly unlocked it, watching as Tang Shiqing added a contact in her phone labeled Ali. Curiosity piqued, she asked, who is this? Tang Shiqing replied, a loyal subordinate who has been following me. If I am unable to answer your calls during surgery, you can reach out to him, he will do anything for you. Xinyan was taken aback. Anything? Tang Shiqing suddenly smiled, except for intimate matters. For those, you can only come to me. Xinyan playfully elbowed him, and Tang Shiqing merely chuckled indulgently. After retrieving her phone, Xinyan glanced at the newly added Ali with a hint of unease. He was truly considerate, providing her with a contact she could reach out to at any time, ensuring she felt supported. Deep in thought, she entered the car. As he closed the door, she suddenly called out, Tang Shiqing. Standing outside the car, Tang Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Xinyan leaned out of the window, her eyes filled with apprehension. Tang Shiqing, I actually come from a troubled background. I still don't know who my father is. My mother told me I was born from a one-night stand. My parents are dreadful, and I might carry many undesirable genes. Her voice trembled with a hint of sob. Would you mind? Once your initial curiosity about me fades, would you care? Chapter 44, you are the best. It seemed that by asking him in advance, she might find some solace. If he had investigated her, perhaps it would be better to disclose her background herself rather than let him think she was deliberately concealing her flaws. Tang Shiqing looked down at her, resting her head against the car window, her eyes filled with anxiety. Strangely, he felt as though he could read her thoughts, always able to glean something from her gaze. She likely felt compelled to confess due to the recent call from the police station. He understood that with Xinyan, there were times when straightforwardness was necessary. He leaned down, casually resting his arm on the car window, looking at Xinyan with a warm tone. Xinyan, the day I saw you intoxicated at that gathering, hiding alone in the restroom to vomit, I had someone investigate you. I could see the distress in your eyes, yet I knew you wouldn't tell me. So, everything you just shared, I was already aware of. He reached up, gently stroking her hair, speaking in a tender, affectionate tone. I do not mind, they are who they are, and you are who you are. I accept you in any form, and besides, you are the best. Do not belittle yourself. Xinyan listened earnestly, gazing up at him in disbelief as he candidly admitted to having investigated her. His sincere and meticulous demeanor left her almost incredulous, prompting her to softly ask, you really know everything? Tang Shiqing affirmed with conviction, I know everything about you, Xinyan. She gazed at him, repeatedly seeking confirmation. You don't mind? Tang Shiqing patiently reassured her, I do not mind. As he spoke, he instinctively leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her lips, affirming once more, not at all. Once again, Xinyan found solace in his voice. She had lost count of how many times he had provided her with reassuring answers to her doubts. Always with such patience, she watched him, gently biting her lip where he had just kissed her, playfully chiding, you really enjoy kissing people? Tang Shiqing, with a helpless smile, quickly clarified, I only enjoy kissing you, coughing awkwardly. Ali, having approached, cleared his throat to make his presence known. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiqing straightened up and turned to Ali, who respectfully greeted, young Master Jiu. Tang Shiqing instructed Ali in a calm tone, take Miss Shin to the police station. I have a surgery to attend to shortly. If any urgent matters arise, handle them promptly without waiting for me. Ali, with a solemn expression, acknowledged. Understood, you can rest assured, young Master Geodet. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the police station. Ali went to park the car while Shenyan entered first. As she stepped inside, she immediately recognized a familiar voice. Shenyan, you've come. Hearing that voice, Shenyan felt a surge of resistance and irritation. Looking up, she confirmed it was indeed Shen Lanqin, who was putting on an exaggeratedly maternal facade. Shenyan, donning sunglasses, intended to ignore her and walked past. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Lanqin immediately rushed forward to grasp Shenyan. However, Shenyan swiftly sidestepped, her tone frigid. Madam, I implore you to maintain your dignity. Shen Lanqin, undeterred, approached with an audacious smile. Oh, my dear daughter, what sort of words are those? Isn't it true that a mother and daughter should not harbor lingering grievances? Shall we discuss our matters at home instead? Since early morning, Shen Lanqin had been taken to the police station. The day the Gao family was apprehended, she had been rendered anxious and distraught. Even individuals from the Gao family had implored her to seek Shenyan's forgiveness, but Shenyan had blocked all her means of communication and moved away, leaving her utterly unable to find her. This morning, while having breakfast at home, she was taken away and made to wait until now. She speculated that her precious daughter must have climbed to great heights and resolved to coax her dear child gently. Listening to Shen Lanqin's words, Shenyan found them laughable and coldly retorted, Mother-daughter, you speak of that now? When you desperately sought to incapacitate me and deliver me to another's bed, did you remember I was your daughter? There were numerous grievances, yet she chose not to voice them. My dear Yan, I too am a victim of circumstance. Shen Lanqin began her act of sorrow, feigning profound grief. You are aware of the Gao family's former standing. They forced my hand. As a single woman, it has not been easy to provide for you. Otherwise, what mother would willingly send her daughter into such a situation? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face once more as she reached out to grasp Shenyan's hand. Her eyes brimming with tears. Yan, I was wrong. Will you forgive me this once? From now on, if anyone dares to pressure me, I shall fight back fiercely, and I will never allow you to suffer again. I have raised you alone all these years, enduring much hardship and sorrow, and now that I finally see you grown, it brings me such joy. Shenyan could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Are you trying to move yourself to tears? There is no need for such theatrics here. Every single thing you have done to me is etched in my memory. In my childhood, you often locked me alone at home, leaving me terrified. You never cared for me. You did not even know that I panic uncontrollably when night falls, because you constantly berated me, instilling a deep-seated inferiority within me. I found it impossible to trust others. Fearing that everyone who came near had ulterior motives, I could never find happiness, and the constant need to please you has left me utterly exhausted. My dear daughter, it is not as you think. Shen Lanqin wiped her tears and stepped forward to grasp Shenyan once more, pleading, You misunderstand me. Enough. Shenyan's expression turned grave and irritable as she swiftly evaded Shen Lanqin's grasp, stating firmly, I did not come here to reminisce about the past. I am here to file a report. Do not waste my time any further. With that, she resolutely turned and continued forward, seeing her daughter's cold and unyielding demeanor. Shen Lanqin's pretense crumbled, and she angrily pointed at Shenyan, shouting, You ungrateful wretch, are you intent on sending your own mother to prison? At that moment Ali, who had hastily parked his car, rushed forward to admonish Shen Lanqin. Madam, I advise you to treat Miss Shen with respect, or the charges against you will extend beyond mere burglary. Another man approached swiftly, standing beside Shenyan. Miss Yan, all agreements have been drafted. We only await signatures from both parties. Thank you for your hard work, Lawyer Zhang. Shenyan replied politely. I apologize for calling you over so suddenly. Did it disrupt your schedule? Not at all, Lawyer Zhang assured her. This is precisely my duty. He was the attorney Shenyan had retained in anticipation of this day. Turning her gaze back to the irate Shen Lanqin, Shenyan spoke with an expression devoid of warmth. Madam Shen, you now face two choices. First, we proceed with formalities. I shall sue you for burglary and attempted kidnapping. Second, we sever our mother-daughter ties entirely, allowing us both to move on, in consideration of the debt of gratitude I owe you for bringing me into this world. Do you wish to cast me aside? You shall not succeed. Shen Lanqin, incensed, pointed at Shenyan, cursing, I truly am cursed to have borne such an ungrateful wretch. Ali interjected immediately, Mind your tone, it is Miss Shen who is showing you leniency. Otherwise, you would be awaiting judgment in a cell right now. Tang Shiqing, uncertain of Shenyan's decision, had only instructed to bring Shen Lanqin here without any constraints, trusting that they would resolve their issues independently. He would respect any decision she made. If she chose to remain with this mother, he would manage any ensuing chaos. Shenyan listened to Shen Lanqin's tirade with indifference, then calmly told Ali. Let her speak, what more do you wish to say? She turned her icy gaze upon Shinlanshin, her demeanor aloof and detached. What do you wish to express? Proceed. Chapter 45, Unutterable. Fury consumed Shinlanshin as she exclaimed. It is because of you that my life has been ruined. You and your worthless father are the scourge of my existence. You are the ones who have destroyed my life, and you owe me a lifetime of obedience to make amends. Have I wronged you? Xinyan found the assertion absurd. Isn't the cause and effect relationship inverted? It is you who brought me into this world, not the other way around. Shouldn't your resentment be directed at the scoundrel? Why must you project all your bitterness onto your own child, always believing that others have wronged you? Xinyan chose not to prolong the argument, inhaling deeply before asking, will you proceed with formalities or sever our ties? Shinlanshin's mind raced in turmoil. She knew she could not agree to formalities, she could not bear to go to prison, yet, to sever their relationship would mean cutting off her financial support. In a panic, she implored Xinyan, legally, a mother and daughter cannot sever their ties. Yan, please forgive me this once. At that moment, lawyer Zhang interjected, Madam Shin, while the law does not permit such severance. Your actions have caused substantial harm to Miss Shin. I have drafted an agreement that can absolve you of any obligation to provide for her, thereby terminating your relationship. Panic overtook Shinlanshin as she suddenly dropped to her knees before Xinyan. Desperately grasping her pants and pleading, I was wrong, I will treat you well in the future, please forgive me just this once. She knew her daughter had a soft spot for her and would strive to win her affection. This display of desperation would surely evoke Xinyan's moral dilemma. However, as Xinyan looked down at her mother kneeling before her, her heart ached with a tumult of conflicting emotions. Yet, the moment Shinlanshin had sought to harm her and deliver her to the Gao family had extinguished any remaining familial bonds. She opened her legs, forcing herself to speak through clenched teeth. All that I have earned over the years has been given to you, which should suffice as recompense for the hardships of your pregnancy. She paused, her voice wavering with emotion. This will be the last time I call you mother. From now on we shall be like strangers. If you disagree, I will initiate legal action. With that, she turned away, her back to Shinlanshin. Tears welling in her eyes as she fled from the pleading cries of her mother. Fearful of her own weakness, Ali hurried to comfort her, and as they exited the police station, Xinyan gazed at the severance agreement in her hands. Feeling a sense of release, though not the happiness she had anticipated, that evening, there was a commercial event. Xinyan adjusted her demeanor and presented herself impeccably, donning a stunning blue mermaid gown that captivated the photographers. She smiled radiantly at everyone, yet, only Tang Shurqing and the crowd discerned her inner turmoil. After the surgery, Holly had briefed him on the events at the police station, though she despised her mother. The abrupt severance of ties must have been difficult for her to accept, especially since she was not inherently cruel. As the event concluded, Tang Shurqing promptly escorted Xinyan away. Once inside the car, he handed her a candied hawthorn skewer. I saw many people buying these on the way. They must be delicious. Yan, do give it a try. Upon receiving the skewer and hearing the man's soothing voice, a shadow lifted from Xinyan's heart. She smiled softly at Tang Shurqing. Do you think I am still a child? Are you not? Tang Shurqing replied, expertly starting the car, glancing at her with a warm smile. You are a child who needs to be cherished. Xinyan found herself momentarily taken aback by his words. He had a way of making one feel at ease, as if all masks and weariness could be cast aside. Holding the skewer, she blinked at Tang Shurqing and said slowly, I'm so tired, I want to sleep for a while. Today has worn me out, both physically and emotionally. Then sleep peacefully, Tang Shurqing encouraged, pressing a button to recline the front passenger seat and playing soft, soothing music to aid her slumber. As Xinyan observed his thoughtful gesture, she murmured a soft thank you, yet, upon closing her eyes, she found it impossible to sleep, her mind swirling chaotically. Tang Shurqing drove slowly, and when they arrived at Xingchen Bay, he parked the car without waking Xinyan, lifting her gently into his arms and carrying her to the master bedroom. Just as he turned to shower, he felt a gentle tug on his hand. Don't go, Xinyan whispered. Now seated on the edge of the bed, her lips were pressed tightly together, and her eyes reflected a sense of loneliness and helplessness. Tang Shurqing's heart stirred, and he quickly assured her, I won't leave. In the next moment, Xinyan unexpectedly rose and nestled into his embrace, her arms wrapping around his waist as she murmured softly, I sent my mother away today. I am uncertain if it was the right decision. It seems I feel a bit lighter, yet I am not happy at all. She tilted her head to gaze at him. Tang Shurqing, it feels so suffocating, my heart is so heavy. You did nothing wrong, my dear, she has tormented you so, and you have not punished her, you merely chose to sever ties. Moving forward, Tang Shurqing gently encircled her waist, soothing her. Shall we go out for a breath of fresh air? Xinyan shook her head, lacking the spirit to respond. Then how about we watch some television together? Again, she shook her head. Tang Shurqing countered. Then what does Yin Yan wish to do? I shall accompany you. Shen Yan regarded him for a moment, then unexpectedly stood on her tiptoes, her hands looping around his neck, after a prolonged silence. She slowly breathed out a single word, love. Tang Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. However, he then heard Shen Yan say, "You made me dizzy, didn't you?" Tang Shiqing sensed her unusual mood and immediately comforted her. "That's not permissible." "What?" Shen Yan pouted. "Are you incapable? Then forget it. Do you have any alcohol here? Drinking would suffice. I could become intoxicated." Tang Shiqing felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. If she sought solace in alcohol, was he merely a tool for her to vent her frustrations? Yet, he seemed willing to play that part. He conceded, "All right." With that, he leaned down to kiss her lips. Shen Yan, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean by all right?" Tang Shiqing pressed his lips against her ear, his voice low and husky. "To make you dizzy." Chapter 46. Sleepless. "Weren't you just saying you couldn't?" Shen Yan, feeling the tickle of his kiss on her ear, tilted her head slightly. The man's kiss found its way to her neck, and she continued, "You need not force yourself. It is perfectly fine to drink with me." Tang Shiqing, the little girl has completely misunderstood the meaning behind my words. With a mixture of helplessness and frustration, he bit down softly on her neck while tightening his embrace around her waist, speaking meaningfully, "Whether I can or not, my dear, we shall find out today." Shen Yan unexpectedly let out a soft her delicate brows knitting together as she murmured, "I am merely afraid you might feel embarrassed and lose face." Is it not said that men feel quite awkward if they cannot meet expectations in this regard? Some may even suffer lasting psychological scars. Tang Shiqing chuckled softly, exasperated yet amused. "Thank you, my dear, for being so considerate of me." He lifted her chin gently, compelling her to meet his gaze, his eyes glinting mischievously as he continued, "As long as Yin Yan does not develop any psychological trauma from this today, that is all that matters." Just as Shen Yan was about to speak again, Tang Shiqing kissed her fervently. Silencing her with a passionate intensity, he rendered her speechless, plunging them into a whirlwind of kisses. Tang Shiqing's hands held her waist tightly, entrapping her in his embrace, while Shen Yan tilted her head back. Surrendering to the fervor, her arms, which had once draped around his neck, fell limply to rest on his chest, feeling as though she might bend under the weight of his kiss. Tang Shiqing, when Shen Yan finally regained her ability to speak, she found herself pushed back onto the bed, her smooth, fair legs dangling off the edge as she gasped, "You mustn't be so." Standing at the edge of the bed, Tang Shiqing's eyes were filled with desire as he removed his tie. His voice low and husky, "Mustn't be what?" He then leaned down, propping himself up beside her, enveloping her in his embrace while leisurely unbuttoning his shirt. 1 button, 2 buttons, revealing his alluring collarbone, well-defined chest, and enticing abs. Shen Yan found herself unconsciously swallowing hard, captivated by the sight before her. The man above her wore a smile that hinted at mischief, his gaze both alluring and restrained, rendering her momentarily speechless as her heart raced and her grip on the bedsheets tightened. Tang Shiqing, unable to control himself, rolled his throat lightly under her beguiling gaze and leaned down to kiss her red lips again, this time softer, as he murmured, "What was Yin Yan about to say?" Shen Yan felt as if she had been bewitched, her fluttering eyelashes quivering as she stammered, I forgot what I wanted to say." Tang Shiqing's low, gravelly laughter filled the air, deliberately guiding her hand to rest on his belt, teasingly asking, "Do you know how to unbuckle it?" The moment Shen Yan's fingertips brushed the metal, she instinctively withdrew her hand, biting her lip in silence. However, Tang Shiqing firmly held her hand in place, and the next instant, with a click, the belt was undone. Continuing to entice her, he slowly guided her hand to pull the belt free. His deliberate and suggestive actions sent shivers down Shen Yan's spine, making it feel as if her breath had momentarily ceased. Tang Shiqing observed the anxiety etched on Shen Yan's face and smiled softly, kissing her eyelids as he confirmed, "You truly wish to be dizzy?" Shen Yan's lashes fluttered again, beginning to regret her impulsiveness. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Tang Shiqing had already captured her lips once more, his kiss imbued with an insatiable longing. Whispering in her ear, "I will ensure that Yin Yan's wishes are fulfilled." When Shen Yan emerged from the bathroom, cradled in Tang Shiqing's arms, she felt on the brink of tears, resting her head against his shoulder. Her strength to protest nearly depleted. With a pitiful sniff, she murmured, "Tang Shiqing, I wish to sleep." "Very well, I shall help Yin Yan fall asleep as swiftly as possible." Shen Yan felt a surge of emotion, wishing to cry, yet knowing it was her own doing. In her haze, she recalled something and warned him, "Be mindful, I am flying to France for work the day after tomorrow." Tang Shiqing paused momentarily. "So sudden?" "No." Shen Yan took a moment to gather her thoughts. "It was arranged half a month ago." Tang Shiqing's voice turned raspy. "To me, it is quite sudden." He inquired, "How many days will you be gone?" Xinyan's voice dwindled. 2 days, Tang Shiqing sighed softly. In the future, if you have to travel for work, could you kindly inform me in advance? Xinyan, still groggy, asked. Why? Tang Shiqing's voice was low and husky as he replied. I will arrange my schedule to accompany you. He just so happened to have a surgery scheduled the day after tomorrow, also prearranged, as he had to be responsible for his patient. Hearing his words, Xinyan slowly opened her dreamy eyes to look at him, then smiled. All right. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled. Tang Shiqing propped a pillow for Xinyan, and she immediately felt a flurry of anxiety, asking, what is this for? This will. Tang Shiqing's mischievous side surfaced as he whispered in her ear, to make it more profound. As the night faded into dawn, Xinyan drifted into a deep slumber, wishing never to see a pillow again. In the morning, as Tang Shiqing dressed, he noticed the marks on his arms and chest, chuckling to himself, this little girl truly has a fierce side. After instructing the staff at the villa, he finally set off for the hospital. Did Dr. Tang not rest well last night? A sharp-eyed nurse noticed the redness in Tang Shiqing's eyes, suggesting he had not slept at all, and expressed concern. Gone was the predatory, dark side of Tang Shiqing. Now he appeared cultured, elegant, and refined as he strolled down the hospital corridor, greeting the nurses with a gentlemanly demeanor. I had a good rest, thank you for your concern. Yes, I managed to sleep for 2 hours. I intended to stay awake the entire night. After Tang Shiqing passed by, the nurse whispered excitedly to her colleague, I heard that Dr. Tang took a girl for blood work a few days ago, claiming she was family, and they were holding hands. So could they be dating? I heard that too, and it seems she is a big star. Some say it is Xinyan, but I am not certain. She was wearing a mask the entire time. The two nurses exchanged knowing glances and smiles. So, is that why Dr. Tang appears a bit weary? Perhaps he was indulging in some romantic escapades last night? But he does seem rather aloof, not the type to linger over such worldly affections. That may not be the case, if it truly is Xinyan, who could resist such a stunning beauty? Indeed, even I, a woman, find myself captivated by Xinyan's appearance. Chapter 47, Indulgence. When Tang Shiqing returned home that evening, Xinyan was still fast asleep. Young master, Miss Xin is still asleep, Aunt Fong reported upon his arrival. The nourishing soup is ready, and dinner has been prepared. Would you like to eat now? Not now, Tang Shiqing replied coolly. And now that I am back, Aunt Fong, you may return home. Very well, young master, Aunt Fong said. Should you need me, I am always available. With that, she departed. Tang Shiqing entered the bedroom to find Xinyan sleeping soundly, her cheeks rosy with slumber. He sat at the edge of the bed and gently pinched her cheek. But there was no response. Unable to contain his laughter, he murmured, she truly knows how to sleep. After waiting for a while without any sign of her waking, he turned to the bathroom for a shower. Upon returning, he directly lifted the blanket and lay beside Xinyan, yearning to hold her close and drift into sleep together. However, the moment she fell into his arms, she instinctively shivered against his chest and, in a hoarse, delicate voice, pleaded, not anymore. Tang Shiqing, has she truly been left with a psychological scar? He quickly patted her back, soothingly whispering, all right, we shall not continue. Upon hearing a sound, Xinyan groggily opened her eyes. After blinking a few times and regaining her clarity of vision, she recognized Tang Shiqing's face, and her lips involuntarily curled into a pout, resembling a child on the verge of tears, an utterly pitiable sight. Tang Shiqing, observing her expression, felt a pang of anxiety and urgently inquired, what is it? Are you unwell? With an air of grievance, Xinyan replied, I feel miserable. How can you bully someone like this? It was only then that Tang Shiqing realized the young girl was merely throwing a post-incident tantrum. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly, saying, this isn't bullying. I am merely helping Yan fulfill her wishes. Xinyan, feeling defeated, thought to herself that she had brought this upon herself. One learns from their mistakes. Henceforth, she resolved to refrain from speaking impulsively, yet, a sense of grievance lingered in her heart. After casting a few glances at him from beneath her lashes, she turned away, deliberately distancing herself from him in a petulant manner, and closed her eyes to resume her slumber. Tang Shiqing noted the space between them and then glanced at Xinyan's turned back, a slight arch forming in his brow. Was she being petulant with him? Oddly enough, he felt a surge of joy at her newfound display of temper, for it indicated that she was becoming more comfortable and at ease around him. He shifted closer, wrapping her once again in his embrace, gently coaxing, aren't you hungry? You've been asleep for quite some time. Xinyan, with her eyes still shut, elbowed him back in a fit of irritation but made no further attempt to distance herself. Her voice, weak and hoarse, replied, I'm not hungry. I could go 2 days without eating. In her quest to maintain her figure, she had once followed an extreme diet, subsisting solely on vegetable leaves for many days. Tang Shiqing frowned at her words. You mustn't do that. It could harm your stomach. It is fine, Xinyan replied nonchalantly. I just don't want to move. I'm exhausted. Hearing the fatigue in her voice, Tang Shirqing realized she truly seemed worn out and hadn't yet recovered. He spoke softly then, "My dear, rest a little longer." However, the next moment, Shenyan felt the warmth of his arms leave her as he stood up and walked away. A wave of emptiness washed over her, and a hint of disappointment settled in. She had actually wished to linger in his embrace a while longer had she overreacted in her sulking, yet she truly felt drained. Unable to resist, she flipped over to glance at the doorway, her expression turning serious as she pressed her lips together, as if suddenly much of her drowsiness had dissipated. Perhaps she should rise and eat. She couldn't allow him to think her overly sensitive, yet, as she sat up, a sharp pang shot through her lower back, causing her to gasp and collapse back onto the bed. Just then, Tang Shirqing entered with a bowl of nutritious soup and promptly spotted her predicament. His brow furrowed as he hurried to her side. "What were you trying to do? Tell me, and I will assist." He placed the jade bowl on the bedside table, sat beside her, and helped her sit up against him. Leaning down, he whispered, "If you don't want to get up, then don't. I'll bring the food to you. You must drink some soup. You cannot skip meals." Shenyan, resting against him, gazed up at the man. Realization dawning that he had gone out to fetch her food, not out of disdain for her sensitivity. He even lifted the jade bowl to her, scooping a spoonful and gently coaxing, "Open your mouth. Let me feed you." At that moment, a wave of warmth surged within Shenyan, as it was the first time someone had cared for her in such a manner, bringing food to her bed and feeding her. This man seemed to constantly introduce her to unparalleled experiences. After finishing the soup, Tang Shirqing smiled tenderly, praising, "You're such a good girl." Was he treating her like a little baby? She felt as though she might drown in this tender affection. After ensuring she had eaten well, he continued to spoil her, asking gently, "Would you like a back rub to help you sleep better?" Shenyan stared at him in a daze for several seconds before nodding softly. Okay. His tenderness made her feel fragile and precious, as if she were something of great worth. As the tension in her back eased considerably, she rested her arms beneath her chin, gazing at the gentle and meticulous man seated beside her. And suddenly asked, "Tang Shirqing, will you miss me when I go abroad?" "I will miss you very much," Tang Shirqing replied, lowering his gaze. "If you can't sleep at night, remember to call me." "All right," Shenyan said. Pausing for a moment before posing another question, "Will you meet other girls and fall for them at first sight again?" "Of course not." Tang Shirqing was momentarily taken aback by her question. Looking at her earnestly as he explained, "One experiences love at first sight only once in a lifetime, much like the tale in ancient Greek mythology, where humans were originally two halves of one being. After being separated by the gods, each person yearns for their other half. Therefore, when two people fall for each other upon meeting, they are not truly strangers but rather old souls reuniting. It is a choice of the spirit." Shenyan's heart warmed at his words, and a smile graced her lips. The following day, as the plane took off, it marked Shenyan's first journey away from home with a sense of longing. By late afternoon, at nearly 6 o'clock, Tang Shirqing received news of her arrival and promptly sent her a WeChat contact card, accompanied by a message. "If anything happens there, contact her, she will assist you." Shenyan replied, "Okay." As Tang Shirqing exited the hospital, he suddenly received a call from his grandfather. Upon answering, he greeted, "Grandfather." Tang Doan responded with a brief then inquired, "Come back to the old residence for dinner tonight. Relatives have come over, and everyone is waiting for you." Shenyan was not present, so it mattered little where they dined, especially since everyone was waiting for him. He replied, "All right, I'll be back shortly. You all can start eating. No need to wait for me. No rush," Tang Doan advised. "Take your time on the road. It's peak traffic now." "Okay, grandfather, don't worry about me." Tang Shirqing stopped by a store to purchase some gifts before hastily making his way home. Young Master Jiao was back. The butler Uncle Chen promptly came forward to take the gifts from Tang Shirqing's hands. Tang Shirqing, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor, expressed, "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Chen." As he approached the living room, he could already hear the lively chatter within, followed by the voice of a servant announcing, Young Master Jiao has arrived home." Upon stepping into the living room, before he could utter a word, someone called out, "Big brother Jiao is home." Tang Shirqing halted mid-stride, raising his gaze to see none other than Xia Jima. Chapter 48. A person of affection. Tang Shirqing's brow furrowed slightly. Had he known it was the Xia family, he would have concocted an excuse to avoid returning. Tang Doan, upon seeing his grandson enter, waved him over, calling, "Ah Jiao, come here and sit next to your grandfather. I've saved a spot for you. Your grandfather Xia has been thinking of you." Ignoring Xia Jima, Tang Shirqing walked directly to his grandfather and settled into the adjacent seat, greeting grandfather, and then politely addressing the elderly gentleman beside him. Good evening, Grandfather Xia. Finally, he turned to the other guests and courteously remarked, I apologize for keeping you waiting. It's quite alright. Grandfather Xia chuckled amiably. It's we who have intruded. Besides, it hasn't been long. With a satisfied and fond gaze, he continued, oh my, it has been 3 years since I last saw you, Wejio. You've grown even more handsome, tall, and refined. Tangoan, hearing his grandson being praised, beamed with pride. Our Meng Meng is becoming more beautiful as well. Her smile is simply delightful. Xiajima smiled radiantly. Thank you, Grandfather Tang, for the compliment. You've always been fond of praising me. Tang Shiqing, sitting beside them, felt increasingly disinterested in joining the conversation until his aunt suddenly teased. It seems that Ajio and Meng Meng are quite the match. They are of similar age. Dear aunt, you jest, Tang Shiqing interjected. Miss Xia and I have barely exchanged a few words. How could we be a match? They are both young. After seeing each other a few times, surely they will find common ground, his aunt continued, seemingly oblivious. Xiajima, noticing the situation, shyly replied, Aunt, if you keep saying that, I might get embarrassed. Big brother Jio is so wonderful, he must have many girls who adore him. Besides, if the elders rush into marriage, the younger generation might just settle for anyone to appease them, with her light-hearted banter. Xiajima cast a shy glance at Tang Shiqing, leading everyone to believe his mention of having a person of affection was merely a means to deflect further discussion on the topic. Only Tangoan regarded his grandson with a solemn expression before cheerfully changing the subject. Alright everyone, let us eat and chat as we go. During the meal, Xiajima was lively and cheerful, prompting laughter and joy among the elders. Even organizing a group photo. Meanwhile, Tang Shiqing remained disengaged, occasionally checking his phone for messages from Xinyan. She had informed him that she would be working upon landing. Ajio suddenly called Grandfather Xia. I hear your chess skills are quite impressive. Care to play a game with your grandfather? Upon hearing about chess, Tangoan's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. When it comes to chess, my grandson is truly remarkable. One can never predict his next move, and he wins unexpectedly. With a touch of pride, he added, Ajio, go ahead and play a game with your grandfather Xia. Let him see how exceptional my Tang family's grandson is. Tang Shiqing attempted to decline. Grandfather, I have matters to attend to and need to leave. Not at all, Tangoan commanded, just one game. I still have questions for you afterward. You can't rush off after dinner. Tang Shiqing ceased to argue and acquiesced. Very well, I shall play a game with Grandfather Xia. Words were futile. The sooner it concluded, the sooner he could depart. The chessboard meticulously arranged, Tang Shiqing humbly spoke, Grandfather has exaggerated. If I lose to Grandfather Xia, please do not mock me. Nonsense, nonsense, Grandfather Xia chuckled. We are merely family enjoying a game, not competing for victory. As the match commenced, Tang Shiqing appeared somewhat indifferent. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Xia Jiming entertained Tangoan with amusing anecdotes from the internet, eliciting joyous laughter from him, who occasionally glanced at Tang Shiqing. He then, with an innocent smile, suggested, Grandfather Tang, let us take a photograph. I will develop it for keepsake when we return. Naturally, Tangoan agreed. Sure, make sure to give one to Grandfather. Xia Jiming beamed with delight. Alright, Grandfather. She deliberately captured several angles, ensuring that Tang Shiqing, who was playing chess with her grandfather, was included in the frames. After taking numerous shots, she turned to Grandfather Tang and remarked, Grandfather, look how happy you are playing chess with Jogo. I will take a few more pictures of them as well. And when we return, I will compile all the photographs into a commemorative album. Elderly individuals often cherish mementos of familial moments, which touched Tangoan, prompting him to say, Meng Meng, you are truly understanding. Go ahead and take the photos. Xia Jiming happily approached her mother, handing her the phone, saying, Mom, I will go beside Grandfather. Please take a few pictures of us, including Jiu Ge. Xia Mama, noticing her daughter's fondness for Tang Shiqing, promptly replied, Rest assured, I will capture beautiful moments for my precious daughter. When Tang Shiqing noticed Xia Jiming approaching, he instinctively frowned and averted his gaze. During the game, he could not afford to win excessively. Yet he also could not afford to lose, being acutely aware of his grandfather's pride. In the end, he maintained a precarious victory. After greeting everyone, he sought an excuse to leave early. Jiu, wait a moment. Grandfather will accompany you outside, Tangoan said as he followed him out. Once on a secluded path, he asked, Have you started dating? Tang Shiqing had no intention of concealing the truth. Yes. Tangoan frowned and inquired, Which girl? What is her name? Tang Shiqing replied directly, Her name is Xinyan. Xinyan, Tangoan repeated in bewilderment. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. What does she do? She is a well-known model, Tang Shiqing replied earnestly. I really like her and intend to marry her. A model. Tangoan's tone grew cold. Someone from the entertainment industry? He quickly asked, How long have you known her? Half a month, Tang Shirching answered. Tang Doan immediately sighed in relief, recognizing that the acquaintance was still recent, providing an opportunity to intervene. He sternly commanded, I do not approve of you dating someone from the entertainment industry. You should end it promptly, do you understand? Tang Shirching's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression indifferent. I understand. Tang Doan gazed at his grandson's departing figure, sighing heavily, hoping that he had truly heard him. Chapter 49. The fairy tales he gave are real. At around 4 in the morning. Tang Shirching calculated the time difference and initiated a video call to Xinyan. She did not answer, but after 5 minutes she returned his call. Once the video connected, Tang Shirching beheld Xinyan clad in a bathrobe. Her hair half-dried, her face naturally radiant without makeup. He then heard her melodious voice. I was in the shower. I just saw your call. Observing the man leaning against the headboard, she asked with concern, did I wake you? Or have you not slept at all? Tang Shirching sighed helplessly and replied, my dear, I have finished work and returned to the hotel. I wish you would send me a message. I did not want to disturb your sleep. Xinyan pouted, there is a time difference, Dr. Tang. I know you work hard during the day. Tang Shirching gazed at the girl in the frame with adoration and said, you should know that I will wait for you. He observed her expression and asked, are you tired from work? Not at all. I am no longer new to the industry. I am accustomed to the work, Xinyan replied, furrowing her brow. Do you really wait for me all the time? No, Tang Shirching wished to reassure her, saying, I set an alarm, thinking you would finish work around this time. He then asked, can you sleep alone tonight? Xinyan chuckled, what, if I can't sleep? Will you coax me to sleep? Tang Shirching smiled, his lips curving. Yes, I will lull Yan Yan to sleep, but how can I do that when I am not there? Does Yan Yan enjoy listening to music? Do you want me to sing? Tang Shirching chuckled lightly with some embarrassment. I am not very good at singing. I can play a bit of violin and piano. Which would you prefer? My dear, Xinyan replied cheerfully, then play the piano. It is elegant and charming. Make sure to face the camera while you play. Tang Shirching indulgently laughed. Alright. He rose from the bed and walked to the piano upstairs. Sitting down beside it, addressing the camera, turn off the main light and leave a night light on, now snuggle under the covers. He noticed her momentarily stunned expression and quickly added, do not be afraid. I am here with you. Okay. The room dimmed, illuminated only by the warm glow of a small night light. Placing the phone on a pillow stand, Xinyan nestled under the covers, feeling a sense of comfort that she had not experienced before. Especially upon seeing Tang Shirching sitting at the piano in the frame. He wore a black pajama shirt, his hair lazily tousled over his forehead, and his long graceful fingers resting on the keys. The light above him cast a halo around him, making him appear as if he were a divine being sent to protect her, instilling boundless reassurance. Tang Shirching raised his gaze to the girl peeking out from under the covers, softly asking, shall I play fairy tale for Yan Yan? No fairy tale, Xinyan abruptly objected. Those are all lies. Not lies. Tang Shirching's voice was low and soothing. The fairy tales I give to Yan Yan are all real. His voice, warm and gentle in the quiet of the night, always brought immense comfort, causing Xinyan's lashes to flutter as she blinked, falling silent. In the tranquil night, soft, pure music gradually filled the air, spreading sweet tenderness to her heart. She murmured, Tang Shirching, you are so wonderful. It is truly great to have you. Tang Shirching smiled at her words, whether it was the exhaustion from work or the soothing music. Xinyan soon drifted into a deep slumber. Tang Shirching watched the sleeping girl. Her peaceful demeanor exuded a soft and obedient charm that made him smile involuntarily. The music continued, and fairy tale played on. After an unknown amount of time, the music gradually ceased. Tang Shirching withdrew his hands from the piano keys and crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, his gaze filled with affection as he watched the girl asleep on the screen. A few moments later, he suddenly chuckled softly, realizing how he missed her dearly. Even though they had only been apart for a day, returning to the bedroom, it was already 5 o'clock. Instead of resuming sleep, he retrieved an exquisite box from the bedside table and settled on the living room sofa, opening the box to begin folding origami cranes. The video remained on, slightly angled away, as he did not want Xinyan to see what he was doing if she woke up. He intended to fold 1,000 cranes in secret to present to her on her birthday, then tell her that fairy tales were real, and the wishes made with 1,000 cranes could come true. Provided she wished for them, he would fulfill them for her. When Xinyan awoke, her phone was dead and black-screened. After charging it, she quickly sent a message to Tang Shirching explaining her situation. Tang Shirching, will you come straight back after work today? Xinyan, after work, I need to meet Shui. I will return tomorrow. Tang Shirching stared at the message, silent for a long moment before reluctantly replying, all right. Be careful while having fun. Xinyan tidied herself up and headed to the worksite, messaging Ling Ling, who had gone out with friends the previous night, before leaving, just as she sent the message. She received a WeChat from Ling Ling. Sister Yan, have you seen Weibo? Xinyan, what happened? Is there something wrong? Ling Ling, never mind, I'll tell you when you arrive, I'm already here. Sitting in the car, Xinyan furrowed her brows in annoyance, curiously checking Weibo for trending topics. Nothing seemed related to her, and she arrived at the worksite feeling irritable, only to be greeted by Su Yao, who was from the same company, with a gleeful and mocking expression, nearly laughing out loud as she pointedly remarked to her assistant, "It's utterly hilarious, some people truly don't know their place." Thinking they've transformed into a phoenix just because they were given a little sugar, but what's the result? They just left, and now the family is sweetly reunited, engaging in affectionate interactions. I wonder who the real substitute is. However, the old man did say that one must marry someone of equal social standing. Just then, Ling Ling arrived, pulling Xinyan away while adding with a teasing tone, "Some people think they're clever, but no one considers them mute." Xinyan, bewildered and unaware of the situation, asked, "What is going on?" Once they reached a place where they could speak, Xinyan urgently inquired. Ling Ling, visibly upset, hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "Here. Take a look at this on my phone." Ling Ling opened Xia Jiming's Weibo page and handed it to Shenyan. As she glanced down, she immediately saw a photo of Tang Shiqing. In that instant, her heart felt as if it had been abruptly tugged, a pang of pain coursing through her. She remained in a daze for several seconds before taking Ling Ling's phone and opening the first photograph, which was a group shot. Tang Shiqing stood at the edge, one hand tucked into his pocket, not looking at the camera. Next was a picture of Xia Jimong with an elderly gentleman. Both appeared joyful and at ease, with Tang Shiqing in the background. The third image depicted Tang Shiqing engaged in a game of chess with the same elderly man. The fourth showcased Xia Jiming, her chin resting on the old man's back, beaming as she watched them play. The final image captured Xia Jiming animatedly pointing at the chessboard, as if discussing the next move, her laughter radiating pure happiness, while Tang Shiqing sat opposite her, engaged in the game. All these scenes were harmonious and filled with bliss, resembling a perfectly content family. Xinyan felt a pang in her chest as she recalled that in last night's video, Tang Shiqing seemed absent from the villa at Xingqian Bay. Had he truly spent the entire evening with them without returning? Her heart fluttered anxiously, and her eyelashes trembled as she glanced at the caption accompanying Xia Jiming's pictures, showing off the ruby pendant my grandpa Tang gifted me. It was such a joyful and delightful day. When asked if I have a boyfriend, everyone discussed their views on love. Both grandfathers emphasized the importance of matching social status. What do you think? Chapter 50. Fireworks are just a moment. Xinyan clenched her phone tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure, her gaze trembling with overwhelming panic. Just last night, he had come to her aid, soothing her to sleep, ensuring she experienced a peaceful night even in a foreign land. He had claimed that the fairy tales he offered were genuine, yet upon awakening, it felt as if everything had shattered. He had assured her that he had blocked and deleted Xia Jimong, so how could he still be so joyfully engaged in a game of chess? She had barely left the country, having been away for only a day. What position did he truly hold her in? Especially the phrase matching social status pierced her heart like a dagger. Yan. Ling Ling noticed Xinyan's expression of lost soul and gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. There must be some misunderstanding. Don't overthink it. Why not call Mr. Tang and clarify? Xinyan pressed her lips tightly together, her expression grave as her brows furrowed. I'm fine, I want to ask. She returned the phone to Ling Ling, her gaze distant and cold, revealing little emotion. Go on with your makeup. We need to enter soon. I can't let it affect work. Ling Ling took the phone, watching Xinyan walk away, aware that she was merely putting on a brave face, undoubtedly feeling heartbroken. While getting her makeup done, Xinyan opened Tang Shiqing's WeChat several times, staring at his fireworks avatar, yearning to ask for clarity. Yet each time she opened the chat, she retreated to the main interface. Just then, someone outside called out, "Xinyan, hurry up with your makeup." Pressured by the urgency, her unwillingness surged. Once she entered the venue, she would be unable to check her phone for an hour or two. After a moment of internal struggle, she reopened Tang Shiqing's chat and asked, "Does your avatar have any special meaning?" To her surprise, Tang Shiqing replied instantly, "The girl I like. When we first met," she said, "my name is Xinyan, like the smoke of fireworks." Xinyan read the message and managed a faint smile. Yet her eyes remained indifferent as she responded with a single word, "Oh." Seated in an office chair, Tang Shiqing, with his legs crossed and reclining lazily, noticed her terse reply and immediately felt a jolt of tension. Straightening up, he quickly typed another message. But fireworks are merely fleeting moments. Once they fade, everyone forgets their existence. Tang Shiqing sensed something amiss in the tone of her words, promptly exiting WeChat to call Xinyan. When Shenyan saw Tang Shiqing's name on her phone, her heart raced momentarily before she hung up, unsure of how to speak to him. Subsequently, she sent him a screenshot of Xia Jiming's Weibo post with the caption, "After I left. You all had a family gathering that night, how delightful and warm, and still playing chess, how refined." After sending the message, her eyes suddenly reddened and she hastily locked her phone, tilting her head back to blink away tears. Not wanting to ruin her makeup, the makeup artist, understanding the situation, bit her lip in sympathy, refraining from saying anything. Another call for urgency came, prompting Shenyan to rise to leave, but her phone rang again. It was Tang Shiqing. She hesitated for a second before answering, merely stating, "I have to go in now." Hearing her voice, Tang Shiqing called out in a panic, "Yan," yet all he received was the busy tone of a disconnected call. Tang Shiqing instantly felt a surge of anxiety and dialed her number again, but it continued to ring unanswered. He immediately called Ali, "Young master, please book the next available flight to Paris for me. The fastest one. Also, send me Xia Jiming's phone number." "Understood, young master." After hanging up, Tang Shiqing received the requested number and dialed it directly. Xia Jiming still had his number saved and, upon seeing his call, she eagerly answered, her voice sweet and obedient. "Brother Tang, who gave you permission to call me that?" Tang Shiqing's voice was unexpectedly cold and furious. "Xia Jiming, delete that Weibo post immediately." His tone was harsh, devoid of warmth, startling Xia Jiming into an involuntary shiver. Experiencing Tang Shiqing's wrath for the first time, she nearly cried, her voice trembling. "I didn't say anything about you on Weibo, just posted a group photo. Why are you so angry? I don't want to waste words with you, delete it now." Tang Shiqing's voice was frigid, his gaze piercing. "Xia Jiming, if I see anything related to me appearing in connection with you again, and if Shenyan is upset because of you, I will ensure you understand the meaning of regret." Just then, Ali's call came through, prompting him to conclude, "In 1 minute, I will check your Weibo." "You better think wisely." Xia Jiming, feeling aggrieved, almost cried. "You'll ruin the long-standing friendship between our families. Aren't you afraid your grandfather will be upset?" Tang Shiqing impatiently replied, "Try me and see if I care." As Xia Jiming attempted to speak again, she found the call disconnected, furiously stomping her foot, and in a fit of rage, she knocked everything off the table. Reluctant yet fearful, she deleted the post. Meanwhile, Tang Shiqing heard Ali's voice on the line, "Young master, the soonest direct flight will take over an hour, but a private jet is already on its way." "Alright." Tang Shiqing hurriedly made his way outside, glancing at Weibo to find that Xia Jiming had already deleted the post. He swiftly crafted an explanatory message for Shenyan. In the evening in Paris, cloaked in the glow of twilight, the atmosphere was vibrant as the sun descended. In a music bar, Shenyan and Ji Shui ordered drinks and desserts while seated in the second-floor leisure area. "Thank you for bringing me so many delicious treats, Mei-yen," Ji Shui exclaimed happily. "I hope you can come here to work more often." Shenyan absent-mindedly sipped her juice through a straw, smiling faintly. "No need for thanks. I know you missed the culinary delights from home, but many things can't be taken on a plane, so I only brought a little. Just seeing you is enough to make me happy," Ji Shui remarked, gazing intently at Shenyan's face. "Mei-yen, you look even more beautiful." With a teasing smile, Ji Shui asked, "By the way, how are things between you and Tang Shiqing? How's it developing?" Upon mentioning Tang Shiqing, Shenyan's expression momentarily froze, her enthusiasm waning as she replied, "It's just the same. Enough about me. Let us talk about you. Have you seen anyone you fancy here?" "Not really," Ji Shui smiled. "I'm not looking to date right now." Chapter 51, Cross-National Soothing. "Are you still thinking about that boy from before?" Shenyan casually inquired. "With your qualities, why didn't you pursue him instead of giving up?" "I don't regret it," Ji Shui sighed, reminiscing. "We wouldn't have had a future together, so there's nothing to lament. We're from different worlds, with differing views on life. Even if we were together, there would be many frictions." To put it simply, the money I might spend on a bracelet could be what he earns in a year or even longer. If we were to be together, given his strong sense of responsibility, he'd feel guilty if he thought my presence lowered his quality of life. But if I didn't lower my standards, he would feel burdened. Moreover, my father would never agree to me marrying someone like him. I don't want to create conflicts with my family over a man. My dad may have his faults, but he treats me very well." Shenyan furrowed her brows, feeling uneasy. "Is that boy really not good enough?" "He's great." Ji Shui suddenly sounded a bit sad. "He's responsible, loyal, hardworking, and quite interesting." Ji Shui then forced a smile, addressing Shenyan, "But the main point is, he doesn't like me, and I'll probably end up marrying someone my family approves of, a man of matching social status." Suddenly Shenyan's dessert fork clattered onto the plate with a crisp sound. Was the notion of matching social status truly so vital for families like theirs? Did he think this way too? Thus, while entangled with her, he also acquiesced to his family's arrangements. A sharp pain twisted in her chest. Tang Shirqing, you must think me a fool, easily deceived, akin to a naive jester who has never encountered the world. A mere morsel of sweetness is enough to make me surrender everything to you. Do you not secretly mock me, likening me to a forsaken child, so effortlessly ensnared? What troubles you? Ji Shui, observing Shenyan, who appeared lost and had dropped her fork, suddenly realized she might have misspoken. She hurriedly clarified, Mei Yan, do not overthink. What I expressed was merely my own perspective on love. The views of boys differ from ours. Zhouge does not concern himself with such matters. I even heard from my brother that Zhouge has quite the affection for you. Affection for me, Shenyan murmured, echoing the words, before suddenly smiling coldly. In truth, what I share with him is rather absurd. We have known each other for scarcely half a month, yet everything that could transpire between a man and a woman has occurred. Initially, I suspected he sought merely to deceive me. Yet he has treated me with such kindness and sincerity, displaying remarkable patience, but now, I am left with the unsettling feeling that it may all be a figment of my imagination, after all. How profound can feelings be after just half a month? It is I who have foolishly fallen into this trap. As she spoke, Shenyan lowered her gaze, and the emotion she had been suppressing throughout the day burst forth. Tears streaming down her cheeks and dampening her dress. Upon witnessing Shenyan weep, Ji Shui's heart raced with concern. She swiftly rose and wrapped her arms around Shenyan, comforting her. Mei Yan, please do not cry. Your tears wrench my heart. Has something unpleasant transpired between you two? Regardless, if you are worried, upon your return home, simply ask him if he would be willing to obtain a marriage certificate with you. A marriage certificate? What does a mere booklet signify? Shenyan replied, her eyes filled with desolation. My mother carried me for 10 months, sharing blood ties with me. What of it? Ji Shui's attempts at comfort only intensified Shenyan's emotional turmoil. Her voice trembling as she said, I was wrong, Shui. I should not have pursued him, nor should I have harbored foolish fantasies of clinging to someone else to escape my predicament, she murmured, from the very beginning. It was my error, it was my fault. How about we get married upon our return? Suddenly a deep, restrained voice echoed from behind them. The voice startled Shenyan, and she froze in disbelief. Was it Tang Shirqing? Ji Shui's eyes widened in shock as both girls turned to see Tang Shirqing standing before them. Upon recognizing him, Ji Shui discreetly released Shenyan, stepping aside to give Tang Shirqing space. Shenyan gazed at the man who had crossed continents to appear before her, her tear-streaked vision rendering him almost surreal, until he spoke again. Yan Yan is not mistaken, nor is she deluded. It is I who have faltered. Tang Shirqing crouched before her, looking up at the tearful Shenyan, his heart aching profoundly. Tears clung to his eyelashes and cheeks, and this was the first time he had witnessed her face marred by sorrow. As if the tears she shed were daggers piercing his heart. He longed to wipe away her tears, yet when his hand approached her face, she instinctively turned away, resisting his touch. The rebuffed Tang Shirqing felt a heaviness in his chest, his gaze darkening with gravity, as his suspended hand trembled in unease. In a low, somber tone, he said, I am sorry for causing you distress, my dear. He repeated, I am sorry, observing the weighty atmosphere between them. Ji Shui discerned that they needed to resolve their misunderstandings privately. Knowing from her brother that Tang Shirqing held deep feelings for Shenyan, she tactfully suggested, Mei Yan, he is here now, unleash your grievances upon him. Do not bottle them up inside. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave. I shall depart as well, Shenyan stated, rising to leave, with Tang Shirqing immediately following suit. Upon exiting the bar, Ji Shui entered her car and drove away. Tang Shirqing approached Shenyan, wishing to hold her hand as before, yet she abruptly raised her hand, pretending to brush her hair aside, evading him once more as she continued walking ahead. Once again rebuffed, Tang Shirqing bit his lip in frustration, his jaw tightening as he began to explain, on the night you left, my grandfather summoned me back to the ancestral home for dinner. I was unaware that members of the Xia family would be present. Aside from that group photo, I have no knowledge of when the other pictures were taken. As for the chess game I played with Xia Jiming's grandfather, it has nothing to do with her. Shenyan listened to his explanation, her voice subdued as she replied, you already conveyed all this to me via WeChat. I am well aware of the situation. Tang Shirqing's brow remained furrowed as he implored, then, can you refrain from crying, Yan Yan? He spoke to her with earnest determination, I do not care for social status. My intention to marry you is unwavering, and no one can thwart it. Shenyan remained silent, uncertain of how to respond, torn between anger towards Xia Jiming and frustration with herself. The atmosphere fell into silence as they walked along the foreign streets, with Tang Shirqing shielding her from the periphery. After an indeterminate time, Shenyan finally broke the silence. I am nearing the hotel. Where will you be staying tonight? Tang Shirqing regarded her. I arrived in haste and did not book a room. May I stay with you? Xinyan declined. My bed is only large enough for one. Tang Shiqing promptly replied. Then I shall not sleep. I will guard you from the side. Xinyan cast a glance at him, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. Suit yourself. Chapter 52. The tenderness of caution. Throughout their journey, Xinyan remained silent, and Tang Shiqing understood her sensitivity, sensing that there were still unresolved matters. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xinyan swiped her card to enter, and just as the door was closing, Tang Shiqing suddenly blocked her path, encircling her between the wall and himself. He lowered his head to explain, I did not return to Xingqian Bay that night. I went to a villa in the outskirts, where there is a piano room. Xingqian Bay does not have one. I thought that to soothe you to sleep, I should go there. I only had dinner at the ancestral home and played a game of chess before leaving. He felt a whirlwind of uncertainty within, unable to resist the urge to lean down and kiss her. However, as he lowered his head, Xinyan instinctively turned away, evading his kiss, quickly stating, I need to shower and sleep. I am quite weary today. With that, before Tang Shiqing could respond, she bent down and slipped away from his embrace. Tang Shiqing sighed in defeat, his brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly together. Filled with anxiety, she was unwilling to converse. Exhibiting clear resistance, after showering, Xinyan lay down in bed, appearing indifferent to him. Tang Shiqing sat on the chair beside the bed, wishing to speak with her, but she had closed her eyes, seemingly exhausted and ready for sleep. Moments later, he stood up and quietly walked to turn off the main light, unsure if she could hear him, but still softly uttered, Good night, sleep well. Xinyan, who had not slept at all, heard his gentle, affectionate voice and pressed her lips together, her hand clenching the blanket tightly beneath her. His tenderness and patience towards her remained unwavering, yet it felt as though their future was shrouded in uncertainty. In a flurry, Xinyan turned away, not wanting him to witness the tears glistening in her eyes. Tang Shiqing observed the girl turn silently, his heart aching in helplessness. How could he not notice the fleeting moment of her distress? The slight quiver at the corners of her mouth. He longed to disregard all boundaries and embrace her, but he understood that such actions would only lead to her further unhappiness, making her feel as though he were deliberately tormenting her. A sudden wave of unprecedented helplessness washed over him. Just then, his phone rang, causing him to quickly silence it. Upon seeing it was his mother calling, he stood and gently informed Xinyan, Yan. I will step aside to take this call. He walked to the balcony to answer. Su Wanang, did I disturb you, Wajio, so late at night? Tang Shiqing, not yet asleep. Mother. Is there something you need? Su Wanang, nothing urgent, merely a reminder not to forget the auction tomorrow. I worry you might overlook it. Tang Shiqing replied candidly, I am currently in Paris and will likely not make it back for the auction. However, please rest assured, I will ensure someone is arranged to attend. Su Wanang, curious, inquired, what brings you to Paris? Have you encountered some trouble? Tang Shiqing lowered his head, his eyes filled with melancholy, his voice barely above a whisper. I upset Yan and came to find her. What did you do to provoke her? Su Wantong's tone grew serious. Such a wonderful girl is willing to be with you, that is a blessing. You must quickly make amends. In a moment of urgency, Su Wanang added, send me Yan's WeChat. I will console her, fearing you may struggle to comfort her with your words. No need, you may contact her directly. She will feel pressured otherwise, Tang Shiqing said, his voice somber. I will handle it. After hanging up, Tang Shiqing turned to find Xinyan sitting up, watching him intently. Her gaze caught him off guard, and he heard her say, If you have matters to attend to, you need not remain here. Tang Shiqing hastily replied, I have nothing urgent. It was my mother calling. She reminded me about a brooch auction, but I have already arranged for someone to attend. Xinyan frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy. So you've already scheduled it with Auntie, yet you mentioned I was upset and unable to return. Does that not make me appear inconsiderate, as though I lack understanding of the situation? Tang Shiqing felt a tremor in his gaze. Though he was overwhelmed with a sense of grievance, he still had to be mindful of his demeanor in front of his family with a serious expression. He hurried over and sat down on the bed, his voice unusually tender. Yan, you needn't be so considerate. If you feel wronged, you can express your anger. If you're upset, it's perfectly fine to lose your temper. My dear, there's no need to tread so cautiously. Listening to his words, Xinyan pouted, unwilling to elaborate further, and flatly urged, you should go back. Tang Shiqing replied, I want to go back. You. Xinyan furrowed her brow. If you won't go back, then I will. Tang Shiqing? He was momentarily taken aback yet filled with joy. Then he watched as Xinyan truly lifted the covers to change her clothes. Her original flight was scheduled for the following morning. Returning now made little difference. Upon exiting the hotel, Tang Shiqing tentatively reached for her hand once more, and this time she did not pull away. He enveloped her hand within his palm, feeling an immediate sense of relief wash over him. He asked softly, may I accompany you to the auction? All right, Xinyan agreed readily, though she did not meet his gaze. Hearing her consent, Tang Shiqing's heart finally relaxed. Xinyan caught a glimpse of their intertwined hands out of the corner of her eye moments ago. She had intended to refuse, yet the instant his fingertips brushed against hers, she felt an overwhelming desire. Her heart, a tumult of emotions of the plane, soared through the night sky over Paris, heading towards the opulent capital. At the auction, Xinyan appeared in a modified white qipao dress alongside Tang Shiqing, who wore a black shirt. Their entrance captured numerous gazes. She no longer resisted holding his hand, and Tang Shiqing's continuous grip became the focal point for many. Not only did he successfully bid 30 million for the brooch his mother desired, but he also acquired a pink diamond pendant necklace. As they left the auction house, night had draped itself over the capital. It seemed many were snapping photos of them in their black Maybach. Xinyan finally spoke up. I don't want a trend on social media tomorrow. She tilted her head to look at him and softly asked, is that alright? Tang Shiqing lowered his gaze to meet her beautiful, shimmering eyes and replied, okay, I want to let the media report on it. Saying this, he quickly took out the pink diamond necklace he had won and handed it to her. This is for you. Could you let me put it on for you? Xinyan looked down at the necklace, the pink diamond sparkling beautifully. The introducer had mentioned it was a rare gem, truly captivating, yet she smiled faintly and declined. Thank you, but I don't want it. She lifted her gaze to him again, stating, I don't wish to disrupt others' plans because of myself. Your mother is wonderful, which is why I accompanied you to the auction. Now that it's over, I should return home. She bit her lip and added, to my own apartment. I must thank you though. Because of you, my case has gained attention, and the security measures in my community have been upgraded. It is much safer now. Tang Shiqing felt his nerves tighten at her words. He panicked. Would you come back to Xingqian Bay with me? I promise I won't create any more misunderstandings. I want to go home, Xinyan insisted quietly. Please don't force me. Her voice was low, laced with a hint of panic, her curled lashes trembling slightly as she spoke, evoking a deep sense of pity. Tang Shiqing pressed his lips together, his back stiffening. Despite his profound reluctance, seeing the unease flickering in her eyes made him relent. Alright, I won't pressure you. Don't be so anxious. Chapter 53, A Desire for Embrace in the Front Seat. Ali sensed the chill and heaviness emanating from the back seat, making his breathing cautious. The eerie silence had settled in the rear, and he tentatively asked, Young Master Jiao, where to now? Back to Xingqian Bay? Tang Shiqing redirected, no, not to Xingqian Bay. The car stopped at the entrance of Xinyan's community. Tang Shiqing instructed Ali to leave first. After stepping out of the car, he escorted Xinyan to the community entrance. Just before she could step inside, he could not restrain himself and suddenly grasped her wrist, his gaze fixated on her, his voice deep and restrained. Darling, may I have a hug? It was the very first time Tang Shiqing had adopted such a humble demeanor towards someone. Xinyan met his intense gaze but quickly turned her head away, evading his captivating eyes, and in a hurried tone said, I need to go back. As soon as she finished speaking, she withdrew her hand from his grasp and walked into the community without looking back. At that moment, Tang Shiqing stared at his empty palm, feeling as if his heart had been hollowed out. He stood still for quite some time, unable to regain his composure, his outstretched hand still lingering in the air. Just then, Xinyan, who had walked away, suddenly turned back and called out to him, Tang Shiqing. Yes. Tang Shiqing awoke from his stupor, lifting his gaze to see the girl standing under the streetlight at the community entrance. Her eyes slightly red as she forced a smile, saying, I'm not angry anymore. I believe your explanations. She paused, clenched her fists, and continued, I admit, I don't like Xia Zhimeng, but I must also confess that the main reason lies with me. Tang Shiqing, perhaps this matter doesn't concern anyone else, it's just my issue. Her voice trembled slightly. I'm simply not ready to date a man as outstanding as you, which is why even the slightest update from others can leave me feeling insecure and anxious. She concluded, I'm sorry for causing you distress. Watching her turn away, Tang Shiqing felt as if his heart was being torn apart, engulfed in frustration and guilt. He knew her sensitivity and lack of confidence all too well, yet still managed to create such misunderstandings. Leaving her in turmoil, she must be caught in a cycle of self-doubt, suffocated by her own accusations, yet he dared not approach her, fearing it would only push her further away to a place where he could not reach her. Tang Shiqing stood in the cold night air for a long while before returning to his car. Looking up to locate Xinyan's floor, he noticed her room light up, staring vacantly at the window for an extended period but failing to catch a glimpse of her. Leaning against the car door, he pulled out his phone and sent her a message. You haven't stayed here for days. If you're scared, remember to call me. I'm always here. I won't go anywhere. Yen is not the problem. It's my carelessness that hasn't provided you with the security a man should offer. Insecure child, do you not realize you are the most exceptional one? I don't care about status or identity. I'm not above you nor are you beneath anyone, you are the best, since I can remember, I have only had feelings for you, and there will never be another. You say our relationship is progressing too quickly, making you uneasy. How about this? From this moment on, I will pursue you step by step until you feel secure. Xinyan, I love you. After sending each message, he received no replies, and a heavy sense of solitude began to consume him. In her room, Xinyan sat on the sofa with her knees drawn up, watching the stream of messages from Tang Shiqing. Tears fell from her eyes, splattering onto her phone screen, blurring her vision as the words smeared. It seemed that the more patient and gentle he was, the more it made her heart race in turmoil. Fearing to fall too deeply and ultimately shatter into pieces, uncontrollably she sniffled, and in a daze, her intuition told her that this man was still downstairs. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she rose and approached the window. Drawing back the curtains, looking down, she indeed saw his familiar silhouette in the night. He leaned against the car door, gazing up just as she looked down, their eyes faintly meeting across the high buildings. Upon noticing her appearance, Tang Shiqing hurriedly stood upright, the night breeze tousling his hair, scattering the loneliness in his eyes. The next moment, his phone lit up, and he quickly picked it up to see her message. You should go back now. I am fine, your presence makes me uneasy. Tang Shiqing furrowed his brow at the message, remaining silent for a moment before he reluctantly typed a single word, okay. Then he sent another message, sleep well. Finally, he added, call me if anything happens. He returned to his car, started the engine, but did not leave. He simply parked further away from her window, sitting in the car, with the window partially down. He lit a cigarette, filling the night air with smoke one after another, as his heart became enveloped in a haze. Early the next morning, Ling, who had brought breakfast, happened to pass by a black Maybach. Recognizing the license plate, she instinctively glanced over and realized it was Tang Shiqing. Mr. Tang, Ling called out instinctively, but the car had already driven away. Confused, she furrowed her brows and rushed into the community. Knowing the code, she entered Xinyan's apartment directly. Yan, come eat breakfast, and then I'll help you tidy up your room. Seconds passed, then a minute, then several minutes, but there was no response. Ling hurried into the bedroom. Only to find Xinyan still asleep. She sighed in frustration. What, 10 minutes ago, you said you were awake, how can you still be asleep? Hearing the noise, Xinyan groggily rubbed her eyes. I woke up and then fell back asleep. Ling, alright then. As she saw Xinyan sitting up while rubbing her eyes, the oblivious Ling leaned in with a cheerful smile and asked, have you cleared up the misunderstanding with Mr. Tang? He was here last night, right? I saw his car leaving just as I came in. He just left. Xinyan was instantly awakened, her drowsiness evaporating as she gazed at Ling and inquired, are you certain it is Tang Shiqing? Chapter 54, He is too good. Absolutely. Ling replied earnestly, can you find another face like Dr. Tang's? It's utterly irreplaceable, how could I possibly mistake him? Xinyan, lost in thought, pondered whether he had not left all night. Was it that he could not bear to part from her? Sensing Xinyan's dazed and somewhat forlorn expression, Ling could not help but ask, have you not reconciled yet? I truly feel that we may have misjudged Dr. Tang. Xia Jiming's Weibo post was deleted almost immediately, and he rushed at Paris at the first opportunity to find you, demonstrating genuine sincerity. Just think about it, he is usually so busy with work. Yet he dropped everything to seek you out. Who is Tang Shiqing? He could easily maintain a lofty demeanor, but he has not chosen that route. As Ling spoke, Xinyan slowly lifted her gaze to meet hers. But after Ling finished, she lowered her eyelashes once more, her voice devoid of discernible emotion as she uttered, I know he is a remarkable person, yet I am uncertain of my significance to him. Moreover, Xinyan murmured internally, her thoughts a tangled mess, moreover, he is too good. I recognize his excellence, but the uncertainties loom large, deterring me from recklessly pursuing him. Ling, perceiving Xinyan's internal conflict and turmoil, looked at her with deep concern, hesitating before speaking again. Yan, I wish to express something without causing you anger. In truth, your treatment of Dr. Tang seems quite unfair. It was we who first approached him. Was it not? Yet now you are retreating. Xinyan's eyes narrowed at Ling's words, her heart a tumult of emotions as she murmured, I understand, it was I who initiated contact with him. It was I who enticed him. As she spoke, she rose from the bed, effectively concluding the topic with, all right, let us not dwell on him any longer. It has been ages since I returned home. I shall take advantage of these days without engagements to tidy up the house. As she reached the bedroom door, concerned that she might dampen Ling's spirits, she turned back with a smile and said, I am not upset by your words. I know you only wish for my happiness. Ling looked at her, refraining from further comment, and reciprocated her smile, saying, all right, I will help you tidy up. In the evening, The remnants of dusk streamed into the hospital's consultation room as Tang Shirqing, having enjoyed a brief respite, received a call from Ali. Young Master Jiu, Miss Shin has moved her belongings from Miss Ji's house at Xingchen Bay. In that moment, it felt as though Tang Shirqing heard the sound of his own heart shattering. Gripping the phone tightly, his knuckles turned pale, and his head, which had been slightly raised, suddenly bowed, pressing his lips together. He remained silent for a considerable time before finally murmuring in a low voice, "I understand." After hanging up, he was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of sorrow, his hand trembling slightly around the pen. It was at that moment he acutely realized that the girl with whom he had fallen in love at first sight had taken root deep within his heart, impossible to dislodge. As if a single thread pulled would send shockwaves throughout his entire being, she claimed they were progressing too quickly, yet how could the depth of feelings be measured in terms of time? Frustrated and restless, he raised a hand to support his forehead, his expression heavy with gravity. How could there exist such a reckless angler? Did she not wish to catch him? Why then, when he had clung to the bait? Did she abandon both the lure and the fishing rod, fleeing and casting him into the frigid, bone-chilling depths of the ocean to fend for himself? Xinyan had not worked and had not set foot outside for days. Yet she received messages from Tang Shirqing daily. Each night, as darkness fell, she would glance out the window to see the black Maybach parked below, just like now, clad in a white dress, her hair casually swept back. She stood by the window, pulling aside the curtain to look down, only to find Tang Shirqing gazing up at her. In that instant, she tightened her grip on the curtain, the melody of a piano piece he had recorded playing softly from her phone, an affectionate Mexican song titled Iris 2. Which sang of a couple's journey from first meeting to mutual understanding, love, and ultimately returning to their homeland. However, within Tang Shirqing's rendition, beneath the tenderness lay an unmistakable yearning. For days, he had sent her a recorded piece of music each night, conveying, "I fear you may struggle to sleep. I hope Yin Yen can find solace in the music and drift into sweet dreams. I shall always be here. I do not wish to impose. I will wait until Yin Yen is ready." Their first encounter had been initiated by her, yet now she lingered in uncertainty. This time, he would take the initiative, awaiting her readiness. During those days, Tang Shirqing refrained from drawing too close to her. Yet he never allowed Xinyan to feel that he had departed from her world. As he had said, he had always been there, in the golden autumn of October, as leaves blanketed the ground. Another night fell. Seated in his car folding paper cranes, Tang Shirqing received another call from Ali. "Young Master Jiu, reporters have captured images of you standing vigil beneath Miss Shin's building every night. Should we take action?" "Have them all dealt with," Tang Shirqing replied decisively. No media should report on this. "Understood, Young Master Jiu," Ali acknowledged, but after a brief pause of hesitation, he continued, "Young Master, I humbly suggest that perhaps you might allow the media to cover this. After all, what girl doesn't enjoy being openly adored?" In recent days, Ali had witnessed Tang Shirqing's nightly vigil, stationed beneath her window, yet they had not returned to the dynamic of the past, which caused him concern for his master. However, Tang Shirqing furrowed his brow and replied, "She would not appreciate that. Do not report it." Had she wished for his power from the start, she might have yearned for their relationship to be splashed across various media outlets. Yet now the situation had changed. Until she opened her heart, any media coverage would merely serve as pressure, devoid of romance or affection, and could even frighten her away. His yin yang was now akin to a fragile, sensitive crystal rabbit, and he needed to tread carefully and delicately to win her back into his embrace. From that point onward, Tang Shirqing began to appear frequently at every event or commercial gala that Xinyan attended. Yet he remained at a distance, observing her from afar, always ensuring he was within her line of sight. Yet whenever Xinyan caught his gaze, she would swiftly avert her eyes as if fleeing, and he dared not pursue her. He would only approach her side when others sought her out for drinks, offering to take her place, only to hear her distant and polite response, "Thank you." He could only suppress the urge to whisk her away and reply, "You're welcome." As his presence increased, fewer dared to approach Xinyan for drinks, and opportunities for him to shield her from unwanted advances dwindled. He could only watch as she engaged confidently and gracefully with others, her laughter bright yet devoid of genuine joy. Chapter 55. I only want you in early November. As the temperatures began to drop, the annual fashion gala of the entertainment industry was grandly held. On this day, Xinyan donned a pale blue strapless gown adorned with numerous rhinestones, and her fluffy skirt complemented her softly curled long hair, cascading lazily about her shoulders. A delicate diamond drop earring in the shape of a petal accentuated her as a dreamlike runaway princess. The moment Tang Shirqing entered, he spotted that striking blue figure amidst the crowd. Perhaps hearing someone call out to him, Xinyan suddenly turned to meet his gaze. This time, she did not immediately look away. Her eyes sparkled with an almost watery sheen as her lips parted slightly. As if about to say something only to seal her lips again and turn away once more, Tang Shurqing, filled with anticipation, was left with a sense of desolation. Suddenly, a glass was accidentally shattered, sending wine spilling across the floor. As Xinyan, engaged in conversation nearby, heard the sound of the glass shattering, she instinctively turned to look, only to slip on the wet floor, her slender legs faltering as she nearly fell. Xinyan exclaimed in panic, believing she was about to fall in front of everyone, when suddenly, a strong arm encircled her waist, and in the next moment, she found herself crashing into a warm, sturdy chest. A familiar, nostalgic voice murmured close to her ear. Be careful. Once stable, Xinyan looked up to see Tang Shurqing before her, and a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She had thought that after such a long time, she would be able to face him calmly. Yet the sudden proximity sent her heart racing, and she felt his grip around her waist tighten involuntarily. In that moment, Tang Shurqing leaned down to whisper in her ear, his voice low and restrained. I miss you so much. His tone was so deep it felt like a figment of her imagination. This was the first time in over a month that they had been so close. Stirring a longing within him that made him yearn to hold her tightly, even to kiss her. It felt as if the pent-up desire for her was now clamoring for release. Xinyan, her heart racing, hastily pulled herself together, feigning composure as she gently pushed against his chest, coldly uttering, "Thank you." However, as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to gasp and unexpectedly tumble back into Tang Shurqing's embrace. Noticing her discomfort, he quickly inquired, "Did you twist it? Does it hurt?" Xinyan furrowed her brow slightly, maintaining her distance as she replied, "I'm fine, it will feel better in a moment." She attempted to shift aside and take a moment to rest. At which point the waiter, who had rushed over to tidy up the mess, along with Xinyan's manager, Ying Jie, arrived. Filled with concern, Ying Jie asked Xinyan, "Did you twist your ankle?" She then glanced at Tang Shurqing and smoothly added, "You should leave the venue first. It would be wise to return home early to rest. Tomorrow is another day of work." Following this, she deliberately adopted a respectful and courteous demeanor as she looked at Tang Shurqing, saying, "Mr. Tang, I have other models to attend to here. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in escorting Xinyan outside." Understanding Ying Jie's underlying intention, Tang Shurqing responded, "All right, I will take her outside first." "Thank you." Xinyan found herself lifted effortlessly by Tang Shurqing, who carried her out of the venue. Once they had exited the crowd, Tang Shurqing seated her on an unoccupied bench in the resting area. Swiftly removing his suit jacket and draping it over her bare shoulders, he then naturally crouched in front of her, reaching out to lift her foot. Xinyan, observing the man before her, who crouched down with such ease, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as his expression brimmed with concern. She instinctively withdrew her foot, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "Tang Shurqing, please don't do this." Tang Shurqing gently furrowed his brow and looked up at her, softly coaxing, "Be good, let me see where it hurts." As he spoke, he firmly grasped her ankle and removed her high-heeled shoe. With her hands braced on either side of the bench, Xinyan gazed down at the man before her. And this scene felt reminiscent of when they first met. He had patiently and tenderly examined her then as well. It seemed that, with time, his patience had not waned. He still knelt to remove her high heels, unbothered as he cradled her foot in his hands, and then asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" Xinyan looked into his eyes, filled with worry and affection, warmth flooding her senses as if she might be drawn in yet again. Noticing her prolonged silence, with only her beautiful eyes trembling in his direction, he urged softly, "Yan, could you talk to me?" His voice carried a hint of helplessness, as if her silence unsettled him. Xinyan, feeling a mix of pity and resignation, spoke, "You shouldn't be so kind to me." With her brows furrowed and a grave expression, she inquired, "Tang Shurqing, will there be a future for us?" "It was my mistake to provoke you, and I am truly sorry." "Of course, there would be." Tang Shurqing listened to her words, his expression unreadable, yet his gaze remained patient and gentle. "Then tell me, Yan, why do you think there won't be a future?" Xinyan's expression darkened. "Because you bear the weight of family expectations and will ultimately have to choose someone of equal standing to marry. Your family loves you dearly and will surely select the best for you, and that person will not be me." She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because when choices are made, no one would ever choose me. I would simply be the one cast aside." Tang Shurqing felt a pang of heartache as he listened to her words. She had indeed fallen into a pit of despair and self-denial. He witnessed tears streaming down her cheeks and, in an instant, felt as though his heart was being torn apart. Unable to contain himself, he reached up to caress her face, his voice tender yet resolute as he said, "But Yan, you are wonderful, you are the best. Whether they choose you or not is their matter. The person I wish to marry is only you." Xinyan, he wiped her tears away and continued, Xinyan will always be my top choice, without exception, without special cases. I want only you, and I will never abandon you. He urged gently. Please don't doubt yourself. Xinyan stared at him, her thoughts momentarily suspended by his words. Each syllable resonating within her heart. He declared that she was his eternal preference, without exception, without special cases. He wanted her, like a flicker of flame, a glimmer of hope reignited within her heart. Tang Shiqing confirmed that her ankle was not sprained and offered to drive her home. Xinyan did not refuse, although she appeared somewhat restless. As they parted, she longed to embrace him once more but settled for a gentle pat on her head, saying, "Good night." Later that night, as Xinyan lay in bed, she, as usual, received Tang Shiqing's lullaby. However, upon opening it, instead of the piano melodies, she was greeted by his soft rendition of Lu Xianhua Sitsu. His low, melodic voice flowed into her ears. "Baby, I'm falling head over heels, looking for ways to let you know just how I feel. Wish I was holding you by my side." Chapter 56. She murmured, "Good night." Xinyan listened to his gentle serenade, each lyric echoing as though he were speaking directly to her. "Trying to hold back, you ought to know that you're the one that's on my mind. I'm falling too fast, deeply in love. I'd give up everything I have, girl, just for you." Encountering her, he wanted nothing more than her. The music looped endlessly, filling the silent night with his voice, rich, tender, and soothing. When she finally pulled her thoughts back, she noticed her pillow was slightly damp with tears. Meanwhile, downstairs, Tang Shiqing was still folding paper cranes when his phone screen lit up. Surprised and filled with anticipation, he quickly grabbed his phone to see a message from his beloved. "Xinyan, it sounds really nice." In that moment, he felt a wave of fear that she might follow up with a distant, polite thank you. However, the next second, amidst his anxious anticipation, another message popped up. "Good night." Instantly, a rare smile graced his face. "It sounds really nice, good night." These words were no longer the frustrating and ambiguous thank you, but instead felt like a step closer to her. He hurriedly opened the car door and exited, looking up at her window, hoping to catch a glimpse of her, but she did not appear. Reluctantly, he replied, "Good night, sleep early." Xinyan, reading his reply, was overwhelmed by thoughts of him crouching before her, especially his low, tender plea, "Yan, could you talk to me?" At that moment, she felt as though she saw a reflection of her own hesitation and uncertainty in his eyes, prompting her to peek out from her shell and steal a glance at him. Xinyan rose from her bed and stood by the window, as she had done many times before, only to see that familiar silhouette in the night. The chilly November breeze swept in through the window, causing her to tighten the coat wrapped around her. She wondered, would he be cold? After much internal struggle, she took out her phone and messaged him, "You should head back, the weather is getting quite cold." Yet, just as she finished typing, she hesitated, glancing down at him below. In that moment, their eyes met across the distance, and inexplicably, she deleted what she had written and called him instead when the phone rang. Tang Shiqing was momentarily stunned by the unexpected call from her. He hadn't received one in quite some time. He hurriedly answered, and her voice came through, "You should go back, it's getting cold tonight." The air indeed carried a hint of chill, yet Tang Shiqing felt this moment was the warmest he had experienced in days. Was she genuinely concerned for him, feeling a mix of surprise and anxiety? He feared this might all be an illusion, his breath becoming almost imperceptible. Xinyan noticed his prolonged silence and tentatively called out, "Tang Shiqing," then asked, "Did you hear me?" Tang Shiqing snapped back to reality, "I heard you." Yanyan, it seemed he was eager to hear her speak a few more words, yet he remained silent for a while. "Then you should go back," Xinyan said softly, "there's no need to wait there." Tang Shiqing gazed up at her, listening to her voice over the phone, enveloped in silence once more, before he finally replied in a low tone, "Okay." It was as if he would heed her every word, never making her feel obligated or pressured. After hanging up, Xinyan watched him return to his car and drive away, leaving her line of sight. She felt a slight easing of her heart, though she was unsure whether it was because he was no longer waiting there or due to the knowledge that he would not be cold. The following day, Xinyan had to rise early for work. She stepped out of her apartment wearing flat leather shoes and a light khaki trench coat, hastily carrying her bag as she walked briskly towards the exit of her community. However, as she turned a corner, she suddenly spotted a very familiar black Maybach slowly approaching. She halted, and as she turned her head to look, the car came to a stop, revealing Tang Shiqing behind the wheel. In the early morning light, two individuals gazed at each other through the glass of the car, the sun casting a radiant glow upon the girl, illuminating her momentary shock. Unconsciously, she clutched her bag tightly, astonished that he had not left. Inside the car, Tang Shiqing rested one hand on the steering wheel, his deep-set eyes fixed on the girl before him. They remained silent for several seconds, during which the man clenched his fist. then opened the car door, leaning against it as he asked, "Where is Yen Yen headed? I can give you a ride." Shen Yen felt a flutter of softness in her heart, her brows knitting slightly as she replied. "You didn't leave." After a brief silence, Tang Shiqing answered honestly, "I didn't leave." "Why?" Shen Yen blurted out. Tang Shiqing, looking at the girl illuminated by the sunlight, replied directly, "Because I know Yen Yen is unhappy, and I fear that you might suddenly need me. So I want to be there for you." Shen Yen felt a sting in her nose. She had told him to leave, wishing not to force him out of her sight, yet he had never truly departed from her side. Even if it meant watching over her night after night without her knowledge, he preferred to be there, ready for her every need. That day, she couldn't recall how she had found herself irresistibly drawn to his car. As they parted, Tang Shiqing tentatively asked, "Shall I come to pick you up when your work is done?" Shen Yen hesitated, wavering as she said, "Today's work will finish quite late. There's no need for you to come." Tang Shiqing gently affirmed, "Understood." Chapter 57. A small flame ignites. The day was filled with substantial work, culminating in an indoor show that evening. Shen Yen did not anticipate encountering Xia Jiming in the makeup room, only to remember that the sponsor of the show was indeed from the Xia family. In the double makeup room, Su Yao and her makeup artists were engaged in conversation, but Xia Jiming's gaze remained fixated on Shen Yen as soon as she entered. She could not fathom why Tang Shiqing was so protective of this woman, whom he seemed to admire so much. However, having been warned by Tang Shiqing, Xia Jiming felt a twinge of fear and refrained from openly provoking Shen Yen, instead inciting Su Yao to confront her. Unbeknownst to Su Yao, who was being used as a pawn, she had never liked Shen Yen, and, bolstered by Xia Jiming's encouragement, she decided to act as Shen Yen walked in. Su Yao pretended to stumble, splashing a cup of water all over Shen Yen's front. The sudden chill took Shen Yen by surprise, and she froze momentarily. "Sister Yen," Ling Ling and the makeup artists rushed to bring towels and tissues. Su Yao, suppressing her glee, feigned innocence. "Oh dear, I slipped. Sister Yen wouldn't hold it against me, would she?" Shen Yen took a deep breath, casting a blank stare at Su Yao, her tone laced with disdain. "I am magnanimous enough to overlook minor grievances." With a scoff, Su Yao sneered, "Sister Yen certainly has a broad mind. No wonder the media has caught you with Tang Jiuxiao so many times. The Tang family hasn't even publicly acknowledged your identity. And yet you willingly play the role of a clandestine lover." Before she could finish, Shen Yen snatched a cup of water from Ling Ling and drenched Su Yao with it, her anger flaring. "Try saying that again." In the tumultuous days that had left her feelings pent up and unexpressed, Shen Yen had been cautious, but she refused to endure all indignities. Su Yao, embarrassed and furious, shouted, "Shen Yen, how dare you splash me? And what if I did? After all this time, what can you do about it?" Shen Yen interrupted impatiently, "I just don't understand why you waste your time trying to undermine me instead of focusing on your own abilities to outshine me. That would be true skill." Ling Ling, feeling a surge of delight, stifled a laugh, knowing that she had intentionally brought a cup of water to prepare for Shen Yan. Su Yao, trembling with rage, glared at Shen Yen. "What gives you the right to lecture me? What qualifications do you have?" Seizing the moment, Xia Jiming pretended to walk over with a cup of water, feigning concern to placate the two. Meanwhile, Tang Shiqing, engaged in conversation with Ying Jie, overheard someone rushing over to report. "Ying Jie, it's bad. There's a fight in the makeup room." Panic-stricken, Ying Jie inquired, "Which makeup room?" "Sister Yen and Sister Ya's makeup room." Before Ying Jie could greet Tang Shiqing, she noticed him hastily departing, and she hurriedly followed, praying that Shen Yen would be alright. She could see the feelings Tang Jiuxiao harbored for Shen Yen were undeniable. As Tang Shiqing burst into the makeup room, he found Shen Yen standing with her back to the door, while Su Yao and Xia Jiming lay sprawled on the floor, especially Su Yao, whose makeup was ruined by the water. It appeared that his beloved had triumphed. He knew Shen Yen was not one to suffer in silence. The more indifferent she appeared, the more she distanced herself from those she did not care for. Her cautious demeanor was reserved only for those she held dear, just as she had initially been perceptive and self-assured in his presence. However, for reasons unknown, she had gradually become more guarded around him. The moment Xia Jiming saw Tang Shiqing, she feigned distress, exclaiming, "My foot hurts so badly." Upon noticing Xia Jiming's gaze darting to Shen Yen at the door, she instinctively turned around. As she met Tang Shiqing's eyes, she felt an inexplicable rush of panic, uneasy about the scene before him, with Su Yao and Xia Jiming on the floor and Shen Yen standing unscathed. She worried he might misconstrue her as the instigator of the chaos. It was too late for her to pretend to have fallen, but in truth, Su Yao had attempted to splash her once more, and in the ensuing scuffle, Su Yao had collided with Xia Jiming, causing them both to tumble. Watching the unfolding drama, Shen Yen felt an anxious tremor in her eyelashes as she glanced at Tang Shiqing. Meanwhile, Xia Jiming looked at him with eager anticipation, hoping he would recognize Shen Yen's rude behavior. She even attempted to interject, "Actually, Miss Shen didn't mean to." However, Tang Shiqing dismissed her with barely a glance as he approached Shen Yan, lowering his gaze to assess her and asking, "Are you hurt?" Still in a daze, Shen Yan resembled a child caught in a brawl, her hands anxiously clasped behind her back as she looked up at him, biting her lip to reply, I'm not hurt." Ling Ling observed the scene, her heart swelling as she saw her friend, a picture of vulnerability, standing before the towering Tang Jiuxiao, who loomed over her, his stature accentuating her petite frame, dressed in casual attire and fuzzy slippers. Gazing up at him like a child awaiting judgment, Ling Ling nearly burst into laughter at the sight. "It's good that you're not hurt," Tang Shiqing remarked, his gaze falling on her drenched clothing. "And he frowned. Who splashed you?" Ling Ling, eager to protect her friend, quickly answered, "It was Su Yao who splashed Sister Yan." Tang Shiqing's expression hardened as he turned to glare at the still prostrate Su Yao. His gaze both elegant and menacing, causing her to stammer, "Jiuxiao, I'm sorry, it was an accident." However, he seemed not to hear her apology, continuing to focus on Shen Yan, his voice unusually soft. "Did you splash her back?" Shen Yan, taken aback, widened her eyes in astonishment, staring at his curled eyelashes before replying truthfully, "I splashed her back." In the next moment, Tang Shiqing bent down to meet her gaze, his expression one of approval as he said, "Well done." Shen Yan was left speechless, Ling Ling was ecstatic, the makeup artists were equally thrilled, only Su Yao and Xia Jiming felt a mix of anxiety and rage, particularly Xia Jiming, who had expected that Tang Shiqing would show her some consideration due to their family's connections, only to find that he would always favor Shen Yan in her presence. As Shen Yan stepped out to change her wet clothes, she remained in a daze, somewhat disoriented. She still had a show to attend. And upon seeing Tang Shiqing about to leave, she called out to him, "Tang Shiqing." He turned back. Shen Yan felt compelled to explain, "It wasn't me who initiated the conflict, even if it was you who started it." "It matters not," Tang Shiqing replied, "as long as you're unharmed. To go change your clothes quickly. You wouldn't want to catch a chill." As he turned away, Tang Shiqing allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Hidden from Shen Yan's view, was she concerned about how he perceived her, wanting to maintain a certain image in his eyes. She clearly cared for him deeply, yet she was still retreating into her shell. But there was no rush. He would gradually draw her out, reclaiming her into his embrace. After taking a few steps, Shen Yan glanced back at Tang Shiqing's retreating figure, her gaze trembling for a few seconds before she hurriedly turned away. His words echoed in her mind, and she was astonished that he had shown no regard for Xia Jiming's feelings, not yielding even slightly to their familial ties. In fact, in the moment he entered and beheld the scene, he had unconditionally defended her, just as he declared, "Shen Yan will always be Tang Shiqing's first choice, without exception, without special cases." The embers of her extinguished feelings seemed to flicker back to life, slowly rekindling. Tomorrow may bring sweetness. Today's update is early. The remaining time will be devoted to supplementing Chapter 46's side story, but it may be late before it's posted. So feel free to check back tomorrow. Chapter 58. She lacks courage on this day of the beginning of winter. Shen Yan did not announce her schedule. Instead, she purchased some warm clothing and snacks to visit Fong Fong in the hospital. "Jie Yan, you really don't need to buy me so much. I have enough clothes and snacks," Fong Fong said, looking at the 2 large bags Shen Yan had brought. Although she was genuinely happy, she felt a sincere reluctance to let this generous older sister always spend so much on her. With a smile on her face, Shen Yan watched as Fong Fong neatly folded the clothes and placed them in the hospital cabinet. "I only bought 2 sets, not too many. Winter has arrived, and the weather will only grow colder. Our Fong Fong is still growing and needs to dress warmly, or she might catch a cold." "Thank you, Jie Yan. I will always remember your kindness," Fong Fong replied. Her face lighting up with joy. However, her smile soon faded, replaced by a look of uncertainty about the future. She turned to Shen Yan and said, "Jie Yan, I will be discharged after the new year. Do you think people will gossip about me when they see me again?" "Not at all," Shen Yan reassured her, sitting by the bed and gently holding Fong Fong's hand in a comforting manner. "In this world, everyone will say and do what they wish, and no one can stop them. We just need to be true to ourselves." She gently caressed Fong Fong's face and smiled. "The Fong Fong has done nothing wrong. Others will not point fingers at you. Your future will be bright and beautiful. You must be brave." Fong Fong, uplifted by Shen Yan's smile, beamed back. "All right, then Jie Yan must be brave too." Me. Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback. Fong Fong, with a playful glint in her eyes, continued, "That Dr. Tang is really nice. He likes you so much. Every time you 2 are together, I can see the sparkle in his eyes when he looks at you. But Jie Yan, you always avoid his gaze. You're the one who isn't brave." Fong Fong concluded, "A girl as wonderful as you deserves a boy as good as him. You 2 are perfect for each other." Xinyan, lost in thought, lingered on Fong Fong's words even after leaving the ward. He likes you so much, his eyes sparkle when he looks at you, you always avoid him, Jisnt brave. Could it be that even a child like Fong Fong could see through this so clearly? She had always encouraged Fong Fong to bravely face the world, to confront setbacks, and to be courageous in the face of past misfortunes. Yet, it seemed she was the one lacking bravery, trapped by her own misfortunes, retreating into her shell. Unconsciously, Xinyan found herself on the floor where Tang Shirqing's consultation room was located. Only upon arriving did she remember he was in the operating room. During these days, he would always send her a message before entering surgery, as if afraid that his delayed reply might cause her anxiety. After leaving the hospital, Xinyan went to the mall, intending to buy some daily necessities, but ended up purchasing a men's tie and scarf instead. As night descended, Xinyan stood at the spot where Tang Shirqing parked every day, holding a gift box, waiting for him. Yet, as darkness enveloped the city, that familiar black car never appeared. Suddenly, the hand holding the box tightened involuntarily. Was he not coming? Her heart sank, yet she turned hopefully towards the entrance of the neighborhood, waiting for what felt like an eternity. Minutes passed, but the familiar figure she anticipated remained absent. She lowered her head, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, filled with desolation. Perhaps he had exhausted his patience with her these past few days and decided to let go? Biting her lip, she raised her head again to glance at the entrance, even standing on her toes to peer into the distance, only to again be met with disappointment. In that moment, bitterness and loneliness flooded her heart. As if she had finally grasped the feelings Tang Shirqing had endured waiting here night after night. Furrowing her brow, Xinyan was unsure of her own emotions, feeling as though she had lost something significant. She had merely wanted to draw a line between them. Why did it feel so excruciating at this moment, as if her heart were being weighed down? In the end, she walked around the neighborhood, hoping he was waiting elsewhere. At the Tang family's old residence, in the family shrine, Tang Doan leaned on a dragon-headed cane, his aura cold and imposing, gripping a riding crop. He looked down at the person kneeling before him with an expression of fury. Tang Shirqing, dressed in a white shirt and black suit pants, knelt upright, suppressing his inner turmoil and anxiety. A glaring whip mark on his back echoed the somber and suffocating atmosphere. Tang Doan, filled with disappointment, reprimanded, "I told you before to keep your distance from that Xinyan. What did you promise me? And look at what you've done. As a doctor, you frequently appear at various entertainment events. What have you become?" Tang Shirqing's expression turned serious, and with every word, he spoke with conviction. "Grandfather, I kneel here today out of respect for you, but no one can stop me from marrying Xinyan." He raised his head, his gaze cold yet resolute, "including you." In a fit of rage, Tang Doan slammed the cane onto the ground, producing a dull thud, and shouted, "You are truly infuriating me. Do you want me to give you a few more lashes to wake you up?" Tang Shirqing retorted angrily, "Unless you plan to kill me today, I am determined to marry Xinyan, you insolent brat." Tang Doan, in a fit of anger, lashed out with the whip, striking Tang Shirqing's back, his disappointment palpable. "What decent girl is there in the entertainment industry?" Having received a blow, Tang Shirqing merely frowned slightly, his displeasure evident. "You can hit me all you want, but do not speak ill of her. I know exactly what kind of girl she is. I only have one thing to say: I will marry her. If you called me back today just to discuss this, then you've already punished me. I have things to attend to and must leave." As he spoke, Tang Shirqing attempted to rise. "You are not allowed to go anywhere today." Tang Doan suddenly interjected. At that moment, Ali hurriedly arrived at the shrine, shouting from the entrance, "Old master, there's a life and death situation at the hospital waiting for ninth young master to handle." Hearing the commotion, Tang Doan turned to look, disbelief etched on his face as he glanced at Ali and then at Tang Shirqing. Understanding the nature of his grandson's work, fearing any delays could lead to dire consequences, he could only sigh in frustration. "Do as you please. I have said and done all that I can. If you marry her and your relationship falters in the future, do not blame me for not caring about you." Tang Shirqing, noticing Ali's unusual expression, quickly interrupted his grandfather, "I must go, I'm in a hurry." Chapter 59. Taken away, Tang Shirqing strode purposefully out of the shrine, only to hear Ali hastily whispering, "Ninth young master, Miss Shin is looking for you. She has been circling the neighborhood several times. And your phone is unanswered." A sudden look of alarm crossed Tang Shirqing's face. Yen. He hurried to find his coat, his phone still inside it, as it was a rule of the Tang family not to bring communication devices into the shrine. As he walked, his heart raced with anxiety. Fate seemed to be playing tricks on him, making her seek him out at this moment. After more than 2 months, this was the first time she had actively looked for him. And now she was nowhere to be found. That foolish girl was likely overthinking again. He felt a flicker of hope that upon retrieving his phone, he would find missed calls or messages from Xinyan. However, when he received it from the servant, there was no news of her at all. With a heavy heart, he dialed her number, only to be met with the automated message, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off." In an instant, panic surged within him that he frantically asked Ali, "Has something happened to Yin Yin?" Ali, recalling something in a panic, slapped his forehead. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, Miss Shin left for Singapore 10 minutes ago." It seems to be for a last-minute event. Tang Shirqing's expression darkened with anger as he glared at Ali. In the future, report everything about Shin Yin in one go. Ali trembled in fear. There won't be a next time, ninth young master, please forgive me, don't be angry. Tang Shirqing continued to stride forward, Ali hurriedly trying to make amends. "I've already booked the next available flight. I'll make it in time." Tang Shirqing remained silent, his pace quickening to almost arun. As he reached a small intersection, he suddenly heard someone call out to him. Gio, Suan, seeing her son in a hurry, rushed over. "I was just looking for you, Mom, you're back." Tang Shirqing greeted before urgently stating, "I have something to attend to, I must go." "What is so urgent?" Suan inquired. "I need to find Yin Yin." Upon hearing this, Suan immediately encouraged, "Then go quickly." As she spoke, she noticed the whip marks on her son's back and anxiously asked, "Who hit you?" "Grandfather did." Suan huffed angrily, "What is that old man doing hitting my son? I need to settle this with him." Tang Shirqing turned to see his mother storming off to confront his grandfather. Feeling a mix of frustration and urgency, he decided to ignore it. There was no time to dwell on it, getting to the airport was his priority. In Singapore, Shin Yin had come to assist Ying Jie at the last minute for a seaside fashion show. After the show, the organizers had arranged a yacht party. Tang Shirqing entrusted someone to procure an entrance ticket for a yacht banquet. As the fashion show came to an end, Shin Yin greeted Ying Jie, expressing her desire to leave early. Ying Jie, noticing that Shin Yin had been distracted throughout the day except while on the runway, grew concerned for her safety and insisted she stay, saying, "Let's enjoy ourselves a bit longer. We'll leave together after I chat with a few producers and organizers." Shin Yin reluctantly acquiesced, replying, "All right, I'll wait for you." Dressed in a striking red spaghetti strap gown complemented by a delicate white shawl draped over her shoulders, Shin Yin's makeup was exquisite, radiant like a fiery rose, captivating everyone who beheld her. At that moment, a local man from Singapore approached her, holding a glass of red wine, and awkwardly attempted to strike up a conversation in broken Chinese. "Hello, Miss Shin, may I offer you a drink?" Shin Yin forced a polite smile, finding an excuse to decline. "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today, I can't drink after taking medicine." She raised her glass of juice, adding with a smile, "But I can join you for juice?" The man smiled gallantly in response, "Okay, juice is fine." After clinking her juice glass with his, Shin Yin took a sip, noting how the man bore some resemblance to Tang Shirqing, both exhibiting gentlemanly charm, yet lacking the innate nobility and elegance that characterized Tang Shirqing. He was the most refined gentleman she had encountered in her many social engagements, exuding an air of aristocracy that made others hesitant to breach the distance he created. A distance that stirred a longing within her, yet also rendered her speechless. Even his voice brought about a sense of calm. Breathing heavily, Shin Yin pondered her thoughts, hastily tilting her chin up to suppress the tumult within, wishing to cast aside the image that had lingered in her mind since boarding the plane. Yet, with each sip, Tang Shirqing's visage became even more vivid in her memory. However, he was unlikely to appear again, especially not in this foreign land. It was she who had let him slip away, slowly pushing him further from her grasp, and now, she found herself yearning to see him once more, the man before her. Noticing her distracted state as she drained her juice, suddenly inquired, "Miss Shin, would you like another glass of juice?" Thankful for the interruption, Shin Yin quickly replied, "I'll just get it myself, please excuse me," without waiting for a response. She turned to leave, only to be met with the familiar silhouette that had haunted her thoughts. He had appeared, here in this foreign land, amidst the dazzling lights of the banquet. He seemed almost otherworldly. It was only when Tang Shirqing chuckled softly and called out, "Baby," that Shin Yin felt her mind whirl, and her glass slipped from her hand. In a split second, Tang Shirqing effortlessly caught the falling glass. In that instant, she noticed a shocking whip mark across the back of his hand, and her heart sank with worry as she grasped his wrist, asking urgently, "What happened to your hand? Are you hurt?" Seeing the concern etched across her features, Tang Shirqing felt a weight lift from his heart. He placed the glass on a nearby pedestal, then gently took her hand in his, leaning closer to whisper, "Let's step outside and talk, shall we?" Shin Yin glanced at their intertwined hands, a sense of reassurance washing over her. It seemed she hadn't lost him after all. She whispered back, "Okay," with a smile illuminating his eyes. Tang Shirqing led Shin Yin outside. As he held her hand, she felt the warmth of his palm, and gazing at his reassuring silhouette, an intense desire ignited within her, a daring gamble, a wager of a lifetime. Rather than retreating before the game had even begun. Chapter 60. He knows everything. November in Singapore remained warm, and the sea breeze on the yacht was cool. As they stepped outside and reached the railing, Shen halted, anxiously grasping Tang Shiqing's injured hand and asking, "Was it from a whip? What happened?" Tang Shiqing lowered his gaze, studying the emotion swirling in her eyes. She was worried for him, and he felt a flicker of gratitude for the 2 lashes his grandfather had dealt him. Noticing his silence as he continued to stare at her, Shen tilted her head slightly, questioning, "Why are you so quiet?" Tang Shiqing, eyeing her delicate face as she drew near, smiled gently and explained, "Yes, it was from a whip, coincidentally right at the moment you were looking for me last night." Shen eyes widened with concern as she asked, "Who did this? What happened? Are you hurt anywhere else?" Tang Shiqing frowned slightly at her barrage of questions, wrestling with his inner turmoil. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to be honest with her. "It was my grandfather who struck me. It's nothing serious, just 2 blows." Shen puffed her cheeks in distress and pressed on, "But why did he hit you?" Tang Shiqing's gaze sharpened as he looked at her, slowly revealing, "He forbade me from being with you." At this, he clearly saw the alarm in her eyes. Overwhelmed, she instinctively released his hand, yet Tang Shiqing quickly grasped her trembling fingers again, his gaze gentle yet resolute as he assured her, "My grandfather may oppose our relationship, but I told him that unless he kills me, no one can stop me from marrying you. I will be with you in this lifetime, and only you. In the end," he relented, saying, "as long as I am happy, it is sufficient. So Shen, do not be afraid. As long as you are willing, no one can stand in our way." Tang Shiqing understood that Shenyan's current anxiety stemmed from the post by Xia Zhizhong. It was not that she cared about Xia Zhizhong, rather, it was her grandfather's insistence on socioeconomic compatibility that formed an insurmountable chasm in her heart. She feared his family's disapproval, and thus, he needed to reassure her that his grandfather would not oppose them and that he would defy any opposition for her peace of mind. Shen gazed up at the man before her, absorbing his every word. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she blinked, sensing he had seen through her deepest insecurities. Gradually, he soothed her troubled heart. Yet she still felt a lingering uncertainty as she confirmed, "Is it true that your grandfather does not oppose us, that no one else opposes us? Now, the only one opposing is you." Tang Shiqing sighed softly. Shen studied the earnest and tender gaze of the man before her, realizing that his steadfastness had never wavered from the beginning. It was she who had been indecisive. Their first encounter had been tainted by ulterior motives. But this time, she yearned to approach him with pure intentions. Tilting her face up to meet Tang Shiqing's gaze, her long lashes fluttering, she took a deep breath and confessed, "Tang Shiqing, the truth is, I initially approached you for financial security." He looked down at her, his voice gentle. "I know." Shen blinked, momentarily taken aback, then continued, "I wanted a support system, and you were the most suitable. I know. I thought I might not like you that much." Tang Shiqing chuckled softly, glancing at the girl in the red gown, her hair swirling in the breeze, radiating beauty. He gently placed his hand on her slender waist, his gaze burning as he focused on her tightly pressed lips, and declared with a deep voice. Shen admitted, "You are madly in love with me." Shenyan's eyes widened in shock. "You know everything then? Why did you willingly let me reel you in?" Tang Shiqing shrugged. "I am grateful to possess what you desire, which drew you closer." "You were so foolish," Shen said, her eyes brimming with tears as she pouted. "I take back my last statement. I thought I might not like you that much. But when you didn't show up last night, I felt so sad, terrified that I lost you forever." Tang Shiqing, seeing the redness in her eyes, felt his heart soften as he comforted her. "You cannot lose me, Shen, for I will always come to find you, every single time." With that, Tang Shiqing tentatively leaned in towards her lips, yearning to kiss her, having been driven nearly mad with longing, yet, he paused midway. Respecting her need for affirmation, Shen watched his descending lips, particularly the longing in his eyes, and felt relieved that such a wonderful man had not slipped away from her. In the next moment, she bravely leaned in to plant a kiss on the corner of his mouth. In that instant, Tang Shiqing's heart, long shrouded in gloom, burst into brightness, just as her lips were about to part. He grasped the back of her neck and drew her into a passionate kiss. His kiss was fervent and possessive, as if infused with centuries of yearning, a fervent embrace that was impossible to relinquish. Shenyan's waist was pressed against the railing, her upper body arching backward under his kiss, her long hair cascading in the air, dancing with the wind. Tang Shiqing leaned against the railing with one hand, the other hand gripping the back of the girl's neck, ensnaring her in the narrow space between his chest and the railing. The kisses growing more fervent, Shen, overwhelmed, whimpered softly, pushing him away, her misty eyelashes trembling incessantly. Her breath becoming erratic amidst the sea breeze, uncertain whose breaths were more hurried, until Tang Shiqing's low, raspy voice reached her ear. "Finally, I can hold you again. I've nearly gone mad thinking about you these days." He gently nibbled at her ear, his voice deep and muffled, tinged with a hint of breathlessness. Shenyan, let there not be a second separation, all right? He wrapped his arms around her, murmuring softly, Tang Shirqing. He is forever worthy of Shenyan's unreserved trust. His low, sonorous voice made Shenyan feel a wave of guilt rise within her, nearly bringing her to tears. Breathing heavily, she softly replied, I'm sorry. Yet Tang Shirqing chuckled softly, comforting her. Why apologize? It's my fault for making my darling feel insecure. In that moment, Shenyan felt even worse about herself. She said nothing, merely shaking her head in his embrace, as if to convey that it was all her fault. Chapter 61. No one else will do. After greeting Ying Jie upon disembarking, Tang Shirqing directly took her to the hotel they had booked. On the sofa, Shenyan was applying ointment to the wound on Tang Shirqing's hand, blowing gently on it, her heart aching as she looked up at him. Does it hurt? Not at all, Tang Shirqing said, unable to bear the sight of Shenyan's furrowed brows, withdrawing his injured hand from her gaze, assuring her, it'll be fine in a day or two. He changed the subject, asking, did you come looking for me last night for something? Shenyan looked at him, her cheeks puffing unconsciously, her voice barely above a whisper. I bought you a gift that I wanted to give you. A gift for me? Tang Shirqing's eyes widened in surprise, then he sighed in regret, pinching his brow, lamenting that he had missed his darling's heartfelt gesture. He then pulled Shenyan onto his lap, asking, so where's the gift? He lifted her chin with his hand, arching an eyebrow. Remember to bring it back for me when you return to the country. All right. Shenyan wrapped her arms around the man's neck, her gaze softening. I'll bring it to you as soon as I return. Did Grandpa say anything when you chased me all the way here? He said to do as I please. Tang Shirqing recalled, suddenly grinning mischievously. Grandpa should have his own headaches now. Shenyan looked at him, intrigued by his suddenly devilish smile. What kind of headaches? When I came, my mother happened to return. Tang Shirqing chuckled, recounting the truth. Upon hearing that Grandpa hit me, she immediately went to discuss it with him. Based on past experiences, my mother is probably insisting on giving me the surname Su and taking me back to the Su family. If my father didn't manage to pacify her in time, my 3 uncles should already be on their way to the old residence. Shenyan imagined that scenario, especially seeing the glint of mischief in the man's eyes. Unable to resist a smile. Su Wanan was the youngest daughter of the Su family, the most cherished girl before her marriage, adored by her 3 brothers, and the Su family's power rivaled that of the Tang family. Thus, the young Su Wanan had ample confidence in her impulsive marriage, for even if her marriage turned out to be unfortunate, returning to the Su family, she would still be their most cherished lady. And no one would dare to point fingers at her misfortunes. That was the foundation her family provided her. Seeing Shenyan finally smile, Tang Shirqing continued to chat with her. My mother is quite the handful. Whenever she's upset, she threatens to take me back to the Su family, ignoring my father. Shenyan said, slightly taken aback. So does uncle always have a headache? Thinking of ways to appease auntie? Why would it be a headache? Tang Shirqing furrowed his brow, looking at Shenyan seriously. My father is quite happy, endlessly saying that marrying my mother is the luckiest thing in his life, even if my mother is troublesome. He just likes her, no one else will do. He tightened his embrace around her waist, deliberately saying, I feel the same way. I only like you, and no one else will do. In love, it's not about finding a perfect person, but about finding someone you genuinely like. Shenyan, in a daze, listened to him speak, realizing he was using his parents' relationship to convey to her that no matter who she was, he had already made up his mind. He would teach her how to correctly approach love, just as he had previously advised her not to overly concern herself with others' opinions and live a burdensome life. He would guide her on how to confront and navigate the rights and wrongs of the world. This man's goodness extended beyond romantic love. He seemed to be psychologically leading her towards a clearer state of mind. In a trance, Shenyan gazed into his eyes, murmuring softly, Tang Shirqing. Tang Shirqing's gaze softened. What is it? Shenyan tightened her embrace around his neck. Are you sent by heaven to save me? No wonder everyone says you are a fallen immortal. Tang Shirqing couldn't help but laugh. A fallen immortal? Who said that? Seizing the opportunity, he leaned down and kissed her lips, laughing. If I am a fallen immortal, then you, Yan, must be my fairy essence. Without you, I am nothing. Shenyan wrapped her arms around his neck, allowing him to kiss her, speaking in a fragmented manner. It's just, many people are saying it, something about the Tang family's 9th young master. A fallen immortal. Just as she spoke, Tang Shirqing suddenly pressed Shenyan down onto the sofa, showering her with kisses. Shenyan was caught off guard, her heart racing. His kisses rained down on her cheeks, neck, and finally lightly nibbled at her earlobe, his voice low and husky. Then what must Yan do for me? Shenyan, breathless from the kisses, gasped. I don't know. Tang Shirqing's eyes sparkled mischievously as he gazed at her. Chuckling, Is it because we've been apart for too long that Yan Yan has forgotten? How about we help my darling regain her memory? Xin Yan felt herself burning under the intensity of his gaze. Clearly understanding the deeper meaning behind his words, however, he was still injured, and she quickly protested. No, I need to check your injury. Tang Shiqing's enthusiasm dimmed slightly as he frowned. No need to look. It is not serious, he spoke, trying to disregard the matter and kiss those long-desired, luscious lips once more, but Xin Yan pushed back, her delicate face scrunched in protest. Let me have a look. Tang Shiqing sighed in resignation, knowing that if he didn't let her see, she wouldn't be at ease tonight. Reluctantly, he sat up, pulling Xin Yan onto his lap, raising an eyebrow and speaking leisurely. You can unbutton it yourself. Xin Yan shot him a sultry glare, playfully kicking his calf. You're doing this on purpose. Tang Shiqing didn't deny it, smiling openly. Xin Yan, genuinely concerned, immediately raised her hands to undo his shirt buttons. As each button came undone, revealing the man's well-toned physique, Xin Yan found herself involuntarily swallowing, astonished as she asked, how does a doctor have such a good physique? Tang Shiqing leisurely inquired, what exactly do you mean by that? Yan Yan, Xin Yan, this man has a bit of mischief in him. Xin Yan slid off him, lightly pushing him. Turn around. Tang Shiqing obediently turned to the side, revealing the whip scars on his back to Xin Yan's view. The two wounds were already red and swollen, seemingly untreated, a stark sight that made one's scalp tingle that he had endured such injuries. Chasing after her all the way from Dijing, Xin Yan took a deep breath. Her voice muffled, don't move, I'll put some medicine on it. Tang Shiqing knew she wouldn't be at ease unless she applied proper ointment, so he didn't stop her and sat still. You mustn't move tonight, Xin Yan instructed, and no showers. The wound mustn't come into contact with water. Tang Shiqing frowned gloomily. I can't sleep without a shower. Xin Yan smiled at him, her demeanor captivating. If I hold you while you sleep, you'll sleep just fine. Chapter 62. I really like you. Tang Shiqing gazed at Xin Yan, her enchanting appearance making it hard for him to resist pulling her back into his embrace. A smile playing on his lips. Of course, I'll hold you while we sleep tonight. He spoke like a famished wolf, leaning down to plant kisses on Xin Yan's neck, affectionately kissing every inch. His voice low and husky. But I still need to shower. I promise not to touch the wound. His breath was warm, mingling with his kisses on Xin Yan's neck, making her feel a delicious shiver run through her body, leading her to involuntarily moan softly. How can you guarantee that you won't touch the wound while showering? Xin Yan tilted her neck, gently pushing him away, her eyes charmingly accusing. Stop kissing. It is too much. However, Tang Shiqing, as if cradling a precious treasure he had fought hard to reclaim, was reluctant to let go. His hand, resting on her leg, began to wander restlessly upwards, his voice low and husky. Then if I don't kiss you, can I go shower? Xin Yan, flustered, pressed down on his arm. No. Tang Shiqing felt the soft body in his arms tremble slightly, a devilish grin creeping onto his face. If I don't shower as you say, then I'll kiss you some more. Xin Yan, after days apart, she felt this man had changed. At least in this moment, he inexplicably resembled a gluttonous puppy, yet she couldn't bring herself to interrupt him, allowing Tang Shiqing to kiss her for a while. As their breaths grew erratic, suddenly, her strap slipped down, and his lips trailed down to her collarbone. Tang Shiqing, Xin Yan, blushing with a hint of shyness, suddenly snapped back to reality and pushed her head into her chest, saying, you should go take a shower. Tang Shiqing, breathing heavily, took a deep breath and smiled at the rosy-cheeked Xin Yan, replying, didn't you say I shouldn't shower? Xin Yan felt her ears grow hot, replying, I think the harm from showering is far less than the damage caused by your vigorous activities. I'm afraid that if you get started, it will never end. Tang Shiqing chuckled at her words. My dear, that reasoning doesn't hold. After all, I'm not using my back. Xin Yan, feeling exasperated and not wanting to continue the conversation, stood up from his embrace, lightly kicked his calf, and muttered, the more we talk, the more nonsensical it becomes. You should really go take a shower. Tang Shiqing looked at Xin Yan, whose face was flushed because of him, and with a satisfied smile, stood up as well, saying, then I shall take a shower. He took a few steps towards the bathroom but could not help glancing back at the girl who was turning away from him. Adjusting her dress, she had truly returned to his side, experiencing emotional changes because of him, no longer the distant and indifferent person she had been before. While Tang Shiqing was showering, Xin Yan sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the bathroom door. The glass door allowed her to catch a glimpse of the man's blurred figure inside, which felt somewhat dreamlike in this foreign land, after an indeterminate amount of time lost in thought. She slowly regained her senses, lowered her head, and opened the WeChat conversation with Tang Shiqing, scrolling through the messages and lullabies he had sent her daily without fail, regardless of whether she replied or not. Suddenly she recalled Ling Ling's words. What kind of person is Tang Shiqing? he could easily maintain a high and aloof demeanor towards you, yet he does not. Not only did he not act that way, but every time he appeared, he treated her with tenderness and indulgence. Even that time when he witnessed her arguing and splashing water on someone, he did not think she was being arrogant or barbaric. Instead, he praised her in front of everyone, saying, "Well done, in days of recollection." Shinyan typed a few words in the chat box. "It seems I really like you a lot." Just as she sent it in a daze, Tang Shiqing emerged from the bathroom. From a distance, he noticed the phone screen on the sofa light up, and as he approached, he bent down to pick it up, discovering that it was a message from the girl right in front of him. The moment he saw the message, Tang Shiqing's face lit up with surprise, followed by confusion. "Yan Yan, sitting on the sofa." Shinyan was jolted back to reality by his voice and looked up at the now closed Tang Shiqing. A bit bewildered. What's wrong?" Tang Shiqing found her dazed expression amusing and showed her the phone screen, saying, "But I'm right here. Why are you sending me WeChat?" Shinyan paused for a second, her mind momentarily blank, then hurriedly glanced at her phone, feeling a bit speechless as she laughed. "Then I'll take it back now." Before she could react, Tang Shiqing reached out and snatched her phone. Bending down to meet her gaze directly, his eyes brimming with affectionate warmth as he coaxed, "Yan Yan, say it again in front of me." Shinyan, with a glimmer in her eyes, smiled at him but did not obediently repeat her words. Instead, after a few seconds of shared unspoken emotions, she slowly reached out, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed his lips. It was not a fleeting kiss but one filled with lingering tenderness. In that moment, Tang Shiqing felt as if his heart had been sweetened by her. As they prepared for sleep, Tang Shiqing nestled Shinyan in his arms. In the tranquil night, she suddenly looked up at him and said, "Tang Shiqing, you're a doctor, right? When we go back, could you take me to see a doctor?" Tang Shiqing's heart tightened at her words, and he quickly asked, "Yan Yan, what's bothering you?" He was about to sit up, saying, "Let us not wait until we're back." "I can," but Shinyan interrupted him, wrapping her arms around his neck to prevent him from rising, softly continuing, "I think there is something wrong with my mind. I often find myself lost in thought, sometimes uncontrollably so, like this time when we were apart. Even though you handled the misunderstanding so promptly, I still ended up reacting so poorly." She sighed softly, murmuring, "My personality must be exhausting for the people around me." As she spoke, she suddenly raised her gaze to meet Tang Shiqing's, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her voice trembling with unease. "Tang Shiqing, I think I might be sick. Can you help me with this?" This was the first time Tang Shiqing had heard Shinyan quietly confide her worries to him. He should have felt happy, but instead, he was filled with concern. Logically, being aware of one's own ailments aids in treatment, but Shinyan's sensitive nature meant that if she learned about her mild depression, she would likely feel even more unworthy of him. In that case, she might very well cut off all contact and retreat to a place where he could never find her. Thus, he dared not gamble on the situation. Tang Shiqing gently caressed her cheek, reassuring her, "Little girl, why are you overthinking? Isn't it normal for lovers to have misunderstandings and conflicts? Moreover, girls are naturally more emotional and prone to overthinking in difficult situations. It's perfectly normal. It doesn't mean you're sick. If you were really unwell and I couldn't tell, then I might as well resign as a doctor." He lowered his head to meet her gaze earnestly, saying, "And Yan Yan, your personality is wonderful. Please don't always doubt yourself, alright?" Shinyan gazed at him with wide eyes, saying, "If it's not an illness, then it must be a problem with my personality. I'll work on it." Suddenly she tilted her head and nuzzled against his chin, her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and trepidation as she softly repeated, "Tang Shiqing, I will change. I hope you won't lose your patience with me before I'm able to improve." Tang Shiqing looked into her eyes, which held a sense of bewilderment akin to a little fox lost in a vast, dark forest, yearning for a beam of light to guide her out. This sight evoked an overwhelming sense of compassion and heartache within him. Aware of her suppressed emotions, he playfully pinched her cheek, attempting to lighten the mood. "How come I never noticed before that you're so silly?" Shinyan pouted at his teasing touch, muttering, "Why are you doing this? Are you regretting it now that you've noticed?" "Not regretting at all," Tang Shiqing replied, his eyes sparkling with laughter. "Your silliness is rather endearing." At that moment, Tang Shiqing thought perhaps it was time to take her to see Dr. Lu for another chat. Chapter 63. Wanting to change for him in the capital city, Tang Shiqing arranged for psychologist Dr. Lu to meet with Shinyan under the pretext of providing a psychological report for Fong Fong. And they spoke for over an hour. After sending Shinyan off, Tang Shiqing sought out Dr. Lu privately. Upon entering the room, he heard Dr. Lu urgently exclaim, "Shinyan surprisingly asked me to give her a psychological test today and requested that I not tell you." Tang Shiqing's heart sank. "So what did you tell her the results were?" "Don't worry. I know how to handle this. I didn't let her know the real outcome," Dr. Lu replied calmly. "But a test is beneficial. it provides more detailed insights than just a verbal conversation. As he spoke, he opened a drawer and handed Tang Shiqing Xinyan's test report, adding, "This is the only copy. I didn't make a backup, and I didn't even write her name." Tang Shiqing immediately took the report, examining it closely while listening to Dr. Lu continue. "From the results, it seems she is not in too bad a state. To put it plainly, she is primarily just feeling repressed. It's as if there is an evil spring inside her. When she maintains a certain emotional distance from others, the spring remains inactive, reflecting her outward demeanor of aloofness and detachment, allowing her to maintain a semblance of balance. However, if someone gets too close, the spring becomes compressed. This imbalance can either harm others or consume herself." Tang Shiqing anxiously asked, "Did she say why she suddenly wanted to take a psychological test?" "She did," Dr. Lu replied. "She mentioned feeling that she had psychological issues, that the closer someone got to her, the more she felt unsure of how to interact, often retreating into her own thoughts, all of which lean towards the dark and negative. Over time, she fears that those around her might break down. And she even asked me if I could prescribe her some medication, which of course I cannot." Tang Shiqing's expression grew grave, his heart racing. This foolish girl was again searching for reasons within herself. He promptly told Dr. Lu, "If Xinyan comes to see you again, prescribe her some vitamins, and secretly mix the pills into a bottle labeled for emotional suppression. Just tell her we're avoiding the hospital's procedures so I don't find out." Tang Shiqing spoke with utmost seriousness. "Rest assured, I'll take full responsibility for any consequences." Since she believed she had psychological issues, providing her with some psychological support might make her feel like she was receiving treatment and improving, which could possibly bring her comfort. Dr. Lu concluded, "Actually, there is no need to worry too much. We talked for over an hour, and I helped her see things more clearly once she opens up her thoughts. She won't feel so repressed." Later that evening, after work, Tang Shiqing received a call from Ji Jinghang. "Brother 9, want to go out for some fun?" Ji Jinghang said casually. "Wang Shifan is still thinking about your wine." Tang Shiqing initially intended to decline but quickly changed his mind, replying, "Send me the address first, and I'll get back to you shortly." "Sure, I'll send it right away," Ji Jinghang said. Tang Shiqing then called Xinyan. On this day devoid of engagements, Xinyan was simultaneously practicing yoga and watching television when she received a phone call. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone and answered, only to hear Tang Shiqing's voice, "Darling, what are you up to?" Xinyan replied, "Just watching TV. What's up?" Tang Shiqing straightforwardly announced, "Ji Jinghang has invited us out to have some fun. Are you free? Would you like to go, after spending an entire day at home?" Xinyan promptly responded, "If you go, then I shall go too." Tang Shiqing chuckled softly at her reply. "Alright, I'll come pick you up right away." After hanging up, he sent a message to Ali to fetch some wine, and informed Ji Jinghang that he would be arriving shortly. Although he typically eschewed such social gatherings, if it meant taking her out to unwind, he could find enjoyment in it. They arrived at the Music Red Wine Bar, the most refined and upscale establishment in the capital. Entry required identity verification, and the clientele consisted solely of the elite. As Xinyan walked in arm in arm with Tang Shiqing, a steady stream of people approached to greet him. Hearing Tang Shiqing unabashedly introduce her to everyone as "This is my girlfriend," Xinyan filled her heart with a sweet warmth. At that moment, a jazz piece played in the bar, accompanied by the sound of a cello. Xinyan was adorned in a black velvet dress, its neckline embellished with a delicate row of pearls, her long hair styled in a retro fashion. Tang Shiqing donned a crisp white shirt paired with black tailored trousers and exquisite leather shoes. Exuding an air of elegance and restraint, together, they attracted every gaze as they made their way through the crowd. "Jogo," Wang Shifan called out from a distance, waving energetically. Hearing his voice, Tang Shiqing guided Xinyan over and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "If you find it boring later, we can leave early." Amidst the dazzling lights, Xinyan smiled lightly. "Alright, but I won't be bored with you around." Once they settled among the group, her gaze fell upon a grand piano in the center, and she couldn't help but envision Tang Shiqing playing it. Wang Shifan, with his characteristic joviality, exclaimed, "Only you, Jogo, could get the bar to allow you to bring your own wine." He then turned to Xinyan, cheerfully calling out, "Sister-in-law, let me pour you a drink." The term sister-in-law momentarily stunned Xinyan, and instinctively glancing at Tang Shiqing, who appeared unfazed, she graciously accepted with a smile. "Thank you," Wang Shifan continued. "No need to be polite, this wine was sent by Jogo." Ji Jinghang, with a relaxed demeanor, chimed in, "You should thank Xinyan, for it is her presence that has granted you this privilege. Didn't Jogo mention earlier that he would seek your approval?" "He only came once," his girlfriend agreed, unaware of the underlying meaning. Xinyan looked at the man beside her with surprise and warmth. Tang Shiqing, always transparent in her presence, met her gaze and confirmed, "Indeed, I saw Qinyan's approval first." Wang Shifan erupted into laughter. "That's unprecedented, it's the first time I've seen such a smitten Zhougu. It seems from now on, if you want a drink, you'll have to seek out sister-in-law first. The dynamics here are quite evident." Ji Jinghang raised his glass, smirking at Wang Shifan, a perceptive brother. "Indeed," Xinyan, unable to suppress a smile, interjected, "Please, don't tease me. I will always follow his lead." Fearing that their playful banter would embarrass her further, Tang Shiqing quickly defended, "All right, enough teasing my Xinyan," listening to the man beside her instinctively protect her. Xinyan felt as though her heart was coated in honey, unable to resist smiling. Noticing her smile, Tang Shiqing's mood lightened, and he mischievously wrapped an arm around her waist, his hand enveloping her delicate and fair fingers. Leisurely toying with them in an affectionate yet ambiguous manner. Ji Jinghang, seated opposite them, casually caught sight of this tender display and chuckled knowingly, realizing that love indeed transforms people. He recalled Tang Shiqing's previous demeanor, always aloof and composed, and raised his glass lazily, saying to him, "Congratulations, you've achieved your wish. Shall we drink to that?" Tang Shiqing, beaming with joy, raised his glass elegantly and clinked it with Ji Jinghang's. Taking a sip, Xinyan, observing their exchange, wondered if Ji Jinghang was aware of the discord they had recently experienced. Just as she was curiously studying Tang Shiqing, Ji Jinghang casually remarked, "Zhougu, now that you're together, you mustn't bully Xinyan. My's sister has taken quite a liking to her. She wishes she could transform into a man and marry Xinyan herself with us. We consider ourselves part of her family." Tang Shiqing promptly replied, "I would never dare to bully her." The term family caused Xinyan to pause, her eyes shimmering with surprise. Although she recognized it as mere friendly banter, warmth surged within her heart, creating an illusion that the gathering was orchestrated specifically for her, with every word affirming her and Tang Shiqing's bond. His bold declaration in front of friends, "I would never dare to bully her," resonated deeply. As Tang Shiqing continued conversing with Ji Jinghang and Wang Shifan, he felt Xinyan's gaze intensely fixed upon him. Just as he swallowed a sip of red wine, he glanced down to meet her adoring gaze, which was both enchanting and alluring in the dim, intoxicating light of the bar. Overcome with affection, he leaned down and pressed a kiss to her lips. Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, her mind momentarily blank as she instinctively pushed against him, only to find her wrists firmly grasped and pinned behind her back. He lifted her chin, kissing her with fervor. As she tilted her face to receive his ardent kiss, she found herself breathless, feeling as though she were suffocating from the intensity of his presence. Finally, when she could speak, Xinyan, her breath erratic and leaning against him for support, softly protested, "Tang Shiqing, are you out of your mind? I can't satisfy you." Tang Shiqing, gazing at her with satisfaction, pressed a gentle kiss to her flushed ear, murmuring, "I can accommodate you anytime, anywhere." Catching her breath, Xinyan looked up at him, a hint of playful annoyance in her expression. "Tang Shiqing, are you not a bit childish?" Tang Shiqing retorted, "Not childish at all." He firmly held her chin, his gaze burning into hers. "Darling, you still haven't answered my question." Xinyan, momentarily amused by his sudden childishness, lightly swatted his hand away. "Dr. Tang, I've just realized today that you are not as refined as you appear. You have a rather dark side. You mentioned feeling dizzy, didn't you? You've made me worry so much." Tang Shiqing accepted her accusation with a smile. "I wasn't lying. I truly feel dizzy, especially under the spell of your gaze." "Then I won't look at you anymore," Xinyan teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Hurry up and leave, otherwise, they will start to wonder." As she spoke, she attempted to pull away from Tang Shiqing, but he swiftly drew her back into his embrace, stating, "Yan has yet to respond to my question." "Xinyan, is it that men are particularly invested in this answer?" Gazing at Tang Shiqing, an array of unexpectedly blush-inducing images sprang to her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with urgency as she stammered, You are so remarkable. It is I who cannot satisfy you." Only then did Tang Shiqing, with a satisfied demeanor, lead her out of the room, whispering unexpectedly in her ear as they crossed the threshold, Yan is quite wonderful too." Xinyan, her face aflame, looked up at Tang Shiqing with wide eyes, her gaze slightly misty from embarrassment, pouting. "Tang Shiqing, can we please refrain from discussing this matter?" Chapter 65. Her bad temper is indulged by me. Tang Shiqing initially intended to remind her that she had broached this topic first, but upon seeing her flustered pout, he decided to let it go. In the silence that ensued, Xinyan shifted the topic, inquiring, "How did you know this room was unoccupied?" Tang Shiqing replied candidly, "When I had Ali deliver the drinks, he reserved it, thinking we would be in a private room." Oh, Xinyan responded nonchalantly, her gaze suddenly drawn once more to the piano at the center of the bar, unable to help herself. She tugged gently at Tang Shiqing's sleeve, calling to him, "Tang Shiqing, yes, what is it?" He replied. Shen Yan pointed towards the piano, tentatively asking, "May I hear you play? I have yet to witness you perform live." Of course, Tang Shiqing answered without a moment's hesitation. "What would you like to hear?" Upon hearing his affirmation, Shen Yan's eyes sparkled with childlike excitement as she exclaimed, "Can I request you to play and sing it, you?" "Sure," Tang Shiqing responded with a slightly awkward chuckle, "but my singing isn't particularly good. Please don't be disappointed." Shen Yan giggled, wrinkling her nose playfully. "It's undeniably lovely." The piano stood on a solitary cylindrical platform at the center of the bar, surrounded by enchanting, dancing lights and ethereal mist, complemented by artificial mountains and waterfalls, creating a design reminiscent of a celestial paradise, elegant and dreamlike. As Tang Shiqing took Shen Yan's hand to walk towards it, they were suddenly interrupted by a voice exclaiming, "Hey, ninth young master! What a coincidence to run into you here." Turning towards the sound, Shen Yan was surprised to see none other than her company president, Wu Yan, accompanied by several newcomers, with Su Yao linked to Wu Yan's arm. The last time she had seen Su Yao in such a manner, it was with another high-ranking official, and Wu Yan had been present then too. The relationship seemed rather tangled. However, her momentary astonishment quickly faded, as her own motives for approaching Tang Shiqing were far from innocent, leaving her with no right to judge others. She and Tang Shiqing exchanged polite greetings with Wu Yan simultaneously. President Wu Yan, approaching them with courtesy, extended his hand to shake Tang Shiqing's, who reciprocated with gentlemanly grace. Shen Yan greeted the other executives as well, receiving polite responses in return. Finally, Wu Yan suggested, "Why don't we sit down and enjoy a few drinks together? It's rare to meet like this." "Not today. I have other matters to attend to," Tang Shiqing replied with elegant composure. "Perhaps we can arrange another time." "I shall treat you then." "Very well, we can reschedule." Wu Yan replied with a polite smile. "Are you two leaving now?" "Not exactly," Tang Shiqing stated with gentlemanly poise. "My Yan suddenly had the whim to hear me play the piano." He chuckled softly, his eyes full of affection as he continued, "I cannot delay this, lest the young lady become upset with me." Shen Yan, hearing this, hastily attempted to speak, only to feel Tang Shiqing gently squeeze her hand, as if silently urging her to remain quiet, causing her words to stick in her throat. Wu Yan, catching the implication, let out a hearty laugh. Shen Yan is truly fortunate." "Very well, I shan't intrude any longer." "Then enjoy yourselves, President Wu," Tang Shiqing added deliberately. "Please take care of my Yan. Her bad temper is entirely my indulgence, so I hope everyone can be understanding." "That is hardly the case, ninth young master." Wu Yan replied astutely. "Shen Yan is our company's finest talent, and everyone adores her. There's nothing to be concerned about." Tang Shiqing's eyes glimmered with depth as he smiled. "That is good to hear. We shall take our leave now." As Wu Yan observed the departing figures of Tang Shiqing and Shen Yan, he released a sigh of relief. He understood perfectly that the man had issued a veiled warning. By asserting that Shen Yan's bad temper was a result of his indulgence, he implied that should anyone blame her for a misstep, they would be effectively slapping Tang Shiqing's face. Shen Yan preferred to hear him play the piano rather than engage with them socially. This was not merely a blatant show of support but an assertion of her unassailable position. Wu Yan turned to the other executives and artists, saying, "Did everyone hear that? In the future, when encountering Shen Yan at the company, let us all be a bit wiser." He then lowered his gaze to Su Yao beside him, emphasizing, "Especially you." Su Yao, seething with suppressed rage, forced a smile. "Of course, President Wu, I will ensure to get along well with Sister Yan." Internally, however, she harbored resentment, questioning why Shen Yan, of all people, was fortunate enough to be involved with Tang Shiqing while she languished in the shadows. Since joining the company, she had always been overshadowed by Shen Yan, and it was an injustice she could hardly bear. Once they had distanced themselves, Shen Yan turned to Tang Shiqing, saying, "I truly don't mind waiting a bit. You can finish your socializing before playing for me." She looked up at him, asking, "Were you intentionally preventing me from speaking just now?" "Indeed," Tang Shiqing replied, tilting his head to meet her gaze. Speaking slowly, "I have stated before that Yan is always my priority. Others do not matter, they are not worthy of your time, even for the duration of a single piano piece. I refrained from letting you speak because I knew you would insist that you weren't in a hurry and wanted me to socialize. I wished for them to understand just how significant you are to me." As Shen Yan absorbed his words, she felt a profound stir within her heart. His affection was so overt, always considering her first. Even in unexpected situations, every action and word expressed that in his heart, Shen Yan was of utmost importance. He wished for the world to treat her with the same kindness he did. His attentiveness and reactions were always centered around her. This depth of feeling was something she had never experienced, as though he were crafting a tale of deep, passionate love that had never been told before, a tale both fervent and beautiful. A fairy tale that soothed the heart. Tang Shirqing noticed her lost in thought and earnestly advised, "My dear, don't habitually compromise yourself to fulfill the wishes of others." Shen Yan, coming back to herself, gazed at the man speaking, articulating her thoughts. "But at times, isn't it just a matter of politeness? My dear, politeness must be reciprocal. One-sided compromise is merely appeasement," Tang Shirqing remarked, gently ruffling her hair. "Our Yan Yan need not appease anyone. Live freely." Chapter 66. A ray of light shines through. He declared, "Our Yan Yan need not appease anyone. Live freely." Yet he was teaching her how to live, how to cherish herself, weaving an enchanting web of affection around her without leaving her any room to escape. Shen Yan, captivated by his presence, rose on her toes and pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of his mouth, her gaze shimmering as she responded, "All right, Tang Shirqing, thank you so much for being so good to me." Tang Shirqing, taken by surprise by her sudden kiss, smiled brightly. However, upon meeting Shen Yan's gaze, he noticed the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes and subtly shifted the topic. "Let us go. I'll play the piano for you." Fearing that if they continued their previous conversation, the silly girl might be moved to tears, he was content that she had understood his feelings. Tang Shirqing's gaze lingered on her curled lashes, a slight frown forming at the corners of his mouth. She was truly easy to move, and he would need to be vigilant to ensure no one else could sway her emotions. With that thought, he shifted from holding her hand to wrapping his arm securely around her waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. As they walked, Shen Yan, caught off guard by the sudden intimacy, let out a soft looking up to meet Tang Shirqing's playful raised brow, as if asking, "Do you have a problem with this?" With a resigned smile, Shen Yan returned his gaze. Meanwhile, Wang Shifan, noticing Tang Shirqing and Shen Yan had been absent for some time, scanned the room and asked Jinghang, "What are those two up to? Should we check on them?" "No need," Jinghang replied knowingly, swirling the wine in his glass with a smirk. "Ninth young master is not as demure as he appears. Let us not interfere." Suddenly, Wang Shifan exclaimed, pointing towards the piano stage in shock, "What the heck? Look at them." Jinghang turned to see Tang Shirqing seated at the piano on the elevated platform while Shen Yan stood among the crowd below, clearly preparing to record the moment. As Tang Shirqing settled into his seat, the sensing sand lamp above him illuminated, enveloping him in a cascade of shimmering light. The already ethereal and vibrant lights around seemed to plunge deeper into a mist of celestial aura, transporting everyone into a dreamlike paradise. The man, clad in a pristine white shirt, possessed striking features that made it difficult for onlookers to maintain their gaze. His enchanting peach blossom eyes held a hint of laughter, complemented by a high nose and alluringly shaped lips. With a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth and a jawline that radiated nobility, he exuded an elegant yet austere demeanor, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the raucous bar fell into an uncanny silence, as if mesmerized by his presence, only to erupt moments later into an uproar of ecstatic screams. Amidst this spectacle, Shen Yan gazed in awe as Tang Shirqing's deep, melodious voice resonated through the microphone, filling the venue. "This song, It's You, is dedicated to my girl, Shen Yan. May she find eternal peace and joy after this night." As his words faded, a spotlight suddenly illuminated Shen Yan, who, donned in a black velvet gown, was bathed in radiant light, capturing the attention of every eye in the room. "Oh my, I see Shen Yan. Ah, why is she wearing a long dress? I want to see those beautiful legs that have dominated the trending searches. Is that Tang's ninth young master on stage?" It is indeed him. The rumors were true. He is incredibly elegant and noble. They are actually together. Shocking. Oh, I hope Shen Yan brings the ninth young master into the entertainment industry. Wouldn't that make him an unparalleled sensation? They are so well matched. Their faces alone are enough to drive one mad sob. My novels suddenly seem to come to life with the faces of the protagonists. Recognizing her, Shen Yan graciously smiled and waved at everyone. Meanwhile, the melodious strains of the piano, accompanied by the man's gentle singing, suffused the bar, transforming the atmosphere into one of romance and warmth. Shen Yan quickly raised her gaze, witnessing the man immersed in his musical reverie, gracefully lowering his head to the piano keys, his every movement exuding elegance, as shimmering light danced around him, making him appear as if a deity had graced their presence. Whether it was the recognition of Tang Shirqing by the crowd or the enchanting melody that captivated their hearts, the once boisterous venue gradually quieted, as if the world had momentarily hushed, leaving only the music he played in his mellifluous voice. In this serene ambience, their eyes met across the distance, and they exchanged soft smiles, filled with an undeniable affection. In that instant, Shen Yan felt as though this man was indeed a divine being sent to rescue her. Moments earlier, he had called her name before all, igniting a long-dormant youthful heart within her. As if all the beauty lost over the years had been restored in that fleeting moment, illuminating her once dim existence. Yet, amidst this bliss, Su Yao, observing from afar, felt a surge of jealousy and resentment. Why was it that Xinyan could always draw attention and admiration from all? She longed to capture this scene and share it with Xia Zhimeng, but alas, her phone had been confiscated while she was with Wu Yan. Especially when she saw Xinyan being invited onto the stage by Tang Shiqing, who, standing behind her, bent down, wrapping her in his embrace as they played the concluding notes together, whispering softly in her ear, "It's you. You are the one I desire." Lost in the enchanting atmosphere, Xinyan felt a shiver run down her spine. Overwhelmed by emotion, she instinctively turned and pressed her lips against Tang Shiqing's, a kiss that elicited a soft groan from him as he tenderly grasped the nape of her neck. Reciprocating her ardent affection, in that moment, amidst the ethereal mist, the man in the white shirt leaned down, while the girl in the exquisite black gown tilted her head back, reveling in the profound love of her divine savior. At that instant, the shadows within her heart began to dissipate. As light poured in. As Su Yao watched this glaring scene, she turned away in disgust, scoffing inwardly, vulgar. Meanwhile, Wang Shifan, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes. Exclaiming, "Indeed, love makes one reckless." Stealthily capturing the moment, he shared it with his sister, while Ji Jinghang chuckled lazily. Ninth brother knows how to play. This was their first glimpse of Tang Shiqing in such a delicate light. Although he had always drawn countless gazes whenever he appeared, he had never actively sought attention, yet now, it seemed he was willing to forsake his very nature, crafting one grand display after another solely for this girl. Showering her with unmistakable affection. As they departed the bar and settled into the car, Xinyan's ears still resonated with the echoes of his piano, a gentle and soothing melody she wished to hear forever. Almost hypnotic, seizing the moment, Tang Shiqing slyly suggested, "Shall I continue playing for you when we get home?" Leaning against him, feeling drowsy, Xinyan readily replied, "Yes, I want to hear fairy tale." Her eyelids fluttered wearily as she smiled. Almost to herself, "I want the fairy tale that Tang Shiqing gives me." Tang Shiqing, triumphant in bringing her home, smiled with satisfaction. "All right, I shall give you your fairy tale." His tone was soft and gentle. Akin to soothing a child, Xinyan was aware that he was subtly coaxing her to return to his home tonight, yet she felt no aversion. There was an inexplicable magic about this man, instilling an unparalleled sense of security within her, at least when it came to him. Chapter 67. No more running away. Instead of taking her back to Xingchen Bay or his own apartment, Tang Shiqing led her to a secluded villa on the outskirts of the city, where he could play the piano all night without disturbing anyone. The journey to the outskirts was a bit lengthy, and by the time they arrived, Xinyan had dozed off against him. Considering she had consumed some alcohol that evening, Tang Shiqing let her sleep, carrying her into the bedroom, however, just as he was about to lay her down. The young girl slowly opened her eyes, her voice laced with drowsiness. "You haven't played fairy tale yet." Tang Shiqing gazed at her dreamy eyes and gently coaxed, "Be good, darling, but if you're tired, just sleep. I'll play it for you when you wake up." "No." Xinyan's small hand weakly tugged at his shirt, blinking sleepily. "I want to hear it before I sleep." Observing her at that moment, Tang Shiqing found her enchanting, her eyes blinking at him with a hint of innocence. Her delicate hand playfully clutching his shirt, as if she were being coy. This sight brought a smile to his face. "Are you being cute, Yan?" Xinyan suddenly appeared more alert, unsure how to respond as she bit her lip. Noticing her fluster, Tang Shiqing, fearing she would shy away from being cute in the future, immediately indulged her. "All right, I'll play for you before you sleep." In the music room, Xinyan leaned against the piano, watching the man play just to please her. The delicate notes were filled with his patience and affection for her, and she recalled his teasing question, "Are you being cute, Yan?" It felt as if she was indeed being cute. The realization slipped from her lips, making her feel somewhat spoiled by his attention. As the music concluded, Xinyan softly called out, "Tang Shiqing." Turning his head towards her, he inquired, "What is it?" That day, perhaps due to the events at the bar and his earlier words, she felt an overwhelming urge to share her innermost thoughts, as if seeking someone to confide in. Suddenly she stood up and sat on his lap. Tang Shiqing was momentarily taken aback but quickly supported her waist, watching as she lazily draped her arms over his shoulders, her sultry gaze meeting his as she slowly closed her eyelids, saying, "I feel scared of you discovering my flaws. My heart races so easily. When I first met you, I was always calm, even calculating my next move to draw you in." "No, that's not it." Realizing her choice of words, Xinyan hurriedly corrected herself with a smile. "I meant to say how to get closer to you." Tang Shiqing couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered expression, teasingly responding, "Oh, back then you were thinking of ways to entice me, and now you are contemplating how to avoid me." Feeling a mix of shyness and embarrassment, Xinyan lightly swatted his shoulder. Retorting, that's not it, I meant to say that during the bar incident and just now, I realized I'm not as afraid of you anymore. Tang Shiqing, pleasantly surprised, asked, really? Shen nodded obediently. Tang Shiqing's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Then he sighed softly, but Qin Xiaoyan, you're quite impressive. You wanted to hook me, yet after I took the bait, you threw the rod and ran away. Shen, feeling guilty, puffed up her cheeks and wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, I won't run away anymore. I promise I won't escape again. Tang Shiqing raised an eyebrow leisurely. Are you sure? Shen, puffing up her delicate face, nodded vigorously to show her sincerity. Tang Shiqing, unable to resist the growing affection, tightened his grip around her waist, his gaze lingering on her luscious red lips as he spoke softly, then will you give me a kiss? Shen hesitated for a moment, blinking, yet she made no move to refuse. Almost granting her consent, however, Tang Shiqing did not immediately lean in. Instead, he teasingly drew his gaze from her lips to meet her eyes, his own filled with tender allure as he softly coaxed. How about you take the initiative to kiss me? Shen felt her breath catch at the sight of his enchanting eyes, her heart racing as she unconsciously clenched her fists, as if bewitched. And she leaned in to kiss him. In a moment that danced on the edge of a kiss, Tang Shiqing let out a low, triumphant chuckle. So obedient in the next instant, he boldly lifted his hand and grasped Shenyan's nape, kissing her back. His kiss was tender and delicate, akin to the gentle spring rain nurturing the earth, which left Shenyan utterly enchanted, her rationality slipping away as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck in a soft, intimate embrace, until she was suddenly lifted and placed atop the piano, the keys unexpectedly producing a few clear, melodious notes. It was then that Shen hastily regained a semblance of clarity, realizing she was seated on the piano, her gaze trembling and dazed as she looked up at the man who enveloped her. What are you doing? With affection hidden in his eyes, Tang Shiqing lowered his head to observe the flustered young woman, smiling as he inquired, did you enjoy my piano playing today? Shen lightly pushed against his chest with hesitant words. It was nice. Tang Shiqing's smile deepened, his fingertip teasingly tracing her red lips as he spoke softly. Then tell me, Shen, which do you find more pleasing, the sound of my voice or that of the piano? Shenyan's eyes widened in surprise, and as realization dawned upon her, she immediately attempted to leap down and escape. No escaping, Tang Shiqing declared, his hands firmly gripping her waist, holding her captive on the piano. Shen pouted, her heart racing, and pleaded sweetly, Tang Shiqing, you promised earlier that you wouldn't let me escape. Suddenly, Tang Shiqing's demeanor shifted, and he feigned indifference. Are you going back on your word? Shen, recalling some unsettling memories, clutched his arm, looking pitiful as she admitted, I'm a little afraid of you. Tang Shiqing frowned. What are you afraid of? Didn't you just say you weren't? You were quite excessive last time, Shen stammered. Have you forgotten? She had fainted. Tang Shiqing recalled that incident briefly, realizing she had indeed requested it beforehand. He assured her, this time will be different. With a wolfish grin, he murmured, I promise. Shen, Chapter 68, Sweetness. Seated atop the piano, Shen gazed up at the man shrouded in an aura of mystery, her brows slightly furrowed. Your words hold little credibility at this moment, she teased, tugging at his shirt and playfully nuzzling his chin. Your back injury hasn't healed yet. I came back with the intention of letting you hold me for a restful sleep. I intend to hold you, but it doesn't conflict with what I wish to do now, Tang Shiqing replied, his voice warm and low. As he spoke, he leisurely removed the vintage hairpin from her hair, allowing her glossy tresses to cascade down, enhancing her allure. Tang Shiqing couldn't help but feel a rush of desire, his fingers gently combing through her hair in a manner that was both tender and graceful, igniting a flurry of emotions within Shen, who held her breath, her long lashes fluttering. In a sudden movement, his hand found her already flushed earlobe, caressing it softly as he murmured, as for that little injury on your back, it won't affect. Shen felt a rush of warmth, her body tingling from the touch, as a soft moan escaped her lips. Ugh. This is madness. Tang Shiqing, gazing at the entrancing little vixen, leaned down to kiss her lips, his lips brushing against her cheek lightly before nibbling her earlobe, his voice low and husky. Shen Xiaoyan, don't you have a conscience? Last time it was your request, yet now you speak as if I have been neglecting and tormenting you. His heated breath brushed against her ear, causing Shen to shiver involuntarily, her breath becoming erratic. It was at this moment that Tang Shiqing deliberately increased the tension, coaxing her softly, be good, don't tremble. Ugh, this man is like a seductive fox, so enticing. Shen felt as if her senses had been overwhelmed, her breathing growing more frantic as she bit her lip, her neck and shoulders rendered weak from his kisses. Unable to control her emotions, she whispered, Tang Shiqing, you are deliberately enticing me. Yet Tang Shiqing, still kissing her neck and shoulders, chuckled softly. So Shen, do you want it? He sighed, his voice slightly breathy, it has been quite a while His words sent a shiver down her spine, as if each syllable ignited a fire within her. Though it was a question, it seemed he had no intention of considering her answer, as his kisses grew more fervent. Xinyan, her mind clouded, tilted her head back, facilitating his kisses on her neck, each caress stirring a deep yearning within her. She found herself unable to resist, murmuring, "Could you not be like last time?" Her beguiling, moist eyes blinked up at him. "I truly cannot endure this. It feels too good." Tang Shiqing lifted her chin, locking eyes with her. For a fleeting moment, he was captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Her already enchanting gaze, now infused with desire, was utterly bewitching, like a little fox that ensnares hearts. Her red lips so alluring they made his throat tighten. Unable to suppress himself any longer, he kissed her fiercely. Xinyan's black velvet dress lay discarded atop the piano, entangled with his white shirt, as she implored softly, "Tang Shiqing, can we return to the bedroom?" Her unfinished sentence was swallowed by his kiss, which was so gentle it rendered her utterly senseless. Chapter 69. Meeting the parents. He was both domineering and gentle, leading her into a realm of intoxicating sweetness that made her reluctant to awaken, willingly surrendering to his every action. Xinyan nearly forgot how he had carried her out of the piano room, bathed her, and tucked her into bed. Tang Shiqing, glancing at the figure beside him, who was covering her face with the blanket and revealing only her enchanting eyes, asked in a husky voice, "Are you comfortable?" Xinyan's ears turned crimson as she buried her face in the blanket, reluctant to answer. Suddenly, Tang Shiqing chuckled softly, pulling the blanket away from her face, his gaze lazily fixed on her. "Xin Xiaoyan, I am asking you a question." Xinyan blinked under his intense stare, her mind flooded with memories of their previous night, which made her cheeks flush even more. She had to admit, he had indeed treated her exceptionally well. So well that she could not conceal her feelings. Nodding in response, observing her demeanor, which was both coy and alluring, Tang Shiqing was satisfied and lowered his voice to ask, "Then, are you still afraid of me in this regard?" Xinyan obediently shook her head. Tang Shiqing's smile broadened, and he gently caressed her reddened eyelids, coaxing her, "Good girl, then sleep, and I will come by later." Seeing him rise from the bed, Xinyan hurriedly grasped his hand, inquiring, "Where are you going?" "We just bathed." Tang Shiqing inhaled deeply before exhaling softly, "I'm going to have a smoke." Xinyan's expression shifted, seemingly understanding, and she reluctantly released his hand. Tang Shiqing, having indulged her all night, still felt a fire within him. Xinyan watched as he stepped onto the balcony, lighting a cigarette. The flickering flame cast shadows, and as he took a drag, his casually draped bathrobe left his toned abdomen exposed, the loose tie accentuating his physique. The scene was imbued with an undeniable tension, causing Xinyan to unconsciously swallow hard before quickly turning away to avoid looking at him from the balcony. Tang Shiqing lazily observed Xinyan's flustered antics, a smile curling on his lips as memories of her delicate arms wrapped around his neck and her chin resting on his shoulder flooded his mind. Her soft voice echoed in his ears, and he found himself lost in thought, taking a few more puffs of his cigarette before ultimately deciding to take another shower. This was truly unbearable. The following morning, Tang Shiqing was roused from his slumber by a phone call from Ali. "Tang Shiqing, what is it?" "Ali, young master, a video of you and Miss Xin from last night at the bar has been sold to the media. Should we suppress the news?" Tang Shiqing, "I'll wait until Xinyan wakes up to discuss it. If she wished, he wouldn't mind being featured in the media." Hearing the commotion, Xinyan rubbed her eyes and asked, "What is going on?" And Tang Shiqing, noticing her awakening, murmured softly, "I woke you, my dear." On the other end of the line, Ali remarked, "He doesn't seem too keen on hearing about dog food." Tang Shiqing looked down at Xinyan, who had opened her eyes, and gently said, "A video from last night at the bar has been sold to the media." Before he could finish, Xinyan interrupted, "Can you suppress it? I don't want media coverage." Tang Shiqing, concerned she might be thinking of his career, quickly reassured her, "I don't mind being reported. You don't have to consider me." However, Xinyan stubbornly shook her head, "I don't want it to be public. If it gets out, not only will the unsuspecting netizens gossip, but his family, especially my grandfather, who already has some reservations about me, will likely think I led Tang Shiqing into the limelight for judgment, which would severely tarnish my impression." Seeing her insistence, Tang Shiqing refrained from pressing further and told Ali, "Hold off for now." After ending the call, he hesitated for a moment before striking a chord. "Are you concerned about my family, Xinyan?" Xinyan's eyes widened in astonishment as she replied, "Was I that obvious?" Upon realizing his accurate guess, Xinyan decided not to keep him guessing any longer. She directly replied, "Indeed, entertainment media often lacks integrity when it comes to gossip news. They can write all sorts of nonsensical things. Moreover, netizens are prone to comment on anything, and I fear it might reach your grandfather." She feigned a light-hearted smile and added, I worry you might face some repercussions, and it would distress you to defend me. Tang Shirqing gazed at the sensitive girl in his arms, his expression softening with a hint of tenderness as he sighed lightly. Gently ruffling her fluffy hair, Shin Xiaoyan, I will protect you no matter the circumstances. So do not be afraid. Not wanting to appear overly anxious, Shin Yan playfully poked his chest and said, let us wait until things stabilize. I truly don't want our relationship to become fodder for public scrutiny. Besides, she suddenly looked up at him with a smile, the kindness you show me, Tang Shirqing, needs no validation from the media or the world. I am well aware of it. In that serene morning, Tang Shirqing found himself lost in her smile. Moments later, he unexpectedly proposed, how about I take you home to meet my parents? He continued, next weekend is our family winter gathering. And I wish to bring you along. Family, Shin Yan asked nervously, does that mean there will be many people? Will all the Tang family and in-laws be present? Sensing her anxiety, Tang Shirqing quickly reassured her. Yes, there will be quite a few, but sweetheart, you need not worry. I won't leave your side for a moment. Shin Yan stared at him, her subconscious urging her to decline, however, thinking that she could not continue to dodge this obligation and that she would eventually meet his family. She smiled and replied, all right, I will go home with you, but you must tell me about any family customs or taboos in advance so I don't inadvertently cause a mishap during our first meeting. Tang Shirqing chuckled at her concern. All right, then why don't you stay at my place for the next few days? I can explain everything in detail. Shin Yan discerned his intentions and playfully declined. No, I won't stay at your place. She then sat up and asked, aren't you working today? Today is a holiday, Tang Shirqing replied, knowing she had not been working lately. He then gently pressed her back against his chest and asked leisurely, Miss Shin, do you have any plans today? With her chin resting on his chest, she looked up at him and replied, no. Tang Shirqing raised an eyebrow in amusement. Then shall I take you out for some fun? Sure, Shin Yan eagerly agreed, having never visited an amusement park as a child and later finding it inconvenient to go to crowded places due to her career in entertainment. She asked him to accompany her to the amusement park. As night fell, standing beneath the Ferris wheel, Shin Yan was captivated by the sudden burst of fireworks in the night sky. The colorful display lit up the entire sky, forming clusters of dreamy patterns as if someone were proposing. Creating romantic shapes and names, she looked up in delight, exclaiming, Tang Shirqing, look. Just as she tilted her head back, Tang Shirqing leaned down and kissed her lips, wearing a hat that covered her ears. Shin Yan offered no resistance as he, with a smile in his eyes, playfully pulled the hat's brim down to hide her face, kissing her tenderly for a while. After the kiss, Shin Yan nestled in his embrace and asked, everyone is watching the fireworks, why do you seem uninterested? Under the cascade of fireworks, Tang Shirqing wrapped his arms around her and replied, the most dazzling firework is right here in my arms. I have no interest in anything else. Shin Yan felt warmth in her heart but lifted her chin defiantly, saying, I don't want to be a firework. They extinguished too quickly. Tang Shirqing's gaze deepened with affection as he replied, our Yan Yan is an eternal firework, the brightest and most everlasting light in my heart, more radiant than this entire colorful world. Shin Yan beamed sweetly, feeling that day was the happiest and most carefree she had experienced in years. On the weekend, at the Tang family's old residence, Su Wantong was aware that her son would be bringing his girlfriend along. Upon receiving the news of their imminent arrival, she eagerly awaited at the door. Showing none of the aloofness typical of an elder, today, Shin Yan wore a classy knee-length beige trench coat, while Tang Shirqing donned a black trench coat of similar length. Together, they appeared like figures from a beautiful painting. After alighting from the car, Tang Shirqing held Shin Yan's hand as they walked along the cobblestone path towards the main hall, while Ali followed behind carrying numerous gifts, all purchased by Shin Yan. Noticing that Shin Yan's palms were slightly sweaty, Tang Shirqing soothingly murmured, don't be nervous, I'm here with you. Hey, Baju, Su Wantong called out from a distance, joyfully approaching them. Tang Shirqing quickly leaned down to whisper to Shin Yan, this is my mom, I recognize her. Shin Yan replied. As Su Wantong approached, her face lit up with delight. So this is Yan Yan, truly beautiful. Hello, Auntie. Shin Yan greeted warmly, you are the epitome of elegance and beauty. Tang Shirqing interjected, Mom, Yan Yan brought you a gift. Ali promptly stepped forward, respectfully presenting the gift to Su Wantong. After graciously accepting it, Su Wantong said, next time you come, you mustn't bring gifts, let Aju spoil you a bit more. A girl deserves to be cherished. Shin Yan felt her initial apprehension dissipate in the warmth and enthusiasm of Su Wantong's demeanor. I didn't buy much. Shin Yan smiled, I hope you like it. Like it? I love it, Su Wantong exclaimed, her affection growing as she took Shin Yan's hand. Tell me if a Jew has been bullying you. Don't be afraid, just let me know, and I will stand up for you. Wait, if he bullies you, you should retaliate right away. Tang Shirqing watched as his mother whisked his precious girl away from him. Feeling somewhat annoyed, he called out, Mom, What is it? Su Wanang frowned slightly, bearing an expression that suggested her son was being overly sensitive. Is it wrong for me to chat with Yin Yan for a few moments? Seeing this, Shen Yan immediately cast a silent glance at Tang Shiqing. Tang Shiqing thought to himself, I never anticipated that my first rival would be my own mother. Chapter 70. She is his one and only fairy. Feeling inexplicably sidelined, Tang Shiqing followed behind Su Wanang and Shen Yai in the courtyard in front of the main hall. Numerous guests had already started to arrive. Adults and children filled the entire area, with children playing and laughing with innocent joy. The courtyard appeared specially decorated, exuding warmth and festivity. One might easily mistake it for the Tang family celebrating a joyous reunion for the new year. It was a picturesque family scene that Shen Yan had never witnessed before. Su Wanang, perceptive as ever, returned Shen Yan to Tang Shiqing's side just minutes before they reached the main hall. Understanding that having her son by her side would provide more comfort and reassurance for Shen Yan during this first encounter with the family, Hey, Aju has brought his girlfriend back. Tang Shiqing's second aunt cheerfully welcomed them. What a lovely young lady, his second aunt playfully remarked. No wonder Aju has been single all these years, he was waiting for the best. Hearing this, Tang Shiqing felt a surge of joy and glanced at Shen Yan. Replying to his second aunt, yes, I was waiting for this very best. Suddenly, a group of exuberant children came rushing in from outside. One of them shouted, What are you all running for? Be careful not to fall. A 5 or 6-year-old boy, with an innocent face, exclaimed, We heard Aju brought back a pretty sister. Another little girl, her voice sweet and high-pitched, chimed in, Aju was over there. Let us hurry, as Shen Yan and Tang Shiqing turned to see the swarm of children approaching. The youngest, a 3-year-old girl, wrapped her arms around Shen Yan's leg, gazing up at her with sparkling eyes that could melt anyone's heart. Shen Yan instinctively crouched down, smiling gently at the little girl. Just as the girl gasped in awe, Wow, are you a fairy from the sky? Shen Yan blushed and chuckled shyly, while Tang Shiqing quickly intervened to ease her embarrassment, saying, Yes, she is indeed a fairy from the sky. The little girl's eyes lit up as she asked, But fairies fly away, what will Aju do? Her innocent question elicited laughter from everyone present, who turned their attention to Tang Shiqing. Tang Shiqing knelt down. Looking at the little girl with utmost sincerity, She is my one and only fairy, Aju won't let her fly away. Shen Yan felt warmth flooding her heart as she smiled, lowering her gaze bashfully. She then pulled out a beautifully crafted lollipop from her coat pocket and handed it to the little girl. The girl gleefully accepted, exclaiming, A fairy's magic wand, it will turn you all into little stars. With that, the laughter erupted again, filling the atmosphere with joy. Whether it was Tang Shiqing's popularity in the Tang family or something else, Shen Yan noted how everyone treated her with warmth and friendliness. Devoid of any sense of oppressive formality typical of large families, this made her feel at ease as she greeted everyone with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Yan proactively inquired, Is your grandfather not here? Considering she was a younger member of the family, it was only right to extend her greetings, regardless of whether he accepted her. She believed it was essential to maintain decorum and not put Tang Shiqing in a difficult position. Grandfather should be in the study writing couplets, Tang Shiqing candidly remarked. Every year at this time, grandfather takes to writing couplets, and when everyone departs, they always present him with one. Shen Yan inquired, What time do you think would be suitable? Would you take me to see grandfather? Tang Shiqing was taken aback by the little girl's eagerness to seek out grandfather, worrying that she might feel hesitant about meeting him, yet, she was secretly contemplating stepping into his entire life. No longer resembling a fragile crystal rabbit that fled at the slightest touch. We can go now, he'll be writing the couplets, Tang Shiqing said as he took her hand and led her upstairs. Gently reassuring her, If anything makes you unhappy, I will take you away immediately. Shen Yan smiled at him. I want tea. Everyone is very kind. Upon reaching the upper floor, the daughter of the second aunt muttered disinterestedly to her mother, Mom, you don't have to pretend to like Shen Yan. Didn't we hear that grandfather is not pleased, complaining that she is from the entertainment industry? The second aunt, with clarity, replied, What does it matter if your grandfather is dissatisfied? As long as her parents approve, that suffices. Did you not see that last night in the family group chat? Su Wanang directly acknowledged this daughter-in-law and even asked everyone to take good care of her during their first meeting today? That's rather obvious, isn't it? Moreover, can your grandfather really control Su Wanang? The daughter pouted in displeasure. Grandfather is truly biased. Last time when my brother dated someone from the entertainment circle, he vehemently opposed it. But now with ninth brother, he merely said a few words and agreed. The second aunt responded, That's a problem with your brother. Ajio was also scolded by your grandfather, but he accepted this girl. Your brother, however, merely fought once and then distanced himself from her. Who can he blame? The door to the study was ajar, revealing several older individuals watching Tango and write the couplets. Grandfather, I brought Yen Yen to see you writing the couplets, Tang Shiqing announced as he led Xinyan toward Tango, and Xinyan pondered that it would be inappropriate to call out grandfather directly, so she greeted, "Hello, Grandfather Tang." Following that, she greeted Tang Shiqing and several other elder relatives. Upon seeing their arrival, the elders, sensing that family matters were to be discussed, tactfully excused themselves from the study. Tango lifted his gaze from the couplets, observing Xinyan with an impassive demeanor. "Don't just stand there. Find a chair and sit." Xinyan, grasping the prepared gift in her hand, glanced at Tang Shiqing, who nodded in affirmation, and then politely and humbly said, "Grandfather Tang, I brought you a small gift. I hope you will like it." As she spoke, she stepped forward to place the elegantly wrapped box on the table. Tang Shiqing then interjected, "I told Yen Yen you enjoy writing calligraphy, so she bought you a brush." At this, Tango set down the brush he was holding, glanced at the exquisitely packaged brush box on the table, and with a resigned sigh, looked at Xinyan and said, "You are quite thoughtful." Xinyan felt a bit nervous under Tango's gaze and forced a calm response, "It is only right." Tango paused for a few seconds, studying Xinyan before continuing, "I heard your work is in the entertainment industry." "Correct, Grandfather," Tang Shiqing interjected loudly, fearing Tango might say something that would impact Xinyan's mood. Xinyan hurriedly tugged at Tang Shiqing's sleeve, prompting her to say, "Let us listen to Grandfather." Tang Shiqing, with a serious expression, glanced down at the girl tugging at his sleeve and then at his grandfather, ready to whisk her away at the slightest hint of discomfort. Chapter 71, Pampering One's Wife Might Be Genetic. Tango, in a mix of annoyance and seriousness, admonished, "Why are you so anxious? Can't your grandfather even speak now?" "Grandfather, please continue," Xinyan quickly interjected. "I am listening." Tang Shiqing said nothing further but instinctively shifted slightly to stand protectively in front of Xinyan. Tango scanned his grandson, who was fiercely protective, shaking his head in resignation. He intended to convey to Xinyan, "I want to tell you that the entertainment industry is a place of fame and fortune, filled with unseen battles, and it can swiftly alter one's nature. Since a Joe has chosen you, I can't say anything more." Tango spoke earnestly, "Among my grandchildren, I value a Joe the most. He has always been clever and sensible, therefore, if you choose to be with him, you must commit wholeheartedly. Rest assured, Grandfather, I will be devoted to a Joe. Meeting him is my greatest honor," Xinyan replied, nervously clenching her fists as she continued, "Thank you for your support. I promise I won't let you down." Tang Shiqing, noticing her clenched fists, promptly reassured her, "All right, enough of this talk." He turned to his grandfather and remarked, "I will treat her with utmost sincerity, and naturally she will reciprocate. Thus, Grandfather, you should advise me to remain steadfast and responsible in this relationship." Xinyan, taken aback, gazed at the man beside her. He not only comforted her anxiety but also took upon himself all responsibilities, freeing her from any burdens in this relationship, allowing her to disregard others' opinions, as he would always stand protectively before her. This man was truly meticulous, perceptive, and gently poised, capable of drawing one into the depths of his affection, making it impossible to extricate oneself. To encounter such a man and be cherished by him was an immense fortune. Tango, observing his fiercely protective grandson, felt he resembled his father, even more so in his protectiveness, and sighed, "All right, enough said. You two go downstairs and enjoy yourselves. Don't disturb me while I write the couplets." Exiting the study and returning to the hall below, the elder brother called out to Tang Shiqing, "Come here, Ajio, I've been looking for you. Want to play a game of chess? It's been a while since we've had a match. It's always invigorating to play against you." Xinyan quickly said, "You go ahead, I'm fine. You don't have to stay by my side all the time." After all, of being a guest, she didn't want to appear overly clingy just then. Su Wanong walked in and called out, "Yen Yen, would you like to meet some relatives? They just arrived." "Sure, Aunt," Xinyan immediately replied, then turned to Tang Shiqing, saying, "You go accompany Uncle, I'll go with Aunt." Tang Shiqing glanced at his mother and then at Xinyan, considering before saying, "All right, you go, but if you feel uncomfortable, just give me a call. I'll come find you." Xinyan, amused by his excessive attentiveness, chuckled, "Do you really think I'm a child? I'll manage. Besides, Aunt will be there." "What are you two whispering about?" Su Wanong inquired curiously as she approached. "Nothing," Tang Shiqing replied, "just keep an eye on Yen Yen. Since it's her first visit." "All right, I understand," Su Wanong stated confidently, "with me around, who would dare to bully her?" She then eagerly took Xinyan out to introduce her to relatives. However, just as they stepped out of the main hall, she received a message from her son. During the first meeting, engage her in conversation. She needs plenty of verbal affirmation. Su Wanong mused, "How did I not notice my son was so talkative? No, this is called being meticulous and considerate." Wanang, this is your future daughter-in-law, she truly is beautiful. At this moment, a kind-looking grandmotherly figure approached, sincerely complimenting, such grace, quite wonderful, a perfect match for your Ajo, isn't she beautiful, Su Wanang proudly replied. Not only beautiful but also gentle and gracious, my Ajo has found a treasure. She then introduced Xinyan. Yan, this is your second aunt. Xinyan immediately beamed with a smile, politely greeting. Hello, second aunt, good, so well behaved. Suddenly, a mocking voice interjected. Su Wanang turned to see the source and introduced, Yan, this is your aunt. Xinyan quickly followed suit with a greeting but unexpectedly sensed a hint of disdain in the aunt's gaze as she scrutinized her. The aunt then chuckled lightly, saying, I never expected Ajo to remain single for so many years, only to end up choosing someone from the entertainment industry. Upon hearing this, Su Wanang immediately grew displeased. What is wrong with the entertainment industry? Does it bother you? The aunt replied, I wouldn't dare say it bothers me. Didn't the old man from the second household say it was not good? I've never heard the old man say that. I only hear you saying it. Su Wanang, true to her character, retorted, what is wrong with the entertainment industry? Is it a case of occupational discrimination? Some people want to enter but can't. After all, the aunt's face flushed with anger. Is that a personal attack? Su Wanang strongly countered. So, it's only permissible for you to attack and not for anyone to retaliate? At this moment, bystanders discreetly distanced themselves, sensing the rising tension. The aunt, feeling her pride wounded, erupted in indignation. Su Wanang, I am the elder sister-in-law. How can you speak like that? Moreover, this is the Tang family, not your Su family. Su Wanang, unyielding, raised her chin defiantly. Oh, what do you mean, elder sister-in-law? Do you want me to call the Su family over? I fear this house wouldn't be able to contain them. Su Wanang never considered herself to be marrying up. Nor did she view her family as inferior to the Tang family, and she would never swallow her pride. Aunt's chest heaved violently with anger. You are simply arrogant and unreasonable. Su Wanang let out a light scoff. What? Am I only allowed to swallow my anger? If I retaliate, I am deemed arrogant and domineering? It's utterly absurd. As she spoke, she directly grabbed the startled Xinyan and declared, Yan, let's go. We shan't converse with someone who has grown up eating sour grapes. Xinyan was utterly astonished, filled with admiration and envy. Just as Su Wanang turned around, she spotted her husband. However, before she could call out, Aunt had already begun to complain first. Boyan, look at your wife. Tang Boyan interjected, I came to see my wife. He immediately lowered his head and said to Su Wanang, darling, the blue paint for that white horse you wanted is ready. Shall we go take a look? He appeared entirely unconcerned with others, his eyes solely focused on his beloved wife. Su Wanang's eyes sparkled with delight. Really, where is the horse now? Tang Boyan replied, it's already at the back in the stable. Su Wanang, brimming with excitement, pulled Xinyan toward the stable, exclaiming, Yan, let's go have a look. She then inquired, do you know how to ride? Still caught in a whirlwind of surprise, Xinyan hastily replied. A little. Su Wanang caught the fleeting astonishment in Xinyan's eyes and quickly realized that her earlier demeanor might have frightened her future daughter-in-law. Determined not to hinder her son, she promptly spoke in a friendly and warm manner, Yan. Please don't misunderstand, Aunt is not a bad person, she was just too infuriated earlier. No, Xinyan quickly replied, Aunt's straightforwardness is something I greatly admire. Besides, it was Aunt who was provoked first, and she was merely defending me. With the misunderstanding cleared, Su Wanang let out a sigh of relief. That's just my nature. I can't tolerate grievances, which leads others to say that at my age, I should be more composed. But why should I care if others think I should be composed? I live for myself, not for them. Don't you agree, my dear Yan? Chapter 72. A shift in perspective. Su Wanang's words were like a small pebble cast into the deep dark sea of Xinyan's heart, creating ripples of realization. Xinyan was momentarily stunned and quickly responded, Aunt, you are absolutely right. I don't think you lack composure at all. Being with you feels incredibly relaxed and at ease. Su Wanang smiled with satisfaction, continuing as they walked, when you marry into the family, you must be wary of Aunt in her youth. She intended to marry her own sister to Tang Boyan, but who would have thought that he ended up marrying me? Ever since she has regarded me with disdain, as if I had stolen her brother-in-law. I used to think I had issues, but now I realize it is she who has a problem, inexplicably affecting the moods of those around her. The mere mention of feeling mentally unwell resonated with Xinyan, as if she had found a kindred spirit and direction. She asked in astonishment, Aunt, how can someone as carefree and open-minded as you think there is something wrong with your mind? The last two words felt inappropriate for her to express as a junior, but Su Wanang, perceptive and unbothered, continued unabated, because when I was younger, I often overthought things, especially regarding Ajo's father, and would easily become emo. As she spoke, Su Wanang suddenly burst into laughter, recalling one particular incident. I remember the first time we got married, I made Tang Boyan kneel outside for an entire night. In retrospect, it seems rather trivial. It all started because we attended a wedding together, and I asked him to snatch the bride's bouquet for me. He simply stated, "Bouquets are meant for unmarried women." I became upset. Completely disregarding his reasoning and only fixating on the fact that he wouldn't give me what I wanted. After the wedding, I cried inconsolably and threatened to pack my things and return to my parents' home, which caused him to kneel in desperation. That night, he was outside, anxious, while I remained inside, feeling aggrieved. I couldn't tell if I was punishing him or myself. Looking back, I realized I was quite neurotic, with a sudden seriousness. Su Wanang turned to Shenyan and said, "In my youth, I even consulted a psychologist." She chuckled again, but the psychologist was my good friend, who was quite blunt, simply stating, "You are perfectly fine. If we must find a flaw, it's that you were spoiled and pampered, leading to a sense of entitlement." She remarked that girls are prone to overthinking in relationships. Hearing this, Shenyan felt as if a fog had lifted from her mind. It dawned on her that even someone like Aunt, who had grown up surrounded by love and adoration, could overthink and doubt herself. It wasn't just her own experience. Perhaps she too could allow herself the freedom to let go of her burdensome thoughts, sparing those around her from fatigue. Shenyan pondered and then responded eagerly to Su Wanang, "It seems girls are more prone to overthinking, but it also reflects how much Uncle cares for you. He must love you dearly." Su Wanang felt a tinge of bashfulness at the compliment. "It's not like that. We just grew together, slowly adjusting. In any relationship, there will inevitably be various differences or clashes in personality. But as long as both individuals are sincere, they will endure. Thus, you and Ajio must also strive for happiness. If he treats you poorly, do not hesitate to tell Aunt, and I will have your uncle teach him a lesson." She suddenly looked at Shenyan with a serious expression and smiled. "Yen, on behalf of the Tang family, I warmly welcome you. You are exceptional, and we all adore you." That moment, Shenyan felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. All that remained was the gentle breeze, and Su Wantong's words lingered in the air. "On behalf of the Tang family, I welcome you. You are exceptional, and we adore you." In an instant, the winter day felt warm, the sunlight shone brighter, and her heart seemed to thaw, melting away the ice within. After finishing a game of chess, Tang Shiqing stepped out of the main hall and noticed his beloved standing in the courtyard. Glancing around but failing to spot anyone, Tang Shiqing felt an inexplicable sense of abandonment. After inquiring with Ali, he found the stable and saw Shenyan and her mother joyfully riding a white and a blue horse, galloping with glee. He was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but smile, for he saw Shenyan beaming with joy. Perhaps upon noticing him, Shenyan rode over, and as the white horse came to a halt before him, he instinctively reached out to assist her dismount. Under her radiant gaze, he couldn't help but smile. "Darling, your riding skills are quite impressive." "I know just a little," Shenyan replied, her happiness evident. "I had a few assignments that involved horseback riding, so I picked up some skills." Tang Shiqing helped her down and, without letting go, held her hand, gazing down at her, his eyes filled with lingering joy. "Curiously," he asked, "what did my mom say to make you so happy?" Shenyan smiled and lifted her chin. "Aunt said if you bully me in the future, I should report you to her." Tang Shiqing laughed helplessly. "How could I dare to bully you?" "Are you sure?" Shenyan teased, her eyes playfully lifting as she looked at him. "When it comes to bullying, you might be quite brave." Tang Shiqing caught the flirtatious undertone in her words and deliberately teased. "When does Shenyan mean by that? Care to elaborate?" Shenyan playfully elbowed him, unable to muster any real anger. The family gathering continued into the evening, culminating in a dazzling display of fireworks. Tang Shiqing even managed to charm a few sparklers from the hands of children for Shenyan, who twirled joyfully amidst the fireworks, her laughter reminiscent of a child rediscovering innocence. Watching her, Tang Shiqing felt his heart race, as if she possessed a magical allure that captivated all his thoughts. However, Shenyan's light-hearted mood seemed to freeze as they prepared to leave. For grandfather Tang had summoned Tang Shiqing for a private conversation. She worried whether she had behaved inappropriately at some point during the day. While waiting in the car, her heart raced with anxiety. Thus, when Tang Shiqing entered the car, she immediately grasped his arm and asked urgently, "What did grandfather say to you? Was it about me?" Seeing the tension in Shenyan's eyes, Tang Shiqing gently reassured her. "It wasn't about you. Yen. One of our relatives is ill and considering surgery, but they are quite old, so grandfather was just inquiring about the situation." "Darling, there's no need to be so anxious. You aren't marrying him." Shenyan sighed in relief, murmuring softly, "I don't want to be your grandmother." Tang Shiqing was taken aback. "Shin Shayan, you've become quite bold." He reached out to pinch her cheek. Shen pouted and swatted his hand away, shooting him a playful glare. "You're the bold one." Her words, laced with a hint of playful defiance, made Tang Shiqing's heart race as he leaned closer and whispered in her ear. "How about tonight, you come over to my place?" Chapter 73, Seduction. "No, I have work tomorrow," Shen Yan replied, playfully sensing his intentions. "That if I go, I won't be able to get up in the morning." Tang Shiqing chuckled softly, his chest vibrating with laughter as he teasingly echoed her words. "If you go, you won't be able to get up in the morning." The tone of his voice caused Shen Yan's ears to inexplicably warm. As though she had misconstrued his intentions and allowed her thoughts to wander into the realm of fantasy. However, upon observing the flush of her ears, Tang Shiqing seized the moment and whispered seductively, "I'll make sure to leave some strength for Yan Yan." His hand, which encircled her waist, began to caress her in an intimate manner, enticingly murmuring in her ear, "Is that agreeable, my darling?" Shen Yan, feeling a tingle at the base of her ears from his deep, alluring voice, gazed up at him. In truth, everything that transpired today, particularly Aunt Sue's approval and Grandpa Tang's blessing, emboldened her to fervently embrace her infatuation with this man before her. She longed to spend the night with him, yet hesitated to go to his place. Observing his current scheming demeanor, she playfully pinched his waist and retorted, "Not good, before her words could fully escape. Tang Shiqing, relentless in his pursuit, suddenly leaned in for a kiss. His kiss was gentle and tender, as if he were deliberately weaving a web of affection to ensnare her, evoking no discomfort but rather an endless, enticing intimacy. He whispered, "I'll attend to Yan Yan just like last time, prioritizing your feelings." "All right." Tang Shiqing was truly the epitome of a man skilled in seduction, his gradual and gentle coaxing, his movements elegant yet imbued with an irresistible allure that tugged at the very core of one's being. He moved with a deliberate slowness, as if confident she would succumb to him. At that moment, Shen Yan found herself utterly captivated by his tender, seductive demeanor, her resolve crumbling as she softly replied, "I don't want to go to your place." Tang Shiqing promptly replied with a smile, "Then I shall go to Yan Yan's." Shen Yan fell silent, tacitly agreeing. Tang Shiqing, satisfied, took the opportunity to suggest, "How about you rent a room for me?" "All right," Shen Yan responded, "I only have one bedroom." Tang Shiqing persisted, "Then a sofa will suffice." Shen Yan looked up at him with a resigned smile, "That's acceptable." Tang Shiqing, in a languid manner, teased her, "So, what would the rent be?" Shen Yan replied, "Given your good looks, I won't charge you. Are you planning to spoil me, my darling?" Shen Yan, upon hearing this, scrutinized him seriously and retorted, "I can't afford it." "No worries, I'll bring the funds to support you." "Oh, huh? Is that a real offer?" The driver of Lolly, who was at the front, mused to himself, "It seems the once reserved and elegant ninth young master has vanished without a trace." Shen Yan's apartment was quite spacious, albeit with just one large bedroom, accompanied by an ample dressing room, all decorated in a warm and elegant style. It was Tang Shiqing's first visit, and as soon as he entered, he noticed an array of adorable plush toys scattered across the sofa, revealing the hidden girlish heart of the homeowner. The apartment was filled with whimsical trinkets, a testament to Shen Yan's attempts to compensate for her lost childhood. In that instant, he grasped the meaning of meeting too late, lamenting how wonderful it would have been had they known each other sooner. Shen Yan, accustomed to bathing first upon returning home, handed the TV remote to Tang Shiqing and said, "You can watch TV for a while. I'll go take a shower." Suddenly recalling something, she glanced at Tang Shiqing, hesitated for a few seconds, and added, "You don't need to have anyone bring you clothes. I have your clothes and toiletries here." Tang Shiqing inquired, surprised yet delighted. "You have everything?" Shen Yan pursed her lips and nodded. "When did you prepare this?" Tang Shiqing's gaze softened with joy as he pulled her into an embrace, looking down at her with intensity. "So, Yan Yan was waiting for me to come over." Shen Yan felt her heart race under his gaze, masking her fluster by saying, "I forgot when I prepared them." "No more talking, I'm off to shower after a long day." She pushed Tang Shiqing's arm away and turned to grab her nightgown for the bathroom. Tang Shiqing allowed her to go, though he remained rooted in place for a while, smiling softly to himself, realizing she had indeed considered his visit in advance. He should have suggested it earlier instead of allowing her to prepare and wait. As Shen Yan slipped into the bathroom, she leaned against the door and took a deep breath. The clothes she had prepared were done in a moment of confusion, after returning from Singapore. Without a job, she had unwittingly purchased 2 sets of clothing for him while shopping, including shoes. Shen Yan, distracted, finished her shower, and as she donned her nightgown, it slipped from her grasp, landing on the floor, mingling with the shower gel and water. On the sofa, Tang Shiqing was not watching TV but rather perusing a manga left on the couch, which featured numerous close-ups of a male protagonist's hands. He casually flipped through the pages until a folded page caught his eye. As he unfolded it, he found an image of the northern lights in Iceland, causing his gaze to narrow momentarily. Just then, he noticed Shinyen hurriedly rushing from the bathroom, and his confusion led him to set aside the manga, following her with concern, wondering why she was in such a fluster after a simple shower. Just as Shinyen had removed her nightgown, she was startled by his sudden entrance, instinctively crying out and hurriedly holding the gown in front of her, her face instantly flushed. Having grown accustomed to living alone, she had forgotten there was someone else in the house today, and in her haste to change, she had merely closed the door without locking it. Tang Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, pondering why she had changed when she had taken her sleepwear into the bathroom. Was she planning to wear something special for him? "You're not allowed to look," Shinyen exclaimed, one hand holding her clothing while the other attempted to shield his eyes. Tang Shiqing chuckled. "It's not like I haven't seen before, that's different," Shinyen retorted shyly. "You turn around and leave." Tang Shiqing, with his hands gentlemanly at his sides, refrained from pushing her hand away. Instead, curiously asking, "Why are you changing again?" Shinyen explained, "The previous outfit fell on the floor. I see." Tang Shiqing's lips curved down slightly, and then, under the cover of her hand, he reached out and precisely handed her a black skirt. "Then wear this, it's pretty." Upon entering, he had noticed the dressing room and spotted the black nightgown hanging there. Chapter 74, She Truly Is. Tang Shiqing casually draped the black short skirt over Shinyen's shoulders before turning to exit. Presenting a facade of gallantry, yet, Shinyen looked at the nightgown he had chosen for her. Shinyen, winky face, he certainly has an eye for selection. This was a gift from the brand during a fashion show, and she had never worn it since bringing it home. Typically, she preferred pure cotton or silk sleepwear that felt gentle against the skin, and now, as she held the lace and mesh nightgown, she blinked in surprise and swallowed hard. It was quite short, barely covering. If she wore it, she would likely oversleep tomorrow. However, he promised to ensure she woke up on time, and he seemed to genuinely like it. Moreover, today had been joyous, and they both knew what was likely to occur on the way here. He had kept his word last time and should not let her oversleep tomorrow. After finishing his shower, Tang Shiqing emerged, towel in hand, casually drying his hair while contemplating how to coax his darling Yan Yan into wearing that dress. As he approached the bedroom door, he halted, his hand pausing mid-motion, a knowing smile spreading across his lips upon seeing Shinyen already clad in the dress. At that moment, Shinyen sat on the bed, applying moisturizer to her long legs. The dress was undeniably brief. From Tang Shiqing's vantage point, he could see her wearing white. The white fabric, subtly concealed beneath the black mesh, created a striking visual contrast that tempted him to "Hey!" Suddenly, as Shinyen felt the moisturizer being taken from her, she looked up in annoyance to find Tang Shiqing inspecting the bottle's label. "What are you doing?" Tang Shiqing replied, "Just checking the ingredients." "Why check the ingredients?" Shinyen furrowed her brows. "I've used several bottles without any allergic reactions. It works perfectly well." Tang Shiqing gazed down at the girl who was looking up at him. And her dress was indeed enticing, the mesh delicately outlining her graceful figure. Standing there, he could see the alluring softness, and unable to restrain himself, he set aside the moisturizer, leaned down, and enveloped her in his arms, creating a cocoon between his chest and arms, his gaze smoldering as he chuckled softly. "Let us see if the ingredients are edible." "What?" Shinyen exclaimed in disbelief. "That can't be eaten." Tang Shiqing suddenly leaned down and pressed his lips to hers, sighing seductively. "Then how will I kiss you later?" Realizing he was flirting, Shinyen's eyes sparkled as she smiled at "Oh, Dr. Tang, could it be?" She playfully nudged him with her foot, gazing at him with a charming expression, her eyes shimmering enticingly. Tang Shiqing felt his throat tighten. She was utterly unaware of how captivating she looked, and unable to resist, he placed a tender kiss on her eyelashes and whispered seductively, "Of course." Shinyen giggled, "But the ingredients seem to be toxic." "Then just let it poison me." Tang Shiqing suddenly leaned down to kiss her, his palm caressing her fair skin with gentle strokes. Unexpectedly, the girl in his arms wrapped her arms around his neck, welcoming him. "Yes, my darling, in a particularly good mood today." Tang Shiqing softly kissed her earlobe and neck, his voice low and gravelly. Chapter 75, For him. Shinyen complied, tilting her neck for his kiss, her laughter soft and melodic. "Today is such a delightful day." She wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her forehead against his. Her alluring gaze locked onto his eyes, breathless with a smile. "Because from now on, I can be with you without any worries, love you wholeheartedly." She leaned in to kiss his lips, murmuring softly, "To be cherished by you." Tang Shiqing felt his heart tighten. In that moment, it was as if a multitude of emotions surged within him, creating waves powerful enough to engulf him. This fluttering feeling was something he had longed for. desired for ages. He still remembered their first encounter when she had eagerly offered herself to him, driven by a desperate need for a change in her life, devoid of any emotional ties. Yet now, it was all about feelings and nothing else. As she fully embraced his closeness, Tang Shiqing, Shen puffed out her cheeks, her voice sweetly teasing, "You seem lost in thought." It was as if she were playfully complaining. Tang Shiqing's jaw tightened instinctively, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard, his gaze burning with intensity, his voice already hoarse. "Yan, you truly are irresistible." In the next moment, the man leaned down and enveloped the girl in his embrace, showering her with kisses. After a while, he remembered to ask, "Darling, what time do you need to leave tomorrow morning?" 7 o'clock. It was only just past 9. Tang Shiqing kissed her fervently, his voice low and raspy. "I will ensure Yan is asleep by midnight." "All right," Shen Yan replied with a playful smile, suddenly asking, "Do you think the dress I wore today is pretty?" "Very beautiful." Tang Shiqing lifted his gaze to meet hers, a tender smile dancing in his eyes. "It suits you perfectly." At midnight, Shen Yan, unable to sleep, was on the verge of madness. With misty eyes, she called out, "Tang Shiqing, you don't keep your promises." Tang Shiqing swore he truly intended to keep his word, but her eagerness had thrown him off balance. Concerned that she might lack energy for work, he reluctantly let her go at 12:30. The next day, Tang Shiqing woke up early, prepared breakfast after freshening up, and went to rouse Shen Yan shortly after 6. Shen Yan, feeling a bit cranky from her sore waist, suddenly snapped to attention upon hearing that she would be late for work. Tang Shiqing. Shen Yan sat dazed on the edge of the bed, her face drooping as she looked at the man squatting before her, putting on her socks. "Do my eyes look puffy? Lack of sleep always causes me to swell." "Not at all," Tang Shiqing said, helping her with her socks and then standing to place a gentle kiss on her eyelashes, adding, "You look wonderful, your skin appears even more radiant, and your cheeks are so rosy." However, Shen Yan suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at her newly socked feet. Recalling the first time someone had put socks on her, she remembered how he had often helped her out of her high heels, and a wave of emotion washed over her, filling her heart with happiness. Tang Shiqing noticed her lost expression and affectionately ruffled her slightly tousled hair, asking, "What are you thinking about?" Shen Yan looked up at him, her smile sweet and endearing. "It's just that it's the first time someone has put socks on me." Perhaps her mother had done it when she was very small, but she had no memory of it. All she remembered was this man. Tang Shiqing gazed at her with adoration, saying, "From now on I will always put socks on my darling." That morning, Shen Yan's eyes sparkled with joy, crescent-shaped with a radiant glow, captivating her heart and stirring delight within. After they finished breakfast, just before leaving, Shen Yan noticed the tattered little black dress in the trash bin, instantly feeling the winter morning's warmth and heat. Tang Shiqing, noticing her expression, said with contentment, "I'll buy you a new one. No need." Shen Yan hurriedly declined. Tang Shiqing, with a calm smile, insisted, "You will have it." As she looked at the satisfied man, Shen Yan couldn't help but recall last night when he had bound her hands with that tattered little black dress and kissed her tattoo, ultimately kissing her in a most intimate place. That was the first time he had kissed her in such a shy manner, and she had continuously protested, yet the mischievous man had tied her hands. Shen Yan swallowed hard, her lips pressed tightly together, glaring at him in feigned anger. "You seem like a cunning old fox, both wicked and enticing." Tang Shiqing chuckled helplessly. "A fox is just a fox. Don't call me old," Shen Yan mumbled. "You're still older than me." She quickly shifted the topic. "Are you going straight to the hospital? I'll take you to the company first." Tang Shiqing replied, "I have enough time once in the car." Shen Yan, fearing her eyes might look bad, put on a steam eye mask. Suddenly, Tang Shiqing asked, Yan, why don't you want to come to my place? Is there something on your mind, or is the decor uncomfortable for you?" Shen Yan, who was resting with her eyes closed, casually replied, "Because your place is far from my office. Considering traffic, I'd have to wake up half an hour earlier. So it's just a matter of location?" Tang Shiqing confirmed. Shen Yan pushed the mask up to her forehead and looked at him. "It's not just that, mainly, I'm used to living in my own house. What's wrong with that?" "Did you sleep poorly last night?" Tang Shiqing raised an eyebrow. "I slept very well." Although it was a perfectly normal statement, Shen Yan's mind wandered, and suddenly her waist ached again, attempting to cover it up. She said, "Then that is fine," and immediately pulled down the eye mask, pretending to doze off again. Upon arriving at the company, everyone noticeably felt that Shen Yan was different today, though she had always been beautiful. Today she seemed particularly radiant. When Ling Ling saw her, her eyes widened in surprise. "Sister Yan, you look so vibrant and youthful after just a few days." She quickly approached with a cheeky grin, whispering, "Have you been with Dr. Tang these past few days?" Shen Yan smiled back, not denying it. "Was I not beautiful before?" "Oh, beautiful, beautiful. My sister Yen's looks overshadow everyone," Ling Ling teased, "but you're even more stunning now." She imagined her sister Yen with Dr. Tang, her laughter filled with meaning. This is beauty nourished by love. Shen Yan seemed to see through Ling Ling's thoughts and affectionately pinched her chubby cheek. No wild speculations. The moment she said that, Ling Ling burst into laughter. Just then, Ying Jie approached, calling out, "Shen Yan, come to my office for a moment." "Alright," Shen Yan told Ling Ling to check out the outfits for today and turned to head to Ying Jie's office. On Ying Jie's desk lay a stack of contracts. After sitting down, Ying Jie greeted Shen Yan. "Please take a seat and let us talk." Once seated, Shen Yan watched as Ying Jie flipped through the contracts. Pulling one out to hand it to her, "This endorsement is about to expire, and the brand wishes to renew with you." Then she flipped through another contract and handed it to Shen Yan. "Here is a new endorsement. Please review the contract." Shen Yan accepted the contracts with both hands but calmly replied, "Ying Jie, I'm sorry, but I won't be signing any new endorsements. I won't renew the expiring ones either." "Why?" Ying Jie asked, looking shocked. "These endorsements are highly sought after by others. I've always been direct with you, so let me be frank. You know that since the second half of the year, your workload and endorsements have significantly diminished. Now that various brands know about your relationship with Mr. Tang, they have come back to you. Why would you not sign now, while the opportunity is available? You know how this industry works, opportunities wait for no one." "I know," Shen Yan replied. "Thank you, Ying Jie, for always genuinely considering my interests." "But," Shen Yan paused, looking earnestly at Ying Jie, "I plan to retire from the industry once all my contracts expire." After visiting the old residence with Tang Shiqing yesterday, she realized that not only her grandfather but many others had a strong aversion to this industry. She could ignore those opinions, but she didn't want Tang Shiqing to always feel the need to defend her because of her identity and work. Especially after witnessing Aunt Su being confronted by the disapproving elder, Tang Shiqing was too perfect, seemingly lacking nothing, and she found it hard to think of ways to contribute to him. Perhaps the best she could do was to alleviate his worries. She didn't want to hear others say he ended up with someone from the entertainment industry. She knew Tang Shiqing didn't mind, but she couldn't take advantage of his tolerance. Moreover, she had grown weary of this industry. However, upon hearing Shen Yan's sudden desire to retire, Ying Jie hurriedly urged, "What made you want to retire all of a sudden? You're not thinking of giving up everything just because you're dating Mr. Tang, are you?" "Yan, a girl should not think like that. Love is important, but you cannot abandon your career for it. The Tang family is wealthy and powerful, but that belongs to them, even if you marry him in the future. You should always have your own career. You shouldn't become completely dependent, especially since families of genuine wealth and power value this greatly. Otherwise, if you marry into it, you may be looked down upon." Shen Yan was deeply moved by Ying Jie's words, for she understood that Ying Jie was sincerely guiding her. With a devout smile, she replied, "I grasp what you are saying, Ying Jie. Rest assured. Even if I step back from this circle, I will not cease working. I studied fashion design in university and wish to return to my field of expertise." Observing that Shen Yan seemed to have everything planned out, Ying Jie sighed with a mixture of reluctance and sorrow. "Then let us refrain from signing these today. I will set the contract aside for now and not return it to the brand. Take some time to contemplate. Perhaps your thoughts will shift. I truly hope you continue to grace the stage. You shine brilliantly there. This past half year, the company has indeed imposed quite a bit of pressure on you. But now all the advantages are shifting in your favor. It would be a pity to withdraw at this juncture." Chapter 76. The sudden announcement upon leaving Ying Jie's office, Shen Yan felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her heart. Since the second half of this year, her workload had significantly diminished, and her subsequent assignments would continue to decrease until she gradually faded from the limelight. Today's shoot was an outdoor session with a theme centered around forest fairies, in which she was the lead model. After getting her makeup done at the company, she hurried to a large forest for the actual shoot. December's chill had already settled in, and the woods were especially frigid. Once the first scene concluded, Ling Ling hurriedly brought an oversized, thick-down jacket to drape over Shen Yan, casually handing her the first hand warmer while murmuring, "The brand really knows how to schedule shoots. This theme in this season could freeze someone to death." Shen Yan quickly shot a knowing glance at Ling Ling, reminding her that walls have ears. Ling Ling promptly silenced herself. The makeup adjustments for the exterior shoot took place inside a large enclosed tent, where the warmth was instantly welcoming. The makeup artist exclaimed excitedly, "Today's finished look will surely land you on trending topics. You truly resemble a beautiful fairy, especially that moment when you accidentally laughed. It was as if you were a naive spirit just stepping into the world. Absolutely stunning." Shen Yan smiled, slightly embarrassed. "Let us not dwell on the laughter. That would undermine my professionalism." She pouted, feeling somewhat downcast. She usually approached her work with utmost seriousness and rarely laughed unexpectedly, yet during the shoot, A certain person had unexpectedly crossed her mind. Ling Ling, ever the enthusiast, immediately interjected with praise, but that moment of laughter was truly enchanting, innocent and beautiful. Why else would the photographer insist on capturing that instant? Reflecting on that moment, Ling Ling felt a thrill, certain that Shen must have been thinking of Dr. Tang, huffing in amusement. It had been days since she was in the loop on the gossip, and she fondly recalled Dr. Tang's doting gaze upon her beautiful yan. At that moment, Su Yao, who was also adjusting her makeup nearby, suddenly chimed in with a smile. Indeed, Shen, your makeup today is exceptionally beautiful. I envy you. Shen was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her in surprise. Was Su Yao genuinely speaking kindly to her? Yet, in the next moment, she realized she had misjudged the situation. Su Yao continued with a strange grin. Alright, speaking of trending topics, I just remembered. After that night at the bar, you were quite the sensation. I was waiting to see your official announcement on the trending list the next day. It has been so many days with no updates. I was eager to retweet your announcement and celebrate, but I can understand, after all, the Tang family is not just any affluent household. It's normal for them to avoid such tabloid news. Which is a pity for you. Shen, liking a clear and honorable status, Shen couldn't help but snicker coldly. Some people always seem to relish speculating with malice about unfolding events. Defiantly, she shot a glance at Su Yao and remarked, how coincidental. I was also waiting for your announcement to retweet and celebrate. I had even drafted different messages based on your various connections, thinking surely one of them would lead to an announcement, yet here we are with nothing. How unfortunate for you as well. You, Su Yao spat in indignation. Shen, what rumors are you concocting? Who have I been climbing with? She certainly wouldn't dare to utter the name of General Wu. Shen maintained her composure, with a languid tone that dripped with sarcasm. Apologies, but I can only remember my own man. As for others, she chuckled lightly, there are simply too many to recall. Su Yao's face turned a shade of green with fury. Before she could retort further, Ling Ling, engrossed in scrolling through trending topics on her phone, suddenly stood up in shock. Wow, Shen, have you already met Dr. Tang's family? How do you know? Shen stared at Ling Ling in disbelief. Ling Ling immediately thrust her phone at Shen. Look, Dr. Tang's mother posted on Weibo it's a photo of you two riding horses together. My goodness, I've never seen a blue horse before. Huh, what an eye-opener. Someone in the comments asked about your relationship, and she directly replied, this is my future daughter-in-law. Shen's heart surged with joy as she exclaimed, let me see. Grasping the phone, she saw Su I's Weibo post, received the long-awaited blue horse, and also gained a beautiful yan. So happy. The horse's color is dyed, the paint is harmless, no animals were harmed. Upon reading the note in parentheses, Shen couldn't help but chuckle. It was rather endearing that Su Ai was also wary of being criticized by netizens. As she scrolled through the comments, she spotted the top comment where Su Ai responded, this is my future daughter-in-law, excited starry eyes JPG. Su Wantan was once a renowned jewelry designer, her unique whimsical and dreamlike style having garnered much acclaim in the industry. However, she had completely retired a few years ago to enjoy life and travel the world. Nevertheless, her Weibo following remained high, and her posts would often go viral due to their surprising content. After exiting Su I's Weibo, Shen clicked on the trending topics. Shen's romance exposed. Shen's relationship confirmed by mother-in-law. Shen casually perused the comments, all filled with kind wishes. In that moment, a smile blossomed on her lips. Although she had previously requested Tang Shirqing to suppress any leaks, not having met his family at that time made her hesitant about revealing their relationship to the public. Yet now she could not deny how wonderful it felt to be openly acknowledged, especially by his family. First C, who says our yin isn't announcing. Ling Ling suddenly, with a hint of mischief, directed her words towards Su Yao. Isn't this an announcement, and it's certified by the future mother-in-law herself. At that moment, Shen was too preoccupied with the news to notice Su Yao's increasingly sour expression. She quickly grabbed her phone and sent a message to Su Wanang. Thank you for your approval, Auntie. I'm so fortunate to have met you all. Overjoyed, she prepared to share a screenshot of the Weibo post with Tang Shirqing when she suddenly noticed someone had tagged her. Clicking to check, she was astonished to find that Tang Shirqing had also posted on Weibo. Tang Shirqing v. I once thought I was rich in life until I met you, only to realize my poverty. I fear I cannot offer you the most beautiful things in this world. You were like lidocaine, numbing me for a moment, yet intoxicating me for a lifetime. Meeting you is the greatest honor of my life. My girl, Shen. Staring at the post, Shen was left speechless for a considerable time. She hadn't anticipated he would publicly acknowledge their relationship so promptly. You were like lidocaine, numbing me for a moment. Yet intoxicating me for a lifetime. As she absorbed each word, her grip on her phone tightened. His timely appearance must have been in response to Sui's sudden announcement. If he remained absent, it would surely lead others to speculate about her and their relationship. He had always been there at the right moment, never once failing to show up, feeling an emotional lump in her throat. Shenyan pursed her lips tightly. She then posted her response on Weibo. Thank you for treating me like a child, allowing me to perceive that the world is inherently bright and colorful. How fortunate I am to have met you, my Mr. Tang Shiqing. Upon successfully posting, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, an array of emotions washing over her. It felt as though their love had previously existed in a hazy dream, leaving her with a sense of ethereality. But now, under the radiant sunlight and in the gaze of the public, he still held her hand tightly, never letting go, never abandoning her amidst any turmoil or chaos. Yen, Ling Ling noticed Shenyan's eyes glistening and quickly called out, handing her a tissue. Shenyan snapped back to reality, sniffing as she accepted the tissue, dabbing at her damp lashes. When she looked up again, her face was radiant with a smile as she said to Ling Ling, thank you. Seeing her smile, Ling Ling sincerely offered her best wishes. Congratulations, our Yen's future will be filled with happiness. The makeup artist chimed in with genuine joy. Our Yen Jia is such a wonderful girl, she deserves to be loved and cherished, wishing you eternal sweetness and happiness. Even the others in the tent, upon learning the news, joined in with their blessings, all envious of her good fortune. Meanwhile, Suya sat quietly, her expression dark and resentful. The makeup artist glanced at Shenyan, hesitating momentarily before softly reminding her. Yen Jia, we need to get your makeup done now, or we'll run out of time. Alright, Shenyan quickly replied. I'm sorry for the delay. The makeup artist smiled brightly. No worries, Yen Jia, your face is so perfect. It is a delight to work with. Shenyan finally set her phone down, slightly tilting her face to cooperate with the makeup artist, her mind racing with images of Tang Shiqing, pondering what he might be doing at that very moment. This overwhelming yearning compelled Shenyan to hastily exit the set as soon as her second shoot concluded, eager to retrieve her phone and call Tang Shiqing, reasoning that it was midday and would likely not disrupt his work. Just as she turned, holding her skirt and preparing to speak to the photographer, she felt a sudden weight on her shoulder. A large down jacket draped over her, and she was promptly enveloped in a familiar and warm embrace. Upon recognizing the person behind her, she couldn't help but smile brightly. What brings you here? Tang Shiqing, noticing her exposed shoulders in the cold weather, compassionately opened his coat wider and wrapped her tightly in his down jacket. Frowning slightly as he remarked, you must be freezing, this job is utterly inhumane. He sighed heavily, tightening his hold around her. Within the expansive warmth of the down jacket, Shenyan felt an immediate relief from the cold. Tilting her exquisitely delicate face up, resting her chin against his chest and smiling as she wrapped her hands around his slender waist, her eyes sparkling with joy. When did you arrive? It must have been quite a drive from the hospital. Just got here, Tang Shiqing replied, feeling the warmth of her hands around him, chuckling softly. When I want to see my darling, no distance feels too far. With that, he bent down and swept her off her feet, saying, I checked with Ing Jia, and you've got a 40-minute break for lunch. Let me take you to the car to warm up. Alright, Shenyan, unbothered by the surrounding crew and fellow colleagues, willingly allowed him to carry her, snugly wrapping herself in the down jacket. Ling Ling, witnessing this scene, stifled her laughter, delighted by the sweetness of the moment. Feeling that it was far more enjoyable than the video she had seen online of Tang Shiqing playing the piano for Shenyan at a bar, that had felt dreamlike and romantic to the point of disbelief. But this was as real as if she had fallen into a honeypot. Once inside the car, Tang Shiqing refrained from turning the heat too high, fearing that the temperature difference would make her more susceptible to illness upon stepping out. Instead, he casually handed her 2 hand warmers, advising, if you can avoid such demanding jobs, do so. They're quite taxing on your health. Shenyan clutched the warmers, snuggling closer to him and nodding in agreement. Okay, I'll follow your advice. Tang Shiqing watched as she nestled against him, her face radiating obedience and warmth, and couldn't help but chuckle. You're being exceptionally well behaved today, my darling. Shenyan gazing at him with fluttering eyelashes, recalled something and curiously asked, I saw your post on Weibo. Wasn't your account previously inactive? How did it suddenly get verified and trend on the hot search with just one post? Tang Shiqing, with a playful glint in his eye, replied, I bought some traction in hot search rankings. He confessed, my mother unexpectedly posted and verified my account, which caught me off guard. I found out while working when Ali called me, and I immediately had him arrange everything. Leaning down, he planted a gentle kiss on her cool lips, adding, I couldn't let you face the public alone, even with my mother around. I am the crucial one. Xinyan's heart fluttered at his words, affirming her belief that he would never abandon her to the scrutiny of the public. Her gaze, filled with infatuation, lingered on his face, prompting Tang Shiqing to be unable to resist taking her chin and kissing her once more. His lips were warm against her slightly cool ones, creating a tantalizing sensation. The kiss was tender and meticulous, gradually dispelling the chill on her lips with his unique warmth, softly and unobtrusively enveloping her in affection. The man's excessive delicacy elicited an involuntary soft moan from Xinyan, her voice laced with sweetness and emotion, causing Tang Shiqing to momentarily stiffen, resting his forehead against hers while chuckling, his deep voice teasingly asking, "What are you moaning about, my darling?" Xinyan, feeling shy, playfully swatted at his waist and shot him a mock glare. "Can't I moan?" "Of course you can." Tang Shiqing gently caressed her red lips with his fingertip. Smirking as he continued, "Then can you moan a little longer for me? Today's chapter is a 2-in-1, more to come tomorrow. Lastly, I humbly request a wave of 5-star reviews. You can simply light up the little stars without writing comments. Thank you." Chapter 77. She became happier. Tang Shiqing had expected Xinyan to shyly refuse, but to his surprise, the young lady tilted her head back and pressed her crimson lips against his. Her eyes twinkling with mirth as she said, "All right." Tang Shiqing blinked in astonishment, then, lowering his gaze to meet hers, he chuckled softly. "What do you mean by all right? You need to eat soon, otherwise, you won't have enough energy." Xinyan pouted like a child denied candy, casting him a mournful glance. "Just one more kiss, please. I eat quickly." Tang Shiqing, unable to resist her rare display of vulnerability, cradled the back of her neck and kissed her passionately. Her lips soft and sweet like a spring breeze, filling his senses with delight. To his astonishment, he found her gazing back at him with laughter in her eyes, prompting him to deepen the kiss. Abandoning tenderness for a more fervent embrace, Xinyan, feeling overwhelmed, surrendered to him, nestling into his embrace. Breathless, Tang Shiqing, observing her languid state, asked with a satisfied smile, "Do you want more kisses, my dear?" Breathlessly, Xinyan blinked her seductive, misty eyes at him, gasping, "Are you trying to suffocate me? I was just thinking of you this morning, and it made me laugh on set." Tang Shiqing's interest peaked. "You were thinking of me this morning?" He quickly followed up, "Did the photographer scold you for laughing?" "Of course not. Who would dare reprimand my girlfriend?" Xinyan beamed at him, her joy evident as she recounted, "You just popped into my head, and I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, and did you know there are wild rabbits around here? One suddenly darted out during the shoot, and the crew tried to catch it to take home. But they couldn't catch it after several laps. It was hilarious." Tang Shiqing listened intently, his heart swelling as he watched the girl nestled against him, her eyes sparkling with delight. She was chatting freely about work and her little thoughts, embodying the mundane yet cherished moments he had longed for ever since they visited the old residence. He sensed a significant change in Xinyan. She had relaxed considerably, her smile now devoid of any lingering restraint. No longer was she on high alert, tightly wound, facing the world with trepidation. She had finally learned to express her genuine emotions. He couldn't help but smile fondly at this version of her. One devoid of melancholy. Tang Shiqing gently pinched her cheek, teasing, "Should I apologize for suddenly popping into your mind during work?" Xinyan paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Pure and lively, Tang Shiqing tenderly caressed her face, murmuring, "You look so beautiful right now." What he found beautiful was not merely her physical features but the happiness and optimism radiating from her, a reflection of a life beautifully lived. Xinyan, not delving into the depth of his words, assumed he was simply complimenting her as usual, and replied with a smile, "Did you have lunch yet?" "Not yet." "Come eat with me," Tang Shiqing said, casually pressing a button that raised a small table in the back seat, revealing a carefully prepared lunch. Xinyan marveled at the meal, realizing that the distance from the hospital was considerable. And with the time it took to travel, he could only remain there for about half an hour. She suddenly asked, "Tang Shiqing, you didn't drive for nearly an hour just to have lunch with me? Did you? Is that so wrong?" Tang Shiqing offered her chopsticks, an expression of casual certainty on his face. "I missed you too much." Xinyan accepted the chopsticks, her smile sweetening. That day, Tang Shiqing could visibly sense Xinyan's transformation. Unsure whether it was due to his mother or himself, leaving him feeling both elated and somewhat vexed, yet, all that vexation dissipated at their parting as he saw Xinyan holding his hand tightly. Softly inquiring, "Are you coming to my place tonight?" Tang Shiqing felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a calm facade as he countered, "Do you want me to come?" gently shaking his hand. Xinyan lowered her lashes. "I really do." Tang Shiqing could no longer contain his laughter, saying, "Then I'll come after work, but I've had an emergency surgery added on, a child coming in from out of town with a severe condition." It might be late when I'm done, Shenyan immediately responded, then I'll wait for you at the hospital after my work ends. The hospital was bustling with a chaotic throng of people. Rendering it quite disordered, Tang Shiqing gently pressed a kiss to her forehead and said, my dear, the workday has concluded, you should head home first. If you're tired, rest early. There's no need to wait for me. Shenyan, not wishing to disrupt his work, promptly replied, alright, I will sleep first if I feel drowsy. Wishing you a successful surgery. After Tang Shiqing departed, Ling Ling, who had been holding back laughter for several minutes, immediately teased, oh, Dr. Tang is truly considerate and gentle towards our Yin Yan, taking such a long time during lunch break just to share a meal with you. But Ling Ling suddenly leaned in closer, gazing at Shenyan's red lips, and continued with a grin, what happened to your lipstick? It's a complete mess. Shenyan hurriedly covered her mouth, playfully hitting Ling Ling on the shoulder as she exclaimed, how can one not make a mess after a meal? Ling Ling responded with a teasing oh. When Tang Shiqing arrived at the hospital, the family of a child was already anxiously awaiting outside the examination room. Upon seeing Tang Shiqing, they regarded him as their last glimmer of hope, akin to a living bodhisattva, and were about to kneel before him. Please, do not do this, Tang Shiqing's dedicated assistant nurse quickly intervened. Steadying them, having treated numerous patients with severe and intricate conditions, Tang Shiqing was accustomed to the desperate behaviors of families yearning for a miracle to occur, and thus remained calm, reassuring them, rest assured, I will do my utmost to save your child. The mother of the already tear-stained child implored, I beg you, please heal my child. I will repay you for a lifetime, even if it means toiling like an ox or a horse. We came here because we heard of your reputation. They say you are the reincarnation of Huatua, so my child will surely have a successful surgery, right? As a physician, Tang Shiqing could not guarantee any surgical outcomes, and he calmly reiterated to the family, I will give my all. You should stabilize your emotions now, as your child needs your care at all times. Thankfully, Shenyan was not made to wait for him, for witnessing such scenes would have undoubtedly caused her distress. The examination room was cluttered with several stacks of medical records and previous examination reports pertaining to children. Tang Shiqing donned his scrubs, washed his hands, and had his assistant nurse connect him with the child's primary physician to gain a thorough understanding of the condition. While he diligently began reviewing all the examination reports, Chapter 78, the dogskin plaster. By the time Shenyan finished work, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, with no work obligations for the next 2 days. She need not worry about breakouts or swelling and promptly arranged to enjoy hot pot with Ling Ling. Just as she entered the underground parking lot of her company, Shenyan suddenly heard someone calling her name. Instinctively, she turned to see Shen Lanqin approaching her. After months of absence, it seemed that life had not treated her well. She appeared much more haggard than during the time Shenyan was supporting her. Knowing all of Shenyan's circumstances, Ling Ling, fearing that she might soften, immediately called out, Sister Yan, we need to hurry over. Shenyan, ignoring the call, simply averted her gaze and replied, okay, before getting into her car and leaving the parking lot. Shen Lanqin watched as Shenyan completely disregarded her presence, infuriated to the point of feeling nauseous. For so many years, she had grown accustomed to being financially supported by this daughter, who had never denied her money, and had even given her a significant portion of her earnings, allowing her to live a lavish lifestyle without developing any sense of financial independence. Now, nearly a few months had passed, and she had squandered all the remaining money Shenyan had left for her. Prompting her to remember her daughter once more, enraged, Shen Lanqin called out Shenyan's name and chased after the car for a few steps, but ultimately restrained herself to avoid attracting the attention of security. Hey! Isn't that Shenyan's mother, Shen Lanqin? Just as Su Yao arrived at the parking lot, she overheard her assistant remark, she looks quite agitated. Did she have a falling out with her daughter? The car that just drove off seems to belong to Shenyan. Su Yao immediately glanced over and indeed spotted Shen Lanqin, whose face was twisted in anger and appeared quite haggard. Although she had never liked Shenyan, she had to admit that Shenyan had been dutifully filial towards her mother. How could she suddenly see her mother in such a state and simply drive away? Quickly bring Auntie into the car, Su Yao instructed her assistant without further thought. Understood. The young assistant hurried over, smiling, and called out, Auntie, you must be Sister Yan's mother. What are you doing standing here? As he spoke, he gently took Shen Lanqin's arm, adding, come sit in the car. It's too cold out here. Our Yao Yao and Sister Yan are quite familiar. Upon hearing this, Shen Lanqin's interest was piqued, and she turned to see Su Yao in the car, who immediately smiled and called out, Auntie, it's chilly outside. Please come inside. In a desperate act, Shen Lanqin climbed into the car. As night fell, it was already 10 o'clock and Tang Shirqing had yet to return. The WeChat chat window displayed a message from him at 4 just before he entered the operating room, informing her that the case was quite special and required immediate surgery. With an uncertain duration advising her to rest early, Xinyan had intended to wait for his return before going to sleep, but as she listened to the music he had recorded for her, she gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, as sunlight gently filtered in, Xinyan awakened slowly. Just as she attempted to move her arm, she realized her back was pressed against a warm chest. As if she were being embraced like a pillow by a man. Carefully, she turned within his embrace and found herself face to face with Tang Shirqing, who had returned at an unknown hour the previous night. Whether it was his excessive caution or her deep sleep, she had been completely unaware of his arrival. Gazing at the handsome, noble visage of the man before her, she couldn't help but smile and gently caress his lips. Recalling the discussions online regarding their relationship before drifting off to sleep, she surmised that perhaps it was he who had spent money to control the narrative, as the internet was filled with blessings and sweet remarks about them. He had meticulously crafted a world devoid of discord for her, ensuring that her life was consistently peaceful and dreamlike, particularly the video of him playing the piano in a bar, which had been suppressed by the media, had surged to the trending list and was widely shared, even being sensationalized as a pair of celestial lovers. She understood that all of this was orchestrated by him, a beautiful world he wished for her to see. As Xinyan stirred awake, Tang Shirqing, under her intense gaze, slowly opened his eyes, his voice laced with a drowsy, indulgent chuckle. "Did I wake you?" Xinyan, looking at the man whose eyes were now fully open, replied with a smile, "You came back last night without saying a word. I missed you. I just wanted to look at you a little longer. Go back to sleep. I won't disturb you." Hearing the hint of playful reproach in her tone, Tang Shirqing felt a surge of joy. "When I returned, my dear, you were already sound asleep, and quite peacefully too." Xinyan wrapped her arms around his waist and remarked, "You could have woken me. I wanted to talk to you before sleeping." In that serene morning, awakening with her beloved in her arms, Tang Shirqing felt his heart melt in warmth. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and promised, "All right, next time I return, no matter how late it is, I will speak with Yan Yan." Xinyan smiled and replied, "Then you should continue sleeping. You look quite tired." Just as she was about to rise, she heard Tang Shirqing whisper in her ear, "It seems that performing surgery is a bit more exhausting than being with Yan Yan." Xinyan retorted playfully, "You are not allowed to speak. You are not to get out of bed before 9." Tang Shirqing chuckled softly. Once Xinyan was awake, she found herself unable to return to sleep. She got up, boiled 2 eggs, and poured herself a glass of milk. Contemplating her plans after stepping back from the limelight, while sifting through some previous cheapao designs, approaching 9 o'clock, she glanced at the sleeping Tang Shirqing, reveling in the comforting sensation of tranquility and happiness. Before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for him, once Tang Shirqing had risen and washed up, he entered the kitchen to find Xinyan cooking. Her long hair was casually tied up, and she wore a loose pink long-sleeved nightgown, the hem barely grazing her thighs, revealing her fair, slender legs, which made the man, freshly awakened, unconsciously clench his jaw. Just as Xinyan placed the steak in the pan, she was suddenly pulled into a strong embrace from behind. Startled, she turned to find herself locked in Tang Shirqing's gaze, filled with affection. "You're awake," she said. Tang Shirqing turned off the stove without uttering a word and lowered his head to kiss her. Xinyan, caught off guard by the kiss, blinked in bewilderment, her loose nightgown suddenly feeling constricting as a hand ventured beneath it, reaching her. Chapter 79. She should embrace more adventures. With both hands pressed against Tang Shirqing's chest, Xinyan felt somewhat dazed, her voice faltering as she protested, Tang Shirqing, I'm cooking." Tang Shirqing's large hand held her waist firmly against him, while the other hand playfully explored, delighting in the soft sounds escaping her lips. He leaned in to kiss her ear, murmuring, "Have you eaten breakfast, Yan Yan?" Xinyan, overwhelmed by his warm breath, softly replied, "I've already eaten, and I'm preparing breakfast for you." Tang Shirqing, enamored, nuzzled against her neck, his voice low and husky. "As long as you've eaten, that's enough. But what about your breakfast?" Xinyan's eyes, adorned with enchanting lashes, gazed at him in bewilderment as she gently pushed him away while retreating a step. Behind her was the edge of the marble countertop. Tang Shirqing instinctively raised his hand to shield the countertop, and as the girl leaned back, her delicate waist pressed against his palm with a teasing smile. He leaned closer to her forehead and murmured, "I don't wish to eat, I desire." He lowered his lips to hers, softly uttering 2 words, "Yan Yan." Xinyan, no longer innocent, could discern the desire in his eyes. But her worry compelled her to ask, "But the surgery yesterday was so intense, have you recuperated?" Tang Shirqing's hand roamed restlessly, as if fearing her refusal, and he leaned down to kiss her shoulder. coaxing her in a low voice. I haven't fully recovered, so be good, Yan Yan, and don't push me away too much. I can't indulge in my treasure for long. Xinyan, her cheeks flushed with a mix of skepticism and attraction, found herself drawn to him, placing her hands on his shoulders and kissing his chin, responding, "Then do take it easy." A flicker of hidden emotion danced in Tang Shiqing's eyes as he subtly raised the corners of his mouth in a smile. Alright, yet, Xinyan's unease grew at his casual agreement, recalling her tattered little black dress that he had also so readily promised her a good night's sleep before midnight, yet, moreover, in recent encounters, he had wholly indulged her. And now his gaze made her apprehensive, as if he intended to make up for everything today. In a panic, Xinyan stammered, I have changed my mind. But before she could escape, Tang Shiqing forcefully ensnared her in his embrace, showering her with kisses, even playfully smacking her waist as if chastising a disobedient child, saying, "Be good, Yan Yan." In a flash, as her breath grew shallower, Xinyan found herself seated upon the marble surface, her body open to him, while Tang Shiqing stood closely before her, his deep husky voice whispering in her ear, "You must know when to stop, unless, my darling, plead for me." It was the first time Xinyan realized the depths of this man's wickedness. He did indeed no restraint, yet it was only to the extent of lifting her into the air, leaving her to spiral in a dizzying whirl without reaching true intoxication. Tang Shiqing, Xinyan's eyes glistened with a mist of desire as she softly called his name. Yan Yan seemed so formal when she addressed him. Tang Shiqing gazed at the girl in his arms, whose yearning was palpable, and coaxed her, "Why not call me brother?" Xinyan pouted, casting a pitiful glance at the disheveled clothes strewn across the floor. Unwilling to comply, however, she underestimated his current patience and mischievousness, eventually leaning against his shoulder and repeatedly calling brother. Like an old fox, he was utterly charming yet cunning. Upon leaving the kitchen, tears still glimmering in her eyes, Xinyan seemed to sense that Tang Shiqing was far from finished with her. The afternoon sun blazed brightly, and having been gently treated by him twice before, Xinyan succumbed to his reparative treatment today and nestled under the covers, falling asleep. When she awoke, she had no idea how late it was in the dead of night. With a soft groan, Xinyan turned over, immediately feeling a pang in her waist, noticing she was awake. Tang Shiqing slowly spoke, "Darling, you're awake." Hearing his voice, Xinyan inexplicably sniffled and wiped her eyes, ignoring him. Tang Shiqing, observing her demeanor, smiled gently and asked, "Is the little girl still angry?" Muffled beneath the covers, Xinyan mumbled, "I plan to be angry for at least a week." "You are too much." Tang Shiqing chuckled helplessly, continuing to coax her. "Alright, I admit I was excessive, and I've made you suffer, but it's not easy for me to leave for a while without missing you." Upon hearing he would be leaving, Xinyan abruptly poked her messy head out from under the blankets and inquired, "Where are you going?" Tang Shiqing, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Didn't I mention I have a trip to the United States? It will last about 10 days. In light of their impending separation, Xinyan's anger seemed to dissipate by half as she leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "So you're leaving for so long?" She recalled he had briefly mentioned it while on the couch, intending to use it as an excuse to charm her there. How absurd it was to forget such a thing after a single nap. Tang Shiqing tucked her tousled hair behind her ear and said, "I'll try to return as soon as possible." He then asked, "Are you hungry? I can get you something to eat." As he attempted to rise, Xinyan immediately clung to him, her tone slightly spoiled as she said, "Just hold me for a little while. I'll eat when I'm hungry." Exhausted, Xinyan lay on his chest, gazing up at him. "What are you going there for? If it's a hospital secret, you needn't say. To participate in an international medical seminar," Tang Shiqing replied, gently stroking her messy hair, "and there is that special case of the child from yesterday. There is a similar case abroad, and the hospital hopes I can assist after the successful surgery." The seminar had originally been scheduled for last month, but at that time, he hadn't yet coaxed his precious one back and had postponed it. To his surprise, the organizers had delayed the date by a month just for him. Xinyan's eyes sparkled as she smiled, "You're so impressive. The patient was just transferred, and the surgery was a success." Tang Shiqing chuckled softly, "Thank you for the compliment, darling, but medicine is never the achievement of a single person. Moreover, I've been in contact with the previous attending physician for 2 months. It wasn't a direct surgery." Xinyan pursed her lips, realizing that those 2 months coincided with her own emotional turmoil. He had been diligently balancing work and studying the child's condition while also soothing her, yet he never once displayed a hint of irritation or slackness in front of her. In that moment, she suddenly recognized how little she truly knew about him and how little she had invested in understanding and supporting him. Chapter 80, flawlessly perfect. Seeing the girl resting her chin on his chest, her eyes blinking thoughtfully, Tang Shiqing squeezed her cheek playfully. "What are you pondering?" Xinyan snapped back to reality and smiled at him. "I just think you're amazing. Having you in the medical field is a blessing for all of us." Suddenly taken aback by Xinyan's formal praise, Tang Shiqing chuckled and said, "Darling, you're exaggerating. In this world, due to various issues with food and air quality, many diseases are becoming more prevalent among younger populations. Even affecting children, there will always be new and unusual ailments, and all I can do is save as many lives as possible within my field." As he spoke, his eyes radiated a gentle awareness of himself. Although born into affluence, he possessed a purity that transcended wealth and worldly matters. He bore none of the frivolity or arrogance typical of a wealthy heir, nor did he show indifference to human suffering due to his powerful background. He truly resembled a celestial being untouched by the grime of the world, embodying the essence of a true noble, elegant yet reserved, humble yet inherently superior. Suddenly, Xinyan nestled closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, and declared, "You truly are the most perfect person I have ever encountered in this world." Tang Shiqing chuckled leisurely at her remark. "Oh, now you're showering me with compliments one after another. But just yesterday morning, you weren't saying the same." He meaningfully caressed her waist. "Didn't you call me a pervert, Xinyan?" Suddenly, she found herself unwilling to converse with him, puffing her cheeks and lightly pushing him away. "I want to eat," Tang Shiqing, amused, replied. "All right, let me prepare something for you." The following day, as Tang Shiqing flew to America, Xinyan was set to fly to Korea, unable to accompany him. On the fifth day, it was the day of Tang Shiqing's public seminar. Xinyan had secretly flown to New York, but due to a flight delay, she arrived late to the venue, relieved to find she could still enter. As she walked, she suddenly felt a jolt to her shoulder from behind. Turning around warily, she heard the culprit apologize. "Sorry." She then noticed a trio hurriedly entering the venue, assuming they were simply rushing to get inside. She was taken aback when the man in the center abruptly turned back to glance at her. He appeared to be in his 30s, with an alluring mix of features, deep-set eyes, and a striking face. When their gazes met for a fleeting moment, Xinyan felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, quickly averting her eyes and hastening through the back door into the auditorium, finding her seat according to the ticket. She discovered that the trio had taken the row directly in front of her. After a brief glance, she quickly shifted her focus to the stage in search of Tang Shiqing. However, as soon as she lifted her gaze, it locked onto Tang Shiqing's, who was looking directly at her. She froze momentarily, then, through the crowd, offered him a gentle smile. On stage, Tang Shiqing donned a traditional black Chinese high-fashion zhongshan suit, adorned with a pin of the national flag on his chest. A figure exuding an aura of righteousness intertwined with an innate nobility. Even when seated, maintains an upright posture. With slicked back hair, she possesses an air of coldness and solemnity that enhances her already striking presence on stage. Particularly, when her gaze meets his, the man slightly tilts his head, narrowing his eyes as he lightly adjusts his gold-rimmed glasses, his look upon her burning with intensity. Tang Shiqing had noticed her the moment Xinyan entered the venue. Although he had received word from Ali that she had arrived in New York, he presumed her purpose was work-related, unaware that she had come seeking him, which filled him with a quiet joy. However, at that moment, Xinyan caught the mixed-race man in the front row suddenly turning to fixate on her, causing a chill of anxiety to wash over her and igniting an instinctive wariness. He seemed anything but benign. Meanwhile, Tang Shiqing's brow furrowed at the sight of Xinyan's nervous lip-biting, prompting him to discreetly pull out his phone and send a message. Mere moments later, Xinyan observed two men approaching, presenting a check in US dollars to those seated beside her, subsequently swapping places with them. These two appeared cold and stoic, resembling two impenetrable icebergs. Xinyan, feeling a surge of fear, instinctively held her breath. Suspecting they were sent by the men in the front row. It was not until the stoic youth on her right leaned closer and whispered to Sister Yan, "Don't be afraid. We are from Lord Jiao." "My name is Mo-ing, Lord Jiao." Xinyan immediately sought confirmation. "Tang Shiqing, indeed," replied Mo-ing. Xinyan, in a flurry of reassurance, glanced at the stage, and upon receiving a nod from Tang Shiqing, her heart settled. Yet, the two men beside her lacked Ali's refined and amiable demeanor. They appeared far too cold, reminiscent of the underworld. She suddenly realized that her man was indeed a man of many secrets, and fully understanding him would require considerable effort. The theme of the seminar was cancer resistance. During the proceedings, Tang Shiqing did not frequently glance her way. As she watched him engage fluently in English with others on stage, Xinyan realized that he was not particularly fond of smiling or speaking. Compared to others, he spoke infrequently, yet each utterance resonated with gravitas, drawing astonished and enlightened gazes. This reminded her of their initial meeting in the yacht's private room, where he had also been the least talkative. Yet, when they were together, he would speak at length, offering her guidance and warmth, as if he poured all his affection into her, deviating from his usual nature to indulge her. As the seminar concluded, Tang Shiqing immediately approached Shenyan, taking her hand. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival? You mustn't do this again. What if something dangerous had happened? I missed you. Shenyan gazed at him, her eyes brimming with longing. Now I wanted to come on the third day, but you were in the hospital. I feared I would disturb you, so I waited until now. As she spoke, she leaned against him, her voice soft, praising. Lord Jiao is truly impressive. Your remarks always leave everyone in awe. Tang Shiqing, upon hearing this, broke into a hearty smile, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, darling, say it again. Shenyan replied, a single compliment is worth 1,000 praises. Brother is truly impressive. She playfully shot him a mock glare, about to speak again when an unwelcome voice interrupted from behind. Excuse me, miss, may I know your name? As Shenyan prepared to call out again, Tang Shiqing turned abruptly, noticing the mixed-race man regarding Shenyan with an inscrutable expression. Instinctively, he pulled Shenyan behind him and replied in a deep voice, not convenient. Chapter 81, Excessive Worry. Shenyan felt uneasy about the mixed-race man and discreetly tugged at Tang Shiqing's arm, signaling him to leave. As they turned to depart, Tang Shiqing noticed her slight panic and assured her, stay calm, I'm here. Shenyan glanced at him and said, that mixed-race man feels strange. Earlier, he accidentally bumped into me as he entered, and after passing, he turned back to look at me with a bizarre gaze. Tang Shiqing sensed something amiss and had already instructed Moing to investigate. He urgently asked, where did he bump into you? Did it hurt? I'm fine, Shenyan replied honestly. Perhaps he was just in a hurry and bumped into my shoulder. Still uneasy, Tang Shiqing pressed, did you feel a prick on your shoulder? No, Shenyan replied, blinking in confusion. It was just a bump, nothing more. Yet Tang Shiqing remained unconvinced, stating, let us return to the hotel. I'd feel more secure checking you myself. Shenyan, unsure of his worries, nodded in agreement. As they turned to leave, one of the men beside the mixed-race man whispered, Master, that girl seems to be the model you mentioned earlier. Shenyan, the mixed-race man. Zhang Yue pondered over the name, repeating, Shenyan, yes, Master. Zhang Yue lowered his voice, commanding, tomorrow, provide me with all her detailed information. Understood. The night in New York was dazzling and enchanting. In a luxurious hotel, Shenyan lay on Tang Shiqing's lap, her dress's zipper completely undone, revealing her back. He was meticulously inspecting her shoulder. Tang Shiqing, what are you doing? Shenyan asked, bewildered. He replied earnestly, checking for needle marks. Are there any? She queried, perplexed. No, I was overthinking. There are no abnormalities. He reassured her. Here, they often develop biochemical viruses and randomly test them on people. So, darling, whenever you're out and in contact with others, be extra cautious. He had intended to add that there was much darkness in society but refrained. Knowing her disposition already harbored shadows. He preferred to shield her from fear and remind her only of potential dangers. What is it? Shenyan inquired, noticing his hesitance as she turned to face him. Her eyes sparkling, Tang Shiqing gazed down at the lovely girl resting on his lap, her long dark hair cascading freely. Meeting her today was a delightful surprise, especially since she had sought him out. Tenderly, he caressed her chin, his fingers gently brushing against her skin as he said, I wanted to remind you to be careful when you're out. Your safety brings me great concern. Shenyan, looking into the eyes of this overly protective man, suddenly burst into laughter, playfully poking his waist. Brother, are you being overly worried? Tang Shiqing, moved by her laughter, responded, I can't afford to be careless when it comes to you, noticing the firmness and tenderness in his smile. Shenyan felt as if she had fallen into a soft, sugary cloud, filled with sweetness. Unable to resist, she slowly straightened up, wrapping her arms around his neck and settling on his lap, her enchanting gaze teasingly asking, did you miss me over the past 5 days? Her voice was laced with a coyness that added to her allure. Tang Shiqing, leaning against the sofa, observed their current position with keen interest. Drawing her closer with one hand resting on her partially undone dress, locking eyes with her, he replied, of course I missed you. He chuckled softly, kissing her lips, I missed you with all my heart. I missed you too, Shenyan said with a bright smile, boldly hugging his neck and kissing him again. Do you have a piano here? How come you still send me lullabies every day? Shenyan had realized that since the first time she had listened to him play the piano and drift off to sleep, he had consistently sent her a recording of his music whenever they were apart. She had initially thought it was merely a gesture during their quarrels, but it became evident that he continued this practice, seemingly more concerned with ensuring she had restful nights rather than simply placating her during emotional turmoil. As time went on, his affection only deepened. Tang Shiqing, reclining on the sofa, tilted his head to accommodate her kiss, unable to suppress his smile as he replied, finding a piano is quite easy. He raised his hand, teasingly tugging at her already loose dress, curious to see her reaction. To his surprise, Shenyan lowered her arms, cooperating with his attempt to remove the dress. Tang Shiqing raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Darling, are you being so compliant? Why are you not escaping, but rather being proactive today? With a playful smile, Shen gently rubbed her nose against the man's, then slowly nestled into the crook of his neck. In a low voice, she murmured near his ear, "From now on, I will take the initiative. Whenever I miss you, I will let you know so you won't have to guess my thoughts anymore." As she spoke, she suddenly lifted her head from his neck, gazing earnestly into his eyes, and declared, "Tang Shirqing, this is my first time being loved by someone, and it is also my first experience of truly loving someone. Throughout this journey, I know I have many shortcomings, so please bear with me. I will strive to become the most perfect partner. In a relationship, it is essential for both parties to feel reciprocation. If one person is always proactive, it can lead to exhaustion and loneliness. A healthy and enduring relationship should be mutual, with both individuals feeling involved and acknowledged. When you miss him, you ought to let him know, for it might bring him joy for the entire day." Listening to the girl in his arms articulate her thoughts, Tang Shirqing felt as if a gentle breeze had swept through his heart. He truly did not mind if he was the one always taking the initiative. What moved him was the fact that she had the courage to express such sentiments. His precious one was gradually becoming more radiant and cheerful, which would enable her to better enjoy the world rather than enduring each passing moment in oppressive silence. With a tender voice, he replied, "My Yan is already perfect. There are no shortcomings." Shen, accustomed to his compliments, smiled brightly, then, with a playful glint in her eyes, leaned in closer and shyly whispered in his ear, "As for not escaping tonight, it's because I've discovered a little habit of yours." Tang Shirqing raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "What habit?" Shenyan's warm breath brushed against his ear as she teased, "It's that after a certain encounter, you tend to treat me exceptionally well for many days. So tonight, even if I take the initiative, you will still prioritize catering to me, right?" With a mischievous smile, she tilted her delicate face towards Tang Shirqing and playfully asked, "Am I right, brother?" Tang Shirqing, caught off guard by her insight, couldn't help but smirk. He indeed was mindful of her well-being and concerned that if he frightened her, it would be difficult to soothe her. Yet, seeing the sparkling light in her eyes, he playfully lifted her from the sofa, denying her statement. "Of course not. My darling has traveled such a long way. I must make up for the days I haven't been able to indulge you." Suddenly lifted off the ground, Shen clung tightly to his neck and asked, "Where to?" "To the bathroom," Tang Shirqing said with utmost seriousness. "After encountering so many people today, I need to take a shower first." Shen, confident that he would be kind and gentle today, relaxed and nestled against his shoulder, requesting, "Then after your shower, you must carry me back to bed." "I don't like being in the bathroom." Tang Shirqing chuckled knowingly and replied, "But I enjoy the bathroom." As they returned to the bedroom, Shen puffed her cheeks and leaned in closer to his ear, suggesting softly, "Nine brother, you." She shyly whispered the last two words, "are beneath." The way she called him brother made Tang Shirqing's jaw tighten, and he straightened his back involuntarily. The image that flashed in his mind was overwhelming. He wished he could disregard everything and take charge right then and there. He had never felt the journey to the bathroom seem so long, so he could only bear with it and lower his voice, saying, "You mustn't call me brother right now." Noticing his stiff posture and quickening heartbeat, Shen gleefully leaned closer and playfully called out, "Brother, brother." Tang Shirqing, caught between helplessness and a hint of irritation, muttered, "Yan, please don't cry later." With that, he kicked open the bedroom door. On the soft, pristine bed, Tang Shirqing, with his dark charm and mischievous demeanor, coaxed Shen, fulfilling the promise he had made. The delicate girl, with her alluring, misty gaze, unleashed her enchanting charm, and she suddenly felt that being in control of the situation was rather delightful, for everything could be determined by her. Yet, as the journey unfolded, Tang Shirqing, irritated by her slow pace, directly turned the tables. At that moment, Shen realized that whether he was kind or unkind was entirely dependent on his mood. The next day, under the bright sunlight, Tang Shirqing received a call from Mo Ing while standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. "Master Jiao, the information we've gathered reveals that the person is named Zhang Yuhua, 41 years old. His father is Chinese, and his mother is British. He remains unmarried and has an adopted son, Jiang Chang, aged 21, who is also Chinese. As for other subordinates, we have yet to uncover any further details." Tang Shirqing's gaze darkened slightly as he replied, "I understand. Continue the investigation and report back with whatever you find." "Understood," Mo Ing acknowledged. Meanwhile, on the other side of New York, in an English-style villa, someone was reporting to Jiang Yuhua, "Master, our investigation has encountered some difficulties. Shenyan's information appears to have been deliberately obscured. Apart from some gossip media coverage, we have only been able to ascertain her name, Shenyan, age 21, with no details about her father or mother." However, there is an old entertainment news article that mentions her mother, a woman named Shin Lanshin. Jiang Yuhua, maintaining a neutral expression, replied, "You may leave." 21 years old, he was 19 at that time, so it aligns with her age. The familiarity in her eyes stirred something within him. When Shenyan awoke, she found Tang Shirqing standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping a glass of cool water. He was shirtless, revealing his well-defined back adorned with glaring marks. His tall and slender figure bathed in the morning sun, exuding an irresistible charm. "I thought you'd already left after I woke up," Shenyan said as she approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist. With a slightly disheveled head, she affectionately nuzzled against his back, still appearing somewhat groggy as she murmured, "It's so nice to see you when I wake up," feeling the girl leaning against him and hearing her voice. Tang Shirqing gently turned to face her, effortlessly lifting her with one arm while placing the water glass on a nearby high chair. Looking at her still dreamy expression, he smiled and said, "How could you leave without waking up? In a foreign land, I can't let my precious one wake up and find me missing." Shenyan's head rested languidly on his shoulder as she mumbled, "Did I disturb your work by coming over?" "Not at all," Tang Shirqing reassured her. "I'm very happy you came." Shenyan suddenly remembered something and let out a soft hum, saying, "Yes, you seemed quite happy last night." Tang Shirqing looked at her with an expression of mock disbelief. "Wasn't it Shenyan who was happy last night?" Shenyan lifted her drooping head, blinked at him, and after a few seconds, let it fall back onto his shoulder, teasingly murmuring, "It seems like you weren't happy." Tang Shirqing, gazing at her delicate demeanor, smiled contentedly and asked, "Are you hungry?" Shenyan, knowing he had to work, replied, "I am." "You probably want to make sure I eat well before leaving." The hotel provided breakfast, but Tang Shirqing had ordered her favorite dishes to ensure she would enjoy her meal. After spending 3 days in New York, Shenyan was preparing to return to work, and Tang Shirqing, feeling uneasy, instructed 2 people to accompany her back at the airport. Shenyan reluctantly said, "I want to go back to work, but I really wish I could wait for you to return together." Tang Shirqing, seeing the reluctance in her eyes, embraced her tightly for a moment, saying, "I will try to come back as soon as possible. Once my work here is done, I will take you to Iceland." Iceland, the Northern Lights. Shenyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at him for confirmation. "Really?" Tang Shirqing, unable to resist the sight of her glowing with enthusiasm, smiled and replied, "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you?" Resting against him, Shenyan beamed with anticipation. "Will you be able to find time from the hospital?" Since he had mentioned it to her, it meant everything was already arranged. Tang Shirqing met her gaze and assured her, "I wouldn't have brought it up if I hadn't made the arrangements." Ever since he saw the page about the Northern Lights in her comic book at her house, he had begun to organize his schedule to take her to all the places she loved. Shenyan felt a flutter of joy within her. "Just in time. I won't have any work for a long while." Suddenly she stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth, saying, "Then I'll wait for you to return." Caught off guard by her sudden kiss, Tang Shirqing's lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. His darling was becoming increasingly proactive. With a gentle smile, he instructed her, "It will snow in Beijing tomorrow, so remember to dress warmly and eat on time." Looking at the man before her, Shenyan couldn't help but feel an odd paternal vibe. And she smiled broadly, saying, "I can take care of myself." "Are you trying to be my dad?" Tang Shirqing sighed and leaned down to her ear, whispering, "I want to be your husband." Shenyan's ears flushed with warmth. And even as she sat on the plane, the lingering warmth of his breath and deep voice echoed in her mind, causing her to silently repeat the word husband in her heart. What an intimate title. Beside her, Mo-ing, who was escorting Shenyan back home, noticed her inexplicable blush and wondered if she had a fever. Suddenly, filled with concern, she inquired of Sister Yen, "Are you feeling unwell?" Startled, Shenyan hastily turned her head to glance at the still-dazed Mo-ing, who responded with confusion, "No, I feel fine. What's wrong?" Mo-ing furrowed her brows as she observed Shenyan's face, which had turned from her ears to her cheeks, and said with a tone of bewilderment, "It has nothing. I was just asking that if you're feeling any discomfort, please let me know right away, or Ninth Master will blame me for not taking care of you." Noticing Mo-ing's gaze fixed on her face, Shenyan suspiciously raised her hand to touch her cheek, wondering if there was something dirty. However, as her hand made contact, she felt the heat radiating from her face and instantly lowered her head in embarrassment. "So hot." Seizing the moment Mo-ing averted her eyes, she quickly pulled out a small mirror and caught sight of her flushed cheeks. Shenyan thought, "Goodness, I've made myself blush." The flight was long, and Shenyan decided to take a nap on the plane. Upon landing, she rushed directly to the event venue, which was her last fashion show of the winter season. By the time she returned home, it was already evening. Opening her suitcase, Shenyan took out a golden velvet box with both hands, revealing a pink firework diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg. The diamond concealed a vibrant explosion of colorful fireworks. Becoming even more dazzling under the light or sunlight, this was something she had bid on at an auction the day after she arrived in New York, accompanied by Tang Shiqing. At the time, she thought he had taken her out just because she was in New York, but upon inquiry, she learned that he had known about the firework diamond-esque presence at the auction long before. Tang Shiqing had told her, even if Yan doesn't come, I would still bid for it to bring back for my treasure. Thus, it was not mere coincidence, but rather his thoughtful endeavor. Even when he was abroad, this man would ensure she fell asleep on time, always thinking of bringing her something beautiful during his work travels. After leaving the auction, Tang Shiqing took her to the St. John the Divine Cathedral in New York, where he presented the firework diamond ring before the priest, saying fireworks are not ephemeral, they do not fade away in an instant. My Yan is more eternal than this diamond. She is forever a radiant treasure. At that moment, Yan was deeply moved, realizing that this man had chosen such a diamond precisely because she often lamented that fireworks were fleeting and soon lost. He wanted to convey that Yan was not a transient existence, but eternal, his eternal. This man always perceived her subtle thoughts and gently smoothed over her emotional turmoil, never considering her to be a burden or overly sentimental. His affection was never grounded in material gifts but rather in subtly instilling within her a sense of faith, a steadfast belief. His love permeated her like spring rain, healing her and allowing her to feel reborn. As she returned to her thoughts, Yan smiled as she gazed at the fireworks within the ring, recalling that in the cathedral, there was a fleeting moment when she thought Tang Shiqing might propose. If he had done so, then she would likely have said yes without hesitation. Lost in thought, she suddenly remembered his words whispered in her ear during their farewell, "I want to be your husband." In a moment of distraction, her phone rang, pulling her back to reality. Seeing it was a call from Tang Shiqing, she answered, exclaiming, "Darling." She quickly corrected herself. Tang Shiqing, miles away in New York, was momentarily taken aback. His eyes wide with shock, before he chuckled softly, "What did my treasure just call me?" His tone was filled with a delightful excitement. However, Yan quickly regained her composure and replied seriously, "Brother, Tang Shiqing?" He burst into laughter, exasperated yet amused. Yan, you're truly mischievous." Through the phone, Yan could sense the mix of helplessness and frustration in Tang Shiqing's smile, which made her giggle in response. "What did you call me for?" Tang Shiqing began. "It's snowing in the capital. Did you see it was snowing?" Yan exclaimed in astonishment, immediately setting down the large diamond ring and moving toward the window. "I didn't see any snow on the way here." She hurried to the window, pulling back the curtains to reveal a flurry of large snowflakes falling against the night sky. Yan gasped in delight. "Wow, it's really snowing, and heavily too." She watched the snowflakes dance under the streetlights, unable to contain her joy as she remarked, "So beautiful." Tang Shiqing, listening to the girl's excited voice from afar, sighed softly. "What a pity I can't be there to share this first snowfall with you." Hearing the regret in his voice, Yan quickly reassured him, "It's okay, we'll have many more snowfalls to enjoy together." "This one isn't a big deal." Curiously she asked, "How did you know it was snowing in the capital?" Tang Shiqing replied, "I had Ali notify me the moment it started snowing that he said if I can't be there to watch it with you. Perhaps this will lessen the regret." Yan felt a flutter in her heart, realizing he had called just to share this first snowfall with her. She beamed sweetly, "I'll hang up now and send you a video." Once the video call connected, Yan leaned against the window, pointing the camera at herself and the view outside, her face bright with joy as she asked the man on the screen, "Can you see the snow outside?" Tang Shiqing, gazing at the girl lit by the morning light, felt an overwhelming surge of longing. Instead of answering her question, he found himself asking, "Baby, do you miss me?" Yan looked at the man glowing in the video, no longer hiding her feelings. She smiled and replied, "I do." Tang Shiqing grinned with satisfaction but then cheekily requested, "Could you call me by that name again like you did when you answered the phone?" Realizing what he meant, Yan felt a hint of shyness, biting her lip before saying, "I'll call you that when you return." And Tang Shiqing was overjoyed. "Are you sure?" Yan didn't respond but simply smiled, her eyes playfully teasing him, the atmosphere thick with unspoken affection. Tang Shiqing, feeling delighted, lowered his gaze, then raised it again, filled with yearning as he declared, "Then I'll speed up my return to see Yan." Yan smiled radiantly. "Okay." Thus, during this first snowfall of winter, their first snowfall after meeting, Tang Shiqing kept her company through the phone, making her laugh with his words, the joy of their conversation wrapping her in warmth even as she drifted into dreams. The next day, at around 4 in the morning, Yan was abruptly awakened by her phone ringing. Groggily, she reached for her phone and answered, "Hello, my dear Ling Ling, what's the matter so early in the morning?" Ling Ling replied, "There's been a major incident. Don't sleep any longer, you need to check online right now. I don't know which lunatic exploded a lot of dirt on you in the middle of the night." The internet is going crazy. Shenyan, still half asleep, instantly jolted awake, sitting up in her bed in shock. I'll check right away. Hanging up, she quickly opened the trending topics. Breaking: Shenyan abandons her biological mother for a wealthy family. With photos and evidence. Shocking: Shenyan's chaotic personal life involving smoking, drinking, and tattoos. Shenyan refreshes worldview. Under the trending topics, there was a photo of the page from the agreements severing her mother-daughter relationship with Shenlanshin. Along with many images of her smoking and drinking, some blurry photos of chaotic interactions with men were not even her. The comments were even more disheartening. Wow, this really shatters one's worldview. She even ditched her own mother for a wealthy family. I remember she was raised by a single mother. She just got famous and kicked her mom to the curb. It was expected. Think about it, Shenyan has no family or background. How could she have such an innocent demeanor to get to this position? Of course, she wouldn't eat up besides, in such a cutthroat world of the wealthy. She must have some skills to establish herself in the Tang family. My ruined, I've been a fan of hers for so long. Shenyan's brows furrowed deeply, each breath feeling heavier. Would Master Tang be furious upon seeing this? Would Aunt Sue be utterly disappointed? With no time to ponder, she hurriedly got out of bed and opened her laptop, sending the detailed records of every penny she had given Shenlanshin since entering the entertainment industry. The recordings of Shenlanshin pressuring her to marry an old man, along with conversation records and the surveillance footage of the home invasion, all uploaded online in one swift motion, just as she finished sending. She heard a knock on the door, accompanied by Ling Ling's call. "I'm at your door, hurry, and open up." As soon as she entered, Ling Ling vented her frustration. "I'm so furious." Thankfully, the company caught it in time. They are already handling the public relations. Who is this sicko? So many of these images are obviously fake. Oh. Ling Ling suddenly stopped in her tracks, looking shocked and incredulous as she frantically scrolled through her phone. Seeing her expression, Shenyan worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Ling exclaimed, "Why is the trending topic gone? The company's public relations team is so efficient." Then Ling Ling refreshed her feed, revealing Shenyan's clarification post. And with another swipe, the top trending topic had shifted to feeling sorry for baby Yen Yen. Ling Ling? The turnaround came swiftly, but she was thrilled. Shenyan immediately took out her phone for a glance. And as expected, the trending topics had completely shifted. Even the comments had transformed from disparaging remarks to expressions of sympathy and concern. She furrowed her brow slightly and pursed her lips, realizing it was not the company's public relations team at work, but rather his doing. 20 minutes later, she received a message from Tang Shirqing, consisting of only a few short words. "I am returning home now, already boarded." Those brief words brought an immense sense of reassurance. In the capital, snow had fallen for an entire day and night, covering the ground with a thick blanket of white, rendering the world a shimmering silver, cold and biting. Shenyan wished to avoid the prying eyes of her neighbors. And without realizing it, she found herself at Xingqian Bay, a place of solitude, where his home lay. That night, when Tang Shirqing found Shenyan at Xingqian Bay, he spotted the lonely girl sitting on the edge of a curb from a distance. The snow continued to fall in the night sky, and she sat there without an umbrella, her head bowed, engrossed in her phone. Shenyan was looking at the only photo she had with Shenlanshin, taken when she first entered the industry and earned her initial paycheck. In the photo, Shenlanshin, clad in a cheapao, wore a joyful smile while Shenyan stood beside her, gazing down at her with eyes full of hope. Believing that Shenlanshin would eventually come to care for her, yet, that hope had culminated in this painful conclusion. When she saw the severance agreement that morning, her heart felt as if it were being torn apart, suffocating her with pain. That agreement, unique to the two of them, had been turned into a weapon of destruction by Shenlanshin, who had mercilessly severed their bond. Did she truly elicit such hatred? Perhaps it was the sound of footsteps crunching through the snow that drew Shenyan from her sorrow. She lifted her head and saw Tang Shirqing, who had approached with an umbrella. Standing before her, clad in a knee-length black coat, a striking figure against the snowy backdrop, Tang Shirqing looked down at the girl whose eyes were red-rimmed and lips pressed tight, on the verge of tears. It felt as if he had plunged into a searing molten core. His heart shattered in an instant. The hand that held the umbrella trembled, almost breaking, as he suppressed his emotions and reached out to her. His voice as gentle as a whisper. "Come here, let me hold you." Those words caused Shenyan's restrained emotions to crumble entirely. Chapter 84. "Because I like you." Shenyan gazed up at the man bending down to her, hesitating to take his hand. Her eyelashes trembled as tears spilled, and she slowly explained, "I haven't smoked in a long time." Tang Shirqing, watching the tears roll down her cheeks, sighed softly, his voice tender. "I know." Hearing his gentle tone, Shenyan felt a lump in her throat. and those chaotic photos aren't mine either. Tang Shiqing looked at the girl whose tears dripped from her chin. Continuing to speak softly, I know that too. Shenyan, dazed, pouted. How do you know everything? Tang Shiqing knelt before her, gently wiping her tears, his umbrella tilting towards her, his gaze warm as he said, because I like you. The concern etched on his brow deepened. So, sweetheart, I know you're not smoking anymore, and I understand those photos aren't you, because I adore you, I know every detail about you. Only through such understanding can I care for you better. Loving someone is never about blindly giving them what one believes to be the best, it's about understanding their true needs. Even the manner of speaking reflects the nuances of love. He may not be very loquacious, yet in her presence, he always finds himself speaking abundantly, for he understands that his darling requires these words. Xingyan watched the man kneeling before her, his voice gentle yet resolute, instilling a sense of security. Unable to resist, she said, drinking might not be good for me, but, all right, sweetheart, no need to explain, Tang Shiqing interrupted. Unable to hold back any longer as he enveloped her in his embrace, soothingly saying, Yan Yan is already an adult, smoking isn't an unforgivable sin. Everyone experiences moments of emotional suppression. I smoke too. As long as we're not in public or non-smoking areas, it's nothing to worry about, and drinking isn't an affront to propriety. Our culture even cherishes it for your tattoos. They are beautiful, and I quite like them. Being held tightly by Tang Shiqing, Xingyan listened to his soothing words, each one a patient comfort. In an instant, the cold of the wintry night faded away, leaving her feeling warm, yet her tears continued to flow uncontrollably. Her voice choked. Tang Shiqing, do you truly care about me just as I am, unwavering in your affection? Tang Shiqing gently wiped her tears, earnestly and firmly saying, you can ask me about my love for you repeatedly. Yan Yan. Upon hearing this, Xingyan looked up, her gaze lost in his, as if confirming the reality before her. The authenticity of this man, her heart swelling with emotion, nearly bringing her to tears again. Why are you so gentle, almost like a dream, a dream? Tang Shiqing chuckled helplessly. Actually, I wanted to ask you something on my way here. But seeing you sitting here in such distress left me with only concern. When he received a call from Ali in New York, learning about the turmoil online, he felt an urgent pang of anxiety. Especially when Ali informed him, Miss Shin has already issued a clarification document at the first opportunity, and the public sentiment is beginning to shift. At that moment, Tang Shiqing replied, then don't remove the trending topic. Just manage the narrative in line with her document. After hanging up, he opened the clarification document, which was substantial, clearly articulated, and meticulously organized. The fact that she could issue it so promptly indicated that it had been prepared long in advance. Hidden away until now, the contents were enough to ruin Shen Lanqin's reputation, making her the object of public scorn. She had possessed the weapon to destroy, yet chose to conceal it, granting Shen Lanqin another chance. Deep down, perhaps she still harbored a glimmer of hope for their familial bond, yet Shen Lanqin ruthlessly severed even that last thread of sentiment, thrusting his Yan Yan into a hell of despair. As he approached, he had seen the photo she was viewing, one with her mother. How heartbroken and helpless she must have felt, her heart undoubtedly shattered. In that moment, Tang Shiqing longed to receive a call or even a message from her. Anything to indicate she sought his comfort. During the 20 minutes he spent rushing to the airport, he had checked his phone countless times, longing for a single message, yet he received nothing, ultimately having to reach out himself. I am not a pitiful person, Xingyan said, pouting as she wiped her tears away. So what did you want to ask? I wanted to know. Tang Shiqing's gaze darkened as he looked at her, an almost imperceptible sigh escaping his lips. He leaned down to press a gentle kiss on her damp eyelashes. I wanted to ask when you would think of me first in times of trouble. Tell me. After everything unfolded, even that little friend Fong Fong knew to seek out Dr. to find me, yet my little one, after the incident, didn't he send a single message, choosing instead to hide away and suffer in silence. Xingyan detected the loneliness and disappointment in Tang Shiqing's voice and hurriedly explained, no, I thought of you first when I learned what happened. I was worried this sudden incident would affect how your family viewed me, and that it might burden you, so I immediately issued a clarification. She clutched his coat collar, gazing up at him imploringly. Please don't be upset. How could Tang Shiqing bear to be angry with her? Seeing her in such a state only deepened his concern as he gently ruffled her hair. I want to be angry, but I remember telling you something once, and I want to repeat it now. He looked at her earnestly. I hope that in the future, whenever you encounter anything that affects your emotions, you will tell me immediately. You should know that I care deeply about everything concerning you, he declared. No matter where Tang Shiqing is, he will always be attentive to Xingyan. He playfully pinched her cheek, asking, did you remember that Yan Yan? Xingyan felt her heart soften under his tender coaxing tone, his voice echoing in her ears, taking root in her heart. Slowly she replied, I remember. From now on, I will tell you everything first. Tang Shirqing smiled in satisfaction. That's more like it. Now that everything is settled, let us not dwell on it any longer. Suddenly, he stood up, looking down at Xinyan with open arms. Come into my embrace. Xinyan looked up at him, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, but a smile began to emerge as she recognized his small gesture as encouragement to step out of the shadows and seek solace in his arms. As she rose and nestled against his waist, she felt an undeniable sense of peace wash over her. Shall we stay here tonight? Tang Shirqing asked, wrapping his arms around her waist. Xinyan nodded gently in his embrace. All right, the girl spoke as she took the initiative to grasp his hand and lead him towards the villa. Tang Shirqing cast a glance at the small hand that had entwined with his. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. The snow had ceased falling. Tang Shirqing folded up the umbrella and walked alongside her on the snow-covered ground, their footsteps crunching softly beneath them. The streetlights elongated their shadows, creating a scene that was pure and beautiful amidst the snowy night. Chapter 85, A Rebirth. You suddenly returned. What about work? Xinyan inquired unexpectedly. There's just a bit of finishing work left, which I arranged before leaving. Tang Shirqing replied candidly. I was supposed to return today. I merely arrived a day early. It's of no consequence. He lowered his gaze to her and softly asked, Are you still feeling sad? Xinyan tilted her head back to look at him and forced a smile. It would be impossible to say I'm not sad, however, now that this matter has transpired. There is a certain lightness within me, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's as if all my aspirations have been completely extinguished. As she spoke, she suddenly lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrowful desolation. After taking a deep breath, she continued, I wasn't actually named Xinyan when I was little. My mother, upon discovering I was a girl right after my birth, was filled with disdain and hastily named me with the character, which means disdain. But she looked up at Tang Shirqing, teasing herself with a smile. It's the disdain that signifies hate. I still can't comprehend how the newborn me could evoke such feelings in her, or how she later changed my name. Suddenly recalling something, she interrupted herself. Oh, I forgot that you've investigated me. You must already know all of this. What I discovered differs from what you have shared, Tang Shirqing said, gazing at her. I relish hearing my darling speak. Xinyan looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with tears, and smiled before continuing. I changed my name when I was a bit older. At that time, I thought my mother must have begun to love me, hence the name change. Only later did I realize it was merely my own delusion. It was just that as I grew older, she noticed that I had become somewhat attractive and decided to give me a more pleasant name, hoping I would find a wealthy husband. Ever since I can remember, I have always sought my mother's affection, yet she never truly liked me. As a child, I often felt like the most superfluous person in the world. When I was 5, my mother contemplated abandoning me at an orphanage. One night, she left me at the doorstep and walked away. The director only discovered me when he heard my cries, because my household registration listed my mother. The orphanage could not accept me, and the police contacted her, persuading her to bring me back home. However, she still did not wish to raise me and wanted to send me to my grandmother. My grandmother intended to care for me, but coincidentally, my aunt had just given birth, so she went to help at my uncle's house. At that time, I was 7 years old, and I pleaded with my mother, saying, Mom, please don't send me away. I can take care of myself. I can cook, do my own laundry, and go to school by myself. Please don't send me away. As she recounted this, Tang Shirqing distinctly saw a tear escape from the corner of Xinyan's eye. His heart ached, and in a rush, he pulled her into his embrace, comforting her. All right, no more talking about such sorrowful matters. She revealed things he had not found in his investigation, and he could hardly fathom the daily torment she had endured as a child. Merely listening was suffocating. It's nothing, Xinyan said through her tears, looking up at him with a smile. I just wanted to talk to someone today, to share with you. She reached for his hand again and continued walking, venting her feelings. I've always been terrified of being abandoned, just like how my mother would choose to leave me behind. So when I saw the post by Xia Jiming, it felt as though I was transported back to my childhood. Afraid that I might once again become that disposable existence during someone else's choices, I have always tried to please my mother, exhausting myself to earn her affection. Even my study of qipao design stemmed from seeing her wear them as a child, and I told her I would make them for her. I even entered the entertainment industry for her, as it was a quick way to earn money. I lost myself entirely in the process. Though I could have lived a splendid life. I'm reasonably attractive, competent, and have a good rapport with the audience, capable of earning substantial money. I could have lived freely and joyfully, yet due to someone unworthy, I squandered a great opportunity. Now, with a cold splash of reality, I have finally awakened. It seems I owe an apology to my former self for being so unfair to her. As the girl spoke, She suddenly halted, lifted herself on tiptoes, wrapped her arms around the man's neck, and smiled at him. And this clarity is all thanks to you, a man named Tang Shirqing. You have instilled in me confidence and belief, made me realize my own worth, and shown me that I am indeed deserving of love. Tang Shirqing absorbed every word she uttered, gazing at the girl before him, who was both crying and smiling. His heart aching profoundly, unable to resist, he leaned down and softly kissed her damp eyelashes, murmuring, "What a little fool you are, foolish enough to break my heart." As he spoke, he bent slightly and lifted her into his arms, assuring her, "You will no longer experience such pain. My darling is the finest girl in this world." He comforted her, saying, "In truth, a name is merely a title and does not define anything." Suddenly, he chuckled, using himself to console her. "My name isn't pleasant either. My mother said I was quite ugly at birth. She even thought the doctor had mixed me up with another baby, after confirming she hadn't been mistaken. She was disheartened for quite a while, lamenting that her exquisite beauty had not been passed down. She wanted her descendants to be beautiful, so she derived 2 characters from it and later felt that, meaning to lean, was not quite fitting, and casually changed it to my current, meaning dear." Tang Shirqing added, "I still feel a bit gloomy recalling it." Xinyan, who had been cradled in his arms, blinked in surprise, unable to suppress her laughter, imagining Aunt Sua's disdainful expression upon seeing her ugly son, and murmured, "Auntie is so amusing." Seeing the girl smile, the weight in Tang Shirqing's heart lifted. Xinyan then clung to his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. After a moment, she suddenly asked softly, "Tang Shirqing, I still don't quite understand what it is that you like about me." Tang Shirqing turned to her, answering earnestly, "To be honest, I can't clearly articulate it either. I just know that from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I wanted to hold you. I longed to make you mine, yet I feared scaring you away, so I became overly cautious, having witnessed life and death, even separations, in the hospital. If you could sway my emotions. However, since meeting you, my feelings have been entirely influenced by you, and only by you. I cannot bear to see the sorrow in your eyes or even the slightest hint of displeasure, yet when you smile, the world seems to brighten." He thought of showering her with endless affection, reflecting, "Isn't this what it means to love someone?" Upon hearing this, Xinyan slowly lifted her head from his shoulder, resting her forehead against his. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on him for several seconds before she spoke. "Tang Shirqing, thank you for relinquishing countless possibilities to choose someone as troublesome as me." Tang Shirqing replied, "But you, Yan, are the most fervent desire among all my possibilities." Xinyan's eyes sparkled with joy, and in that moment, she felt as if she had been reborn, finally unburdened. Once she had come across a saying, in any relationship, if one cannot provide emotional value, financial support, or positive companionship, failing to meet even one of these criteria, it is wise to let go. In the past, she had clung to the wrong paths, leaving herself battered and bruised. Perhaps it was time to completely abandon such attachments. Upon returning home, as she crossed the threshold of her room, Xinyan suddenly reached out to Tang Shirqing, her eyes shimmering with delight as she smiled. "Let us get to know each other again," she said. "Hello, my name is Xinyan, the one whose name signifies the brilliance of fireworks." Tang Shirqing was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the radiance in her eyes, he smiled warmly. His darling had finally found her peace. He immediately extended his hand to grasp her delicate fingers, his voice softening. "It's a pleasure to meet you." With a gentle tug, he pulled her into his embrace, leaning down to whisper against her lips, "I am Tang Shirqing, your man." With that, his lips descended upon hers, kissing her luscious, crimson lips. Author's musings. It is only at this juncture that I reveal my original intent to shape the character of Yan. She is exquisite in appearance, possesses an enviable figure, and is capable of earning her own living. She could undoubtedly lead a life of luxury and freedom, yet her entire youth has been overshadowed by misguided obsessions. There is a saying, being beautiful is not as important as living beautifully. The true strength of an individual lies in the richness of their inner self, which allows them to lead a life of grace. Often, I encounter comments questioning how such an accomplished female lead could still harbor feelings of inferiority, which seems rather unrealistic. However, in the realm of reality, many individuals who are genuinely exceptional still grapple with self-doubt. They fail to recognize the brilliance within themselves, constantly feeling inadequate. Outsiders may remark that a well-played hand has been squandered, but through Yan, I aspire to provide a sense of healing for every girl or boy lacking in self-confidence. Each person is remarkable in their own right. You are the best. The world is resplendent, yet life is fleeting. Thus one must invest their time in the right people and pursuits. I wish everyone abundant mental wealth and a fulfilling life. Chapter 86. He became shy. "I am Tang Shirqing, your man." Amidst their kiss, Xinyan could hear the man's words echoing in her ears. His kisses were both tender and fervent, compelling her to tilt her head back and engage in a passionate embrace. From that moment onward, her heart found peace, belonging solely to him. As long as he was present, the fireworks of life would remain ever bright. Xinyan's hair had already been dampened by the snow. And while she soaked in the bath, Tang Shiqing prepared a bowl of ginger tea for her, simultaneously receiving a call from Ali. Ali, ninth young master. The post originated from a newly opened internet CAF called Night Serenade near a university town. After negotiating with the owner, we discovered it was leaked by a female university student who was a victim of illegal campus loans. She mentioned that when she felt hopeless, someone provided her with a USB drive, assuring her that posting it online would resolve all her loan issues. We have traced the mastermind behind this to Suyao.as for Shenlanqing. She has been kept within our sight as you instructed, without any direct interference. Finally, Ali inquired, how should we deal with Suyao, ninth young master? Tang Shiqing narrowed his eyes, his gaze dark and cold. Suyao's malicious slander, defamation, and collusion with criminal forces to coerce and deceive students only serve to exacerbate the growth of such malevolence. Therefore, do not ask me how to handle this. You should consult a lawyer. Before we proceed, ensure that Miss Su publicly admits to all her crimes. Do not let my Yan bear even an ounce of injustice. Ali promptly acknowledged and responded, understood, I will take care of it. After hanging up, he received another call from Moing.as. Tang Shiqing answered. He casually extinguished the fire, methodically ladling a bowl of ginger soup to cool it down. He listened to Mo Ying's report. Ninth Master, as you anticipated, someone is investigating Miss Yan, and following the release of her news, inquiries into Shenlanqing have begun. However, it remains unconfirmed whether it is Zhang Yuhua behind this. Nevertheless, new information has emerged regarding Zhang Yuhua. He is the head of the Changli Group, which has its headquarters in the UK and was previously involved in some illicit industries. 5 years ago, they began to cleanse their operations, and now their primary focus is electronic technology. They recently appeared at a conference in New York, intending to enter the pharmaceutical sector. Additionally, there are unverified rumors that Zhang Yuhua has been searching for a Chinese woman over the years. Tang Shiqing's expression grew increasingly complex as a myriad of thoughts swirled within him. Initially, he believed Zhang Yuhua's interest in his Yan was purely superficial, but after Mo Ying's investigation revealed connections to Shenlanqing, he realized the situation was far more intricate than he had presumed. He instructed Mo Ying to keep a close watch on Shenlanqing, particularly following the recent media frenzy that thrust her into the spotlight. Unearthing her past, he surmised that if his suspicions were correct, Zhang Yuhua would undoubtedly investigate Shenlanqing. Mo Ying's report seemed to corroborate some of his theories, yet it remained unconfirmed. After ending the call, Tang Shiqing casually leaned against the jade countertop, lost in contemplation. What are you doing here? Xinyan asked as she approached, having just finished her bath and dried her hair. Upon hearing her voice, Tang Shiqing immediately lifted his head, concealing his thoughts. He had no intention of disclosing anything to her until he fully understood Zhang Yuhua's intentions. With a gentle smile, he tilted his head to regard Xinyan as she drew near. I am preparing ginger soup for Yan. He turned to fetch the bowl of ginger soup, ready to feed it to her. You've been out in the snow for so long today. You must drink all of this, or you might catch a cold tomorrow. Xinyan wrinkled her nose in distaste at the smell, exclaiming, it smells awful. I don't want to drink it. Tang Shiqing immediately coaxed her. Be good, you must drink it. Otherwise, if you fall ill, I'll have to give you a shot. Xinyan couldn't help but laugh at his childlike tone, playfully asking, so, where will Dr. Tang administer the shot? Tang Shiqing, sensing her teasing tone, chuckled slowly, responding with a hint of meaning. That depends on Yan's needs. I can accommodate anywhere. Understanding the flirtation in his words, Xinyan playfully glared at him, retorting, I don't need anything. Is that so? Tang Shiqing raised an eyebrow, gazing at the girl clad in a white silk camisole. Her skin was as fair as snow, with a delicate blush, causing his throat to constrict slightly. Suddenly recalling something, he spoke slowly. Yan promised to call me something when I returned, didn't she? It's time to fulfill that promise. Xinyan blinked at him, aware of his expectations but feigning ignorance. She teased, what should I call you, big brother? Tang Shiqing, you little rascal, how frustrating. With a resigned sigh, he set down the bowl of soup and wrapped his arm around her waist, narrowing his eyes as he lowered his voice, little treasure. You're not being obedient. Give Yan another chance to call me right. Hearing the playful threat in his voice, as well as his hand's deliberate caress around her waist, Xinyan's heart fluttered with joy. Today had been filled with events, yet this man before her consistently provided a safe haven, warming and cherishing her. Gazing up at him, her eyes sparkled with delight, and in a moment of spontaneity, She gently kissed him on the chin, sweetly calling out, "Hubby," deliberately elongating the last syllable. Her soft voice caused Tang Shurqing's entire posture to stiffen, his eyes flickering with a hint of disarray, unable to suppress a tight clench of his jaw. He stood frozen for a moment, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Shen, as if having discovered a monumental secret, exclaimed, "Ah, Tang Shurqing, you're blushing. Ha ha, it's the first time I've seen you turn red." The young girl gleefully laughed, playfully tugging at his clothing while tilting her head to see his flushed ears, exclaiming, "Dr. Tang, your ears are all red. Are you shy?" "Who is shy?" Tang Shurqing hurriedly pulled the girl, who was reaching out to touch his ears, into his embrace, looking down at her in denial. "I am not shy." Trapped in his embrace, Shen gazed up at him, her face radiant with delight. "You are shy, your face is, Before she could finish her sentence, he decisively lowered his head and kissed her, fervently and without restraint. After a long moment, he finally released her, observing her flushed face and disheveled breathing of the triumphant girl inquired, "Who is shy now?" Shen leaned against him, catching her breath, and pouted in mock anger. "The shy one won't admit it." Tang Shurqing, Shen, noticing his feigned helplessness, grinned triumphantly, teasingly saying, "Brother, just admit it." Being shy isn't shameful, her playful tone caused Tang Shurqing to blush deeper. Feeling as if he were igniting all over, with a resigned expression, he swiftly released her, hastily stating, "I need to take a shower." He quickly walked a few steps before turning back with a serious tone, "Drink the ginger soup." Shen watched him seemingly flee the scene, laughing, "I won't drink it." Tang Shurqing's eyes narrowed as he glared at her from a distance. "Will you drink it or not?" Shen, feeling a bit intimidated, quickly relented. "I will drink it." She gazed at the rapidly departing Tang Shurqing, her eyes narrowing into slits of mirth, marveling at this vibrant side of him for the first time. Meanwhile, Tang Shurqing entered the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face, attempting to douse the fire within him. His mind was still occupied with the sound of Shenyan's teasing call of "hubby." In that fleeting moment, it felt as though all other sounds had faded away, leaving only her presence. He had become acutely aware of the heat creeping up his ears. It was utterly maddening. How could a mere title provoke such a response, tightening his breath and leaving him momentarily dazed? After drinking the ginger soup, Shen, disliking the lingering taste, rinsed her mouth several times. Just then, her phone rang. It was a video call from Ji Shui. Upon connecting, Shen saw Ji Shui's sweet face, filled with concern. "Mei Yan, are you feeling better now? I noticed that the online atmosphere has returned to harmony." After the scandal erupted, Ji Shui had attempted to contact Shen upon seeing the trending topics. "It's all fine now, Sha Shui. Don't worry," Shen reassured her with a smile. As soon as everything was settled, Ji Shui gazed at Shen with a look of infatuation and said excitedly, "By the way, I'm going back home on vacation tomorrow. Let's go out for some delicious food." "Sure," Shen replied. "What time is your flight? I can pick you up." No need, Ji Shui hurriedly replied. "My brother is coming to pick me up. I just wanted to let you know." Now that she had reached adulthood, she could visit internet cafes and wished to have Mei Yan accompany her to see how he was faring in the lively establishment of Yi Shenggu. Shen could only smile and say, "All right then." The two continued to chat about the little secrets shared between girls before ending the video call. Shortly after, Shen received a comforting message from Su Wantong, which filled her heart with a sense of happiness. When the online rumors had been rampant, she had feared it would taint Tang Shurqing's family's view of her, and a fleeting thought had crossed her mind that Tang Shurqing might harbor negative feelings towards her. However, unexpectedly, this incident had completely dispelled her anxious and sensitive worries, suppressing all the chaotic thoughts that had plagued her mind, fundamentally allowing her to step into the sunlight. After replying to Su Wantong, she lay on the sofa scrolling through trending topics. Shen came across a video posted by Fong Fong, confirming her innocence. Fong Fong was once the protagonist of a sensational national news story, who due to psychological issues, rarely accepted interviews or appeared in front of the media. Yet, this time, she had filmed a video to vouch for Shen, sharing numerous photos taken during Shen's visits, where Fong Fong had used her tablet to capture their moments together. Fong Fong's appearance served to shift public opinion in favor of Shen, as everyone felt sympathy and compassion for the girl, willing to trust her. To her surprise, the tablet she had gifted Fong Fong ended up saving her. Casually clicking through the comments, Shen saw that everyone was advocating for her, defending her. She was touched, biting her lip slightly. In truth, if one disregarded the darker aspects of the entertainment industry, her days as a model were the happiest and most liberating times of her life. The audience adored her. Her work was exceptional, and it was during those moments that she received the most praise and recognition. Thus, she approached her work with utmost seriousness and enjoyment. Like any ordinary person, she felt more confident in the face of admiration and acknowledgement. Yet, behind such praise and recognition lay a darker game of rules, leading her to believe that her current happiness was a rare blessing until she met Tang Shirqing, who made her realize that there exists a form of admiration and recognition that is purely for who you are. Devoid of any dark rules or transactions, emerging from his shower, Tang Shirqing noticed Xinyan sprawled on the sofa, her fair, smooth legs playfully kicking in the air. It seemed the young girl's mood had improved. "Hey!" Xinyan suddenly exclaimed in surprise as she felt a playful slap on her back, quickly sitting up to see the handsome man who had approached without her noticing, with a feigned pout. She complained, "Why did you hit me?" Tang Shirqing, casually drying his hair with a towel, leisurely sat down on the sofa, effortlessly pulling the sulking girl onto his lap, looking down at her with a calm demeanor. And spoke slowly, "What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Should I give Yin Yin a massage?" Xinyan looked at the man who was so earnestly teasing her, rolling her eyes playfully as she lightly scolded. "Rogue!" The next moment, a thought struck her, and she leaned in closer, her delicate hand resting on the loose collar of Tang Shirqing's robe, her fingertips drawing ambiguous circles at the nape of his neck. With seductive eyes, she suddenly called out, "Hubby!" The unexpected affection made Tang Shirqing's throat tighten, his fists clenching. Fortunately, he managed to maintain control, realizing Xinyan was intentionally teasing him, aiming to evoke another blush from him and derive a sense of accomplishment from it. Thus, he pretended to be lured in by her charm, remaining silent while slowly rolling his throat, his gaze filled with unspoken affection. Unaware of his intentions, Xinyan noticed his discomfort and triumphantly called out again, "Hubby, why aren't you speaking?" Tang Shirqing watched the girl who had called him twice, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Inside, he felt a burst of joy akin to fireworks, while outwardly, he feigned composure as he replied, "Aren't I listening to Yin Yin?" Seeing the man maintain his facade, Xinyan playfully tugged at Tang Shirqing's robe collar, pulling him down before planting a kiss on his chin. "Why did you take so long in the shower? What were you doing in there?" Tang Shirqing gazed at the alluring girl in his arms, his hands playfully caressing her waist as his eyes gleamed with mischief. In a low, magnetic voice, he replied, "Well, with Yin Yin not in the bathroom, there wasn't much to do." Chapter 87, Only Yin Yin, the one woman. Xinyan momentarily froze, realizing the deeper meaning behind his words. She playfully hit his chest, saying, "You have hands, don't you?" Tang Shirqing retorted, "Not that kind of interest." Xinyan, bemused, thought to herself how this man had only been shy once but now seemed like a seasoned flirt, as adept as an old fox in matters of romance. "Tang Shirqing," Xinyan suddenly called out with hesitation. Tang Shirqing looked slightly taken aback. "What is it? Have you ever had girls around you before?" Tang Shirqing quickly clarified, "I only have Yin Yin." Xinyan pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "It doesn't look that way." Tang Shirqing frowned. "What does it look that way?" Xinyan whispered, "You speak sweet nothings with such ease, and your romantic entanglements seem just as practiced." Tang Shirqing chuckled at this. "Thank you, my dear, for the compliment. I will strive to ensure that both your mind and body experience boundless comfort from now on." Xinyan, feeling her heart flutter, playfully replied, "I'm going to sleep now. Good night." With that, she stood up to make her escape, remembering how gentle he had been with her emotions during their nights in New York. Now, she feared he might seek to make up for it. However, as soon as she stood, she was immediately pulled back into his embrace, startling her into exclaiming, "Not today." Tang Shirqing paused for a moment before chuckling softly, "Not today? What are you thinking about, my dear?" His laughter was laden with insinuation as he continued, "I was actually wondering how you plan to handle Shenlanqin. The smear campaign was orchestrated by Su Yao and Shenlanqin, and there's no need for you to concern yourself with Su Yao's issues." He was still accommodating her feelings regarding her biological mother. Hearing this, Xinyan's expression turned cold and solemn as she looked at Tang Shirqing and replied honestly, "I haven't thought about how to deal with it. But I am very clear that I've completely given up on this relationship. I have no lingering thoughts whatsoever." Tang Shirqing noticed the sorrow and determination in her eyes, recognizing her genuine resolve. He tentatively asked, "Then shall I handle it for you?" Xinyan nodded immediately. "All right." Tang Shirqing confirmed, "You trust me to deal with it as I see fit?" "Yes." Xinyan nodded again. She had already given Shenlanqin a chance. But Shenlanqin had not extended the same courtesy to her. She could not allow herself to be harmed again, risking the concern of those who truly cared for her. Observing Xinyan's subdued demeanor, Tang Shirqing gently patted her head, offering comfort. "Don't overthink it. It won't be handled too harshly. In any case, she has broken the law and must pay for her actions. This has nothing to do with you. So don't carry any psychological burden." Xinyan wished to alleviate Tang Shirqing's worries, immediately brightening her smile as she said, "I won't overthink it. From today onwards, I won't mention her again. Everything is irrelevant to me." Tang Shirqing assured her. "Good." With a smile, Xinyan wrapped her arms around his neck and sweetly suggested, "Then how about a hug before sleep. Tang Shiqing looked at the increasingly affectionate girl in his arms. Smiling as he replied, "All right," he echoed her words, "a hug before sleep." With that, he effortlessly lifted her and carried her towards the bedroom. On the other side of the night, a flustered and anxious Su Yao was frantically switching phones. Trying to call Xia Jiming for help. "A dream, sister, how could you block my number?" Finally getting through, Su Yao frantically pleaded, "You have to save me, you were the one who encouraged me to do this. I wouldn't have dared otherwise. Now that the outcome is like this, you've completely distanced yourself and left all the responsibility to me." "Su Yao, what nonsense are you spouting? What did I make you do?" Xia Jiming angrily retorted, "Don't slander me. If you keep talking like this, it could bring me trouble. But if I get into trouble, your family won't fare any better. I advise you to be smart about this." "Do you have any evidence that I made you do anything?" Xia Jiming, you, Su Yao was about to angrily retort, but all she heard was the busy tone. Xia Jiming had already hung up. Furious, Su Yao threw her phone to the ground. It was Xia Jiming who had initially given her the courage to act against Chen Yan, but now, with everything falling apart, Xia Jiming had completely washed her hands of the situation. Unfortunately, she had no evidence to prove her claims, and only now did she realize she had been used as a scapegoat, a pawn in Xia Jiming's game. Yet Xia Jiming was filled with fury and resentment. She had anticipated that, upon learning of the scandal, Tang Shiqing would reassess the woman known as Shen Yan. Even if he remained ensnared in his delusions, at the very least, grandfather Tang would intervene. However, not only did events unfold contrary to her wishes, but she also witnessed Aunt Su stepping forward to defend Shen Yan. Furthermore, the entire internet seemed to rally in sympathy for that very Shen Yan. Why did Shen Yan enjoy such fortune? Fate was indeed unjust. Chapter 88. He is the savior. As night fell, after a day fraught with tumult and an early awakening, Shen Yan found herself enveloped in the unique security of Tang Shiqing's embrace. Quickly drifting into slumber. In her dreams, she roamed an endless night, amidst a vast expanse of icy wilderness, the cold biting her to the bone, yet she was scantily clad, desperately chasing after her mother, calling out, urging her to turn back. But her mother continued to walk away unperturbed, growing ever more distant. In her sorrow, she ran faster, striving to catch up, but stumbled, collapsing into the snow. In that moment, a chill enveloped her. The piercing wind gnawing at her bones. Suddenly, a pair of black leather shoes appeared before her. Looking up, she beheld the man known as Tang Shiqing, surrounded by an aura of light, as if he were a savior amid her tribulations. Simultaneously, she noticed her mother's figure fading into the distance, disappearing as if even her memories were blurring. The world around her was reduced to just this man, who stood still, gazing at her with tender longing. As if anticipating her approach, yearning for her to seek solace in his arms, through tear-filled eyes, she looked at him, and in the next instant, driven by a desire that consumed her, she rose and ran into his embrace. Crying out, "It's so cold, hold me." In her dream, the moment she clung to him, the world illuminated, the icy expanse melting away, revealing a landscape bathed in sunlight that radiated warmth and vitality. Tang Shiqing, who had been dozing, heard the girl murmur softly in his arms and, mistaking her for awake, instinctively tightened his embrace while gently soothing her. "I've got you." Yet, he then heard Shen Yan, still half asleep, murmur, "Tang Shiqing, from now on I will hold you tightly, I will initiate the embrace, and I will never let go. I will be brave from now on, and I won't make you worry anymore." As she spoke, still drowsy, she wrapped her arms around his waist tightly and began to mumble indistinctly. However, Tang Shiqing clearly sensed her gentle sobs, as if she were crying. Instantly alarmed, he patted her back softly, calling out, "Did Yan Yan have a nightmare? Don't be afraid, I'm here." In a hazy state, Shen Yan stirred, slowly opening her eyes to Tang Shiqing's face, and after several seconds she murmured, Did I talk in my sleep?" Gazing at the girl rubbing her eyes in his arms, Tang Shiqing replied softly, "Yes, so, sweetheart, what did you dream about?" Shen Yan, still dazed, blinked at him, her mind clouded with images from her dream. He was the sole sunbeam and source of faith, illuminating her future, nurturing her like a wild rose blooming in barren soil. Henceforth, she would never release his hand again. Overcome with emotion, she instinctively turned towards him and leaned in for a kiss. Whispering, "I dream of you, I miss you, it was all about you." She nestled against his chest, kissing his lips and murmuring, "Tang Shiqing, kiss me." Tang Shiqing could scarcely resist her allure, his breath catching as he grasped the back of her neck and pressed his lips to hers. In an instant, he turned and enveloped her in his embrace, their kiss overwhelming. As the storm approached, Shen Yan looked up, murmuring softly, yet, Tang Shiqing, unwilling to relent, remained steadfast in his affection. Shen Yan, unable to contain herself, felt tears welling in her eyes, calling out, "Tang Shiqing, to which he playfully coaxed, "Why isn't Yan Yan calling me husband anymore?" Shen Yan shook her head, sniffling. Tang Shurqing, unhurried, continued to entice her until he finally heard her breathless call of the endearing title he cherished. As dawn broke, Shen Yan fell into a deep sleep once more. When she finally awoke, it was to the sound of Ji Shuyi's call. Groggily reaching for her phone, still half asleep, she murmured, "Shuyi, what's up?" Having returned to the country, Ji Shuyi frowned at the sound of Shen Yan's voice, which seemed to linger in a dreamlike state. She glanced outside at the encroaching night and asked, "Why are you sleeping now? Your voice sounds hoarse. Are you ill?" "I'm not sick." Shen Yan rubbed her eyes, attempting to sit up, but winced at the sudden ache in her back. "Are you alright?" Ji Shuyi, hearing the unease in Shen Yan's voice, asked with concern. "I'm indulging now. If you're unwell, I can come check on you." No, I'm not sick," Shen Yan hastily denied. "I just woke up, that's why my voice is a bit hoarse just then." Tang Shurqing entered, calling out, "Sweetheart, are you awake?" On Ji Shuyi's end, she couldn't discern the man's words clearly, but she could hear Shen Yan's voice and a man's, presumably Tang Shurqing's. Realization dawned on her, and she teased, "Oh, Mei Yan, are you with Zhou Ge? Then I won't disturb you. I just wanted to let you know I'm indulging. Rest well, and call me when you can. I'll come visit you." Bye. Shen Yan stared at the abruptly ended call, feeling inexplicably more embarrassed. Looking at Tang Shurqing, who had come to sit by her bed, she pouted playfully, pulling the blanket over herself to ignore him. However, before she could fully cover herself, Tang Shurqing had already leaned down to kiss her lips. The kiss was exceedingly gentle, lingering, as though he were seeking to deepen their connection, his voice rich with temptation. "Is my sweetheart feeling better?" The moment he spoke, Shen Yan felt a wave of grievance wash over her, and she retorted, "What do you think?" Tang Shurqing, gazing at her with feigned innocence, kissed her cheek and replied, "You seem to be in good spirits. Perhaps I should let Yan Yan sleep a little longer." In exasperation, Shen Yan playfully hit him. "Tang Shurqing, you're a beast." Tang Shurqing, eyes twinkling with mirth, allowed her to vent her frustration. Listening as she mentioned, "Shuyi is back. I'm going to spend the day with her tomorrow." Ji Shuyi is back? Tang Shurqing asked nonchalantly, then continued, "By the way, we should thank Ji Shuyi. The scandal that tarnished your name originated from an internet CAF called Night Serenade. It seems the owner knows Ji Shuyi and recognized you from her social circle, so all the surveillance videos were handed over to Ali. Night Serenade," Shen Yan recalled it as the place Ji Shuyi had mentioned before. Curiosity piqued as she asked, "Is the owner a particularly handsome young man?" Tang Shurqing's gaze narrowed slightly. "Shen Shayan, what are you implying?" Feeling a pang of guilt under his scrutinizing gaze, Shen Yan gulped nervously. The intensity of his stare causing her to feel a twinge of discomfort, she quickly pouted and murmured, "Zhou Ge, I'm a bit hungry." Tang Shurqing, taken aback by her sudden call of brother, was pleasantly surprised, realizing the girl knew how to win him over. He asked without irritation, "What do you want to eat?" Shen Yan blinked her beautiful eyes. "I feel like something light. Shall I bring you some porridge?" "Okay." As Tang Shurqing fed her, he mentioned, "Yan Yan, are you free to spend the day with Ji Shuyi tomorrow? We can fly to Iceland the day after." Swallowing her porridge, Shen Yan quickly replied, "Can we go the day after tomorrow instead? Just delay it by a day." "Sure, we'll follow your schedule." Tang Shurqing casually asked, "Is there something you need to do?" "No," Shen Yan replied, looking a bit frustrated as she countered, "The day after tomorrow is New Year's Day. It is your birthday, and I want to celebrate your first birthday with you here." At her mention of his birthday, Tang Shurqing smiled. "I had forgotten about my birthday. It doesn't matter whether we celebrate or not. I just want to take you to see the aurora as soon as possible." With a wish in his heart, he hoped to fulfill it sooner rather than later. Shen Yan, with a playful smile, responded mysteriously, "Besides, I've prepared a birthday gift for you. I want to make it a memorable day." "Oh," Tang Shurqing raised an intrigued eyebrow. "What has my sweetheart prepared?" "I won't tell you," Shen Yan said, a hint of pride in her tone. "It's a secret." Tang Shurqing chuckled helplessly. "Alright, a secret it is. I'll await your surprise." Shen Yan smiled contentedly before asking, "By the way, how did you know I wanted to go to Iceland to see the aurora?" "I don't think I mentioned it to you. When I first visited your place, I noticed the manga you had on your couch. One page was deliberately folded." Tang Shurqing replied honestly, "I figured it must be a place you wished to visit. So I started making arrangements after that day." Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had been planning this since that day, all sparked by a mere glance at her comic book, which had lodged itself in his heart. He had silently orchestrated a way to fulfill her wishes, never once hinting at what he was concocting, and when he finally revealed it, everything was set. All she needed to do was agree. How could this man be so meticulous? He was more romantic and deeply affectionate than any love poem. Lost in her thoughts, Shen Yan felt an irresistible urge to lean in and kiss him. But just as her lips were nearly touching his, she suddenly remembered she hadn't brushed her teeth after eating, and she quickly withdrew, her lips pressed tightly together in embarrassment. Tang Shirqing, who had been waiting for a kiss, watched her series of small movements with a face full of frustration. "Why aren't you kissing me anymore?" Shen, pouting, mumbled, "I haven't brushed my teeth." Tang Shirqing, however, chuckled softly, unfazed, as he gently pinched her chin and leaned down to kiss her. "Darling, you always smell delightful." "No, you can't," Shen exclaimed in a fluster, one hand pushing him away while the other covered her mouth, her expression genuinely anxious. After all, she hadn't brushed her teeth, and she had just eaten. She had to maintain her image. Noting her strong resistance, Tang Shirqing was about to disregard her objections and kiss her anyway, but Shen swiftly pulled the blanket over her eyes, her gaze fiercely defiant. "No kisses." Tang Shirqing sighed, truly believing she was enchanting at all times. However, seeing her intense reluctance, he had no choice but to relent. "All right, no kisses, but don't cover your face." After finishing her meal, Shen peered at him from beneath the blanket and said, "I am done eating. I'm going to wash up now." Tang Shirqing set down the bowl and asked meaningfully, "Can your legs walk?" Under the weight of his significant glance, Shen decided to play the part of a spoiled child. "It seems I can't." "Carry me, please." With that, she let go of the blanket and reached for his neck, adopting a posture that begged for a hug. Tang Shirqing, delighted by the increasingly affectionate girl before him, smirked and said, "I can carry you, but first, can you give me a kiss?" Upon hearing this, Shen immediately dropped her arms and pouted. "Humph, fine, I'll go to the bathroom myself." Just as she finished her sentence, Tang Shirqing scooped her up and headed toward the bathroom, laughing as he said, "Shen Xiaoyan, why are you feeling shy now? Haven't I kissed you before?" Shen, resting on his shoulder, felt inexplicably bashful at his words, her legs instinctively drawing back. "Tang Shirqing, don't I deserve some dignity?" Tang Shirqing shook his head with amusement, choosing not to tease her any further. After they had washed up, Tang Shirqing cupped Shen's delicate fair face in his hands and kissed her tenderly, his deep, melodic voice murmuring, "Let me show you a snow scene." "Huh?" Shen was taken aback as Tang Shirqing bent down and lifted her again. Striding toward the window, curiously, she asked, "What is it?" Without answering directly, he swiftly reached the window and used the remote to draw back the curtains. As the curtains slowly parted, Shen gazed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window to behold a breathtaking spectacle. Outside, the ground was blanketed in a sea of shimmering white snow, adorned with vibrant red roses nestled among the snowflakes, their vivid red contrasting beautifully with the silver, while green leaves added a touch of charm. The entire scene was stunningly breathtaking. In the snowy expanse stood a magnificent snowman, crowned with a sparkling golden crown, resembling a delicate snow princess. Beside the snowman stood a perfectly sculpted ice block, encasing blue-violet feathers that echoed the colors of her tattoos, floating like ethereal wisps within the massive ice. Illuminated by lights, a row of words was etched onto the ice. "The beauty of the snowy roses pales in comparison to the laughter in Yan's eyes." The feathers drifted, and the tassels swayed, creating a dreamlike surreal tableau of snowy roses. At that moment, Tang Shirqing whispered in her ear, "When it snowed, I didn't get to accompany you to admire it. Now, I'm making it up to you." He knew how much Shen adored snow, as she always appeared so joyful in the photos she shared of herself in snowy landscapes. Shen's heart was deeply moved as she glanced between the breathtaking view outside and the man before her, her heart fluttering with curiosity. "When did you do all this?" Tang Shirqing gazed at her with affectionate eyes. "I did it while you were asleep." Shen, touched, couldn't help but pout. "Tang Shirqing, you don't need to go through all this trouble. You could have done nothing at all. You already work so hard." Tang Shirqing, noticing the girl's eyes glimmering with unshed tears, gently reassured her, "My dear Yan, your mind carries too many unpleasant memories. As your man, I simply want to create more beautiful ones to overshadow the bad, hoping that when you reminisce about the past, it will be filled with joy." Shen's eyelashes trembled as she bit her lip, suppressing her emotions as she looked at him and said, "I want to go down and see it." Chapter 2 of today. I posted a chapter in the morning, and I will continue tomorrow. Chapter 90. Jealousy. Tang Shirqing, observing the girl moved to tears once more, found her so easily touched, and softly replied, "All right, let us change clothes and head down." Shen's waist still ached, so Tang Shirqing helped her put on her socks. Sitting on the edge of the bed in a white turtleneck sweater, Shen beamed at the man crouching on the floor dressing her, her foot mischievously nudging his thigh as she grinned. "Tang Shirqing, don't you think you're starting to resemble my dad more and more?" Tang Shirqing, he cast a resigned glance at her playful foot, hiding a smile as he raised an eyebrow at the beaming Shen. "Well, if you call me husband a few more times, clarifying our relationship, you won't have such an impression." Seeing the man teasing her again, Shenyan retaliated by dragging her foot from his thigh down to his abdomen, her expression one of triumph. Yet, in the next moment, Tang Shiqing grasped her wandering foot in his hand. His gaze dark and teasing as he looked at her, his tone laced with danger. "Are you hoping to have your newly donned clothes removed again?" Under the weight of his intense gaze, Shenyan felt a pang of guilt, biting her lip and blinking innocently, and then, she complied. Tang Shiqing smiled at her sudden docility, then casually inquired, "Have you ever thought about finding your father?" His tone was light and casual, prompting Shenyan to answer honestly, "I haven't thought about it, but if one day he comes looking for me, genuinely wanting to recognize me as his daughter, perhaps I would accept him. But I want to seek him out. I'm no longer longing for anyone, just letting things unfold naturally." As she spoke, she noticed Tang Shiqing had finished dressing her and leaned in to wrap her arms around his neck, whispering playfully in his ear, "From now on, I shall only long for you, Tang Shiqing." Tang Shiqing chuckled as he lifted her effortlessly and headed for the door, deliberately saying, "Darling, where do I fit into your desires? I am curious to hear." Realizing he was teasing her, Shenyan, rather than feeling shy, leaned in and replied in a conspiratorial whisper, "Everywhere." Tang Shiqing's eyes brightened as he caught her gaze, their eyes locking in a charged moment that was thick with unspoken tension. Both lost in their thoughts, Shenyan donned her snow boots and a white knee-length hooded down jacket, linking arms with Tang Shiqing, who wore only a black coat as they stepped outside. "Are you not cold?" Upon exiting, a gust of frigid wind hit them, and Shenyan instinctively leaned closer to Tang Shiqing. He casually adjusted her jacket hood, saying, "I'm not cold." Shenyan looked up at him, noticing he wasn't wearing his glasses, and curiously asked, "Hey, can you see me clearly without your glasses?" Tang Shiqing, he sighed, exasperated, "I'm only mildly nearsighted, it's not like I'm blind. Whether I wear glasses or not doesn't matter, only mildly, so you can see without them." Shenyan asked, puzzled. "Then why do you wear them so often?" Suddenly she teased, "Oh, Dr. Tang wears glasses to appear refined." "Do I need to appear refined?" Tang Shiqing replied, even more exasperated. "I wear them to examine my patients better." Shenyan was even more intrigued. "What do you mean?" Tang Shiqing hesitated for a moment, glancing down at Shenyan before explaining. "When I first became a doctor, many patients would stare into my eyes, affecting their heart rates and potentially complicating diagnoses. That's why I wore glasses." To create a little distance, Shenyan gazed at him thoughtfully. If anyone else had said such things, it might come off as vain and cringeworthy, but from his lips, it felt like a straightforward statement of fact. His eyes, like his words, were captivating. Often, just a casual glance would seem so flirtatious and deep. As she pondered this, an inexplicable surge of jealousy welled up within her, and she said with a hint of concern, "Be careful at the hospital." "No, you need to be careful even when you're not with me." Tang Shiqing felt an unexpected surge of joy in his heart. This was the first time Shenyan had spoken to him with such a possessive tone. No longer as cautious as before, as if trying to please him. In that fleeting moment, the smile at the corner of the man's lips seemed poised to illuminate the entire snowy night. His low, magnetic voice promising, "All right, when Yan is not by my side, I will certainly uphold my gentlemanly virtues." As they spoke, Shenyan had already caught sight of the breathtaking expanse of roses blanketed in snow. Witnessing it in person was far more stunning than viewing it from above. The entire snowy night was ignited by the crimson roses, transforming the frigid landscape into a scene of fiery passion. "Ah, how beautiful!" Shenyan exclaimed, instantly releasing her hold on Tang Shiqing's arm and racing towards the magnificent sight, watching the girl who had just moments ago been consumed by jealousy now abandon him to run off. Tang Shiqing could only lower his head and glance at his empty arm, reflecting silently on how quickly her surprise had come and gone. Once Shenyan reached the field of snowy roses, she noticed the large ice block adorned with gilded feathers, which seemed even larger up close, nearly reaching her height. The blue and purple feathers floated gracefully behind the immense ice layer, creating a fantastical illusion amidst the visual impact of the red roses. As if she were immersed in a fairy tale world of ice and snow. Is there a cover on top? Shenyan mused aloud, noticing what appeared to be a lid atop the ice sculpture. Curiously, she tiptoed for a better look and turned to ask Tang Shiqing, "Can this be opened?" "Yes," he replied. "Yan, go ahead and see." "Okay." With his permission, Shenyan joyfully stood on her tiptoes and pushed against the lid of the ice layer. As it opened, a rush of air seemed to escape from within, and in the next instant, blue and purple feathers began to swirl out from the ice. Within mere seconds, the air around her was filled with shimmering blue and purple feathers, drifting enchantingly through the atmosphere, creating a scene that was both mesmerizing and romantic. Standing amidst this cascade of feathers, the pure white girl was so awestruck that she stood dumbfounded, gazing up to admire the spectacular display. Unable to resist reaching out to catch a few feathers in her palms, it wasn't until a warm kiss landed on her cheek that she snapped back to reality, looking up to find the man before her gazing down with affectionate laughter. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xinyan's eyelashes fluttered as she gazed at Tang Shiqing, unable to conceal her heartfelt admiration. Woo, this is so beautiful, I have never seen anything like it. You. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted Xinyan's unfinished sentence. In the next moment, the night sky erupted with a dazzling display of fireworks, illuminating the heavens with a cascade of vibrant colors, as if shattered stars had descended upon the earth, radiant and enduring. This was the most magnificent and beautiful fireworks display Xinyan had ever witnessed. Stunned by the continuous surprises, Xinyan clasped her hands tightly, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Tang Shiqing. Did you prepare the fireworks too? Yes. Tang Shiqing chuckled softly, playfully pinching her chin. If I'm going to do it, I might as well do it right. Do you like it, Yan? Xinyan gazed at the man before her, her heart swelling with emotion, as if the fireworks were bursting forth in her heart, sending ripples of excitement coursing through her. The snowy roses, the shimmering blue and purple feathers, the grand snowman, the sky full of fireworks. And a man who was simply impeccable. She felt utterly consumed by this unique and exquisite affection. Throwing herself into Tang Shiqing's embrace, she clasped his waist tightly, overwhelmed with joy. Woo, I love it so much. But, Xinyan, still choked with emotion, tilted her head to look at him, pouting slightly. But all of this will disappear soon, and you must have spent a long time preparing it. Tang Shiqing gazed down at the girl in his arms. Her face lifted to his, a smile hidden in his eyes as he gently stroked her head and replied softly, as long as Yan is happy, that's all that matters. Everything else is inconsequential. Hearing his tender words, Xinyan felt her heart flutter as she looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tang Shiqing, would you go to any lengths to make me happy? Even if it were just for a minute? Tang Shiqing met her gaze, unwavering in his resolve as he replied, yes, as long as it brings Yan joy, I would do anything. The fireworks continued to blossom in the sky. And nestled in the warmth of the man's embrace, Xinyan, with reddened eyes, began to smile. No one has ever cherished me like this. It feels so blissful to be loved. The moment those words escaped her lips, a single tear slipped from her eye, yet she smiled even more sweetly. How long did it take you to prepare all of this, Dr. Tang? Noticing her teary eyes, Tang Shiqing gently reached up to wipe away her tear. Not wishing for her to feel any pain, he replied candidly, it didn't take long. I just used a bit of brainpower and had others do the work. Suddenly, he chuckled, teasingly adding, your man is wealthy. So I didn't need to spend much time then. Becoming serious, he added, however, I built the snowman myself, thinking of how Yan would like it. Xinyan, observing his playful teasing followed by sincerity, couldn't help but smile and quipped. Oh, so this is the romance of capital, Tang Shiqing replied. No, Xinyan asked, then what should it be? In the next moment, fireworks erupted above them, and Xinyan heard the deep, magnetic voice of the man say, it is the unique romance that Tang Shiqing offers to Xinyan. Feeling her ears flush with warmth, her heart raced uncontrollably. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she smiled brightly, tiptoeing to wrap her arms around Tang Shiqing's neck. And without further ado, pressed her lips against his. Her soft, rosy lips brushed tenderly against his, filled with endless affection. The sudden movement startled Tang Shiqing, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip around Xinyan's waist and lean down to deepen the kiss. This kiss was far more intoxicating than the fireworks or the snowy roses, drawing them both into a blissful oblivion. Suddenly, a cough echoed from a distance, startling Xinyan, who squealed and buried her face in Tang Shiqing's embrace, only to hear a very familiar voice call out, I was just passing by on my way home. Sorry to interrupt your good moment. Please continue. Ji Shui, unable to contain her laughter, had initially intended to avoid disturbing them, but she couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Beside her, Ji Jinghang remained composed, nearly smiling knowingly, aware that this Tang Laola was quite the charmer. Tang Shiqing wrapped his coat around the blushing Xinyan, casting a disapproving glance at the oblivious siblings. How could you pass by here? In the entire Xingqian Bay, with 6 villas, Ji Shui and Ji Jinghang each occupied one, while the rest belonged to the Tang family. Ever since Xinyan had stayed there, Tang Shiqing had discreetly swapped houses with some of his cousins, so now, apart from these 2 siblings, the entire Xingqian Bay was occupied by the Tang family. And their houses were nowhere near this direction. Ji Shui rubbed her small nose. Well, who told you, 9th brother, to be so conspicuous? We saw this vast field of snowy roses from outside the community and couldn't help but be curious. At that moment, nestled in Tang Shiqing's embrace, Xinyan recognized Ji Shui's voice and peeked out cautiously. Their eyes met, and Xinyan felt a wave of awkwardness as Ji Shui, unabashedly grinning, waved at her. Hi Mayan, Xinyan, taken aback, thought for a moment, realizing it was no big deal. After all, Ji Jinghang had seen them kiss at the bar before, and as for Ji Shui, well, good friends shouldn't he feel awkward. She promptly stepped out of Tang Shiqing's embrace and greeted Ji Shui, long time no see. Are you staying here tonight? Seeing Xinyan emerge from Tang Shiqing's arms, Ji Shui dashed over with a beaming smile. Yes, I'm staying here tonight. Are you free tomorrow? Let us go out. Sure, I'm free tomorrow, Xinyan replied. Where do you want to go? Ji Shui suddenly glanced at Tang Shiqing and then back at her brother. A mysterious glint in her eyes as she leaned closer to Xinyan and whispered, I want to take a look at Yi Shenggu, but I haven't thought of a good reason yet. I'll let you know in the morning. Having been aware of her father's situation, Ji Shui knew they didn't want to see her, but she merely wished to visit as an old friend. Upon hearing Yi Shenggu, Xinyan realized she must be keen to see the white moonlight. After a moment's thought, she discreetly replied to Ji Shui, I have a perfect reason to go. I'll take you tomorrow. Tang Shiqing had mentioned that her revelations had originated from Yi Shenggu, and they even provided surveillance footage along with the identification of the individuals involved. So it would be appropriate for her, as the concerned party, to express her gratitude. Ji Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked, What is the reason? Xinyan whispered softly, I must express my gratitude. The slanderous rumors about me originated from their internet CAF. They provided surveillance footage to Tang Shiqing to identify the poster. At that moment Ji Shui, filled with excitement, broke into a smile, exclaiming, Then we must show our appreciation. I'll accompany you to express our thanks. Xinyan immediately signaled an okay gesture, fully aware of the situation. Behind them, Tang Shiqing observed Xinyan leaning in to whisper with Ji Shui, engrossed in their private conversation. Noticing her laughter, he chose to remain silent, simply watching. However, Ji Jinghang, feeling a bit disgruntled, inquired aloud, What are you two gossiping about? In a swift attempt to change the subject, Ji Shui happily asked Xinyan, May I bask in your glow and take some photos in this romantic setting? Of course, Xinyan replied with an air of pride, raising an eyebrow. The supermodel will capture your stunning snow-themed shots. With that, she took out her phone, ready to showcase her photography skills. The next several minutes transformed into a delightful photo session between the two girls. Tang Shiqing, watching Xinyan, who was constantly smiling, noted how her laughter seemed increasingly genuine and melodious. It struck him that since Xinyan had been with him, she appeared to have transformed into a different person. He recalled when his sister first introduced them. Xinyan had radiated a tense energy, speaking cautiously, and now she seemed relaxed and carefree. Ji Jinghang, observing Xinyan frolicking in the snow with his sister, couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, love nourishes the soul. He then turned to Tang Shiqing with a knowing smile, adding, It seems my ninth brother is quite formidable, isn't he? Tang Shiqing, however, shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, Just keep your eyes on your sister. Ji Jinghang fell silent, yet Tang Shiqing had to concede that Ji Jinghang's words resonated with him. He felt regret for his former reluctance to socialize, missing out on knowing her sooner. Lost in thought, he suddenly saw Xinyan joyfully running towards him, taking hold of his arm and asking, Can I take a few photos with you to post on Weibo? Tang Shiqing, taking her hand in his, smiled affectionately, I could not wish for anything more. Ji Shui, having finished taking her photos, noticed Xinyan pulling Tang Shiqing and promptly called out to her brother, Brother, let's go. Seeing Ji Shui and her brother leaving, Xinyan quickly informed Tang Shiqing, Tomorrow, I'm going to Yi Shenggu with Shui. I promise I won't look at any handsome guys. We'll just have some fun and leave. Tang Shiqing responded with a disinterested as Xinyan was busy taking selfies. He seized the moment to lean down and plant a kiss on her cheek, capturing the moment on camera, and remarked, Let us post a kissing photo on Weibo. As Xinyan viewed the photo of his kiss on her cheek while hearing his words, she felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy and playfully retorted, Shouldn't a kissing photo be a lip-to-lip kiss? Tang Shiqing immediately countered, Kisses on the lips are not for others to see. Xinyan's eyes narrowed with laughter, and she stood on her tiptoes to plant a quick kiss on his lips, teasingly declaring, My husband is the most handsome in the world. Tang Shiqing's eyes brightened at her sudden declaration, and he chuckled, lowering his head to gently pinch her chin, saying with a playful sigh, My dear, you certainly know how to charm me. Xinyan, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, scrunched her nose and added, No one knows better than my brother. Tang Shiqing watched the suddenly enchanting girl before him with keen interest. Raising an eyebrow, You should maintain this captivating demeanor. Xinyan, with a flirtatious gaze, smiled and replied, If I maintain this, you might not be able to handle it. She then naturally linked her arm with Tang Shiqing's as they began to walk back. It's a bit chilly, let's head back. Tang Shirqing adjusted her down jacket's hood with a smile, responding leisurely, I fear it may be someone else who can't handle it first. Shen Yan caught the underlying meaning in his words and playfully elbowed him in the waist. They exchanged ambiguous smiles, and as they walked away, Shen Yan couldn't help but glance back at the picturesque snowy scene Tang Shirqing had prepared for her, her mind still captivated by the breathtaking fireworks display from earlier. He had done so much for her, from the minute details of daily life to grand surprises like today, yet he never demanded anything in return from her. He never considered what he might deserve for his efforts, such as proposing marriage or asking her to be his wife. It seemed everything he did was solely to bring her joy, even if it was just for a fleeting moment, lost in her thoughts. Shen Yan suddenly called out, Tang Shirqing. He looked down at her. What is it? Shen Yan, smiling as she leaned closer to him, tilted her head up and said, I actually thought you were going to propose in the church that day. I was ready to say yes. I feel completely prepared now. With that, she quickly turned and dashed into the room, her heart inexplicably racing with anticipation. However, she felt it was time to express her feelings to him. He too needed encouragement and affirmation. Meanwhile, Tang Shirqing stood frozen at the door, momentarily dazed after hearing her words. Once she dashed away, he was struck by a sense of regret, as if he had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He swiftly closed the door and hurried after Shen Yan, wrapping his arms around her from behind, and said, Then I shall prepare tonight to propose to you tomorrow. Shen Yan suddenly pulled into his embrace, placed her hands on his chest and laughed. You need to choose an auspicious day for the proposal. All right, Tang Shirqing replied, seeming to fear she might change her mind. I'll find the nearest auspicious day. You mustn't go back on your word. Though he didn't truly believe in such superstitions, he was willing to honor her wishes. With that, he bent down and hoisted Shen Yan into his arms, carrying her toward the study. What are we doing? Shen Yan asked, bewildered. We're going to check the lunar calendar, he replied. As she was carried in his arms, Shen Yan couldn't help but laugh. Tang Shirqing, are you afraid I might run away? He unabashedly admitted. Yes, I'm afraid you might. Shen Yan playfully held his face in her hands, resting her forehead against his, her eyes filled with tenderness as she softly declared, I won't run away, never. Upon arriving at the study, Tang Shirqing set Shen Yan down on a chair in front of the desk and quickly retrieved a lunar calendar from the drawer to select a date. As she sat on his lap, nestled against him, she watched as he diligently flipped through the calendar. She was in no hurry. After all, no auspicious day could come faster than his birthday, which was the day after tomorrow. She planned to surprise him by proposing on his birthday. Perhaps it was fate. She had previously prepared a pair of engraved rings that read a lifetime of fireworks, intended as a birthday gift for him. Now, they could serve as engagement rings, and she had many more surprises planned to ensure he had an unforgettable birthday memory. Thus, while Tang Shirqing was focused on selecting the perfect date, Shen Yan, leaning comfortably in his embrace, observed him with a carefree demeanor. She gazed up at the man, whose jawline exuded an air of superiority and elegance, unable to resist reaching out to trace his jawline with her fingertips, trailing down to his enticing Adam's apple. Tang Shirqing felt a sudden tightness in his chest and quickly interrupted. Behave yourself. He grasped her hand in his palm, then resumed his search through the lunar calendar. Shen Yan watched the man, whose focus on selecting an auspicious date seemed to overshadow everything else, and smiled sweetly, choosing not to disrupt him. His concern does not lie in selecting an auspicious date, but rather in the day he can marry her. On the 6th day of the coming month, the ever-composed Tang Shirqing finally discovered an auspicious date and joyfully pointed to the lunar calendar, exclaiming, just 20 days left. On that day, Shen Yan beheld this typically mature and steady man, who appeared as delighted as a child, his eyes sparkling with radiant joy. This sight sent a shiver through Shen Yan's heart. It seemed that marrying her was the most joyous event for him. Yes, just 20 days, Shen Yan said, gently caressing his face, leaning in to plant a soft kiss on his lips. On the day of the proposal, we will go to register our marriage, and the wedding can be arranged later. All right. Upon hearing that they could register their marriage, Tang Shirqing's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied, all right, the wedding will be arranged immediately. I wouldn't let my darling wait too long. As he spoke, he couldn't resist leaning down to lavishly kiss her rosy lips. Shen Yan, who did not immediately close her eyes, clearly saw the immense happiness radiating from Tang Shirqing at that moment. Even nestled in his embrace, she could hear the pounding of his heart. He truly regarded her as a treasure, and the thought of fully possessing her filled him with such delight that it left him breathless. How fortunate was Shen Yan to encounter such a man. Unable to restrain herself, she slowly closed her eyes, surrendering to his fervent affection, her delicate fingers, in a moment of enchantment, tugging his shirt from his trousers, her small hand exploring his sculpted abdomen. Feeling the gentle caress of her small hand on his abdomen, Tang Shirqing momentarily froze, then chuckled softly, his voice laced with a teasing undertone. What are you planning? Yan Yan, you've pulled my shirt out, just a little longer. Shen Yan interrupted him, leaning in for another kiss, saying, I just want to be close to you. Tang Shirqing, his hand tightening around her waist, swallowed hard, his voice husky as he asked, a little longer. Does my darling wish to do so in the study? Shen Yan, with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, chuckled softly. Well, it's not entirely out of the question. Tang Shirqing was momentarily taken aback, then a broad smile spread across his face as he leaned in to kiss her lips, murmuring, All right, I am most willing. In the study, the girl appeared delicate, her eyes glistening with crimson. Standing tall, Tang Shirqing opened his arms, enveloping her in a warm embrace between his chest and the desk, leaving no room for escape. Shen Yan, with her alluring gaze tinged with red, playfully complained that he was not gentle enough. The following morning, Tang Shirqing was awakened by a call from Mo Ying. Standing on the balcony, he listened as Mo Ying reported, Ninth Master Zhang Yuwei has arrived in the capital. Arrange a meeting with him directly. Tang Shirqing instructed Daiwa to confront him about his identity, knowing that Zhang Yuwei was likely connected to Shen Yan and that he was thoroughly investigating matters related to her. Tang Shirqing preferred to take the initiative to clarify the situation rather than remain on edge. He needed to resolve all matters concerning Shen Yan swiftly. He had no inclination for a protracted game of cat and mouse. I will take care of it right away, Mo Ying replied. When Shen Yan woke, it was already past 9 o'clock. She glanced at the sticky note left by Tang Shirqing on her phone. There's porridge cooked in the kitchen, remember to eat. I have matters to attend to and have left. Be safe while you're out, and call me anytime if you need anything. Reading the note, Shen Yan couldn't help but smile. He truly was a meticulous man. Treating her as if she were a child, before heading out, she called Tang Shirqing to update him on her whereabouts and then went to find Ji Shuai. Lunch approached around 11 o'clock. A plain black Hongqi sedan stopped in front of the Yi Shengui Sports CAF. Shen Yan, dressed in a warm yet ordinary down jacket and snow boots, had not put on any makeup and wore a mask to conceal her striking features. Ji Shui, eager to meet her infatuation and old friends, dressed elegantly, her long hair styled into a cascading princess look, donning a red short wool coat with a doll collar over a calf-length cream-colored knitted dress. Exuding vibrant energy, however, she hesitated to get out of the car, memories flooding back as she caught sight of the familiar CAF sign. They might not wish to see her, and the boy would undoubtedly be happily accompanied by his beloved when she left. Shen Yan, already out of the car, called out in frustration after waiting for Ji Shui. Get out, what are you thinking about? Ji Shui, feeling nervous, replied, You go in first, I'll grab a cup of milk tea from the side. But this CAF has milk tea and desserts in the lounge, Shen Yan reminded her. Ji Shui, who was too familiar with the CAF, leaned closer to Shen Yan and whispered, You go in first and check if Cheng Hao is here. If he is, I'll come in. Shen Yan, observing the usually spirited and spoiled Ji Shui suddenly blushing with anxiety, teased, Oh, are we a bit nervous, Shudi? It seems that your infatuation has quite the impact. You don't play fair, Shen Yan. Ji Shui puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Can't you understand that some things are better left unsaid? With that, she pushed Shen Yan toward the CAF, urging, You go in first and gather some intel. I'll get my milk tea to calm my nerves, and make sure it has ice. Shen Yan laughed and agreed, All right, I'll ask and send you a message. As she approached the counter, the attendant was watching trending videos featuring Su Yao publicly apologizing to Shen Yan and admitting to her malicious defamation. Seeing someone enter, the attendant looked up, greeting, Welcome, beautiful. However, before she could finish her sentence, her gaze met Shen Yan's. And she was momentarily entranced by her beauty. Shen Yan's eyes sparkled like crushed stars, and there was an inexplicable familiarity about them, given the recent surge of news about Shen Yan. The attendant's eyes widened in shock as she recalled her phone's wallpaper featuring Shen Yan's stunning photo. Shen Yan, feeling uncomfortable under the attendant's gaze, adjusted her mask and asked, Is your boss here? No, he is not, the attendant stammered. Will he be coming in today? Yes, he will be, the attendant replied, her eyes fixated on Shen Yan. He'll be here shortly. Shen Yan remembered Ji Shui mentioning 2 bosses, and with certainty she inquired, Will both bosses be coming? Is Cheng Hao also coming? The attendant, barely containing her excitement, replied, They will both be here. That's good. Shen Yan smiled. Could you please help me charge a card, the highest amount? 8888, please, thank you. As she handed over her ID, she thought about expressing her gratitude. The owners of this establishment would likely refuse any gifts, so perhaps this method of charging the card was most appropriate. And she could take a few photos to promote them on Weibo. However, when the attendant received her ID and saw the name, she nearly dropped it in disbelief, staring at Shen Yan and stammering, You are Xinyan. Xinyan neither confirmed nor denied but simply smiled at her. The attendant, having recognized Xinyan, assumed she was a star who preferred to remain discreet and immediately assured her. Don't worry, I promise not to say anything. After processing the card, Xinyan settled into the lounge to wait for Ji Shuyi while simultaneously updating her on the situation. When Ji Shuyi received the message while buying her milk tea, her heart inexplicably raced, prompting her to take a sip to calm her nerves before hastily making her way to the CAF. Suddenly, as she turned a corner, Ji Shuyi was startled to collide with something hard and cold. Thankfully, she didn't spill her milk tea as she rubbed her forehead and looked up to see a tall boy towering over her. His icy gaze lacked warmth, and in the frigid weather, he wore only a black leather jacket over a black sweater. With a buzz cut and sharp, handsome features, he exuded a strikingly rebellious aura, especially accentuated by the tattoo peeking from his neck. He bore an uncanny resemblance to characters from movies about the underworld. Ji Shuyi's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly leaping from her throat, until she heard the boy coldly snap, "What are you staring at? Move aside. If you don't look at me, how will you know I'm looking at you?" Ji Shuyi retorted, regaining her composure, frowning. "What a handsome guy, but why does he have to have a mouth like that?" Suddenly, the boy reached out and pulled her aside just as a speeding motorcycle zipped past, nearly colliding with her. In the ensuing shock, she heard the boy scoff, "A pretty girl, but not very bright." With that, he pushed her aside, saying, "Move, don't block the way." After Jiang Cheng brushed past Ji Shuyi, he discreetly tapped the communicator in his ear and muttered, "I've just left Yi Shanggu. Why doesn't my adoptive father allow me to see Xinyan anymore?" "Zhang Yuhua, you have already been discovered. The man beside Xinyan, Tang Shiqing, has arranged to meet me 1 hour from now. No one should approach Xinyan any longer. You have worked hard these days, the capital is bustling, so go and enjoy yourself, but refrain from mingling with women." Jiang Cheng, understood. Adoptive father. Chapter 95, Dreamlike Interactions. It was only after Jiang Cheng settled into the car that he noticed a bracelet inexplicably hanging from his black sweater. The broken end of the bracelet had snagged on his knitwear, prompting a flashback of the moment he had collided with someone earlier. Disdainfully furrowing his brow, he tore off the bracelet, intending to discard it carelessly. However, in the fleeting moment before it left his grasp, he reconsidered and tossed it instead into the storage compartment of the car. "This girl is connected to Xinyan. Perhaps it will prove useful in the future." Meanwhile, Ji Shuyi remained frozen in place long after Jiang Cheng had departed, gradually regaining her composure. A sudden warmth spread across her cheeks, and she instinctively raised her hand to pat her face. Self-reproaching, "How pathetic. What am I so nervous about?" After taking a deep breath, she continued her way towards Night's Serenade. Having not yet seen Ji Shuyi, Xinyan grew increasingly anxious and stepped outside in search of her. To her surprise, she encountered Tang Shiqing. "Oh, what are you doing here?" Xinyan exclaimed, astonished as Tang Shiqing approached her. "I saw your location and happened to pass by, so I thought I'd stop and check on you," he replied, effortlessly taking her hand and glancing down at her with a raised brow. "Did you see that very handsome shop owner?" At his words, Xinyan instantly grasped his underlying intentions, chuckling as she teased, "Oh, someone's come to check up on me, huh? Am I that petty?" Tang Shiqing, maintaining a serious demeanor, insisted, "I merely passed by." Indeed, he had simply been passing through, having dealt with Su Yao before heading to meet Jiang Yuhua. "I just made a slight detour to come this way." Observing his somewhat guilty demeanor, Xinyan couldn't help but smile, lowering her head as the hand he held lightly scratched at his palm. She raised her gaze back to him and said, "Where's the handsome shop owner? I only see one handsome man here." "Alright, I need to find Shuyi." Just as she mentioned Ji Shuyi, they heard her voice calling out, "Oh, Nangu, you're being excessive. I just took Mei Yan out for a bit, and you've come chasing after us. Are you that worried?" Xinyan glanced over to see Ji Shuyi holding a cup of milk tea in one hand while sipping from another, her face alight with gossip and amusement. Immediately, she stepped in to clarify for Tang Shiqing, "He merely stopped to check on me." Men, after all, cared about their pride. When they were alone, everything was fine, but with a third party present, one had to actively uphold his dignity. Ji Shuyi, however, only laughed more heartily. "A couple that sings in harmony, Shuyi." Just then, a familiar voice approached, and Ji Shuyi turned to see Shanggu and Zhouyi coming closer. A hint of nervousness crossed her features as she bit her lip, holding her breath upon meeting Zhouyi's gaze. Xinyan, noticing the fluster in Ji Shuyi's eyes, quietly reached out and grasped her hand for reassurance. Meanwhile, Tang Shiqing, having recognized Zhouyi and Shanggu from a report by Ali regarding the internet CAF owner, stepped forward with gentlemanly grace. "Hello, I am Tang Shiqing, Xinyan's fiancé. I sincerely appreciate the surveillance footage and registration information you provided." Zhou Yi immediately extended his hand in greeting, courteously replying, "Mr. Tang, you are too kind." However, before he could finish, both Shen Yan and Shang Ge glanced at their respective partners, simultaneously exclaiming softly, "So handsome." Tang Shiqing and Zhou Yi, almost in sync, lowered their brows to scrutinize the girls beside them, asking, "What did you say?" Shen Yan and Shang Ge, taken aback, exchanged bewildered looks with their men before smiling and pretending they had said nothing. Shen Yan quickly interjected to break the awkward atmosphere, "We came here today to express our gratitude. It was your assistance that allowed me to dispel the rumors in a timely manner." "Miss Shen, you are far too polite. It was merely a small favor on our part," Shang Ge replied with a warm smile. "Moreover, Shuyi is our friend. Helping a friend is only natural. I heard from our staff that you charged a card at our establishment. That simply won't do. I shall have it refunded immediately. No need for a refund," Shen Yan hastily protested. "I can always come back to enjoy myself." Well, Shang Ge was momentarily at a loss. She understood that Shen Yan wished to express her gratitude through the card, but she also felt that refunding it might leave Shen Yan feeling uneasy, thus she conceded, "In that case, do come back often." "Absolutely," Shen Yan replied with a smile. "I'll make sure to visit frequently. Wishing you both great success in your business." At that moment, Ji Shuyi, who had been searching for Cheng Hao in vain, asked, "Is Cheng Hao not here today?" "He has matters to attend to, but he will be here shortly." Shang Ge informed her. Ji Shuyi forced a smile. "All right then." She dared not look into Zhou Ye's eyes any longer. Having already thanked Shen Yan, she quickly added, "We won't keep you, as the shop is quite busy. We should get going. Today, my friend Mei Yan particularly wanted to express her gratitude, so I brought her over to see you," understanding that Zhou Yi preferred to limit his connections with the Ji family. Shang Ge did not insist on their stay, simply saying, "Very well, do come back whenever you can." After exchanging polite farewells, both parties turned to leave. As soon as they were out of sight, Zhou Yi wrapped his arm around Shang Ji's neck, tilting her chin playfully as he asked, "Was that man earlier very handsome?" Shang Ge, amused by her jealous partner, replied, "Not as handsome as you. You are unrivaled in your handsomeness." Zhou Yi finally managed to smile. But then he heard Shang Ge genuinely remark, "But that Mr. Tang seems quite distinguished. Do I appear cheap?" Zhou Yi frowned in annoyance. "Are you looking for a fight, Shang?" Meanwhile, Shen Yan, throughout the journey, felt Tang Shiqing's penetrating gaze upon her, making her anxious. Just then Ji Shuyi cheerfully declared, "I think Nine Gu must have something to resolve. I'll step aside for a moment and grab a couple of roasted sweet potatoes." "Hey, Shuyi, don't leave," Shen Yan called out just as the car door slammed shut. In the somewhat cramped back seat, Shen Yan gazed anxiously at the tall man beside her, his eyes radiating a dangerous allure, unable to contain her unease. She swallowed hard. Tang Shiqing observed her flushed face and the way she looked up at him, his gaze lingering before he chuckled softly. "Why are you so tense, darling? Is your heart racing?" Unable to endure his languid scrutiny, akin to a frog slowly boiled in water, Shen Yan impulsively wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his lips. Tang Shiqing smiled with satisfaction, teasing, "What does that kiss mean?" Yan, do you miss me?" Shen Yan shot him a playful glare, pouting as she replied, "It's just that I accidentally mentioned someone else was handsome earlier, and you got jealous. I thought I should appease you a bit. Otherwise, I fear I wouldn't be able to withstand your demands for compensation," she added, leaning in to kiss him again, earnestly declaring, "He is not handsome. Tang Shiqing is the most handsome in the world." Instantly, Tang Shiqing was rendered speechless, a smile breaking across his face as he lightly licked the corner of his mouth where she had kissed him, gently pinching her chin. "I was indeed feeling jealous. But more importantly, I wanted to remind you to stay safe when having fun. Today, Ali will accompany you." Chapter 96, getting straight to the point, realizing she had fallen into his trap. Shen Yan pouted, exclaiming, "Tang Shiqing, you scared me, causing my heart to race." Tang Shiqing chuckled softly, "What's wrong with me? After getting in the car, I haven't said a thing. It was you who climbed in and immediately showered me with kisses. I was just worried about making you upset," Shen Yan said, blinking her lovely eyes at him, her voice filled with self-reproach. "Why am I becoming increasingly afraid of displeasing you?" Yet, this fear was no longer the same as before, where she sought to ingratiate herself. Now it stemmed from a desire to prevent any misunderstandings that might lead to his unhappiness. Tang Shiqing, hearing her candid thoughts, felt his heart lighten as he laughed. "Don't worry, I won't let Yan feel angry. Do you have anything else to address?" Shen Yan asked, glancing out the window for Ji Shuyi's figure. "If you have nothing more to say, you can return to your car. Shuyi is still waiting outside in this cold weather." Also, Tang Shiqing suddenly lifted her chin, locking his gaze with hers before leaning in to kiss her deeply. The kiss was both assertive and profoundly intimate, leaving Shen Yan breathless as she gasped for air. In the midst of her disordered breathing, she heard his low, magnetic voice whisper in her ear, When I'm not around, you must always remember that you have a man. Xinyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she panted, her lips tingling, and she replied, her voice sweetly innocent, I remember, after they parted. Tang Shiqing proceeded to meet Zhang Yuhua. Their rendezvous was set in a private room of a clubhouse. When Tang Shiqing arrived, accompanied by Moing, Zhang Yuhua was already waiting within. Mr. Jiang, Tang Shiqing said. Extending his hand with poise and grace, seated comfortably on the sofa, Zhang Yuhua, upon witnessing the scene, promptly rose to his feet with utmost respect, extending a courteous handshake to Tang Shiqing, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. He inquired, Do you know me? Tang Shiqing, hearing this, suddenly curved his lips into a smile imbued with profound meaning. Gazing intently into Zhang Yuhua's eyes, he replied in a crisp voice, Doesn't Mr. Jiang have my basic information? His demeanor suggested a sense of familiarity, as if to say, we are both old foxes, there's no need to waste time pretending to be innocent. Zhang Yuhua was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such straightforwardness from the man before him. However, he soon broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, young Master Jiao is indeed a forthright individual. It's no wonder that even outside the circle, I often hear of your reputation. I relish engaging with people like you. Come, let us sit and talk. Once seated, Zhang Yuhua, with an air of casualness that disregarded both formalities and age distinctions, proactively poured a cup of tea for Tang Shiqing, embodying the bold spirit of a man of the world. Tang Shiqing, somewhat surprised by Zhang Yuhua's unpretentious demeanor, was nevertheless resolute in his refusal to accept refreshments from a stranger. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Yuhua and stated plainly, Today, in meeting Mr. Zhang, I believe we are both well aware of the matter at hand. Since you are also a forthright person, let us speak candidly. After a brief pause, his eyes locked onto Zhang Yuhua's, he continued. So why has Mr. Jiang been investigating my fiancée Xinyan? Zhang Yuhua, upon hearing Tang Shiqing's words, was taken aback yet delighted. He genuinely enjoyed the company of straightforward individuals and abhorred all forms of circumlocution. Since young Master Jiao was so forthright, he too would not mince words. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Yuhua declared, I believe after our encounter in New York, you, young Master Jiao, have been conducting an investigation on me and may have uncovered some information. Albeit unverified. First and foremost, I assure you, my inquiry into Xinyan is devoid of any malicious intent. I merely wish to clarify certain matters. Furthermore, there has been a plethora of information circulating online about Xinyan, all of which you have been handling on her behalf. In other words, we are not adversaries. The individual shadowing Xinyan is my son, and I have instructed him to cease his surveillance. No further arrangements will be made. Tang Shiqing listened intently, aware that there was much more to the story. Yet he interjected, Mr. Jiang, your words remain unfinished. Why not continue? If your intention is to clarify matters, how fortuitous. For I share the same sentiment, otherwise I would not allow anyone to investigate my girl. Thus, since our thoughts align, let us be straightforward. Zhang Yuhua, with a cheerful smile, gestured for a few of his subordinates to leave. The black-clad men, upon receiving the signal, promptly and respectfully withdrew. Once they were alone in the private room, Zhang Yuhua poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. I have perused all the news regarding you and Xinyan online. Along with your Weibo posts, especially today, your initiative in requesting this private meeting indicates your deep affection for Xinyan. Should my investigation yield the truth I suspect, I shall treat her exceedingly well. Zhang Yuhua paused to take another sip of wine and sighed, Allow me to share a tale. A 19-year-old youth, under the influence of his half-brother's drugging, found himself disoriented and subsequently abandoned in a love hotel. Later, a drunken girl was thrown into the room, leading to some uncontrollable events. When he awoke, he was already on a plane to England, taken by his mother, who forbade anyone from mentioning that fateful night. To this day, he cannot recall how he left that hotel room, nor can he distinctly remember the girl's appearance, save for a vague impression, yet, that exceedingly hazy memory flickered to life when he gazed into Xinyan's eyes, evoking a faint sense of familiarity. To be candid, he has been in search of the girl from that long ago night. Thus, upon seeing Xinyan, he yearned for clarity. Was it possible that no one around him had ever encountered that woman? Tang Shiqing's brows knitted in disbelief as he replied, Was there not someone who saw her? My mother, along with her 2 loyal subordinates, and that half-brother of mine. My mother is a formidable figure. When she issued a stern order, no one dared to speak of it. It was then that I realized how crucial power is. Absolute power can silence secrets. Only those at the apex of the food chain wield the authority to make definitive decisions. Having attentively observed Zhang Yuhua's demeanor, Tang Shiqing's eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. Some of Zhang Yuhua's statements resonated with his own experiences with Xin Lanxin. Chapter 97, Frankness. There were no vested interests or commercial rivalries between them. Their meeting was solely due to Xinyan. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Shiqing produced a voice recorder and said to Jiang Yuhua, "Allow me to share a recording with you. It contains words from Xinyan's biological mother. Xin Lanxin." This was recorded during Ali's inquiry into Xin Lanxin. He seeks to unravel this matter swiftly. Besides you, Xin Lanxin is also a pivotal figure. As the recording began to play, they heard Xin Lanxin's distressed voice exclaiming, "I know that Xinyan's father is a man of great power. When I discovered my pregnancy, a foreign man approached me with two options. 1. A sum of money to terminate the pregnancy. 2. If I bore a son, they would reclaim him post-paternity test. I thought it better to secure a future heir in one fell swoop. However, I never anticipated I would give birth to a girl. Not only did I bear a girl, but I also suffered severe hemorrhaging during childbirth, rendering me incapable of bearing children again. Can you blame me for my resentment? I was merely 19, my entire life shattered. Thus, not abandoning or suffocating Xinyan was the greatest kindness I could offer her. As for her father, he likely died long ago. Men like him do not live long." Tang Shiqing halted the recording and observed Jiang Yuhua's expression darken. Knowing full well that Jiang Yuhua had likely conducted prior investigations into Xin Lanxin, he surmised that Jiang Yuhua had already pieced together most of the story in his mind, awaiting only the final confirmation. Tang Shiqing addressed Jiang Yuhua, "I hope this recording alleviates some of your uncertainties, young Master Jiu. Might I request a favor from you?" Jiang Yuhua took another sip of wine and, with a somber tone, replied, "Since we have been candid from the outset, and we both understand the purpose of our gathering, I fundamentally seek to verify a matter, hoping for your assistance." Tang Shiqing responded, "Please, Mr. Jiang, speak plainly. I wish to ask you to assist me in conducting a paternity test with Xinyan. This is the most straightforward approach. I, Jiang Yuhua, assure you that if the results show no connection between Xinyan and myself, I shall not intrude upon your lives again. Alternatively, should the results confirm that we are indeed father and daughter, and she chooses not to acknowledge me, I shall promptly return to England and will not trouble you further. However, this matter has been my greatest source of anxiety. Without knowing the outcome, I cannot find peace. I swear to you, should I violate this promise, I would face dire consequences." Jiang Yuhua chuckled self-deprecatingly, swearing an oath seems futile, mere empty gestures. "Perhaps this, set the conditions. Whatever you propose, I shall comply without reservation." "Very well," Tang Shiqing replied, slowly retrieving a sealed pill from his coat pocket and handing it to Jiang Yuhua. "Mr. Jiang should be aware that my primary profession is that of a physician. If you solely seek a resolution, take this pill, and I will assist you. The antidote is solely in my possession. Should you or anyone related to you harm Xinyan thereafter, the poison shall remain incurable." "All right, I accept." Jiang Yuhua responded without hesitation, swiftly taking the pill and swallowing it without a moment's thought, even washing it down with water in Tang Shiqing's presence, then gesturing for Tang Shiqing to verify that there was no trickery involved. "Indeed, Mr. Jiang is a forthright individual," Tang Shiqing remarked with an unperturbed smile. "Very well, I shall assist you with the paternity test. I am immensely grateful." As night fell, the vibrant nightlife of the capital city was in full swing. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, a deathly pink Ferrari sped past, colliding with a parked black Bugatti. Ji Shui, frantically slamming on the brakes, screamed in terror, her voice nearly piercing the eardrums. Fortunately, Xinyan swiftly seized the steering wheel, averting a more catastrophic accident. "It's alright, it's alright," Xinyan hurriedly reassured the shaken Ji Shui. "The brakes were applied in time. It should only be a minor scratch. As long as no one is hurt, that is what matters." She quickly turned off the engine and exited the vehicle to assess the damage. Meanwhile, inside the Bugatti, Zhang Chang, who had been smoking, felt a sudden jolt at the rear of his vehicle. Frustrated, he let out an exasperated "damn it," before stepping out to inspect the back of his car. Noticing the car's owner approaching, Ji Shui quickly offered her apologies. "I'm sorry, I'll compensate you double for the repair costs. I must ask, young lady, do you ever bring your brain when you leave the house?" Zhang Cheng wore an expression of utter disbelief as he coldly remarked, "You could collide with me even while I'm stationary. What remarkable skill you possess. How is it you?" Upon recognizing Zhang Cheng, Ji Shui felt a sense of antagonism, as if fate had conspired against them. Without hesitation, she tossed him a card, stating, "I will compensate you double for the repair costs. Use this, there's no password." With that, she promptly took Xinyan by the arm and left, just as Ali's car caught up with them, and the two swiftly got in. "Emission, are you injured?" Ali inquired, having just witnessed the collision, already contemplating where he might be buried should he meet an untimely end. No, Xinyan hurriedly clarified. "That's good to hear." Ali exhaled in relief, thankful that death was no longer a concern. He then turned to Ji Shui, asking, "Miss Ji, are you hurt?" "I'm fine too, thank you for your concern. Ji Shuyi replied. You're too polite, Miss Ji. Ali continued, I've arranged for a tow truck, your vehicle will be taken care of. Eventually, the car came to a halt at a lively bar in the city center. Ji Shuyi, still shaken from the earlier incident, clung to Xinyan's arm, feeling somewhat dazed. It's alright, you weren't injured. Xinyan reassured her with a comforting smile. Fortune favors the brave. The two settled at a reserved table on the second floor, a prime spot to survey the entire venue. Xinyan sent a selfie to Tang Shiqing to update him on her whereabouts. While snapping the photo, she inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure, Xia Jimeng, engaged in lively conversation and drinking with several girls. After a brief glance, she dismissed it and returned her focus. Meanwhile, Jiang Chang, bewildered by receiving a card, felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation as if he had been struck by money. Upon recognizing Xinyan beside him, he immediately pursued her. Jiang Chang possessed an air of striking charisma. Exuding a certain devil-may-care coolness, the bar's warmth accentuated his casual black long-sleeve t-shirt, making the tattoos on his neck more visible. His presence drew numerous gazes. Look over there, a handsome guy, one of Xia Jiming's friends exclaimed. Stirring excitement. Go flirt with him, Meng Meng, don't dwell on Tang Jiuxiao, there are plenty of men in the world. Seize the day. Xia Jimeng, holding a glass of red wine, glanced in the direction her friend pointed. The man appeared entirely different from Tang Shiqing, resembling a mischievous spirit in contrast to Tang's ethereal charm. Hurry, go approach him, if you don't I will, another friend teased, already standing in anticipation. I'm not going. Xia Jimeng retorted after sipping her wine, rising with a sense of haughty determination and approaching Jiang Chang. Hey there, handsome, are you here alone? She said, blocking his path. Jiang Chang shot her a cold glare. Unimpressed by her audacity, and attempted to sidestep her. However, Xia Jimeng playfully shifted to block him again, her expression bright with a self-satisfied smile. Unaware of the disdain she elicited, he brusquely pushed her aside. Disdainfully scoffing, get lost. Chapter 98, Not Afraid of the Dark, supplemented. Xia Jimeng was momentarily stunned, her mind in disarray, as red wine splattered over her, transforming her from a glamorous figure into a pitiful spectacle. Akin to a clown subjected to ridicule by onlookers. What are you staring at? She snapped at the gathering crowd, her eyes filled with fury as she glared at Jiang Chang, who was walking away. Her anger intensified upon recognizing a familiar silhouette approaching. Ji Shuyi, spotting Jiang Chang from a distance, hastily crouched down to hide, leaving only Xinyan visible. Xia Jimeng's ire boiled as she watched Jiang Chang approach Xinyan. Her fists clenched in frustration. Xinyan, it's always this Xinyan. That wretched girl must be born to ruin my happiness. Her eyes gleamed with malice as she glared at Xinyan. Grinding her teeth, is it that with you around, I can never have a good life? At that moment, Xia Jimeng's friends hurried over, some genuinely concerned while others feigned sympathy. Who is that guy? How dare he spill wine on our Meng Meng? He must not value his life, he looks unfamiliar, he probably doesn't recognize you, but he is heading straight for Xinyan, remarked one girl in a form-fitting red dress, smirking. Meng Meng, you and Xinyan truly are enemies. Every man you fancy seems to be taken by her. Is she doing it on purpose? It seems intentional. How could it be such a coincidence? That woman is quite the troublemaker, already entangled with Jiuxiao and now trying to seduce men in a bar. How bold. Enough, stop talking, Xia Jimeng interrupted, storming off in a huff. Meanwhile, Jiang Chang, noticing Ji Shuyi crouched on the ground, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Is the air better down there? He quipped. What is wrong with picking something up? Ji Shuyi retorted, standing up with a resigned glare at Jiang Chang. Why are you chasing after me? I already gave you the repair money. Jiang Chang casually tossed the card she had given him onto their table. His voice crisp, in light of mission, I'll forego the repair fee. Here is your card back. Me. Xinyan, suddenly mentioned, looked up in confusion at Jiang Chang. We know each other, I'm your admirer. Jiang Chang replied, unexpectedly softening his demeanor, a hint of warmth gracing his lips. I didn't get the chance to introduce myself earlier. He extended his hand toward Xinyan, formally introducing himself. Hello, I am Jiang Chang. I've watched many of your performances and quite admire you. However, before he could finish, another man stepped in front of Xinyan, taking hold of Jiang Chang's hand with a cool demeanor. So Jiang Xiao is also a fan. Upon recognizing the man, Jiang Chang's expression darkened slightly. Tang Jiuxiao, indeed, Tang Shiqing replied, seamlessly intertwining his fingers with Xinyan's, his gaze scrutinizing Jiang Chang without revealing any emotion. What brings Jiang Xiao here? A coincidence? Jiang Chang, recalling Jiang You's words about not sending anyone to follow Xinyan, felt compelled to clarify, it truly is a coincidence. My car was parked properly by the roadside when Out of nowhere, someone collided with it and tossed me this card. I came over to return it, unaware of the potential repercussions of using it. He understood that his adoptive father's greatest wish was to reunite with his biological kin. And although he typically refrained from explanations, he could not afford to burden him further at this juncture. Shenyan, who had been silent, quickly interjected, "I'm perfectly fine, not a scratch on me, just a minor bump." Tang Shiqing, still unconvinced, asked, "Are you sure that Ji Shuyi, the culprit, quickly interjected, "I assure you, I didn't let your Yan get hurt, it was merely a tiny bump." Tang Shiqing scrutinized Ji Shuyi, then turned to Shenyan, stating, "I'd feel more at ease if I checked you myself." Shenyan remained silent, while Ji Shuyi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she grinned, seemingly envisioning a scenario. "Why don't you two head back first?" she suggested, then, glancing at Jiang Cheng with an air of avoidance, added, "Never mind, I'll also head back. I'm not in the mood to stay." Jiang Cheng, feeling the disdain directed at him, silently fumed. If not for the peculiar circumstances that required him to maintain a good impression on Shenyan, he would have simply taken this young lady and tied her to the car roof, giving her a tour around the city. Shenyan sensed something off about Jiang Cheng as she continued, "Then let us head back." She stood addressing Tang Shiqing, "You've had a long day. It's best to return and rest." Jiang Cheng seemed anxious that Tang Shiqing might suspect something, therefore he interjected, "I'll leave the card here." With that, he turned and departed. Tang Shiqing regarded Jiang Cheng, recalling his meeting with Jiang Yuhua earlier that day. When he looked back at Shenyan, his brow furrowed slightly in contemplation. He needed to ascertain whether Shenyan could accept Jiang Yuhua's existence and the chaotic events of their youth. Back at Xingqian Bay, having showered and nestled under the covers, Shenyan was busy drafting a scheduled Weibo post. Hearing from Mansu that Tang Shiqing was born at 5:58 p.m., she aimed to send her blessings right on time. Suddenly, as she was earnestly composing her message, darkness enveloped the room, leaving her startled. "Is there a power outage?" Remaining composed, Shenyan illuminated her phone's flashlight and prepared to investigate. Just then, the door swung open, light from the living room spilling in, and a figure dashed in, wrapping her in a tight embrace, urgently soothing, don't be afraid." For a moment, Shenyan was taken aback, pressed against Tang Shiqing's chest, where she could faintly hear his heartbeat. He gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "It must be a circuit issue. It went out suddenly." "Were you scared, Yan?" As Shenyan gradually realized the source of Tang Shiqing's anxiety, her heart trembled, and she slowly tilted her head back to gaze at him, her eyelashes fluttering as she whispered, "Tang Shiqing." Tang Shiqing lowered his eyes to meet hers. "I seem to." Shenyan's expression reflected disbelief as she continued, "I seem to not be afraid of the dark anymore." In that moment, she recalled that it had been an eternity since she last felt suffocated by the darkness, a long time since the night had evoked an invisible sense of asphyxiation. Even when the room had suddenly plunged into darkness moments ago, she had not felt fear. She was merely puzzled by the power outage. Tang Shiqing, upon hearing her words, momentarily wore a stunned expression before a smile of uncontainable joy broke across his face. "Not being afraid of the dark is wonderful." He bent down, kissing her cheek as if coaxing a child, and continued, "Our Yan has grown brave." With that, he effortlessly lifted her in his arms and headed towards the guest room. "Let us sleep in the guest room tonight. I'll have someone come by tomorrow to check on things." Shenyan placed her hands on the man's shoulders, her eyes fixed on him unwaveringly. After a few seconds, she gently said, "Tang Shiqing, thank you. It is you who has helped me become better." In that fleeting moment, she reminisced about the past and realized she no longer feared the dark, a transformation that had silently occurred. Enveloped in the man's meticulous tenderness and infinite affection, which permeated every moment of her life, Tang Shiqing chuckled softly, deliberately steering the conversation. "Darling, since you've been so good today, shall I tell you a fairy tale?" Shenyan smiled, "Sure. What story does Dr. Tang have in mind?" As they nestled under the covers, Tang Shiqing began to weave a tale. In a vast forest, there was a young lion who quarreled with his older brother, who acted mischievously. He recounted the events involving Jiang Yuhai through the lens of a fairy tale, tenderly detailing the narrative before posing a crucial question. Yan, do you think the little lion should forgive the older lion? Or how do you believe the story should conclude for it to be a perfect fairy tale?" Shenyan stared blankly at Tang Shiqing, blinking in confusion as the story felt oddly familiar. Yet she answered truthfully, "It sounds quite complicated. The old lion has his reasons, but he did betray the lioness. However, the lioness cannot place all the blame on him. Her own greed led to her misfortunes. One could say the old lion is responsible for 20%, while her own actions account for 80%. Tang Shiqing suddenly interrupted softly, "Let us set aside the lioness and any other considerations, and focus solely on the little lion." He did not wish to judge who was right or wrong in this tumultuous tale. he simply wanted to proceed according to Xinyan's perspective. Disregarding others, Xinyan looked at him earnestly and said, if we only consider the little lion, it could return to the old lion's side, since the old lion has always been searching for them. He doesn't genuinely wish to evade responsibility. If the old lion truly intends to make amends and is willing to make concessions to treat the little lion well, then reconciliation would be quite nice. They could spend the rest of their lives mending their familial bond. As the young woman spoke, she suddenly leaned forward, resting her head against Tang Shurqing's chest, gazing into his eyes as she inquired. So, is this little lion me? Tang Shurqing's gaze faltered for a moment before he smiled, choosing not to hide the truth. Yan is truly clever. In this moment, Xinyan felt an indescribable serenity regarding familial ties. Her curiosity outweighing any feelings of excitement or shock. Did you discover something? Seeing her at ease, Tang Shurqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gently caressed the back of her head, playing with her hair as he replied candidly, I found out some things. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange a paternity test for you. I will inform you of the results first. Upon hearing this, Xinyan's heart fluttered as she hesitantly asked, so does he genuinely want to acknowledge me? Tang Shurqing, perceiving sincerity in her inquiry, replied honestly, I met him today. I gave him a medication, stating it would help him. And without uttering a single word, he took it. Xinyan gasped, her eyes widening. You drugged him? It was merely a pill that would cause temporary abdominal pain. Drinking plenty of water will resolve the issue. Tang Shurqing laughed lightly. Your man is a proper doctor. Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief but then said thoughtfully, let us wait for the test results before we decide anything. With that, she nestled back into the covers, stating, I'm going to sleep now. I spent the whole day shopping with Shui. Tomorrow morning, I need to rise early for something important. However, just as she settled back in, Tang Shurqing's hand slipped beneath her nightgown. Reaching for her heart, Xinyan furrowed her brows and swatted his mischievous hand away, shooting him a playful glare. Aren't you a proper doctor? Tang Shurqing chuckled helplessly. I am a proper doctor, but I never claimed to be your proper husband. Suddenly, as Xinyan felt her shoulder strap being tugged, she hurriedly pressed his hand down, exclaiming, not tonight. She then unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Tang Shurqing's neck, tilting her head to plant a kiss on his chin, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she said, I want to rest tonight. Tomorrow is your birthday. I'll wear something beautiful for you to see. And then, she paused for a moment, her ears slightly reddening before she continued, then, whatever you want, I will cooperate with you. How will you cooperate? Tang Shurqing's interest peaked as he eagerly licked his lips, smiling. Are you certain, darling? Xinyan puffed out her cheeks, her eyelashes fluttering as she nodded. It's your first birthday that I'm celebrating with you. I want it to be memorable. Tang Shurqing, suppressing his inner turmoil, leaned closer, whispering in her ear, what kind of outfit are you planning to wear for me? Xinyan, suddenly shy, buried her face in his neck. I want to tell you. You're not allowed to ask. She then raised her hand to cover his eyes, now asleep, suddenly engulfed in darkness. Tang Shurqing, yet he smiled, his mood remarkably uplifted. This was the birthday he had eagerly anticipated for 26 years. The following morning, Tang Shurqing took the cup laced with Xinyan's saliva to his private laboratory. Xinyan, having celebrated her birthday, intended to spend some time in Iceland. Early that morning, she visited Fong Fang at the hospital and secretly sought Dr. Liu for a psychological evaluation. Afterward, she returned to her apartment, delivering her prepared birthday gift and began to set up for someone's birthday celebration. She worked diligently until after 4 in the afternoon before heading to the jewelry store to collect a customized ring. Exiting the jewelry store, it was already past 5. Xinyan gazed at the men's ring in her hand, her eyes brimming with anticipation and joy as she dialed Tang Shurqing's number. The call connected instantly, and she heard his voice, darling. Hearing him call her darling made Xinyan's smile widen. If you're finished with your tasks, don't return to Xingqian Bay. Come to my place tonight. Xinyan, staring at the ring in her hand, grinned foolishly. I'll be waiting for you at home. All right. Tang Shurqing, hearing her voice over the phone, smiled as he responded, I'm heading back now. My darling is waiting for me at home. As Xinyan walked towards the parking lot, she felt a wave of excitement. Hurry! Suddenly, a van sped past her, and in an instant, its door swung open. A hand reaching out to pull her inside, the black van then swiftly raced away from the parking lot. The entire sequence was a premeditated operation, executed with precision. Meanwhile, upon hearing Xinyan's startled scream, Tang Shurqing was thrown into a state of panic, especially when he heard the sound of her phone crashing to the ground. His voice trembled as he shouted, Yan Yan. Receiving no response, he couldn't dare to hang up. He immediately contacted Ali, urgently stating, I need to know Xinyan's location now. Shortly after, he reached Zhang Yuhai demanding sharply, what have you done to Xinyan? Zhang Yuhai replied, I haven't done anything. I Zhang Yuhai, always keep my word. I promise not to send anyone to follow her or do anything to her. Tang Shiqing's voice turned ominously cold. It better not involve you. After hanging up, he received a call from Ollie 2 minutes later. Miss Shin went to the jewelry store. Her phone's location was tracked to the underground parking lot. The surveillance footage shows she was abducted by a black van, which had license plates that were forged. The footage reveals no identifiable faces. Abducted. In that instant, Tang Shiqing felt as though the world had darkened, as if he had plunged into an abyss of despair. His breath quickening, he commanded urgently, "Immediately find a reason to contact and seal off all entrances and exits of Dijing. I want to know her exact location within 30 minutes. Hearing Tang Shiqing's chilling voice, Ali hurriedly replied, "Arrangements are underway, young master. Please remain calm. We have deployed 100 drones to search the entire city. We will notify you as soon as we have news." Before he could even hang up, he urgently instructed Moing, who was driving, "Dispatch everyone to assist Ali in locating Xinyan, quickly." Moing, witnessing Tang Shiqing's rare display of anxiety, quickly responded, "Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately." As the conversation unfolded, the phone rang again, revealing a call from Zhang Yuhua. Tang Shiqing hesitated for a moment before answering. Zhang Yuhua immediately inquired, "Has Xinyan encountered trouble?" He had detected an unusual tone in Tang Shiqing's voice during their previous call, which prompted his concern. Tang Shiqing responded candidly, "Yan Yan has been abducted. The current situation remains uncertain." He did not intend to enlist Zhang Yuhua's help in locating Xinyan but sought to reaffirm Zhang Yuhua's feelings for her. Upon hearing that Xinyan had been taken, Zhang Yuhua abruptly rose from his chair, slamming his palm onto the table with palpable anger, his voice deep and urgent. "Tang Shiqing, how could you let this happen?" Regaining his composure, Zhang Yuhua declared, "I will order a search immediately." Minutes later, at the Xia family estate, a man rushed to report to the elderly Master Xia, trembling with fear, "Master, dire news, the young lady has been taken along with Xinyan." "I was unable to intervene and have come to inform you." The elderly Master Xia, unfazed, leisurely sipped his tea and muttered, "Xinyan, who is that?" The anxious man quickly clarified, "She is the girlfriend of the Tang family's 9th young master, Tang Shiqing, and has been certified by the Tang family as the future daughter-in-law." With a loud crash, the elderly Master Xiao's teacup fell to the ground as panic washed over him. "This is outrageous. No wonder you hurried back upstairs." He immediately pointed at a servant, commanding, "Go upstairs and summon the young lady down." Moments later, Xia Jiming descended, impatience etched on her face as she questioned, "Grandfather, I just got upstairs, and you call me down. Did you have someone capture Tang Shiqing's girlfriend?" The elderly Master Xia interrupted her, his voice filled with fury. "You are being utterly ridiculous. Release her at once." Xia Jiming, momentarily taken aback, caught sight of the man beside her grandfather and quickly deduced he was the one who reported her. She shot him a disdainful glare before defiantly addressing her grandfather. "Whose grandfather are you, mine or hers? That Xinyan constantly bullies me. What is wrong with me teaching her a lesson? I won't take her life." Utter madness. The elderly Master Xia slammed his cane onto the floor, seething with rage as he pointed at Xia Jiming. "Is this merely Xinyan's affair? This concerns the Tang family. Do you truly believe that Tang Shiqing is as gentle and refined as he appears? You must understand, he has earned the special trust and respect of the Tang family patriarch in that treacherous environment. He is not to be trifled with. By capturing the one he cherishes. Are you courting death? I've already captured her. What difference does it make if I don't release her?" Xia Jiming spat furiously, "I simply detest her. Regardless, I will feign innocence before Grandfather Tang and shed a few tears. The deed is done. Even if Tang Shiqing loves Xinyan dearly, he cannot take my life. At most, I will apologize sincerely afterward and cry for a few days." Suddenly, the elderly Master Xia could no longer contain his outrage and struck his granddaughter across the face. Trembling with anger, "You are being utterly unreasonable. What madness is this, grandfather? You actually hit me. You struck me." Xia Jiming, stunned by her grandfather's unexpected blow, realized this was the first time he had ever raised a hand against her. For the sake of Xinyan, he had slapped her, igniting an even greater fury within her. "For Xinyan, you all protect her so fiercely," she erupted in a fit of rage. "Let me see what happens if I kill her. Will you all demand my life in return?" With that, she pushed past the elderly Master Xia and stormed out. The elderly Master Xia, alarmed, urgently instructed, "Follow her. Keep me informed of any developments." He swiftly contacted Xia Jiming's parents. The frigid winter night descended swiftly. By 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the sky. An abandoned factory on the outskirts blazed with roaring flames, illuminating half the night sky. Xinyan, bound and gagged, lay helplessly in the enclosed factory. Her cries for help muffled by the rags stuffed in her mouth. As thick smoke billowed around her, despair filled her eyes as she gazed at the encroaching fire, desperately trying to free herself from the ropes that bound her. Only to find her skin raw and bleeding, her eyes, reddened and filled with panic, scanned her surroundings, striving to calm herself and devise a plan for escape. She had to survive, otherwise, that man would surely go mad. Chapter 100, Heart like a knife. In a state of urgency, Shen noticed a dilapidated bucket nearby containing water and hurriedly crawled toward it to wet her clothes. However, in the next moment, terror struck as she saw a beam from the ceiling plummeting toward her. In that instant, fear seized her breath, and a metallic taste filled her mouth. At the critical moment, she clutched the ring on her finger with all her strength, narrowly evading the falling beam. Yet, as it crashed down, it seemed as if the heavens had opened a chasm, unleashing a torrent of flames that rushed toward her, threatening to consume her. The inferno engulfing her evoked memories of a childhood fire. And despite her desperate cries, no one responded. A long-forgotten sense of suffocation assaulted her senses. Unlike the despair of her youth, which had driven her to contemplate surrendering her life, she now fought with every ounce of her being to survive. For he would be heartbroken, guilt-ridden. As her consciousness began to fade, she bit down on her lip, using the pain to keep herself awake, laboriously inching toward the exit. In the final moments before losing consciousness, she saw the door burst open amidst the flames, revealing a figure she recognized all too well rushing toward her. In a daze, she heard his voice tremble with urgency. Yan, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. In that instant, as Tang Shih-ching carried her from the inferno, the factory collapsed in flames. Through the thick smoke, a man clad in black emerged, cradling a wounded girl in his arms. Despite the searing heat, an aura of icy dread surrounded Tang Shih-ching, making the air feel charged with trepidation. Following closely behind was Zhang Yuhua, who instinctively clenched his fists upon seeing the injured girl in Tang Shih-ching's embrace. In the hospital, Shen lay unconscious on the examination table. Tang Shih-ching had sent everyone away, remaining vigilantly at her bedside, his gaze fixed on the blood-stained marks on her wrists and ankles. His heart wrenched with anguish. He knew she had a deep-seated fear of fire, having endured a traumatic experience in her childhood. Now, he had subjected her to that despair once again, nearly losing her forever. As he gazed at the still form of the girl on the bed, his heart felt as though it were being torn apart, each breath sharp with pain, especially when he looked at the ring he had taken from her palm. A sense of torment consumed him. During the examination, she had clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. When he gently opened her hand to reveal the ring, he saw the inscription, "A lifetime of fireworks." It was the birthday gift she had prepared for him, and in that moment, the usually composed man felt tears welling in his eyes, his breath becoming heavy. When Su Wanting entered, she found her typically proud and steady son resembling a defeated general. Overcome with despair and remorse, it was the first time she had witnessed him so utterly lost, as if all his spirit had vanished, leaving behind a shell of a man. Yan will be fine. Su Wanting approached, patting her son's shoulder in comfort. "You must not lose your composure. You need to take care of everything." As she handed over the personal items and toiletries she had brought, she noticed the injuries on Shenyan's limbs, her heart aching for the girl. "My poor Yan, how you have suffered." Hearing his mother's voice, Tang Shih-ching suddenly spoke in a low, somber tone. "She has endured far more than this. I promised her I would always protect her, yet I have broken that promise. I nearly lost her." He paused, furrowing his brow in anguish before continuing. "This morning, she was so happy, excited to celebrate my birthday. Even when she was taken, she was still trying to call me. You have no idea how joyful I felt seeing her smile, especially since when I first met her, she was unwell, and it took me months to help her. Just last night, she was thrilled to tell me she was no longer afraid of the dark. This morning, I received a call from Dr. Liu, confirming her psychological evaluation had gone well, she was slowly healing. And we had planned to go see the Northern Lights in Iceland after my birthday." As Tang Shih-ching reflected on this, he bowed his head in defeat, murmuring, "She was just getting better. My precious girl was just getting better." Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his expression dark and cold as he turned to Su Wanting and asked, "What did the Xiao family say?" "Do not even mention it." A group of timid individuals, daring to act yet lacking the courage to face the consequences. Infuriated Su Wanting as she recounted, "A whole family gathered to plead with your grandfather, insisting that Meng Meng is still young and naive, deserving of a chance for redemption. They prattled on about how sending her to prison would ruin her life. A cacophony of empty rhetoric, as if they might collectively kneel in supplication before your grandfather, begging him to allow for a private resolution. However, my son, rest assured, I made it abundantly clear that the victim in this instance is my daughter-in-law." Su Wanang, and I refuse to entertain any notion of settling this matter privately. No one, regardless of their stature, shall sway my decision. Yet Su Wanang was taken aback when her son suddenly narrowed his eyes and muttered ominously. A private resolution might not be such a bad idea. As he spoke, Tang Shurqing's gaze darkened with a fierce and sinister intensity, rising slowly from his seat, renowned for his benevolence and healing touch. This was the first time he desired to stain his hands with blood. Standing upright, Tang Shurqing uttered in a low voice, "Then let it be a private settlement as long as the Xia family can endure it." Casting a glance at the unmoving Shen, he clenched his fists tightly and instructed Su Wanang, "Mother, please keep a watchful eye on Yan. Do not allow anyone else to approach her until I return." Observing her son's rare, chilling demeanor, which sent shivers down her spine, Su Wanang anxiously inquired, "Aju, what are you planning to do?" "Mother, do not ask," Tang Shurqing replied, "just look after Yan." With that, he turned sharply and exited the hospital room. Outside, several rows of people stood waiting. Some were from Jiang Yuhai's side, while others were those Tang Shurqing had arranged. Among them, Jiang Chang remained vigilant, and upon seeing Tang Shurqing emerge, he promptly affirmed his loyalty, saying, "My adoptive father asked me to stand guard here. Just give me the word if you need anything." Tang Shurqing merely glanced at Jiang Chang before instinctively scanning the area, noticing that Jiang Yuhai had already departed. With little time for further inquiries, he hastily left. After exiting the hospital, he was heard on the phone, commanding, "Bring Xia Jiming to me." Mo Ying responded, "Understood."